sun. "Oh, what kind of gift?" Su inquired, intrigued. "You shall find out shortly," Lin replied enigmatically, leading the visiting delegation from the 9 provinces to their designated area. This section of the steppes was reserved for foreign dignitaries, with the 9 provinces occupying the highest point in the foreign guest zone, while the positions of other imperial delegation from the magical realm lay below them. Yet, even for those from the magical world, this arrangement posed no issue. Who among them was unaware that the Slayer of Gods hailed from the enigmatic realm known as the 9 provinces? Moreover, they were the foremost supporters during the ascent of the Empress, a truly remarkable contribution, thus justifying their exalted status. The 9 provinces were approximately 100 steps away from the pinnacle, beyond which lay the deities of the Empire of the Blazing Sun. Su ascended the steps alone, hands clasped behind his back. As he passed, the previously empty steps gradually revealed demigods and deities, who bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. He paid them no heed, continuing upward until he reached the 9,998th step, pausing just 1 step away from the summit. Today's focal point was Vivi, and this exalted position rightfully belonged to her. Su had not stooped to the level of competing for trivial matters with his woman. Of course, the highest platform was not vacant. 3 figures stood upon it. One was a eunuch from the court, holding a tray adorned with a resplendent and magnificent crown. The other 2 were the couple, Qiyong and Yaoyue. As the founders of the Qiyong Empire, it was only fitting for them to crown Wei Wei today. Su Yi's position was the most elevated among all the spectators, and once he settled into his place, the others followed suit. A few griffins soared overhead, carrying a group of eunuchs clad in court attire, who appeared to be consulting several documents to confirm that all guests had arrived and taken their seats. "All guests are present." The eunuch's sharp voice resonated throughout the square. It was only then that Su comprehended the purpose of the magical circles engraved in the peculiar stones scattered across the square, which bore no offensive or defensive capabilities. The eunuch's announcement seemed to activate a switch. The entire square came alive. Glistening, harmless magical lights emanated from the ground, dissipating and coalescing in the air to form exquisite scrolls. The content within these scrolls was not mere images, but animated sequences, or rather videos. Moreover, there was more than just visual spectacle. A grand orchestra of thousands played melodies from their world, utilizing various indigenous instruments. The videos predominantly featured scenes related to Wei Wei, showcasing her extraordinary cultivation talents from a young age, her triumphant dragon-slaying feats that astonished the continent in her youth, interspersed with numerous photographs that validated her title as the Empire's flower, a beauty from childhood to adulthood. As the narrative progressed, the footage increasingly focused on the wars between Mengchuan City and the Northern Territories. Amidst the chaos of battle, Wei Wei donned armor, her fiery red hair billowing in the wind as she valiantly fought against the barbaric northern tribes. There were also images of her in a resplendent princess gown, standing atop a crumbling city wall, gazing defiantly at the endless horde of enemies below, raising her hand to declare war. Further along, scenes of Wei Wei being crowned as the Queen of Mengchuan unfolded. After this point, the war-related imagery diminished significantly, giving way to portrayals of her tirelessly attending to the mountain of bureaucratic affairs in the quiet of the palace at night, lighting a solitary lamp. There were also glimpses of her personally touring the lands of the Mengchuan kingdom, engaging in conversation with the simplest of village women. The contrast of her pristine gown, mingling with the dirt of the fields, instilled an overwhelming sense of sanctity, rendering her almost untouchable, as if gazing too long would be an affront to her essence. The scenes transformed once more, evolving into a multi-threaded narrative with various perspectives. In the upper left corner, the magnificent time-space gate of the Northern Territories was depicted, while the lower left corner showcased the prosperity and stability of the Blue Star, where the populace thrived in peace. In stark contrast, the upper right corner illustrated the myriad deities of the magical world. In the lower right corner, the scene transforms into a war-torn world of magic, where the populace suffers and sorrowful wails fill the air. The juxtaposition of the 4 images creates a profound visual impact. Immediately thereafter, the 4 scenes shatter simultaneously, as celestial beings unleash a tempest of wrath directed towards the portal of time and space, intent on reducing it to ashes. Meanwhile, Vivi stands resolutely before the portal, sword pointed defiantly at the celestial beings, unflinching in her courage. In the next instant, a colossal ethereal figure materializes behind Vivi, resembling a guardian deity, shielding her and the portal from harm. With a mere flick of its hand, the shadow summons a vast purple banner that billows in the wind, shrouding the sky and swiftly reducing the celestial beings to mere ashes. Vivi turns to meet the gaze of the shadow, and the scene freezes in time. No, I still have a part to play in this. Suise Liebsteichit. He never anticipated that the plaza possessed such a feature. Truly, it resembles an MVP settlement scene, doesn't it? Chapter 468 Interlude. The scene continues, revealing how Wei Wei cleared the northern territories and led her army southward, culminating in her actions upon reaching the imperial capital. Many of these images are indeed authentic, likely preserved through some arcane means. However, numerous elements are fabricated, yet they convey a similar essence. For instance, during the battle at the Gate of Time and Space, Wei Wei played only a nominal role. The initial probing assault by the deities was decisively thwarted by hundreds of colossal mushrooms from Jiuzhou. The second wave, believing they had discerned the secrets of Mengchuan City in Jiuzhou, was swiftly vanquished by Su Yi wielding the banner of 10,000 souls. The video depicting Wei Wei defiantly challenging the gods never actually transpired. Nevertheless, it must be said, the presentation indeed exudes an epic grandeur. The sensation of a lone individual confronting the abyss stirs the heart profoundly. Additionally, consider the dragon-slaying episode. At that time, Wei Wei had yet to attain even the 7th tier. So how could she possibly have felled a 9th-tier dragon? It was, in fact, her loyal guardian, Chuck, accompanied by elite knights, who vanquished the dragon, with Wei Wei merely delivering the final blow. Yet, during such MVP acknowledgements, it is evident that the knights receive scant acknowledgement, and the dragon's demise is attributed solely to the illustrious and resplendent Wei Wei. This ruse may be challenging to pull over the informed noble class. Yet it easily deceives lesser aristocrats and ordinary individuals who lack knowledge of the cultivation hierarchy. These magical images far surpass the cinematic experiences of Blue Star. They do not merely present visuals, they immerse one in the experience. During the sequence showcasing Wei Wei's battlefield ferocity, one could almost sense the acrid blend of gunpowder and blood, with the echoes of the ferocious northern tribes lingering in the air. The clarity of the imagery was such that even the remnants of flesh caught between the teeth of the alien foes were vividly discernible. Not even the most advanced VR technology on Blue Star could evoke such an immersive sensation. The orchestral accompaniment, fluctuating between soaring crescendos and somber undertones, continually tugged at the heartstrings of every spectator. It seemed imbued with a magical force capable of influencing emotions. In summary, this observance exceeded his expectations of being merely a drawn-out series of ceremonious formalities. He never anticipated that the magical realm could offer such captivating experiences. If he could transport such a magical array back to Blue Star, it could replace conventional films, likely finding a substantial market. Even if widespread adoption proves difficult, the personal enjoyment it could provide would be immense. He was already contemplating how to procure a similar setup for his office atop the Tianya Group. As for the enthralling background music, Su Yi surmised that the musicians were predominantly mages, which accounted for the emotionally resonant quality of the music. However, recruiting so many mages to serve as his personal orchestra would be somewhat extravagant, not to mention impractical given his living arrangements. However, this was not a problem. After all, there were still numerous formidable spirits at home. To speak of nothing else, the spirit goddess herself, despite her combat prowess being somewhat lacking, could undoubtedly serve as the enchanting melody for a magical world orchestra, couldn't she? Moreover, Su Yi was fortunate enough to have 2 spirit goddesses residing in his household. Surely, they were the epitome of exquisite vocalists, ready to perform melodious tunes and dance daily. Naturally, Su Yi was not the sole individual captivated by this marvel. Present at this event, alongside him and the representatives from Jiuzhou, were many locals who had arrived in the magical realm long before, predominantly merchants among them. Their discerning eyes quickly recognized the value of this magical technology, already plotting how to transport such treasures back to Jeojo for profit. The ceremony continued, with the visuals drawing ever closer to the present moment, and the background music swelling with fervor, until at a certain juncture, the soaring melodies and the radiant exploits of Wei Wei came to an abrupt halt. Magic coalesced into a vibrant crimson corridor, symbolizing the house of Qiyang. At the end of this corridor stood a towering altar, and on the opposite side, there was Wei Wei, adorned in the imperial regalia of the Qiyang Empire, holding a scepter, under the watchful gaze of countless subjects and dignitaries. Wei Wei's delicate face remained impassive as she gracefully advanced along the celestial corridor. At that moment, she embodied the sovereign of this empire, the sole protagonist of the evening. On either side of the Grand Avenue, guards clad in resplendent armor stood sentinel, poised to draw their swords in a show of loyalty as Wei Wei passed. The sound of unsheathing blades echoed throughout her path. Behind the guards, an innumerable throng of citizens observed Wei Wei, their expressions a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Among them were locals bundled in thick garments to stave off the chill, draped in beautiful attire they would typically reserve for such momentous occasions. Others appeared tattered, their clothes stuffed with scraps of straw and fabric, evidently the displaced individuals brought in to fill the ranks. As Wei Wei proceeded, her composure remained unshaken. The square was steeped in solemnity, with only the sound of breathing breaking the silence. Yet, a youthful voice unexpectedly shattered the stillness. "Sister, after you become the empress, will we have enough to eat?" Wei Wei paused, her gaze shifting toward the source of the voice. Not only she, but the entire square, including those awaiting at the altar, turned to look. A child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, appeared comically round in his attire. His parents, in stark contrast, were clad in thin garments, filled with various makeshift warmers. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the child's parents, under the scrutiny of esteemed figures and the soon-to-be sovereign, stood frozen in shock, even forgetting to cover the child's mouth. The child, upon seeing Wei Wei, revealed a clear and innocent smile. As if fearing that she had not heard him clearly, he unabashedly continued, "Father and mother say you are different from those others. As soon as you become the emperor, we shall never have to suffer hunger or cold again. Is that true?" The surrounding guards immediately tightened their grips on their swords, seemingly poised to rush into the crowd and strike down this audacious child and his parents for their brazen affront to the sovereign. Yet, the instinct of a cultivator warned them that such an act would lead to their own untimely demise. Consequently, they hesitated, their gazes darting between Wei Wei and the child, as if awaiting the empress's response. Wei Wei gazed at him for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. Indeed, with that, she turned away and continued on her path. The guards exchanged glances, uncertain. Logic dictated they should apprehend the child, yet the empress's demeanor suggested otherwise. A unit trailing behind Wei Wei reacted swiftly. Noticing the child was inadequately dressed for the frigid weather, he hurriedly approached and draped his own robe over the boy. "Oh dear, how can one wear so little on such a cold day?" he exclaimed. "This cloak is made from the hide of a fire wolf, perfect for warmth. Quickly, put on, lest you catch a chill." Chapter 469. Together we go since time immemorial, whether in the Blue Star or the realm of magic. The eunuch class has always possessed an uncanny ability to discern the intentions of those in power. As palace attendants, these eunuchs had thoroughly acquainted themselves with the deeds and preferences of the new empress long before. They were even aware of the circumstances that befell Wei Wei during her descent into the illusions. They recognized that such occurrences had precedence and were cognizant of how Wei Wei had previously navigated similar situations. Observing that Wei Wei intended to continue participating in the ceremony, they felt compelled to alleviate her burdens. Despite the disdainful glances from the surrounding nobles, he remained unfazed. After all, regardless of his actions, the nobles would regard him with such contempt. As long as he could win the favor of his sovereign, these nobles would, despite their scorn for him as a eunuch, be obliged to converse with him amicably in the future. Though Wei Wei did not turn to look, She was acutely aware of the scene unfolding around her. In the magical realm, the interference of eunuchs in governance was unheard of. After all, the nobility themselves were often preoccupied with dividing their own meager shares, and the royal family and nobility were essentially allies. Eunuchs, in essence, were mere household servants, with no space to encroach upon power. However, this dynamic might not persist into the future, for Wei Wei's ambitions were destined to infringe upon the interests of these nobles. Reflecting on this, she recalled the tales once shared by Su Yi regarding the tumultuous power struggles among ancient eunuchs in the 9 regions, and a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. The world was already rife with corruption, leaving little room for further decline. Cultivating individuals free from ties to the nobility to engage in their own squabbles seemed like an intriguing solution. This minor episode passed swiftly. To the onlookers, it appeared merely as an accident, one that neither embarrassed Wei Wei nor diminished her standing. On the contrary, it showcased her approachable nature and even enhanced her favorability. Some speculated whether this was a deliberate arrangement by Wei Wei, particularly since the child, appearing to be merely 4 or 5 years old, spoke with surprising fluency. Some believed he must have undergone prior training. Naturally, the officials responsible for orchestrating the event were now drenched in sweat, for this was indeed not part of their design. If scrutinized closely, it could easily be classified as a ceremonial mishap. Amidst the swirling emotions of the crowd, Su Yi withdrew his gaze from above, turning instead to contemplate the sky. Wei Wei's pace was steady. She advanced swiftly to the base of the altar. Here, those permitted to stand upon the steps flanking the altar were predominantly from the ranks of the various nobles of the Qiang Empire, all of high status, as only those of count rank and above were deemed worthy of such elevation. These nobles, attending the ceremony, often brought their families, resulting in a crowded scene on both sides of the steps. Faced with the empress who was poised to ascend the pinnacle of imperial power, the nobles cast aside their timidity, greeting her with bows and gestures of loyalty, eager to leave a favorable impression. Unfazed, Wei Wei maintained her composure, offering no response as she pressed onward. The 99 steps of the staircase, though seemingly lengthy, were as effortless to her as walking on level ground. Her elongated gown trailed elegantly over the steps as she ascended towards the pinnacle of power. At this moment, any distracting thoughts were cast aside. Having reached this juncture, even if she were to realize that this was not her desired path, retreat was no longer an option. She could only resolutely continue down this path, come what may. Fortunately, there was someone along this journey upon whom she could lean. The atmosphere on the staircase buzzed with a cacophony of greetings and displays of loyalty. Among the voices, there were even some exuberant individuals from the Jiuzhou region, exuberantly proclaiming, "Long live your majesty," and other such exclamations, even extending their praises to the eternal Lady Su. The mere thought of it made Wei Wei's lips twitch in irritation. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, she would have been tempted to confront these individuals and suggest they first familiarize themselves with the etiquette of the magical realm before shouting such things. After all, in the magical world, demigods often live for thousands of years, while deities could exist for hundreds of thousands. Although emperors rarely reached such exalted heights, it was not entirely unheard of. Shouting "long live" from such a distance seemed almost like a curse. And what on earth was this eternal Lady Su? She was a prince, a royal of the empire. Do they not understand? Naturally, Su Yi could hear these voices as well, yet he remained unfazed. He was not one to carry himself with airs, and at the headquarters of the Tianyu Group on Blue Star, he often encountered employees who would approach him for a quick photo or to share a lighthearted joke. It was entirely normal. The people of Blue Star did not require him to maintain a facade. While they might jest with him, they were well aware of his capabilities. In contrast, the denizens of the magical realm often disregarded decorum, and he had no desire to indulge their whims. Engaging in playful banter with a noble could lead to complications, as they would inevitably turn any lighthearted exchange into a claim of superiority upon returning home. As Wei Wei navigated through the clamor, she gradually approached the summit of the altar. Earlier on, she could ignore the greetings from the nobles, but here she was obliged to acknowledge the overtures of certain individuals. such as the representatives from Jiuzhou and the ancestors of deities. Additionally, she still needed to rely on the influential regional officials to maintain stability across the empire, and it was not yet the time to sever ties with them. Otherwise, while she might remain unscathed, the ordinary people under their dominion would surely suffer dire consequences. After exchanging pleasantries all the way to the final step, Su-yi smiled encouragingly. "Go on, take what rightfully belongs to you." Wei Wei turned to him, and sensing that mere encouragement was insufficient, she boldly approached him. With her left hand, she grasped the heavy scepter and extended her right hand, clad in a delicate white silk glove, locking her fiery red gaze onto Su-yi. "Let's go together." Chapter 470. A true gentleman should be like this. Su-yi met her gaze for a fleeting moment before extending his arm. Wei Wei promptly linked hers with his, and they exchanged a smile as they ascended the final step. "You shall crown me," Wei Wei whispered softly. Such a modest request, of course, Su-yi could not refuse. After acquiescing, he turned to the two venerable elders, Qi Yang and Yao Yu, who were already poised to bestow the crown upon her. The two elders were momentarily taken aback. They had anticipated making a grand appearance to announce their presence, showcasing their status and credentials. The coronation of the Empress was a ceremony that demanded their involvement. It would have afforded them the opportunity to leverage their seniority. To their astonishment, with everything prepared, Wei Wei had chosen to substitute them. What could they do? Could they possibly decline? Yet, to refuse would be inappropriate, especially with so many witnesses gathered at the altar. Su-yi observed them, and knowing they were not inclined to court disaster, they dared not reject a request. Fortunately, Qi Yang reacted swiftly, seizing the tray from the hands of the old eunuch that held the crown, claiming the role for himself. The old eunuch, recognizing the moment, bowed and retreated from the altar, as the official responsible for the ceremonial proceedings began to eloquently recite grandiose phrases and the ritual steps. The coronation ceremony reached its most critical juncture, the crowning. According to the customs of the Qi Yang Empire, this honor was typically reserved for esteemed elders within the royal family to crown the new sovereign. Historically, this had been performed by demigods or true deities, or at the very least, by venerable members of the royal lineage who had never ascended the throne but possessed considerable power and lived long, respected lives. Thus, the participation of Qi Yang and Yao Yu in this ceremony was, by the standards of the Qi Yang Empire, an unparalleled honor. After all, in this world, emperors were merely those whom the demigods and deities deemed unworthy of their attention. The crowning was more a recognition and endorsement from the superior to the subordinate. The eagerness of the two elders to undertake this task was not without ulterior motives. They wished to demonstrate to the world that despite Wei Wei having Su-yi's backing, their esteemed positions remained unshaken. Now, with Su-yi stepping in, the situation had taken a peculiar turn. The handsome man and the beautiful woman stood facing each other, both adorned in resplendent attire, with Wei Wei's gaze brimming with affection, almost ethereal. As Su-yi accepted the crown handed to him by Yao Yu, he felt as though he was not merely crowning Wei Wei, but rather officiating a wedding. The crown in his hands seemed akin to a ring. Meeting her expectant eyes, Su-yi cleared his throat softly, casting aside all distracting thoughts. He took 2 steps forward, standing before Wei Wei, and, under her tender gaze, slowly placed the magnificent crown upon her head. The ceremony concluded. Her Majesty, Wei Wei Qiyang, is crowned today as the Empress, ruling over the world. A thunderous chorus of cheers erupted. Yet the two stood atop the platform, silently locked in each other's gaze. As the cheers gradually subsided, Wei Wei finally broke into a smile, taking Su-yi's hand and proclaiming, "By my first decree upon ascending the throne, I hereby appoint Prince Su-yi as regent, overseeing all military and political affairs of the Empire of Ziyang. His movements shall be conducted with the same grandeur as the Emperor himself. To behold him is to behold the Emperor." Su-yi cast a surprised glance her way, but Wei Wei merely winked playfully at him. When Wei Wei had once declared that if he helped her seize the throne of the Empire of Ziyang, she would gladly share half the world with him. Su-yi had dismissed it as mere jest. To his astonishment, it appeared she had not only remembered, but had indeed acted upon her words. Moreover, The very first edict issued in her capacity as empress was this proclamation. Su Yi had truly become the acting vice-emperor of the Empire of Zhejiang. With her unparalleled authority, none dared to oppose her words, leading to another round of thunderous congratulations. The spectators from the 9 provinces were left utterly dumbfounded. The chairman of Tianyu Group had become the regent of a world that governed an empire of billions. How could one even fathom such a reality? The related news and live recordings had been intended for transmission back to Blue Star post-ceremony. However, some media representatives from Blue Star present at the event could hardly contain their excitement. They swiftly dispatched the footage via the dedicated network between the imperial capital and Mengchuan City to the Northern Territory, and from there, it was sent through the time-space portal back to Blue Star, delivering a small yet significant shock from this alternate world. Goodness, what a spectacle! The grandiosity of an emperor's coronation in another realm is astonishing. Isn't this reminiscent of the last emperor's ascension? The scale here is far superior. That's only natural. An empire with 100 billion inhabitants, coupled with magical and martial prowess, possesses far greater productive capacity than our ancient times, enabling them to stage such grand occasions. I'm filled with ambition, yearning to venture into the magical world and establish a business. Spare us the entrepreneurial dreams. Su Yi has already become the acting vice-emperor of the Empire of Zhejiang. Can you outpace him? I genuinely cannot grasp it. Su Yi often claimed to be a humble businessman back on Blue Star, and now he is a regent in another world? Surely, there must be something more to it. Did you not see the way he placed the crown upon the empress's head? Her gaze nearly sparkled with affection. A friend of mine has been in that alternate realm for 2 months and has gathered quite a bit of insider information. Apparently, the empress had collaborated with Su Yi even when she was still a princess, so there's indeed something between them. As someone involved in the grain trade, I noticed after the emergence of Tianyu Group that a significant portion of bulk grains in the international market were being procured by them. Many of my colleagues were puzzled as to why Tianyu Group was acquiring such vast quantities. Now it seems likely they were destined for the alternate world. However, later on, they ceased their grain purchases and instead flooded the market with an enormous supply, driving several major grain merchants to bankruptcy. I still wonder where they sourced such a bounty. Did you catch sight of the time-space portal? The Tianyu Group possesses a technology that connects time and space, allowing contact with alternate worlds. It is presumed that their initial intent in acquiring grain was to support the magical realm. Subsequently, they seem to have obtained a substantial supply of grain from an unknown world, not only alleviating the crisis in the magical world, but also encroaching upon the grain market of Blue Star. As for the Empress of Slumber, she acts as the regent, embodying the virtues of a true gentleman. Speaking of which, didn't Director Su get married? Isn't that against the law? Moreover, what is Madame Yu, the chairwoman of the Tianyu Group, S perspective on this matter? What can be done? Should you apprehend him and bring him to court to charge him with bigamy? He single-handedly faced deities in the alternate world, those who could withstand nuclear blasts, and you speak of the law? It seems rather ludicrous. At such a juncture, is it still a matter of legality? It transcends legal boundaries. Chapter 471. From one obstruction to 2, news of this magnitude swiftly permeated the entirety of Blue Star. While some pondered the implications, astute individuals began to methodically dissect the intricate web of events that unfolded since the emergence of the Tianyu Group. Some even crafted detailed charts, tracing the trajectory of Su Yi's rising fame to the official establishment of the Tianyu Group, while correlating it with the extraordinary tidings relayed by those who ventured into the magical realm to seek fortune. Through meticulous analysis, they elucidated the collaborative process and progress between the 2 worlds, arriving at a reasonably accurate conjecture, despite a few inaccuracies. After all, once the temporal gate was unsealed, acquiring verifiable information from another world rendered many secrets less enigmatic. With a discerning mind, it became quite effortless to unveil the truth of the matter. Aside from the speculation surrounding Su Yi, the role played by Jiuzhou in this affair took many of its inhabitants by surprise. Particularly noteworthy were the resounding accomplishments of the first contingent of Jiuzhou troops dispatched to Mengchuan City, which left many in awe. At least 6 months prior, Jiuzhou had already sent a fully formed military unit into the magical world, Yet not a whisper of this had reached the public. Truly astonishing indeed. This force, comprising 10,000 soldiers, participated in an unprecedented scale of battle in another realm, shining remarkably in their endeavors. Who could still assert that our military had not engaged in actual combat over the past few decades, lacking in combat prowess? In their inaugural battle, they independently vanquished a coalition of 1 million foreign adversaries, inflicting casualties exceeding 400,000. In their subsequent engagement, they decisively crushed the elite vanguard of 500,000 foes, leaving a scene of carnage, with the bodies of the fallen blocking the great river outside Mengchuan City. What a terrifying achievement! To think that the magical realm harbored underground lakes of oil with astronomical reserves. It had become apparent why fuel prices had been plummeting recently, with 92-octane gasoline now merely costing 2 units per liter. This singular lake's oil reserve surpassed the combined total of half of Blue Star's oil fields. Extracting it would be exceedingly gratifying. No wonder our domestic military factories have been operating at full throttle around the clock, tirelessly producing weaponry. Previously, some foreign commentators claimed that we could not compete in a trade war and hinted at military adventures. Meanwhile, certain domestic magnates denounced this as feudal militarism. Yet now, it is clear this is a lucrative venture for foreign exchange. The resources of the magical world are exceedingly abundant. We have effectively severed nearly all imports of raw materials from Blue Star, resulting in a significant reduction in costs. It is foreseeable that once Empress Weiwei assumes power, conditions in this regard will only improve. Reviewing the compiled data, it is evident that the underlying causes and effects are fundamentally sound, and we now await official acknowledgement. Should these speculations hold true, it is no exaggeration to assert that this marks the most successful investment in the annals of Jiuzhou, a wager capable of altering the nation's destiny. History has proven that we have indeed made the right bet. It is no wonder that after the opening of the temporal gate, official media and spokespersons have repeatedly hinted at the opportunities that the magical world holds for the coming century. It seems they were spot on. In a world abundant with resources, housing billions of inhabitants and offering boundless market potential, we find ourselves amidst a realm where productivity, albeit somewhat peculiar, lags behind our own. Establishing a foothold in such a world early on presents a formidable opportunity for wealth accumulation. The populace has, through the gleaning of information and connections, largely pieced together the narrative and processes linking the Tianyu group with the realms of Jiuzhou and magic. Naturally, the major powers on Blue Star possess far more than merely publicly available data. They are capable of procuring, through financial means, intelligence that remains undisclosed yet is not entirely inconsequential. Furthermore, they have specialized analytical teams to meticulously handle this complex information. Their comprehension of the entire situation's antecedents and consequences surpasses that of internet users relying solely on publicly accessible information. Otherwise, they would not be fervently eager to venture into otherworldly frontiers. However, such intelligence is evidently not disclosed to the lower and middle echelons of the Western camp. Consequently, the notion of inviting the Tianyu group in Jiuzhou to open the gates to alternate dimensions for collective prosperity was largely disregarded by the average person, who remains oblivious to the implications of such an endeavor. Indeed, within the Western Church, there exists a belief that the magic and martial arts of these other worlds are heretical, particularly regarding the so-called deities. In the eyes of these devotees, the gods of the magical realm are a blasphemy against their faith, categorically deemed as heretics. Thus, the public's enthusiasm for exploring alternate dimensions has been decidedly tepid. However, as the populace of Jiuzhou has now collated this information regarding the other world, the ordinary citizens of the West have begun to grasp the significant benefits it entails. When profit is at stake, the distinction between heresy and orthodoxy becomes trivial. After all, is not the divine meant to be more accessible? Consequently, the demand to access the gates of time and space for the exploration of alternate realms is no longer confined to the upper echelons of the West. Even the common folk are now fervently advocating for it. Yet, this newfound fervor poses a dilemma for the Western elites. having engaged with the Tianyu group for an extended period. They are acutely aware of a critical fact. The Tianyu group remains indifferent to the volume of voices or the number of people rallying. Even if every individual on Blue Star were to take to the streets in protest against the Tianyu group, demanding the opening of the gates, the group would remain unmoved. Unless they are presented with terms that satisfy them, there is no room for negotiation. While the Tianyu group is unfazed by public sentiment, the elites, operating within a democratic framework, cannot afford to ignore it. On one hand, the populace clamors for swift negotiations with the Tianyu group to secure authorization for the opening of the gates. On the other, the Tianyu group has proposed conditions that are utterly unacceptable to them, resolutely refusing to budge. This has led to a stalemate, with the public initially harboring a mindset of gradual negotiation with the Tianyu group, seeking to amend the excessively stringent conditions regarding nuclear disarmament. Now, they find themselves elevated by the public, should they refuse to acquiesce to the conditions set forth by the Tianyu group, and fail to comply with the partial authorization of the time-space gate. The threat of impeachment looms ominously. Thus, merely 2 days after Yuling, representing the Tianyu group, presented these stipulations, the two legally nuclear-armed nations within the Ozhou alliance, already beleaguered by economic turmoil, could no longer withstand the pressure and publicly declare their willingness to accept oversight from the Tianyu group in the process of denuclearization. The White Eagle, having endured an additional day, also unceremoniously agreed to the conditions laid out by the Tianyu group. In contrast, the Bear hesitated repeatedly, dispatching envoys to the Jiuzhou in secret, attempting to forge a backdoor agreement, but ultimately capitulated. Jiuzhou, on the very first day the Tianyu group proposed denuclearization, proclaimed its intention to lead by example, committing to the destruction of its nuclear arsenal upon signing the agreement. Consequently, all 5 major benefactors of Blue Star, who legally possess nuclear weapons, reached a consensus. Meanwhile, those small nations clandestinely engaged in mushroom research remained indecisive, with no plans to pursue wealth in alternate worlds. However, the tide of events had turned, rendering their thoughts inconsequential. The decision to accept or reject was no longer theirs to make. Chapter 472. Interlocking Circumstances. The Empire's predicament. Vivian's coronation ceremony would undoubtedly stir a tempest on Blue Star. Though Su Yi remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, his indifference was palpable, in contrast to the enigmatic old figure lurking in the shadows. The magical realm situation appeared exceedingly nebulous. On the other hand, Blue Star had long since settled into a state devoid of suspense. For every nation on Blue Star, Su Yi's restraint from conflict stemmed solely from his unwillingness to engage in battle. Should anyone dare to challenge him, he would not hesitate to strike them down with a mere flick of his hand. Following the formal ceremony, a celebratory banquet ensued, or, as one might more elegantly phrase it, a jubilant soiree. Traditionally, such festivities were grand in scale, with every legitimate hereditary noble of the Blazing Sun Empire, as well as those of earldom and above, invited to partake. These gatherings often attracted hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of attendees. The magical realm boasted an overwhelming number of nobles. This time, under Vivian's auspices, the banquet had reached unprecedented proportions. A 7-day-long celebration was meticulously prepared, with provisions sufficient to feed over 100 million souls for the entire duration. While the assembly of nobles was far fewer than the food prepared, the surplus was intended for the displaced populace congregating around the imperial capital and the city's residents. The empire's highest echelon convened within a grand palace capable of accommodating 10,000 guests, while lesser nobles celebrated in various palatial venues throughout the realm. These gatherings adhered strictly to the standards of formal banquets, where the focus was on socializing rather than overeating, with an abundance of libations. Moreover, an open-air feast was organized in the celebratory square for the common folk, offering them a modest yet delightful repast, meals that were a luxury seldom enjoyed by the ordinary citizens of the magical realm. Any excess food was dispatched to the encampments of the displaced outside the city, ensuring that, during this national celebration, the common people could partake in a modicum of joy. Though such gestures may not address the root of their plight, they nonetheless deeply moved many. who regarded Vivian as an exceptionally wise sovereign, an opinion shaped by the neglect of previous emperors who had failed to treat the common populace with dignity. Having descended to the nadir, any step towards improvement was welcomed. Vivian's small acts of kindness endeared her to the masses, who expressed their gratitude in abundance. Her benevolence stood in stark relief to the previous ruler's indifference. At the pinnacle of the banquet, Vivian and Sue naturally became the center of attention. Yet, engrossed in a discussion regarding the gifts received, they were spared the intrusion of those seeking to curry favor at that moment. To their surprise, among the gifts presented, aside from Su Yi's, the most precious offering to the Blazing Sun Empire was that of the 9 provinces. Vivian savored a sip of wine, reflecting wistfully, I had anticipated that the other empires might contribute some treasures amassed over the millennia from their royal vaults. However, it appears these individuals are far more miserly and covetous than I had ever imagined, hesitant to part with their wealth. The gift from the 9 provinces was strikingly simple and direct, consisting solely of a list. Yet, the items detailed within that list were anything but ordinary. The aforementioned list comprises a staggering 233 technical support projects for the magical realm of the Radiant Empire, encompassing nearly all sectors of light and heavy industry. These initiatives are designed to significantly enhance productivity in the magical world. Additionally, a comprehensive educational system is being established, with plans to construct 6 universities, 20 high schools, 45 middle schools, and 200 elementary schools across the imperial capital and Dream River City within the next 3 months, laying the foundation for a modern educational framework in the Radiant Empire. This endeavor reflects a profound commitment. In contrast, when the Red Giant Bear extended aid to the impoverished 9 provinces, it only involved 156 projects, which was heralded as the largest technological transfer in human history. Now, the 9 provinces have effectively surpassed that record. Of course, there is no love or animosity without reason. The 9 provinces are not naive, and their support is driven by strategic considerations. The circumstances of the magical world cannot be compared to the early days of the 9 provinces. Back then, the 9 provinces were merely impoverished, not entirely ignorant of modern industry. When the Bears projects were introduced, the people of the 9 provinces swiftly comprehended many aspects. However, the magical world is different. Despite the extensive support provided by the 9 provinces, there will be no one to maintain the equipment, and the majority of the technologies will be beyond their comprehension. Ultimately, it will necessitate personnel from the 9 provinces to assist in management and construction. This not only addresses employment issues for a significant number of individuals in the 9 provinces, but also allows them to immerse themselves in the social fabric of the magical world, accelerating the integration and mutual recognition between the 2 realms, thereby fostering a beneficial relationship. In the long run, this endeavor will undoubtedly yield immense benefits for the 9 provinces. After all, they're not like the Red Giant Bear of yore, who acted in a capricious manner, leading to enmity through their erratic decisions. Beyond these long-term considerations, such substantial investment in the magical world typically brings visible returns in the short term. Firstly, Vivi is far from being a miserly monarch. She has repeatedly demonstrated her willingness to reciprocate generosity. The 9 provinces are prepared to offer valuable resources, and Vivi will certainly respond in kind, providing equally commendable contributions. This represents immediate gains. Vivi, being a principled businesswoman, is the ideal investment counterpart for the 9 provinces, which is why they are willing to extend their support. Your primary task in the near term is to absorb the technologies provided by the 9 provinces. As for the remaining resources that the Empire is withholding, they will inevitably be disclosed. Su nonchalantly shook his head and then inquired, now that you have ascended to the throne, what are your next plans? The concept of a new dynasty is to establish governance. Having just been crowned, you must undertake some initiatives for the people, correct? What else can be done? Vivi replied with a wry smile. Currently, there are over 100 million displaced individuals in the provinces surrounding the imperial capital. The pressing task is merely to swiftly quell the chaotic forces and provide solace to the refugees, allowing them to endure this harsh winter. One must first rectify the court and reform the bureaucratic system to accomplish these tasks. Otherwise, the lower-ranking officials will conspire, exploiting the system at every level. No matter how many resources we invest, only a pittance will reach the hands of the disaster-stricken populace. However, to reform the officials, one must first address the interests of the nobility, which are intricately intertwined, and uprooting them would entail a significant upheaval. Ironically, the most powerful noble family in the empire is our own, the Qiyang clan. It is a perpetual cycle, and alas, the mere contemplation of these matters induces a headache. Moreover, it diminishes her once ambitious aspirations. Initially, she envisioned ascending the throne, embarking on campaigns to conquer all empires and unifying the world. Yet, upon assuming power, she was confronted with the absurdities of governance and discovered that the empire had long rotted to its core. Without relying on external forces from Su, Yi, or the 9 provinces, those so-called ideals are nothing but castles in the air, mere fodder for dreams. Not only are her lofty ambitions unattainable, but this empress has also been reduced to a mere paper hang. Chapter 473. Let them bite each other like dogs in truth. Many matters are not as complex as you might imagine. The people of your world often prefer to rely on personal strength to resolve all issues. While a powerful individual can indeed address numerous challenges, certain problems can never be solved alone. Su Yi took a sip of the unique fruit wine from the magical realm, pondered for a moment, and continued, "You believe it is difficult to alter the current state of the magical world, but that is merely because you have always sought to wield your own will to manipulate the entire world. However, you are not a deity. It is impossible to grasp every detail single-handedly. Ultimately, you need others who share your aspirations to collaborate with you and assist in your endeavors." The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Vivi currently struggles to accomplish her goals due to a lack of capable subordinates. Though she possesses a loyal group of guards, they are evidently not the individuals suited for executing her plans. Moreover, their numbers fall far short of being able to affect change on a global scale. But what I wish to achieve encroaches upon the interests of all the nobility. How could they possibly share my vision? Vivi remarked with a wry smile. The aristocracy of the magical world constitutes a vast collective. And while there are indeed some benevolent individuals among them who, upon encountering new knowledge from JoJo, recognize the absurdities of the present magical realm, they represent only a minuscule fraction. There are individuals who betray their class, yet no class that collectively betrays itself. The overwhelming majority of the nobility, as vested beneficiaries, do not support her endeavors. Why must we rely solely on the nobility? Sui kantarit. You need not be constrained from cultivating an emerging group. When this group grows sufficiently large and attains a measure of strength, they will naturally ignite fierce conflicts with the old aristocracy and propel the onset of transformation. Without your guidance, the progression of history unfolds gradually, not instantaneously. The ancient history of JoJo vividly illustrates this principle. During the Warring States, Qin and Han periods, due to shifts in warfare ideology and circumstances, the old nobility of the Zhou royal family, sustained by bloodlines, was defeated by the military aristocracy wielding greater military might. The phrase kings and marquises, do they possess the same essence, epitomize the downfall of bloodline aristocrats. Consequently, the doctrine of lineage lost its governing foundation in ancient JoJo. Furthermore, due to the limitations of bamboo slips as a medium for writing, the emerging noble factions seized control of culture and monopolized avenues for advancement, gradually forming prominent families. By the Sui and Tang dynasties, with the proliferation of papermaking and the maturation of printing technology, knowledge began to disseminate widely. The monopolistic grip of the prominent families on cultural control and pathways for ascension became ineffective. Consequently, unwilling to relinquish their authority, the prominent families faced the wrath of a scholar named Huang Chao, whose actions led to a cascade of beheadings. He represented the scholarly class that, armed with sufficient knowledge, found themselves barred from advancement under the political machinations of the aristocracy. Following the tumultuous upheavals at the end of the Tang dynasty, the scholarly class officially ascended the historical stage, emerging as the new nobility. They imposed rules to suppress royal authority, constructing regulations advantageous to themselves. while exploiting the rules established by their own group to seize land and exploit the common populace. Gradually, a class of landlords and gentry emerged. Subsequently, as productivity began to surge, a burgeoning bourgeoisie, equipped with more abundant means of production, ascended to prominence, dismantling the landlords and gentry who only possessed basic resources such as farmland and minerals. The rise of new classes replacing the old is an inevitable outcome of history. In the realm of technology, even the slightest innovation can provoke significant upheaval, fostering a multitude of new vested interest groups. These new beneficiaries will undoubtedly clash fiercely with the old nobility, requiring no guidance from anyone. However, in the arcane world of magic, the singularity of its nature renders transformation exceedingly arduous. On Blue Star, the notion that all pursuits are inferior to the pursuit of knowledge is a fallacy, applicable only at a specific historical juncture. In a different era, it loses its validity. In a magical realm, the belief that all endeavors are inferior to cultivation is an immutable truth that has persisted for hundreds of thousands of years. The characteristics of the arcane world make revolutionary change particularly challenging, as it is difficult to cultivate a vested interest group capable of rivaling practitioners. The overall resources of the world are insufficient to foster a significant number of practitioners from the common populace to challenge the existing noble hierarchy. Thus, it stands to reason that transformation within an arcane world is fraught with difficulty. Yet the magical world is distinct. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that the thresholds of magical and martial cultivation are sufficiently low and weak. Apart from the select few demigods and deities at the pinnacle, the vast majority of practitioners, ranging from the first to the ninth tier, have not reached a stage where they can disregard numerical disparities. This creates ample operational space under considerable pressure and cultivates the potential for a new vested interest group to emerge in opposition. The establishment of the time-space gate presents an excellent opportunity. It is no exaggeration to assert that should Su E eliminate all entities above demigod status or restrain their participation, with the strength of the 9 provinces, it would be entirely feasible to contend evenly with these mages and martial artists and to establish a new empire. The technological prowess of Blue Star is not significantly inferior to that of this world's magical martial arts, especially when augmented by advanced technologies from interstellar realms. Following the establishment of the time-space gate, Vivi could effortlessly harness these technologies to cultivate an entirely new class of vested interests, all without requiring her active involvement. Since the emergence of the time-space gate, astute individuals from the Radiant Empire have already begun to undertake such endeavors. Su Yi's earlier mention of using legacy jade slips to cultivate a cadre of competent officials in bulk, along with the schools supported by the 9 provinces, has accelerated what would otherwise be a protracted process. Therefore, theoretically speaking, even if Vivi were to take no action, transformative change in the magical world, particularly within the Radiant Empire, is bound to occur within 30 to 50 years. Her desire to distance herself from the nobility to pursue her own ambitions may, in fact, be somewhat unrealistic and politically naive. Thus, what I must do now is to maintain the operational model of the previous empire, continuing to employ these nobles after exerting pressure, while vigorously promoting the exchange and cooperation between the 2 worlds, swiftly cultivating new vested interests within the magical realm. After listening to Su E, Wei Wei contemplated thoughtfully. Indeed, Su E affirmed, what you can do is to expedite this process as much as possible, rather than resorting to brute force. After all, those who serve under you are of noble lineage, now that you are poised to encroach upon their interests. Even if they dare not openly oppose you due to coercive force, how can you expect them to cooperate willingly? It has been over 2 months since the Civil War concluded, and Wei Wei has been in the imperial capital for more than half a month. During this lengthy period, the chaos surrounding the capital remains unresolved, and the resettlement of the displaced populace is yet to be completed. Su E does not believe that an empire with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years would be incapable of devising a viable solution for such trivial matters. Ultimately, it is merely a case of subordinates paying lip service while acting contrary to their words. Chapter 474. So you fancy this? Yet, Vivi let out a sigh. feeling a tinge of reluctance. Is this a form of capitulation? Huh. Sue-yi gently ruffled her hair, stating, what is winning or losing in this moment? Ultimately, it is the one who can smile in the end that matters. Politics is not a straightforward tale of triumph. It is a stage where one voice fades and another rises. Even if you were to annihilate all these nobles, it would serve no purpose. The common folk at the base lack visibility of new avenues for advancement. They will continue to believe that elevating to nobility is the only path to success. Those you promote will soon transform into the new aristocracy. Thus, the replacement of the old vested interests is fundamentally a matter of the iteration of emerging productivity and technology. Only when the majority perceives a more rational direction that promises a better life will it be the right moment to strike at these nobles. Until then, patience is required. Await the time, perhaps within a year, or at most 3 to 5 years, when the external forces brought by the temporal gate will render the moment ripe. Tonight is a celebration, and tomorrow marks Vivi's first court assembly following her ascension. According to the traditions of the magical realm, she will need to articulate her principles and governance strategies. This is what is meant by the elegance of a new dynasty. Sue-yi's discourse with her now is merely to help her comprehend her immediate responsibilities and the manner in which to execute them. If she were to present strategies targeting the nobility and dismantling the existing order at dawn, that would be a grave mistake. Nevertheless, this will not impede Sue-yi's vision for the magical world. In a few years, the emerging beneficiaries will inevitably supplant the old aristocracy. However, the current chaotic state of the Sunfire Empire seems unlikely to improve. The fate of the wretched refugees, whether they live or die, is known only to the heavens. If Vivi wishes to save these individuals, she must first take a step back, allowing the nobles who hold fundamental power to act, even turning a blind eye to their greed during the process. Ultimately, to achieve one's objectives in the realm of governance, one must navigate through the murky waters of cooperation. This may sound unpalatable, yet it is the truth. One cannot proclaim lofty ideals while disregarding the concrete realities that exist. That is mere armchair strategizing. As the protagonist of the day, Vivi, after discussing state affairs with Sue-yi for a moment, must follow protocol and inspect various palaces, receiving the homage of her subjects. In essence, this is to familiarize herself with the primary residence and nobility of the empire, to avoid any embarrassing encounters where she might be unrecognized as the empress. Of course, while it may not be articulated so bluntly, that is the underlying sentiment. Sue-yi, on the other hand, found himself with leisure. The representatives from Jiuzhou, now endowed with the esteemed bloodline of the Yanhuang family, mingled effortlessly at the most prestigious banquet within the Sunfire Empire, engaging in lively banter with the nobles. However, most discussions revolved around business matters, such as a noble's territory housing an enormous iron mine, or another's estate possessing a vast coal mine. Jiuzhou welcomed all such business opportunities. The aristocrats of the magical realm are capable of selling seemingly trivial resources from their territories at exorbitant prices, which piques their interest in acquiring the peculiar trinkets from Blue Star. The two parties seem to have found an ideal match. The kingdom of Jiuzhou procured a batch of precious minerals at rock-bottom prices, while the nobles exchanged their worthless hillocks for substantial quantities of electronic products and luxury goods produced in Jiuzhou, which could easily yield significant profits upon resale in the magical realm. Both parties believe they have struck a lucrative deal, while the Jiuzhou merchants busily engaged in business negotiations. Some other nobles present, noticing the departure of Wei Wei from Sue-yi's side, began to stir with ambition, particularly those hailing from other nations within the magical realm. Sue-yi had vanquished a multitude of deities, effectively undermining the towering pillars of these nations. However, the demise of their ancestors elicited no desire for revenge. Their primary concern lay in the fact that while the Radiant Empire retained its divine and semi-divine combatants, they had suffered significant losses in their own elite forces, leaving them to ponder their future. These nobles do not perceive the Radiant Empire as benevolent. They are acutely aware that under the current circumstances, the empire would not abide by the ancient rules and remain quietly within its own domain. The empire has yet to reveal its true intentions. primarily due to the internal chaos that it has yet to resolve. Once its internal stability is restored, it is anticipated that the Radiant Empire will begin to encroach upon the entirety of the magical world. Without the protection of deities, their absorption into the empire is merely a matter of time. Yet, having occupied positions of privilege for so long, these individuals are understandably reluctant to face obliteration. Consequently, Su-yi has entered their line of sight. Numerous empires and kingdoms have conducted inquiries into Su-yi, even acquiring reliable intelligence from individuals who have traveled from Jiuzhou. To date, they have confirmed that Su-yi has two nearly publicly acknowledged consorts. One, named Yuling, resides in Blue Star and was once a princess of the Elven Kingdom's previous royal lineage. The other, the unreservedly acknowledged Wei Wei, is the current empress of the Radiant Empire. Upon discovering this, those from other nations in the magical realm remarked, "Ah, so you fancy such company. What of it? Aren't princesses commonplace?" They pondered what? You claim that both Yu Ling and Wei Wei are renowned beauties of the continent? The concept of beauty is inherently subjective. The prominence of these two women is undoubtedly influenced by their association with the superpower of the Radiant Empire and the beauty-rich lineage of the elves. There exists a princess in the magical empire, equally famed for her beauty. How does one reconcile that? Surely, beyond the royal families of these empires and kingdoms, there are earthly beauties who surpass them or stand shoulder to shoulder in allure. Clearly, such illustrious beauties are not necessarily the most exquisite. As long as one attains a certain level of attractiveness, coupled with the backing of formidable influence, they naturally ascend to fame across the continent. At this juncture, numerous empires and kingdoms held the belief that their own princesses were equally as remarkable as the two in question. If they could successfully place these royal maidens by Su-yi's side, it was not merely a hope to restore past glories, but at the very least, a means to safeguard their current territories. Presently, with the rightful sovereign Vivi absent, the opportunity lay tantalizingly close. The princesses from various nations, dispatched on a mission, found themselves stirred with excitement. Within the palace of the Radiant Sun Empire, they seized a moment to engage with her man in the absence of the Empress. This scenario, to some extent, proved to be rather exhilarating. Chapter 475, A Well-Thrown Fastball, Mr. Su. May I share a drink with you? A timid voice broke through Su-yi's musings, causing him to snap back to reality. Turning his head, he discovered a young girl adorned in an opulent mage's robe, eagerly holding out a glass of wine. The choice of attire in such an occasion unmistakably marked her as a guest from the Magic Empire. What astonished Su even more was that she spoke the language of Jiuzhou, albeit with some awkwardness, yet quite impressively. Previously, he had been taken aback by the second prince, Baiyu, who had managed to grasp Jiuzhou's language in merely 2 weeks. Now, to find someone from the Magic Empire, situated over 50,000 kilometers south of Mengchuan City, capable of learning Jiuzhou's language so swiftly for basic communication, left him in awe. Could they truly be geniuses? For a moment, Su-yi found himself questioning just how difficult Jiuzhou's language was reputed to be. How long have you been studying Jiuzhou's language? Su-yi inweited, clinking his glass against hers before downing the contents. About a week. I started learning after arriving in the capital of the Blaze Empire, the young girl replied hesitantly, then quickly introduced herself. My name is Alice Il, hailing from the Magic Empire. From her introduction, it was apparent that Alice's background was no ordinary one. Unlike the other empires in the magical world that bore royal names, the Magic Empire lacked such traditions. In fact, it did not possess a royal family in the conventional sense. Governance was instead entrusted to the Elder Council, the highest assembly responsible for all decisions. The deities there, much like in other empires, remained indifferent to affairs of state. The elders of the council were typically highly skilled, powerful, and seasoned mages, each with diverse backgrounds, leading to a lack of a clearly defined royal hierarchy. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the governance structure of the Magic Empire was particularly advanced. Its internal selection mechanisms ultimately favored a small elite, predominantly descendants of the deities. In other words, to ascend to the core decision-making echelons of the Magic Empire, one needed more than mere talent. One had to be a descendant of a deity or one of the original founders of the Magic Empire. In an empire devoid of a definitive ruling family, it followed that there were no legitimate princesses as found in other realms. The princesses of the Magic Empire, strictly speaking, were known as saints, selected from among the outstanding scions of several prominent families. Su-yi, having some knowledge of the Magic Empire, recalled that Il was indeed the surname of one such prominent family. Is she a saint of the Magic Empire? Su-yi quitted gesually. In the presence of adults, I dare not assume the title of saint. You may simply call me Alice, the young girl replied bashfully, revealing that this was likely her first encounter of such a nature. Su-yi could reasonably surmise her motives for approaching him. Yet since he had little else to occupy his time, he decided to engage in light conversation. With a smile, he asked, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss, Miss Alice?" Alice hesitated for a moment, then seemed to resolve herself, declaring with a certain reckless abandon, "They told me to approach you. It would be best if I could, well, sleep with you." By the end of her confession, the young girl's fair face was flushed with embarrassment, and she dared not meet Su-yi's gaze. What an unexpected direct approach. Although Su-yi had long suspected the intentions of those around her, he was still taken aback by her forthrightness. If they had come at him with subtle hints and alluring gestures, he would have felt no surprise at all. Such behavior would have been entirely predictable. Yet, this bashful admission struck him as rather difficult to process. Regardless of the outcome, Su-yi had to concede that this girl named Alice had indeed made a profound impression on him. Sincerity was undoubtedly her secret weapon. "If you disagree, then never mind," Alice continued, seemingly realizing that her words had been somewhat inappropriate, her embarrassment palpable. If it weren't for the elder's earnest warnings before her arrival about the dire consequences for the Magic Empire should her mission fail, including her own potential fate as a captive toy for the nobles of the Radiant Empire, she would have certainly wished to flee at that moment. "State your demands or your intentions," Su-yi inquired with genuine interest. If the price were right, experiencing the company of a saintess from the Magic Empire might not be such a bad idea. After all, he was no paragon of pure love, and having many women around him made the addition of one more inconsequential. At present, he found her intriguing. Intentions? What intentions? Alice seemed bewildered, likely because the elders who had sent her only instructed her to find a way to climb into Su-yi's bed without explaining what to do when she got there. "No intentions, you say?" Su-yi clicked his tongue. "Then the stakes have grown considerably. You go back and tell those old fools to clarify the situation and, ideally, come with a clear purpose." "Oh, all right," Alice replied, sounding somewhat disappointed yet also relieved. She hurried away from Su-yi's side. This man's presence was overwhelmingly strong. Despite his constant smile and conversation, he made her feel quite uneasy. Meanwhile, the elders of the Magic Empire, who appeared to be conversing but were actually keeping a close watch on the situation, had initially prepared to celebrate when they saw Alice engage with Su-yi without being dismissed. However, just as they had been reveling in the moment, Alice abruptly returned, causing their excitement to plummet like a roller coaster. Their anticipation turned to confusion, and they nearly bruised their thighs from the tension. "What did he say?" As soon as Alice returned, a well-dressed matron inquired eagerly. "He asked me what my intentions were. I said I didn't know, and he told me to come back and ask you all, adding that you should clarify the situation," Alice answered honestly. The matron immediately sensed something amiss and quickly pressed her for details. "How did you present it to him?" "I wish to sleep with him," Alice timidly expressed. Upon hearing this, the elderly matron and several old men beside her were taken aback as if the sky had fallen. "Old Il, how do you usually educate your granddaughter?" "I've always said that young people should venture out and expand their horizons. It is essential to cultivate their social skills." Is this even reasonable? What nonsense! My granddaughter is just fine as she is, and I take great pleasure in it. If you disagree, then let your own granddaughter take her place. The title of Saintess of the Magic Empire is more suited for your family. If it weren't for the fact that my granddaughter has already had over 10 former suitors, why need to send yours? When our family decides to act, we can easily secure that position, all right? Enough of this bickering. Do you really think they are so infatuated with beauty? Can they alter their plans for a mere attractive woman? Perhaps our expectations are too lofty. Indeed, we should propose a more reasonable request, rather than fantasizing about clinging to a powerful figure and maintaining the status quo. But how should we present it? A group of individuals deliberated, while the man known as Old Il's eyes suddenly sparkled. He discreetly pulled his granddaughter Alice aside and whispered, "My dear child, should you seek out that individual again, simply state that you're representing the Il family in search of a way forward, with no ties to the Magic Empire." Teammate? What teammate? When calamity strikes, everyone looks after their own. Let us first focus on safeguarding our family. Chapter 476. The arrival of Alice from the desolate village. The arrival of Alice was akin to the opening of Pandora's box. Soon, Soo-yi found himself surrounded by a myriad of enchanting noble women from the magical realm, each possessing their own unique charm. The scene was a veritable feast for the eyes, and it was evident that those selected for such an occasion were far from ordinary in appearance. Indeed, one could not exaggerate when asserting that. With the dual enhancements of status and beauty, this assembly comprised some of the most exquisite women in the entire magical world. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Soo-yi was more than willing to engage in light banter with these captivating ladies. After all, the conversation was devoid of any substantial value, merely a means to pass the time. This delightful exchange continued for several hours until Vivi returned from her rounds, prompting the reluctant departure of the competing women, who left with various subtle hints and suggestions. "Are you tempted? Shall I arrange for you a grand chamber?" Vivi raised an eyebrow, teasingly. "Why not? You could join me," Soo-yi replied, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. "Get lost." Vivi laughed, playfully rebuffing him. By this point, the first day of the soirée had nearly drawn to a close. Celebrations were set to continue for several more days. However, as the mistress of the empire, Vivi was not required to attend daily. Her presence was only needed on the final day of the festivities. As they departed the banquet hall, they took a palanquin back to their quarters. Naturally, in such frigid weather, a warm bath was in order before settling in. For most, after a day of such revelry, exhaustion would have set in, rendering them immobile. Fortunately, both were practitioners of the arcane arts, brimming with vitality, and at this moment, they were still quite invigorated. Having pierced through the veil of social pleasantries, Vivi seemed to have discovered a newfound enjoyment, becoming increasingly proactive. Whether it was due to the sight of Soo-yi being encircled by the noble women that sparked a sense of urgency in her, one could only speculate. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Soo-yi softly inquired, "What has become of the child you brought back from the northern realm?" In the vast warmth of their opulent chamber, he held Vivi close. He knew he could not remain in this world indefinitely, and the only unstable factor in this realm was the enigmatic overlord, the so-called supreme deity. It was imperative to gather clues before his return to the Blue Star. At the very least, he needed a starting point to initiate an investigation. After the elderly librarian in the library had abruptly perished following their conversation, it became evident that the deities of the magical world had long suspected an unseen force was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. For millennia, they had been unable to identify the individual responsible. With the loss of the librarian as a lead, Soo-yi felt disheartened, doubting his ability to uncover information more effectively than those ancient deities who had existed for countless ages. Thus, to trace the footsteps of that mysterious figure, he needed to first establish a foundation, a thread to unravel the complexities and dissipate the fog of uncertainty. As for the child placed within the palace, he harbored a lingering suspicion that the events surrounding the northern realm were more intricate than they appeared. The elderly figure he encountered in the illusion seemed intent on urging him to care for the girl, leading him to decide to raise her within the palace until she matured, at which point he could bestow upon her a title, ensuring her a life of affluence and security. In truth, Vivi had sensed that the little girl was far from ordinary from the very beginning. On her journey southward back to the imperial capital, she had the opportunity to be in close proximity to the young girl. Yet she had been unable to extract any valuable information from her. It could only be said that this little girl was indeed far more intelligent and sensible than her peers, yet still within the realm of normal childhood behavior. Throughout their interactions, she had not displayed any extraordinary abilities. Gradually, Wei Wei's attention towards her waned. After all, she was merely a survivor of the slaughter, and since they had established a benevolent bond, providing her with a life of affluence did not seem a matter of great significance. However, given Wei Wei's current status, she had far too many responsibilities to devote excessive energy to a small girl. Perhaps they would visit her tomorrow. Su-yi pondered for a moment. Let's go together. When? Wei Wei was indifferent to the timing. At dawn. So early? Yet, tomorrow was her first court assembly. Would that not pose a problem? Wei Wei hesitated. Let them wait. All right. To others, attending the court assembly might seem of utmost importance, but for Su-yi, it was of little consequence. As long as the puppeteer behind the scenes was dealt with, the entire magical realm could be left to Wei Wei to toy with as she pleased. The significance of attending court was negligible. Moreover, what would attending court accomplish? It would not resolve the internal issues of the Qiyang Empire, nor would it compel the nobles to bow their heads in submission and cooperate willingly. Clearly, that was not the case. The timing was not yet ripe. The noble class still effectively dominated the political landscape of this world. Forcing them to comply and submit was still a long way off. The so-called court assembly was merely a venue for mutual compromise. Whether it occurred sooner or later made no difference. The following morning, Su-yi and Wei Wei arrived at a secluded villa within the imperial palace. It was refreshingly elegant and remarkably tranquil. The little girl they had rescued was named Ing, a rare single-character name in the current magical realm, which she claimed was bestowed upon her by the mysteriously enigmatic village chief. Upon their arrival at the villa, Ing was already awake, having just finished washing up with the help of 2 maids. Upon seeing Wei Wei, her face lit up with joy as she rushed over. Sister, you came to see me. Yes. How have you been adjusting to your stay here? Wei Wei knelt down to ruffle her hair gently and spoke warmly. I can manage. I've never lived in such a fine place before. As long as you are comfortable, have you had breakfast? Not yet. Let's eat together. Wei Wei then turned to the maids. Please make the arrangements. Yes, your majesty. The 2 maids quickly bowed and exited, although they were puzzled as to why the new emperor, on her very first day of reign, chose to forego the morning court assembly to visit a small courtyard in the palace. They possessed a fundamental awareness of discretion befitting palace attendants, and thus dared not inquire further. After all, not everyone was eager to court death, and these 2 clearly belonged to those who did not wish to meet such a fate just yet. After everyone had departed, Wei Wei approached the table, gently leading Ing by the hand. She spoke softly. This brother wishes to ask you a few questions. Will you answer truthfully? Ing glanced at Su-yi and, with a bright nod, replied, All right, you may ask, brother. Su-yi gazed at her for an extended moment, particularly fixating on her eyes. Her pale golden irises bore a striking resemblance to those of the elderly man he had encountered in the library the previous day. After a brief contemplation, a subtle smile emerged on his lips, causing him to swallow the inquiries he had meticulously prepared. With a casual motion, he revealed the imperial jade seal he had acquired from Blue Star, presenting it before her. You recognize this, do you not? Upon seeing the seal, a flicker of confusion crossed Ying's face, but it was soon replaced by a dawning realization as her pupils constricted sharply, her gaze directed incredulously toward Su-yi. Chapter 477. How many supreme deities exist in the world? The child, who had been displaying the innocence typical of her age, suddenly changed her demeanor upon Su-yi revealing the imperial jade seal. It seemed she could no longer afford to conceal anything. After a brief pause, she turned to Wei Wei, urgency evident in her voice. Where's the umbrella? Wei Wei's expression shifted slightly as she gazed at the young girl who had accompanied her southward for nearly 2 months. In a low voice, she inquired, Who exactly are you? At this juncture, if she still failed to perceive the girl's peculiarities, it would reflect poorly on her own discernment. You need not concern yourself with my identity. All you must know is that I harbor no malice towards you, the girl, Ing, replied, her mind evidently preoccupied with other matters. She pressed on, What about the umbrella of the people? It is of utmost importance. Where have you taken it? After a moment's contemplation, Wei Wei retrieved the umbrella of the people, now devoid of its spiritual essence due to the imperial jade seal's draining power. Upon seeing the lifeless, dull umbrella, the girl's face turned ashen. It's over, it's over. A crisp chime resonated from the table, followed by Su-yi's languid voice. You might want to set aside that worthless umbrella. Its fate is uncertain. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation, today may not end well for you. Ing turned towards the source of the voice and noticed a small iron ball spinning on the table. The ball appeared unremarkable, even rather rudimentary, yet it exuded an intense aura, making it difficult to gaze directly upon it. A sword pellet? A look of astonishment flickered in Ying's eyes. A treasure that can only be forged by those at the nascent soul stage in the orthodox cultivation civilization? Mr. Su possesses such a remarkable item? It seems you are quite knowledgeable, Su scoffed. After his exchange with the elder from the library yesterday, he had formed certain conjectures, though he was not particularly astonished by this revelation. However, while he maintained his composure, Wei Wei could not sit still. Upon hearing the girl unveil the origin of the sword pellet, she sprang from her seat, her fiery red eyes fixated on the girl, a flicker of flame dancing within them. There is no need for your majesty to react thus. My previous concealment was merely a matter of expediency. As I have stated, I bear no ill will towards you. The young girl's face bore an unsettling maturity that belied her tender years. Su grasped Wei Wei's hand, pulling her to sit beside him, signaling her to remain calm before continuing. Now, do enlighten us about your true nature. Are you merely a servant of the so-called supreme deity? Or perhaps a remnant from ancient times? Or could it be that you are Weir herself? I am not a patient man. I suggest you respond swiftly. In response, Ing did not hesitate, declaring, "You are correct. I am a servant of the great supreme deity, His Majesty Weir. However, I am not a remnant of some ancient god. I was once an unremarkable child from Shenglin Village, which was not even called Shenglin Village back then, but Linshi Village. The fertile lands of Linshi Village yield bountiful harvests each year, attracting many inhabitants, of whom I was once an inconspicuous member. Had fate not intervened, I would have grown up like all the other children in the village, eventually marrying someone from the same or a neighboring village, leading a mundane existence. Yet oftentimes, destiny plays cruel tricks. A band of 200 foreign cavalry from the north shattered the idyllic life that was meant to be. My entire village was laid to waste, and I barely survived, hidden in a cellar by my parents, only to come perilously close to starvation. In my moments of despair, a benevolent deity appeared before me, offering sustenance and unimaginable strength, enabling me to exact vengeance upon those who wronged my family. This divine being was Weir. From that moment on, he became the village chief, and Linshi Village was renamed St. Lin Village. Time passed, until just a few months ago, when St. Lin Village was again ravaged by marauding forces, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. I once questioned Weir about his extraordinary power, wondering why he chose to reside in such a humble village and serve as its chief. I could easily obliterate the so-called deities outside, let alone the mighty Weir who bestowed such strength upon me. Yet, his response remained elusive. He spoke of waiting for someone, using this opportunity to accomplish a task that, if successful, would become a small gift for that individual. Throughout the long years, Weir imparted much wisdom to me, including the origin of the iron sphere that now rests in my hand, a relic I had never seen before but understood its significance. It seemed she had been waiting for the right moment to confess, showing no signs of concealment. When Su inquired, she poured forth a torrent of information, overwhelming in its volume and difficult to fully comprehend at once. Fortunately, Su had released several miniature drones upon entering the courtyard to ensure no detail went unnoticed. They captured the dialogue from every angle, allowing for detailed review later without fear of omission. After she finished speaking, Su exchanged a glance with Wei Wei, who then conveyed through magical means, "I have reviewed the local records regarding St. Lin Village. Approximately 1,200 years ago, it was renamed from Linshi Village due to a northern raid that decimated the original settlement. The name of the first village chief remains unknown. Records indicate he was a merchant from the south who, weary of constant travel, settled in the deserted St. Lin Village, recruiting some refugees and mercenaries to form a community, thus allowing the village to flourish. Specifically, St. Lin Village was officially registered with the authorities 1,237 years ago." Ing suddenly interjected, "You need not communicate this way. I can't hear you." Vivi felt a touch of embarrassment, while Su appeared quite intrigued and inquired, "So, How old are you now? I am 1,243 years old. I was merely 6 when my village was annihilated. At this age, one might consider it astonishing on Blue Star. However, in this magical realm, it hardly qualifies as extraordinary for an ancient sorceress. The discrepancy lies in my appearance, resembling a child of 5 or 6, which is somewhat disconcerting. Yet, when reflecting upon the likes of Yao Yu, who has lived for several 100,000 years and still appears as an innocent maiden, standing beside Vivi, who could very well be her many generations removed descendant, it seems less jarring. Lastly, who exactly is Will? Or to be more specific, how many Wills exist in this world? Chapter 478. One body, two faces? Or one body, two souls? From the current circumstances, the Will he encountered yesterday in the library, along with that divine servant, appears distinctly different from the young girl he met today and her reference to another Will. The former seems to harbor significant animosity towards the agents of the trading platform, whereas the latter does not seem to possess any malice. In fact, she seemed to have anticipated this day a millennium ago, even preparing an enigmatic gift. This disparity raises some questions. What is certain, however, is that Will is undoubtedly connected to the trading platform, most likely having once been a member of it. As for the reasons behind his current state, that remains contingent upon whether the divine servant before him is willing to divulge the truth. Will is Will. He is the supreme deity of this realm, wielding absolute authority, omnipotent and omniscient. At the mere mention of this, Ing's expression turns solemn and reverent, clearly a fervent devotee. In times past, the cultivation system and civilization of this world were not as they are today. With the assistance of Lord Will, the cultivation civilization flourished, nearing the ultimate form of metaphysical civilization, immortal cultivation. The world then was a splendid place, where all cultivators were favored, vibrant with the essence of life. Alas, the good times were not to last. Ing's countenance soon shifted to one of disdain as she continued. However, during this era of prosperity, he encountered a deceiver. A deceiver? Ing raised her gaze, surveying Vivi and Su momentarily before scoffing. Indeed, a fraud from another realm. This charlatan, through various means, gained Will's trust and seized a portion of the divine authority. Though a deity cannot perish after the appropriation of his power, he found himself at a disadvantage in the ensuing conflict against this trickster, who ultimately ascended as the new god of this world. To prevent the emergence of a genuine immortal civilization, which might give rise to extraordinary beings capable of cultivating powers surpassing their own in a short span, this malevolent deity, having acquired authority, commenced a brutal campaign of slaughter across the realm. For an entire 3 millennia, all associated with cultivation were mercilessly exterminated. And every book and piece of knowledge related to cultivation, no matter how well concealed, was reduced to ashes, effectively severing the cultivation civilization of this world. Yet this realm differs fundamentally from a technologically advanced world. It is a metaphysical domain. Even if the malevolent deity annihilates every inhabitant millennia later, new souls will naturally begin to explore the path of cultivation. This incessant cycle vexed the malevolent deity immensely, until by sheer happenstance, he encountered the essence of this world. Thus, an insidious plan emerged, one that sought to exploit the world's primordial essence to forge a pathway for ascension within the cultivation system. Dating back to 800,000 years ago. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's expression transformed into one of sudden realization. He couldn't help but admire the sheer fortune, or perhaps the audacity, of this so-called evil god, Weir, in seizing power. Ultimately, what constitutes the essence of the metaphysical world? The answer is almost devoid of suspense, immortality. Yet, he drained the very source of the world, allowing all gifted cultivators to effortlessly attain eternal life. As for the current distorted system of magical martial arts within the magical realm, it is likely not a construct of that individual. This cultivation system clearly represents a half-baked product from the evolutionary process of metaphysical civilization. To quote Lin Iran from the world of cultivation, under normal circumstances given time, this path would eventually lead to genuine cultivation. At the very least, it would gradually amalgamate magic and martial arts, transforming into the era of spiritual martial arts after some modifications. The cultivation world that Lin Iran inhabits had, in ancient times, traversed the path of spiritual martial arts development before establishing a proper cultivation system. It resembles the high martial arts Su Yi envisions. The magical world, at this critical juncture, had its civilization's development forcibly interrupted, leaving it awkwardly ensnared within this grotesque system of magical martial arts for hundreds of thousands of years, making no progress. After all, the most elite individuals of that era could easily attain the ultimate pursuit of metaphysical cultivators, immortality. Naturally, this extinguished any desire to continue exploring and advancing. Even if a few stubborn individuals emerged, under the various suppressive tactics of the evil god, they found it difficult to achieve greatness. Therefore, the so-called evil god Weir and the Weir you mentioned are, in fact, one and the same, two facets of a single entity? Su Yi quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Ing fell silent for a moment, then nodded, stating, one could say that. The evil god hails from another world, while Weir is a native of the magical realm. Coupled with Ying's previous observations of his interactions with Vivi, it seemed evident that the two were members of a trading platform and likely longtime partners. It appeared that one had uncovered certain truths about the trading platform, leading to a loss of trust and a desire to escape its control. However, unwilling to descend to the role of a subordinate in another world, they resorted to this nefarious tactic of usurping their partner's identity. This scenario seems the most plausible based on the information at hand. As for the true nature of the situation, judging by Ying's demeanor, she likely remains unaware of the complete truth. After all, she was merely a girl rescued by the genuine Weir and was not a direct witness to those events. Yet, if his deductions are correct, another question arises. After being usurped, does Weir count as dead or alive? He should not have departed from this world. Naturally, he would not lose his status as a member of the trading platform. Yet, Wei Wei has now undeniably become a genuine platform member, which can only imply that he has perished, but he certainly does not appear to be dead, as if she had seen through his confusion. Ing softly remarked, "They're not dead. Strictly speaking, both the deities and the malevolent gods still exist. Their true forms have merely been immersed in the essence of the world, beyond the reach of any force capable of uncovering its mysteries. Consequently, certain authorities that rightfully belong to the gods have now fallen into her hands." As she concluded, she cast a glance at Wei Wei. The essence of the world can shield against the detection of the trading platform. Chapter 479. What does that have to do with me? Su Yi felt he had grasped the general flow of events. Firstly, the individual named was likely a member of the trading platform from this world prior to Vivi. As a member, he had significantly propelled the development of the cultivation system in this realm, bringing it perilously close to a civilization akin to that of immortal practitioners. At that juncture, another member of the trading platform, or perhaps a collaborator of Will, sought to abandon his membership for undisclosed reasons. This individual possessed considerable strength and, leveraging Will's trust, arrived in this world with the intent to eliminate Will, who was also a member. However, Will, though gravely wounded, did not perish. Instead, he entered a state akin to possession, resulting in a singular body housing two souls, both of whom became Will. At this point, Will's identity as a member of the trading platform remained intact. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, they discovered the world's source of origin and plunged into it. As one of the most primal forces across the myriad realms, the power of the world's source could obscure the detection of the trading platform. After a month, without any members being detected in this world, the trading platform naturally revoked the former membership, thus allowing the interdimensional member to escape its control. Moreover, building upon this foundation, he advanced further, utilizing the power of the world's source to attain an almost limitless lifespan, achieving a state of existence coeval with the heavens and earth. He also successfully locked the upper limits of the cultivation system in this world, rendering himself impervious to threats. However, upon reflecting on this, Su Yi keenly identified a discrepancy. After a moment's pause, he turned to Ing and spoke solemnly. Therefore, prior to the arrival of that interdimensional individual, had already discovered the location of the world S source, hadn't he? The crux of the entire scheme hinges upon the world S source. Without it, even if the interdimensional member sought refuge in this world, it would still be governed by the trading platform system, making it uncertain whether he would face retribution. Furthermore, devoid of this power, under the constraints imposed upon the cultivation system, all beings would inevitably face mortality, including the interdimensional visitor, even if he possessed sufficient means to prolong his existence. Those cultivators yearning for longevity would gradually advance their own cultivation systems, with a clear objective. It would only be a matter of time before they recognize the flaws in the magical martial arts, ultimately discovering a correct path. Thus, the unfolding of these events was predicated upon the discovery of the world S source. However, according to Linaran, this entity can only be encountered by chance in any world. Ordinarily, one would be unable to locate such a thing. Otherwise, given its property of granting longevity, once exposed, it would have long been appropriated by those cultivators. Few would consider the implications of such an act as depleting resources in their pursuit of eternal life. Therefore, it stands to reason that the individual from the other world must have known the location of the world S source prior to orchestrating this scheme. It is highly probable that it was the original member, Will, who conveyed this to the world. Indeed, Ing sighed, remarking that the deity once stated that his greatest regret in life was disclosing such crucial information during a transaction. Su-yi nodded, having already deduced the matter, and inquired, "What about the subsequent events? What purpose did you have in giving that umbrella, which embodies the will of all beings, to Wei Wei?" "This is the sole path to vanquishing the malevolent deity," Ing replied solemnly. "The evil god is concealed within the boundless essence of the world. Theoretically, his existence is nearly equivalent to the lifespan of this realm. As long as the world endures, he shall never perish. To slay him, one must wield a power of equal caliber, and the will of all beings is one such force. However, the specifics of its application remain unknown to the deity. After countless eons of exploration, he managed to glean some insights and crafted that umbrella. The limitations of this approach are vast. Wei Wei is unlikely to pursue such a path of cultivation, so you need not dwell on it." Su-yi offered no hint of uncertainty, asserting decisively, "The examples Linaran provided were already vivid enough. True power is not simply derived from proximity to the essence. Rather, the most effective power is that which suits the individual. In the realm of immortality, where an empire was established upon the will of all beings during its zenith, it could slay gods and Buddhas alike, mercilessly dispatching celestial beings as if they were mere mortals, truly a spectacle of grandeur. Yet what was the outcome? In merely a few centuries, the empire's capacity for expansion waned, internal strife intensified, and its strength plummeted. The power of the will of all beings stems from the collective. However, life, or rather sentient beings, is the most difficult entity to quantify. One can never truly predict the next abstract action of those around them, let alone the multitude of individuals in the entire world. This is destined to be a path that cannot be traversed far. Su-yi could not permit Wei Wei to engage in such endeavors. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his partner's capabilities. Wei Wei lacked the aptitude for such intricacies. While she could wield a blade against foes, expecting her to become a top-tier politician, manipulating the hearts of the masses and garnering the fervent support of the world to wield the power of beings would indeed be an unreasonable burden on her. Ing immediately grew anxious, rising to express her thoughts. Yet, in the next moment, accompanied by the sound of clashing swords, the sword on the table transformed into an exquisite longsword, pressing against her throat, which swiftly restored her composure. She hastily declared, "This is the only way. Otherwise, what will become of this world? How does this world relate to us?" Su-yi countered, "You must not misinterpret one crucial matter. We are members of a trading platform. As long as we do not act recklessly, under any circumstances, our lives are not in peril. Surely your deity has not failed to mention this? What happens in the world is of no concern to me. Why should Wei Wei tread a path of certain demise to clean up after your deity? Is he not a god? Why should he require the efforts of future generations to rectify the mess he has created? As long as he safeguards his own interests, he would not mind benefiting the world, allowing ordinary individuals to enjoy a better life. Before his own interests are secured, why should he, or rather Wei Wei, sacrifice himself for others? If the path of cultivating the will of all beings were easily traversable, it would have long since become the mainstream in the realm of cultivation, rather than merely a fleeting phenomenon. He is certainly not foolish like that idiot Will, who allowed himself to be deceived by his trading partner and lost the world. The information exchanged with Lin Iran is authentic, albeit constrained by the platform's terms. Ing was momentarily speechless, then turned to Wei Wei. At this point, Wei Wei was still somewhat unclear about the intricacies of the situation. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she linked her arm with Su Yi's and said, "I will follow his arrangements." Chapter 480. A pointless struggle. The actions of the malevolent deity hasten the world's demise. Once the essence of this realm is utterly depleted, it shall transform into a veritable wasteland. Ing sighed, pondering, when that time arrives, how shall you, representing this world, remain aloof and unperturbed? Indeed, given your current position and your unfamiliarity with that wicked god, he cannot deceive you as he did before. With the protective mechanisms of the trading platform in place, as long as you remain vigilant, he is rendered powerless against you. Yet, your foundation ultimately lies within this world. Should it perish, what remains for you? The throne of the Radiant Sun Empire? Merely a meaningless trinket. Her words were not mere hyperbole. They were imbued with genuine emotion, for this is the reality. After a moment's contemplation, she further elaborated. Do not presume that his suppression of the world's cultivation system means that merely introducing a legitimate method of cultivation will suffice to vanquish him. His constraint on the cultivation framework is merely to ensure that no being stronger than himself arises, allowing him to roam freely, detached from the essence of the world. Should someone more powerful emerge, he would simply retreat, leaving no means for anyone to confront him. Within the essence of the world, he cannot be vanquished through conventional might. This is a restriction of rules, beyond the reach of individual strength. In a certain sense, he currently embodies the will of the heavenly principles of this world. Su Yi refrained from commenting, choosing not to express an opinion. After all, her remarks were evidently directed at Wei Wei, not at him. Wei Wei was the true member of the magical world's platform, and such inquiries fell beyond his purview. Fortunately, while Wei Wei might falter in governance, she possessed a certain aptitude for negotiation. Responding with forthrightness, she declared, for countless millennia, has the world not thrived? If destruction were imminent, I'd likely be long dead by then. After I pass, let the deluge come. Even if I were still alive, I could simply transition to another world and relinquish my role as an agent. Su Yi had never spoken in absolutes. He merely conveyed that he could entirely disregard the affairs of this world, applying pressure to compel the other party to disclose more valuable information. Wei Wei discerned this intent effortlessly. In this moment, she was cooperating with Su Yi. Should the dire time come, she would not resign herself to the fate of this world's ruin. To put it plainly, as a member of the trading platform, she had alternatives. Attempts to coerce her into adhering to some divine blueprint of fate through threats of annihilation would yield no compliance. However, while Wei Wei and Ing engaged in their subtle game of wits, Su Yi was preoccupied with other considerations. The original platform member of this world, Will, contemplated leveraging the collective will of sentient beings, theoretically on par with the essence of a world, to combat the intruder Will who lurked within the world's essence. Yet, this remained merely old Deng's conjecture. Whether it could be actualized was still uncertain. Yet, Su Yi possessed an object that could potentially eliminate the tortoise lurking within the essence of the world without requiring such drastic measures. However, the uncertainty surrounding this artifact was immense, and Su Yi could not guarantee that it would not inadvertently hasten the world's demise. This object was none other than the imperial seal of the realm, or more aptly, a dragon egg nurtured by the heavens and the earth. It held the capacity to absorb the primordial forces of the world's essence and the aspirations of sentient beings to accelerate its incubation. The last time, When that umbrella approached the imperial seal, it drained the myriad aspirations amassed by well over countless years. Indeed, that paltry amount seemed insufficient to even fill the gaps of the dragon egg. Should it be cast into the world's essence? He felt a twinge of uncertainty, pondering whether the malevolent deity would perish first or if the dragon egg would voraciously consume the world's essence, leading to immediate annihilation. Even if you do not engage, he will not spare you. Ing's voice pulled Sue-yi from his reverie. She continued, in his original world, it seems he discovered something that instilled in him an extreme aversion and fear towards the trading platform. Since you have become a member of this platform, he has likely had his eye on you for some time. The only reason he has not acted yet is that he is still contemplating how to deal with you. As a veteran of the trading platform, he possesses a profound understanding of its mechanisms and will always conceive a scheme. In due course, you will find yourselves ensnared in a web of deceit, much like the former deity will. This is not mere alarmism. There is an age-old adage that states a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but a guard can only stand vigilant for a day. Sue-yi concurred with this sentiment. Unless Wei Wei intended to renounce her identity as a member of the magical world of the trading platform, this shadowy figure lurking in the darkness must be dealt with. What, then, is this person's level of power? You've spoken at length, yet offered no substantial information, making it difficult for us to continue our discourse. Will had once remarked that the malevolent deity practiced a legitimate cultivation system and was likely at the transcendent stage. Beyond that, specifics were unclear. Ing expressed some uncertainty. Without uttering a word, Sue-yi rose and grasped Wei Wei's arm, intent on departing. What are you jesting about? If he was at the transcendent stage several 100,000 years ago, surely he has reached the great ascension stage by now. Lin Iran remarked, shaking her head in disbelief. All he possessed were a few magical artifacts bestowed by Lin Iran. To confront such a being head-on was folly. Seeing this, Ing hastily interjected, do not rush to leave. Hear me out. Despite the passage of time, his strength has not evolved significantly. Rather, it has regressed considerably. The cultivation ceiling of our world imposes limits. And regardless of how advanced his cultivation system may be, he has reached the pinnacle here. To advance further into subsequent realms, one must be a prodigy emerging once in 10,000 years, and the malevolent deity's innate talents are inadequate. His transcendence cultivation was largely acquired through the privileges of his former membership in the trading platform, utilizing a multitude of items derived from it. Now, his true combat prowess may not even reach the level of the transformation realm. This perspective certainly clarifies matters considerably. In the realm of cultivation, those who have once touched the essence of the world can survive for countless millennia, emerging invincible. This is due to the inherently high limits of the cultivation world, where one can ascend to the great ascension or even transcend to the celestial realm. Conversely, the magical world evidently lacks such conditions. Regardless of how long one may live, achieving that level remains unattainable. Elevating the world's potential is a long-term, transformative process. It cannot be accomplished in mere hundreds of thousands of years, but requires the entire world to unite in effort after discovering the correct path of cultivation, gradually raising the limits of existence. The magical world has yet to take its first step, and the subsequent progress is even more distant. Chapter 481. The White Deer undertakes a grand venture. If we speak solely of combat prowess during the divine transformation stage, Sue-yi cast a glance at the sword in his hand, along with the plethora of talismans and elixirs before him. He believed he still possessed the strength to engage in battle. After all, according to Lin Iran, even a mere wisp of sword energy from this blade could effortlessly slice a nascent soul master into mincemeat, and slaying those at the divine transformation stage was undoubtedly within reach. Furthermore, there were the talismans crafted by a transcendent entity of the Void Return stage. They were formidable. However, that was the extent of his capabilities. Those formidable foes were well hidden within the fabric of the world's essence. As long as they remained concealed, there was little he could do against them. Even if he could overpower them, it would bear no fruit. Meanwhile, as Sue-yi grappled with the complexities of the magical realm, in a distant realm, perhaps light years away, a vast expanse of starry seas unfolded. Bai Lu, clad in the uniform of a mid-ranking officer of the Interstellar Alliance, sat in the captain's quarters of a transport ship, surveying the scene before her. Having completed her training at the starport, she was now ready to embark on her journey back to her home, Qinglin Star. Yet, before her departure, she accomplished a remarkable feat. She stealthily absconded with a nearly complete battleship, one that had undergone 6 test flights and required only minor internal installations to be fully operational. Previously, such an audacious act would have been unthinkable to her. After all, a battleship was far more sophisticated than a mere transport vessel. It represented the pinnacle of the Interstellar Alliance's technological advancements. It is no exaggeration to say that the main cannon of a battleship far surpassed the value of the transport ship she currently commanded. The security measures surrounding it were of an entirely different caliber. Her acquisition of the transport ship had been fraught with peril, nearly leading to her capture. Relying solely on the storage space provided by the trading platform to narrowly succeed. The motivation behind her current endeavor to seize a battleship stemmed primarily from the cultivation techniques Su Yi had bestowed upon her. Lately, she had frequently sought Su Yi's counsel regarding dual cultivation, resulting in her rapid ascent in strength. She had already reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. By the standards of the magical realm, she was now a formidable practitioner of both martial and magical arts of the 9th tier, just a step away from becoming a demigod. Such prowess, when engaging with others in the interstellar arena, would equate to nothing less than a brutal onslaught against primitive beings. Armed with her newfound abilities and various minor supernatural powers, such as stealth and concealment gleaned from her cultivation, she resolved to execute a grand heist before her departure. Upon completing her training and officially becoming the captain of the transport ship, she piloted a diminutive personal spacecraft, cloaked in invisibility to evade all monitoring systems, and silently returned to the starport. She infiltrated the heavily guarded battleship manufacturing area. In light of the previous incident where an entire transport vessel had vanished without a trace, the Interstellar Alliance had naturally heightened their defenses. The battleship manufacturing zone was now under the watch of a highly advanced rapid response unit, comprising a staggering 100,000 personnel. Although the power armor was not as specialized as the captain's version used by the Destiny-class ships, it was undeniably superior to the equipment originally utilized by the White Deer's low-orbit airborne brigade. However, upon acquiring the incomprehensible technological prowess of celestial cultivation, which was beyond the grasp of the Interstellar Alliance, White Deer effortlessly evaded all surveillance systems and infiltrated the area. Just as she was preparing to stow the starship into the transaction platform space and make her swift escape, she discovered that the BYD starship was not devoid of occupants. A formidable half-mechanical army, often referred to derisively by outsiders as the Alliance's Imperial Guard, comprised of 3,000 individuals, was present within. The term half-mechanical denoted humans who had undergone partial bodily augmentation with machinery to gain enhanced strength. Among them, the most extreme had been modified to the extent that only their brains remained organic. This infamous Imperial Guard had long been associated with the oppressive actions of the Interstellar Alliance against dissenters. However, these matters bore little relevance to White Deer. Primarily, the presence of these individuals aboard the starship rendered it impossible for her to seize it. After a brief reconnaissance, she realized that this unit was, in fact, the designated recipient of the starship, there to learn its operation and facilitate the transfer. Originally stationed at the starport, their deployment had been hastily shifted to the starship due to the prior loss of a transport vessel. What was she to do? White Deer had no intention of resorting to bloodshed at such a moment. Yet, having ventured this far, she could not return empty-handed. Fortunately, a few completed Starfire delivery vessels lay nearby, unguarded. Nonetheless, her sights had been set on the starship, and she had observed it for an extended period. A mere transport vessel would not suffice for her ambitions. Thus, after a moment of internal conflict, she reluctantly retrieved the sole banner bestowed upon her by Su Yi, ensnaring the half-human, half-machine abominations within to join her ranks. As anticipated, once the collection was complete, she successfully stored the starship within the transaction platform space. Before her departure, she also acquired the nearby, finished Starfire delivery vessels. While these ships could not obliterate a planet with a single shot, they were nonetheless formidable combat vessels. Distinctly different from auxiliary transport ships. They may not shatter a planet, but they could physically plow through a planet's surface within 24 hours. If such a vessel were to be placed in Blue Star, it would function purely as a warship, posing a threat comparable to that of the Starship, capable of devastating the continental shelves of any planet within its range. Having seized the opportunity, she collected everything in her wake. With the inheritance, jade slips, and advanced cultivation techniques from Sue-E, it was only fitting to reciprocate. The interstellar realm was impoverished, and these were the only tangible goods they could offer. GGQM-01 transport vessel, please reduce your speed. The voice from the broadcast channel abruptly roused by Lu, who had been gazing at the starry sky. Captain, the order originates from the 5th Fleet under the 16th Fleet of the Central Galaxy. It has been confirmed that their fleet is approximately 600 million kilometers behind us. Should we slow down? The fleet of the Central Galaxy? The military? Bai Lu's eyes narrowed with intrigue as she opened the communication channel. State your intentions. The response came promptly. 1 Starport-class destroyer and 4 firepower projection vessels are currently in the vicinity. This matter is of great significance, and we are ordered by the Alliance to conduct a routine inspection. Huh, Bai Lu scoffed. Since when did your military concern itself with such matters? An inspection is permissible, but where is your search warrant? Chapter 482. The scrutiny of the Star Alliance. The internal enforcement apparatus of the Star Alliance can be broadly categorized into 2 factions. One is the military department, which primarily focuses on external warfare, such as subjugating planets and civilizations beyond the Star Alliance's territory and quelling insurgent forces opposing the Alliance. The other is the Internal Affairs Department, whose main authority lies in managing the Alliance's domestic matters, including investigating large corporations, maintaining interstellar trade routes, and eradicating space pirates, among others. If one were to draw a parallel, these 2 departments could be likened to the relationship between the military and the police, albeit with less distinct functional boundaries. In fact, the jurisdictions of the military and internal affairs departments overlap to a certain extent, particularly in the suppression of insurgents. For instance, if a band of marauding space pirates were to appear along a vital trade route, it would typically fall under the purview of the Internal Affairs Department. However, the 72nd clause of the 24th subsection of Article 19 of the Star Alliance legislation explicitly equates space pirates with insurgents. Thus, the military department can invoke these legal provisions to justify its involvement in addressing the issue of space piracy. Under normal circumstances, when such jurisdictional conflicts arise between the 2 departments, one would expect to witness the classic scenario of passing the buck. The Internal Affairs Department would assert that it is the military's responsibility, while the military would claim that it is the Internal Affairs Department's domain, resulting in a stalemate where neither side takes action, leaving the matter unresolved. However, the reality is quite the opposite. Despite the continuous strife in the peripheral regions of the Alliance, with places like Qinglin Star resembling Gotham in its chaos, the overall governance of the Star Alliance remains remarkably stable, and the Alliance is currently experiencing a period of steady advancement. Furthermore, there exists an independent meritocratic promotion mechanism within the Alliance that operates outside the conventional administrative framework. The pace of advancement through this system is unparalleled, making military accolades a coveted asset within the Alliance. Yet, securing such military achievements has become increasingly challenging amidst the Alliance's policy of ceasing further expansion. Consequently, insurgents and space pirates have transformed into veritable avenues for accruing military merit, serving as a ladder for promotion. The military and internal affairs departments, entangled in their jurisdictional disputes and driven by the desire for military accolades, have found themselves in a state of fervent contention. At one point, a fierce confrontation erupted between the 2 departments over a minuscule band of pirates, numbering no more than 3,000. With their most formidable vessel being a single civilian transport ship. This conflict ultimately resulted in the military losing a starfighter and several firepower delivery vessels, while the Internal Affairs Department incurred the loss of a Stellar-class war mothership and a starfighter. A minor skirmish escalated to the point that the hideout of the pirates, along with the entire star system, was obliterated. The sun within that system was reduced to a red giant by a single shot from a starfighter, leading to casualties exceeding 100,000 personnel on both sides. This trivial altercation sent shockwaves throughout the entire Star Alliance, sparking widespread public protests and eliciting discontent from the Alliance Parliament. Both factions were likely aware that they had overstepped their bounds. Consequently, an unwritten consensus was reached between the military and internal affairs departments, devoid of any formal documentation. In instances where there exists a clear conflict of authority between the two parties, the question of who arrived first becomes irrelevant. Both sides delineate their territories. Matters occurring within my domain shall be governed by me, while those in your territory fall under your jurisdiction. Over time, this arrangement has evolved into a situation where both the military and the Ministry of Internal Affairs manage affairs strictly according to their respective territories. For instance, within the military's jurisdiction, should a significant corporation encounter difficulties, issues that should rightly be investigated by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the latter refrains from inquiry, leaving it entirely to the military. Conversely, within the ministry's realm, matters that should be under military oversight are also managed by the ministry, with the military completely sidelined. This tacit understanding has persisted for decades. Bai Lu, having witnessed numerous events, is acutely aware of the intricacies involved. Currently positioned within the Central Star System, which is traditionally the domain of the ministry, the fleet that has arrived, although belonging to the Central Star System, is under military command and often does not even remain stationed there. The military's fleet conducting investigations in the Ministry's territory is typically untenable, and the notion of search warrant is even more implausible. For them to conduct a search, they would require authorization from a Ministry of Internal Affairs within the Central Star System. To encroach upon another's territory and demand a validation is utterly unacceptable. The ministry is not to be trifled with. This is a search warrant authorized by the Supreme Military Command of the Alliance, came a gravelly voice over the channel, accompanied by an electronic version of the so-called authorized search warrant. However, the particulars revealed in the warrant caused Bai Lu to raise an eyebrow in surprise. The stated reason for the search bore no relation to any stolen starship or insurrection. Rather, it indicated that the military suspected individuals within the Qinglin Stars Airborne Brigade under Bai Lu's command had colluded with a rebellious organization, prompting their investigation. In essence, the military sought Bai Lu under the guise of addressing internal matters. After all, the Qinglin Star Airborne Brigade does indeed fall under the military's purview. They possess the authority to bypass the unspoken agreements with the ministry by invoking internal affairs. Even if the ministry were to question this later, the military could assert that they were addressing their own issues, leaving little room for the ministry to contest. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Lu gestured and commanded, "Shut down the main engines and proceed at idle speed. Prepare for docking." The shipboard AI and the personnel on board sprang into action. Although this pertains to internal military matters, being within the Central Star System means that should the Ministry of Internal Affairs discover this, they would undoubtedly intervene to complicate matters for the military. Nevertheless, the very fact that they dared to approach indicates that the ministry is unlikely to manage this situation in the immediate term. While this is indeed a military starship, it is merely a transport vessel, distinct from the proper combat ships trailing behind. The speed disparity is considerable, despite the tens of millions of kilometers separating them. This distance is trivial on a cosmic scale. If a pursuit were initiated, they could easily catch up in no time. Furthermore, the disparity between the shipborne shields and weaponry is profound. Let us not overlook the fact that they possess a legitimate search warrant. Such military search orders can be disregarded by other enterprises or the Internal Affairs Department starships. Yet as a member of the military hierarchy, she cannot afford to ignore it. Otherwise, she might swiftly find herself branded a traitor. In the confined space of Qinglin Star, it would be unwise to provoke even a single strike from a planet-destroying cannon. Moreover, considering the current scrutiny she is under, persisting in her reckless attempts to flee could indeed lead to an immediate risk of being shot down. Escaping would be futile. It would be far more prudent to pause and contemplate what the military officials are truly aiming to achieve by risking a confrontation with the Internal Affairs Department in the Central Star System. Of course, she has already formed a rough conjecture regarding their intentions. Chapter 483. Is this condition sufficiently generous? A colossal transport vessel glided slowly through the vastness of space. Behind it, a fleet comprising a stellar firepower delivery ship and 2 patrol cruisers emerged, gradually decelerating to maintain a distance of approximately 100,000 kilometers from the transport ship. Among the 3 starships, even the patrol cruiser, which is regarded as the smallest combat vessel within the Alliance's military hierarchy, was over 10 times the size of this basic transport vessel. The stellar firepower delivery ship, an immense behemoth weighing several hundred million tons, measured over 12,000 meters in length, with a maximum width of 3,000 meters and a height variance of 1,600 meters. Its overall design was flat and shuttle-shaped, with a beautifully streamlined hull. In comparison, the transport vessel, known as the White Deer, appeared somewhat diminutive. This was, however, an unavoidable reality. Transport vessels were not supply ships. Essentially, they functioned similarly to amphibious assault ships, primarily intended to deliver personnel and certain equipment to low Earth orbit around planets and facilitate their descent to the surface. The subsequent tasks were largely beyond their purview. Furthermore, the cargo typically requiring transport consisted of personnel, aircraft, and small armored units. Large armored units typically possessed their own capabilities for traversing the starry expanse, rendering transport vessels unnecessary for their transit. Additionally, this particular transport ship was among the most basic models available, and thus its size and equipment were naturally incomparable to those of genuine combat vessels. As the ships from both sides entered a steady, cruising speed and completed their docking preparations, the enormous stellar firepower delivery ship at the rear soon opened its hatch, releasing a remarkably swift aircraft. In less than a minute, the aircraft traversed over 100,000 kilometers of space and directly entered the cargo bay of the transport vessel. Moments later, a contingent of elite soldiers clad in the latest generation of military power armor, accompanied by a young man in formal attire, entered the captain's quarters of the White Deer. Upon exchanging a brief glance, a knowing expression flickered in the eyes of the captain, while the young man smiled and remarked, "By what a coincidence to meet again. Is it truly a coincidence?" Bai replied non-committally, her tone cool. "If you need to conduct a search, you should expedite it. I have arrangements on Qinglin Star and must return swiftly." No need to rush, Bai," the young man replied with a grin. "Although it is customary to conduct a search, since you are the captain, it seems unnecessary. Bai, your dedication to the Alliance is commendable. How could you possibly be a traitorous thief? Not searching, then? May I leave?" "Not so fast," he said with an unhurried demeanor. "Since we have already initiated the process, we must at least adhere to some semblance of protocol for the subsequent search. Let us remain here for a moment. It provides an opportunity for us to catch up as classmates." Yang, having just graduated, has taken a position within the military's Central Galaxy 16th Fleet, serving as the fleet commander of a subfleet. "Your future is boundless, while I am merely a transient from the fringe territories. What will we possibly have to reminisce about?" The gentleman is named Yang Luxing, who is rather well known as a privileged scion at Star Harbor Academy. It is said that he is a direct descendant of a prominent figure within the military, and his family has extensive connections with a major corporation. Bai Lu, however, appeared disinterested as she spoke, idly playing a game on her computer, seemingly indifferent to his arrival. It's all just family arrangements, unlike you, Bai, who relies solely on your own abilities." The man was unperturbed by her attitude and replied leisurely, "Moreover, we do share some camaraderie. Were it not for your provision of those ancestral jade slips, I likely would not have completed my studies and entered the military so swiftly. In fact, I ought to express my gratitude." With a cold smile, Bai Lu retorted, "Gratitude expressed merely with words?" Yang Luxing remained unfazed, responding in a calm manner, "Certainly not. In fact, I have prepared a significant gift for you. Bai Lu, I believe you have an inkling of what I desire. Let's speak plainly. I come with earnest intentions." "Is earnestness merely intercepting a fleet midway?" she questioned. "That is merely a necessary tactic. You are well aware of the value of what you possess. If you were to return to the chaotic regions of the Lioli star system, you would likely encounter considerable troubles. Yang Luxing stated, not only would it pose significant challenges for us, but you too would face great difficulties. Having served as a military commander in such a tumultuous area for an extended period, you should understand this better than I. Bai Lu was acutely aware of the chaos there. Had this been on Qing Lin's star, she would have likely already stowed those 3 warships within the confines of a trading platform. How could she allow him to flaunt his arrogance before her? In the end, you seek the ancestral jade slips, do you not? Let us hear your terms. Bai Lu expressed her impatience. Provide me with the techniques for crafting the ancestral jade slips, and I will permit you to become one of the young mistresses of the Yang family. Furthermore, 1% of the benefits derived from the ancestral jade slips will permanently belong to you. With this status, you need not languish as a commander of a cannon fodder unit in the resource planets of the fringe star systems. You could immediately ascend to the role of a commander of an elite fleet subdivision, just as I am. If you perform commendably thereafter, becoming the fleet commander of an imperial fleet is within reach. You are not entirely ignorant. You understand the intricacies involved better than I. Without the backing of a prominent family, your life will likely consist of merely drifting through remote star regions. Commanding a small transport vessel is already the extent of your capabilities. Any further advancement would be impossible. Yang Luxing spoke with eloquence, presenting this as a boon to Bai Lu. He added, is this not the very purpose behind your presentation of the ancestral jade slips at the Star Harbor Military Academy? I can fully accommodate you. In his perspective, the ancestral jade slips were far too valuable for someone of her humble background to safeguard. Bai Lu's act of presenting such an item is merely a prelude to a lucrative negotiation. The price he has set is already quite substantial. Should Bai Lu acquiesce, he could instantly transform from a mere inhabitant of the peripheral star systems into a genuine noble of the Interstellar Alliance. This represents a class ascension that the vast majority of ordinary individuals could scarcely dream of achieving in 10 lifetimes. It is entirely commensurate with the value of the ancestral jade slip bestowed by Bai Lu. After all, while this item is indeed formidable, without the backing of his extensive family and colossal enterprises, liquidating it would be an impossibility. A technology that cannot be monetized holds little significance for an individual, no matter how extraordinary it may be. What he is currently engaged in is facilitating Bai Lu in leveraging the ancestral jade slip for personal gain. Yang Luxing cannot fathom any justification for Bai Lu to decline. Chapter 484. I see you wish for death, although this individual spoke in a rather ungracious manner. His condescending demeanor, akin to that of a benefactor, was utterly repugnant. Nevertheless, Bai Lu had to concede that the terms he offered were indeed exceptionally generous. Although he was merely the captain of a subordinate fleet under a central military star system, the family power he represented was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the Interstellar Alliance's aristocracy. To be accepted into such a prestigious lineage as one of the young mistresses was an enticing prospect not only for someone like her, a mere pawn in a peripheral battalion, but even for commanders leading fleets of thousands of starships within the Alliance's formal combat ranks. Thus, it was not entirely fanciful to entertain the notion. However, his attitude was somewhat difficult to endure. Yet, Bai Lu shook her head, asserting, I already have a partner. Yang Luxing was momentarily taken aback. This revelation was entirely unexpected. Prior to their meeting, he had conducted thorough research on Bai Lu, and the information indicated that she was supposed to be single, devoid of any romantic history. Moreover, Bai Lu's undeniable beauty surpassed that of his other politically advantageous matches by a considerable margin, stirring his interest and prompting the proposal he had made. Otherwise, according to the wishes of the family elders, a mere position as a commander of a non-core fleet would suffice as a political exchange, supplemented later by a share of the profits from inheritance jade slips. There would be no need to invite such a dubious character into their family, adding unnecessary complications. After all, though the Yang family was a prominent clan within the Interstellar Alliance, they had numerous political adversaries. Any blemish on a family member's reputation would inevitably be exploited by their rivals. As for Bai Lu, a deeper investigation revealed that she was marred by numerous scandals. There was scarcely a clean aspect to her. Her audacity was shocking. She had committed heinous acts in those marginal star systems, engaging in plunder and violence that surpassed even that of interstellar pirates. She had even dared to murder and loot a special envoy sent from the Central Star region to Qinglin's star, subsequently placing the blame upon interstellar pirates. A descendant of a certain senator was kidnapped by her on Qinglin's star. After extorting a substantial ransom, she callously sold him into a brothel, leaving him utterly ruined upon rescue. It was only due to the senator's lesser influence within the military compared to the Yang family, combined with a historically strained relationship with the military, that the perpetrator remained unidentified. Otherwise, she would have faced trial long ago. Despite Bai Lu's cunning execution of these misdeeds, leaving no evidence behind, the Yang family could only speculate based on their calculations and conjectures from advanced supercomputers. Yet often, suspicion alone suffices without the need for tangible proof. Previously, Bai Lu had been a minor figure in a peripheral star system, allowing her to evade scrutiny. However, should she truly marry into the esteemed Yang family, her past actions would inevitably be uncovered by their political enemies, placing the Yang family in a precarious position. Thus, Yang Luxing's family initially rejected his proposal, despite his persistent insistence, coupled with the undeniable talents and extraordinary beauty of Bai Lu. Certain members within the Yang family believed that her genes were of exceptional quality, which ultimately led to familial approval. After much effort, he had finally persuaded his family and was prepared to embrace the beauty while simultaneously acquiring the coveted heritage jade slip, a remarkable technology that would naturally position him as the heir of the next generation. Now, this enchanting lady informs him that she is involved with another man. For reasons unknown, Yang Luxing felt an unsettling twinge of jealousy. The composed demeanor he had meticulously maintained nearly faltered, though his upbringing in a prestigious family had instilled in him the skill to conceal his emotions, allowing him to suppress his feelings. After a moment of shock, he gazed deeply at Bai Lu and gently replied, "It matters not. I am unperturbed." Yet in his heart, he had already envisioned the outcome for Bai Lu, obtaining the heritage jade slip technology, playing with it for a while, and discarding it afterwards. A fallen woman had no right to be the consort of the Yang family's heir. While Yang Luxing was lost in thoughts of how Bai Lu would one day regret her decisions and plead for him not to abandon her, her resigned voice echoed in the command room. "Have you misunderstood something? If you think you can covet the heritage jade slip, you must be out of your mind to think you can target me." Anticipating that powerful families would attempt to seize the heritage jade slip, she had prepared herself for a diplomatic facade, while also devising a plan to eliminate any threats that could not be reasoned with, disposing of their remains in the furnace to scatter their ashes across the cosmos. Yet, to her astonishment, this audacious individual had set his sights on her directly. Yang Luxing momentarily faltered, taken aback that Bai Lu would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Regaining his composure, he darkened his expression and retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Quite literally, Bai Lu shrugged. "If you have no intention of negotiating properly, then perish here." As the captain, she had long since disabled all monitoring devices in the command room, ensuring that no one outside would be aware of the unfolding events. Sensing an aura of menace emanating from Bai Lu, Yang Luxing stepped back a few paces, yet he did not display any fear. "It seems that Bai Lu is unwilling to heed my warning. I shall have to take you back to the central military prison for a more earnest discussion." As he spoke, crimson armor surged from his wrist, swiftly enveloping his entire being. This was a Destiny-class power armor, standard issue for the captains of the Alliance's starships, and his status warranted such equipment. Moreover, his armor was of a superior grade compared to what Bai Lu had received, as well as that which was standard on Su Yi's transport vessel. Once donned, it conveyed to Bai Lu a formidable presence, akin to that of a ninth-tier martial artist within the magical martial arts system. Simultaneously, the soldiers who had accompanied Yang Luxing, clad in standard power armor, willingly removed their outer armor, revealing beneath it their own sets of Destiny-class power armor. Upon realizing that Bai Lu is the captain of the starship and possesses a standard set of Destiny-grade power armor, it is evident that they have come prepared. "You wretched few dare to capture me here?" A faint smile curled at the corners of Bai Lu's lips. With a graceful gesture, she extended her hand, and the Destiny-grade power armor materialized into a crimson orb resting in her palm. Under the watchful gaze of her adversaries, she casually tossed it aside. Just as Yang Luxing and the others were engulfed in confusion, Bai Lu abruptly vanished from behind the captain's desk. When she reappeared, she stood before a soldier clad in power armor. Before the opponent could even react, Bai Lu's slender fingers had already grasped the soldier's shoulders. With a swift motion, the sound of tearing echoed through the air, and the soldier, along with the armor, was effortlessly ripped asunder in an instant. Chapter 485. What kind of monster is this? In the captain's quarters, blood erupted in an instant, splattering everywhere, as various internal organs and human tissues pooled on the floor. Alongside the grotesque display, numerous intricate mechanical components lay strewn about, remnants of the individual's cybernetic modifications, now shattered and scattered. As the heir of one of the foremost families in the Galactic Alliance, Yang Luxing's bodyguard was far from an ordinary soldier. He had been meticulously selected for unwavering loyalty and underwent extensive enhancements, resulting in a heavily modified physique. Even disregarding the cutting-edge Destiny-class power armor, which embodied the pinnacle of the Alliance's technology, this mechanically augmented body possessed formidable strength. However, this power was, relatively speaking, perhaps comparable to a 4th or 5th-tier warrior in the magical realm. With merely the enhanced strength, during large-scale conflicts in the magical world, he would likely lack even the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder. Once donned in such specialized Destiny-class armor, his true combat capability might rival that of an 8th-tier warrior in the magical realm. Against a 9th-tier opponent, survival would be plausible, though victory was uncertain. Of course, this only allowed him to contend with warriors in close combat. The armor exhibited minimal resistance to magic, should it encounter a sorcerer unprepared. Even a 4th or 5th-tier mage could potentially eliminate him with a single spell. If faced with the exceedingly rare psychic sorcerers, even in a mere 2nd or 3rd tier, a single soul impact could overwhelm these technologically enhanced beings. Yet this was in stark contrast to the metaphysical world that emphasized personal power. In the galactic context, their combat prowess could be likened to that of a celestial being. Once infiltrating a starship, it would not be impossible to seize control single-handedly. At this moment, such a formidable existence stood before Bai Lu, utterly devoid of resistance, as she effortlessly tore him and his machinery asunder with sheer force. "You, what kind of monster are you?" Yang Luxing's voice quivered, clearly shaken by the display. "A monster? In comparison, you grotesque cyborgs are the true monstrosities," Bai Lu remarked indifferently, unperturbed by the blood staining her. "I had foreseen this day. Initially, I did not wish to turn against you so swiftly, but since you have foolishly set your sights on me, you can only blame your ill fate." As her words fell, her figure vanished once more, reappearing before another bodyguard. With an unadorned yet powerful punch, the densely armored power suit was instantly dented. Yet contrary to expectation, the assailant was neither punctured nor sent flying. Instead, a resounding clang echoed where her fist met the armored form. Although the Destiny-class armor had been breached, the interior revealed not flesh and blood, but the metallic body of a cyborg, transformed through extensive augmentation. The previous opponent at least retained some semblance of internal organs. At this moment, the individual before her seemed to have lost all semblance of normalcy, save for the visage exposed to the outside world. His entire body had undergone extensive mechanical modification. This was the reason that despite Bai Lu's formidable punch, which penetrated the power armor, he was not instantly dispatched. His body had become a mere hunk of metal. Without a strike to a vital point, he could not perish. At most, he would require a period of repair and maintenance for his mechanical torso. Upon witnessing this, Bai Lu felt a flicker of surprise, but it was quickly overshadowed by a sense of revulsion. Without hesitation, she brought him down and placed her foot firmly upon his head. The nanotechnology of the Destiny-class power armor enveloped his entire cranium, and with a forceful stomp, she crushed both him and the armor beneath her. In the blink of an eye, half of the 4 personal guards brought by Yang Luxing had met their demise. His eyes reddened, teetering on the brink of madness. These were all entrusted to him by his family, if not for unforeseen circumstances. They would have constituted his most loyal and formidable protectors, a cornerstone of his personal safety. Under ordinary circumstances, even a direct descendant of a Yang family would be privileged to few such powerful guards, as their cultivation was exceedingly arduous. Now, to suffer such losses, despite his influence within the family, replenishing these ranks would demand considerable time and effort. How could he not feel anguish? Beyond the pain, there lurked a deeper fear within him. He was acutely aware that Bai Lu was not clad in any power armor. She wore only the standard uniform of a starship captain from the Interstellar Alliance. The mere strength she exhibited in tearing through the power armor, especially of the Destiny class, a pinnacle of interstellar weaponry, utterly surpassed his understanding as a native of the Interstellar Alliance. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to exclaim, "Dawn Alliance, have you entangled yourself with those lunatics dabbling in psychic energy? No, that cannot be. The Dawn Alliance could never master such advanced psychic technology. You cannot be one of them. Otherwise, what remains of the Interstellar Alliance? The Central Star System would have long been obliterated by those madmen." Before Bai Lu could respond, Yang Luxing quickly dismissed his own conjecture. Yet, a greater disbelief lingered. He was no stranger to the complexities of a universe. Although the Interstellar Alliance vehemently prohibited research into psychic energy, declaring it immensely harmful to the human body, he, hailing from a prominent family, understood all too well that, despite official denouncements, clandestine studies into this mysterious power had never ceased. There were numerous secret research facilities dedicated to these pursuits. Even the most advanced Destiny-class power armor contained traces of psychic technology, albeit in a minor capacity. The Dawn Alliance's research into such matters ran far deeper. To speak of nothing else, the longevity-enhancing pharmaceuticals derived from psychic technology were enough to garner the favor of many illustrious families within the Interstellar Alliance. After all, unless absolutely necessary, no one desires to extend their lifespan through the mechanization of their own body. Thus, regarding the psychic route of the Dawn Alliance, Yang Luxing possesses more than mere hearsay. He has witnessed it firsthand and possesses a considerable understanding of it. He has even experimented with certain related substances. He is acutely aware that the psychic technology of the Dawn Alliance could never bestow upon an individual such terrifying power. Chapter 486. 3 starships acquired again? As a faction pursued by the Galactic Alliance, the organization still thrives in the shadows, enjoying considerable support and access to advanced technologies, including the formidable battleships. However, the Dawn Alliance is not as straightforward as it appears. In a direct confrontation, their strength pales in comparison to the vast Galactic Alliance. They would barely suffice against even a single sector's standing military. Yet, within the circles of the elite, the Dawn Alliance comprises no insignificant figures. Their primary focus lies in psychic energy research. Although their understanding of spiritual power is rather rudimentary compared to the cultivators like Su, Yi, and Bai Lu, as well as those from the magical realms, they have nonetheless achieved some noteworthy advancements. When fused with existing technologies, they have been able to mass-produce potions that extend human lifespans, as well as special elixirs that grant immense power for a brief period and substances that ensure perpetual youth. Such items are highly coveted. While publicly denouncing these renegades, the higher echelons of the Galactic Alliance still find themselves reliant on these valuable resources. Many influential figures within the Galactic Alliance maintain close ties with the Dawn Alliance. Were it not for these connections, the Dawn Alliance would have long since been dismissed as mere pirates, cast aside like countless others. Instead, they flourish in the fringe star regions, becoming a significant thorn in the side of the Galactic Alliance. The existence of such an organization ensures that psychic energy is not an uncommon phenomenon in this world. The reason for the Dawn Alliance's relative weakness lies solely in the fact that their psychic technologies are trivial when compared to the advancements of the Galactic Alliance. They possess only minor advantages that attract the interest of the elite, allowing them to evade capture. In the eyes of many privileged individuals who benefit from these psychic technologies, the Dawn Alliance's offerings seem to hold little promise for grand ambitions. While enhancements to physical constitution can have substantial personal benefits, They are utterly ineffective in the face of confrontations between two superpowers. To these observers, no matter how finely tuned one's psychic abilities may be, an individual cannot hope to stand against soldiers clad in powered armor, let alone a battleship capable of obliterating planets. Yang Luxing previously shared this belief until he witnessed Bai Lu, before his very eyes, tear apart 4 of his elite guards, armor and all. The sheer horror of the scene far exceeded his comprehension. In the blood-soaked captain's cabin, Bai Lu stood calmly, while Yang Luxing lay paralyzed in terror on the floor. The cleaning robots busily worked to clear away the blood and remnants of flesh and machinery. What? What do you intend to do? Upon meeting Bai Lu's gaze, Yang Luxing swallowed hard, trembling with apprehension. If he had felt a twinge of regret over the loss of several elite guards moments ago, he was now utterly paralyzed by fear, consumed with thoughts of how to survive and escape from this predicament. I shall do as you command, Bai Lu stated nonchalantly. Very well, I will comply without fail, he responded. He proceeded to contact the commander of the fleet, instructing all personnel aboard the starships to board the landing craft and await his arrival in the dock chamber. As he spoke, Bai Lu casually tapped on the holographic screen before him, projecting the communication interface of the opposing fleet channel in front of Yang Luxing. He hesitated for a brief moment, staring at the connection button. After all, as the fleet commander, despite the loss of his guards, he still had 3 starships trailing behind him. With a mere command, the formidable firepower of those ships could reduce this small transport vessel to rubble. Furthermore, being aboard the transport, he too would be vaporized, becoming part of the cosmic dust. He was not foolish enough to overlook Bai Lu's intention to summon his forces in order to seize those 3 starships. As the fleet commander, he bore the responsibility of preserving the vessels, as they were the property of the Interstellar Alliance. Even if he could not protect them, he was obligated to issue a self-destruct order, ensuring that the starships would not fall into enemy hands. Yet, these regulations and convictions ultimately paled in comparison to 2 simple words: fear of death. Yang Luxing was deeply afraid of dying. Coming from a prestigious family, he had a promising future ahead. Even with reckless behavior, he could enjoy a life of wealth and privilege. How could he willingly sacrifice himself and his fleet for a handful of ships? After a moment of silence, Yang Luxing took a deep breath and chose to cooperate with Bai Lu, issuing orders for all crew members aboard the 3 starships to swiftly come to the transport, as he had important matters to announce. To avoid revealing his true intentions, he composed himself before initiating the channel communication, striving to maintain his usual demeanor to prevent Wei Wei from suspecting any ulterior motives and preemptively silencing him. Approximately 10 minutes after issuing the command, landing craft began to be deployed from the 3 starships, hastening towards Bai Lu's transport. Had the order not been so absurd, the personnel aboard would have likely believed it immediately, and they would not have needed even 10 minutes to respond, releasing a multitude of landing craft without delay. Fortunately, with Yang Luxing's cooperation, reasoning, and appealing to their emotions, the captains of the starships, though still perplexed, ultimately resolved to follow through with this ludicrous command. In less than half an hour, over 100,000 personnel from the 3 starships entered the transport vessel's dock chamber. As the dock chamber slowly closed, they gradually disembarked from their respective craft and spontaneously formed into organized groups within the transport's confines, creating a scene of considerable congestion. At this moment, Bai Lu led Yang Luxing to a vantage point within the transport vessel, where one could survey the entire situation throughout the docking bays. Since your people have arrived, my personnel have also reached several of your ships, so I would appreciate it if you could transfer the highest authority to me, Bai Lu stated with an air of indifference. Yang Luxing attempted to resist, fully aware that acquiring or seizing official starships through illicit means constituted a grave offense, one that would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the Alliance. Should he proceed with such actions, even if he were to escape this place today, it was highly probable that the Alliance would not spare him. His status would offer little solace in the face of such consequences. Chapter 487. I do not wish to let you go, Accompanied by a piercing scream, Yang Luxing's arm gradually drooped, visibly twisted and contorted. As I have mentioned, I am not one for idle chatter. It is a matter of either giving or not giving, A simple statement. Hurry up. Bai Lu, maintaining a calm demeanor, lifted him once more, but positioned herself at his other side. Clearly, if she could not obtain what she desired, Yang Luxing's remaining hand would also be prepared for surrender. Give. I will give. Yang Luxing was evidently not made of stern stuff. The excruciating pain nearly stripped him of his sanity, while Bai Lu's inexplicable and terrifying power plunged him further into despair. Most individuals harbor a natural fear of the unknown, and Yang Luxing found himself in a similar predicament. Previously, he had entertained thoughts of admiring Bai Lu's beauty and bringing her into his harem. Now, such notions were utterly beyond his grasp. Quite commendable. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Once her subordinates reported that they had completely seized control of the 3 starships and made certain modifications to their underlying code, ensuring that these vessels were now under her command. Bai Lu smiled and asked, "Now, tell me, how do you intend to meet your demise?" From a moment, this individual dared to speak disrespectfully to her, or rather, from the instant he led his fleet to barge in and demand she slow down for some absurd investigation, Bai Lu had resolved that he would not return alive. She had taken many lives. She was indifferent to the fate of this thoroughly despicable scion. In fact, she had anticipated such a scenario. Wealth stirs the heart, and the inheritance jade slips would undoubtedly become a coveted item in the interstellar realm with tremendous market potential. During her time at the Star Harbor Academy, she had fervently promoted these jade slips. If such a situation had not arisen, she might have suspected that the offspring of the powerful in the Interstellar Alliance were devoid of common sense, failing to seize the opportunity. In a sense, she was engaging in a form of entrapment. A way to die? No, you cannot kill me. Yang Luxing hastily interjected. I am a direct descendant of the Yang family, and all starships of the Interstellar Alliance maintain real-time communication with headquarters. Even if you obtain the highest authority over the starship, the messages previously sent cannot be retracted. This matter cannot be concealed. Listen to me. Killing me here would yield you no benefits. They are merely a few starships. You may take them as you wish, and afterward, align yourself with the Dawn Alliance, leaving the Interstellar Alliance with no recourse against you. However, should you take my life, the nature of this incident would change entirely. The Dawn Alliance would never offend the Yang family that backs me. At that point, there would be no refuge for you in the entire Star Sea. Why pursue such a course? In the face of death, he surprisingly regained his composure, no longer pleading for mercy, but instead hastily articulating the pros and cons to Bai Lu, expounding on the myriad disadvantages of ending his life here. In conclusion, he added, if you are willing to let me go, I assure you that I will not pursue this matter further and will assist you in resolving the issues with the Allied forces. Perhaps you could even continue to reside within the territory of the Galactic Alliance. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu raised an eyebrow. To some extent, there was a kernel of truth in his words. The clandestine dealings between the Galactic Alliance and the Dawn Alliance were not meant for public scrutiny, yet they undeniably existed. Regardless of the circumstances, the Galactic Alliance would never truly annihilate the Dawn Alliance, as long as they did not provoke Yang Luxing, a scion of a prominent family within the Galactic Alliance, and if they ventured into the territory of the Dawn Alliance, the latter would undoubtedly protect her, not only for the technological inheritance of the Jade Tablet, but also due to the starships she could procure. They had even managed to acquire the Galactic Alliance's annihilation ships. The Galactic Alliance was merely engaging in bluster without ever mobilizing a full-scale assault. Thus, under the protection of the Dawn Alliance, she could easily navigate between these two powerful factions and develop rapidly. Of course, this scenario disregards the Jade Tablet of Inheritance. If we were to factor that in, the calculus would be entirely different. The Yang family, behind Yang Luxing, was not the only entity that would covet the Jade Tablet. The Galactic Alliance would also harbor ambitions. Moreover, should they uncover some of the secrets within the Jade Tablet, they might pursue its production techniques with a fervor surpassing that of the Galactic Alliance. After all, this artifact represents a sophisticated application of spiritual energy, far superior to the rudimentary contraptions the Dawn Alliance had been developing. A seemingly defenseless individual, laden with immense wealth, walking casually down the street, is the essence of the world's fundamental logic being targeted and robbed. The notions of righteousness and morality are merely eloquent facades. essentially stemming from insufficient interest. Therefore, in this world, the pursuit of the Jade Tablet as a means to acquire what she desires is nearly impossible without cooperation. She had realized this when she obtained the Jade Tablet from Su-yi. Initially, she had no intention of revealing the Jade Tablet so aggressively, as she lacked the strength to safeguard such a unique item. However, the situation had changed. After Su-yi bestowed upon her the Soul Banner and a plethora of talismans, elixirs, and magical treasures, she had genuinely acquired the means to establish her foothold in this world, rendering her possessions beyond the reach of others. This was the very reason for her current predicament. Captain, all personnel have evacuated the lower dock, and all cleaning equipment is in position within the lower dock. The ship's AI prompted in by Lu's ear. She chose not to continue listening to Yang Luxing's self-important ramblings. With a wave of her hand, she interrupted him and, under Yang Luxing's uncertain gaze, coldly stated, "Release me? I believe the question should be whether I will let you go. If the Yang family were wise enough to treat this matter as if it had never occurred, I would let bygones be bygones and pay them no heed. However, should they prove to be utterly oblivious, they shall soon find themselves charging forth in another realm." As these words fell, a purple banner appeared silently behind the white deer. In the next moment, within the confines of the starship's chamber, the purple banner suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping all that could be seen within its grasp. Yang Luxing felt the pulsating purple light flicker before him, as torrents of unsettling darkness surged forth from the banner. Soon after, terrified screams echoed from below, as if something dreadful had transpired. Yet, this cacophony of screams and chaos subsided in mere moments, returning to an eerie calm. When he could once again perceive the scene within the dock, he stood frozen in disbelief. 3 starships, along with hundreds of thousands of staff and combat personnel, lay eerily still upon the floor of the dock, forming a thick layer across the vast expanse. Chapter 488. Let you go? That will cost extra. You. What have you done to them? Yang Luxing stammered. In this era of interstellar travel, even the most trivial friction within the Interstellar Alliance could lead to the annihilation of one or several planets, resulting in the deaths of billions or even hundreds of billions. Such casualties are the grim consequence of countless superweapons. For commanders and the vast majority of soldiers, it is merely a matter of pressing the button to fire the annihilation cannon from the captain's quarters or controlling a drone from a makeshift battlefield shelter. Even after decimating the enemy, they might remain oblivious to the appearance of the enemy's corpses, as it is highly probable that nothing but bones would remain. Yang Luxing, a second-generation officer who ascended to a high-ranking command position in the Interstellar Alliance military immediately after graduation, would undoubtedly show no hesitation in ordering a starship to bombard a planet with a population of billions. However, to personally command his subordinates to slaughter tens of thousands on the ground, he would find himself utterly incapable. This is not a matter of morality, but rather a psychological instinct inherent to humanity. Seeing the corpses of one's own kind evokes a visceral reaction. The notion of killing without bloodshed allows high-ranking commanders with the authority to deploy superweapons to remain distant from the most brutal frontline realities, which is a prevailing mindset within the Interstellar Alliance military. Thus, it is no wonder that upon witnessing the corpses strewn across the dock, Yang Luxing found his legs weak, unable to stand. This reflects the current state of the high command within the Interstellar Alliance. When employing advanced weaponry, such casualties are merely cold statistics. However, when faced with large-scale slaughter before their eyes, they find themselves bereft of levity. Of course, they were killed by Lu scoffed. Did you think we would leave them alive? As she spoke, she drew an electromagnetic pistol and aimed it at Yang Luxing's head. Your subordinates are dead, and the starship now belongs to me. According to the Alliance's customary practices, as the fleet commander, you should also meet your end, correct? Do you require my assistance? With his own demise imminent, Yang Luxing could not afford to indulge in sorrow. He quickly gathered his wits. No, no, no. You cannot kill me. I am the heir of the Yang family. Wait, I still hold value. I can persuade my family to pay you a substantial ransom, a sum so generous you cannot even fathom it. Just spare my life, and I assure you, the Yang family can provide not just these 3-star ships, but even a dreadnought, should you desire it. A dreadnought? The Yang family is willing to pay such a hefty price for a worthless fool like you? Furthermore, as far as I know, you are merely a direct descendant of the Yang family, and there are plenty of others like you. When did you become the heir? Don't attempt to deceive me. Bai Lu replied, with a sardonic smile, disengaging the safety on her weapon. They will. Young Muxing Hurili insisted. I truly am the family heir. The others of my generation are either from collateral branches or the offspring of my father and his concubine. My ostensibly biological elder brother and younger brother are merely a facade for external appearances. They have been selected from the descendants of the valiant Yang family to obscure my presence from prying eyes. In truth, I am the sole heir of the Yang lineage. Even if the Yang family were to abandon me, my mother-S clan would undoubtedly come to my aid. Surely, you have heard of the Dong family and military? Bai Lu raised an eyebrow, astonished to discover that such prominent families possessed so many intricacies. He was well aware of the military Dong family, which, unlike the Yang family that spans across military, political, and commercial realms, is a purely ancestral lineage of the Interstellar Alliance's military. The Interstellar Alliance governs 12 star domains, with the Central Star Domain being the most prosperous and militarily formidable among them. The remaining domains are ranked according to their comprehensive strengths. The second domain, named Qingguang, has long held the position of second best, invariably overshadowed by the Central Star Domain in both economic and military prowess. However, when excluding the Central Star Domain, Qingguang undoubtedly stands as the most powerful region within the entire Interstellar Alliance. If the Qingguang Domain is significantly overpowered when compared to the Central Star Domain, it similarly dominates the third-ranked Yin-Hui Domain, illustrating a stark divide in their standings. In simpler terms, the disparity between the first and second is vast, as is that between the second and third, while the differences among the third to 12th domains are not particularly pronounced. The commander of the Qingguang Domain headquarters has borne the surname Dong for several centuries, suggesting that the Dong family wields control over the second most formidable fleet in the Interstellar Alliance. While there are fleets mightier than that of Qingguang, such as those of the Central Star Domain, it is impossible for the Central Star Domain to experience the same singular dominance as seen in Qingguang. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to proclaim the Dong family as the preeminent family within the military of the Interstellar Alliance. Given such a backdrop, when Yang Luxing asserted that his family could exchange a starship for his freedom, he may not have been exaggerating after all. With this in mind, granting him a reprieve is not out of the question. Bai Lu paused momentarily, then manipulated the projection screen before him. A list materialized in holographic form before Yang Luxing. The starship is unnecessary. If you procure everything on this list for me, you may depart. Yang Luxing scrutinized the list, but his expression soon morphed into one of perplexity. It was not that the items were exceptionally rare. Rather, in his estimation, their worth paled in comparison to that of starship. Even less than a single hair from one. He was taken aback by Lu's surprising willingness to negotiate. For instance, the list included the complete technology for a space elevator, first through third-generation field computer technology, and the entirety of the Interstellar Alliance's 7 generations of nuclear fusion technology, along with 100 units each of the latest commercial, military, and research AI. In terms of actual value, the most significant items on this list were indeed those 300 AIs. The field computer technology held some worth, but it had been present in the Interstellar Alliance for several centuries, having already progressed to its 5th generation. The truly valuable technology lay within the 5th generation, as the earlier 3 generations had become relatively commonplace in value. The 7th generation of nuclear fusion technology represents the latest advancement of the Galactic Alliance. However, this innovation bears little value, for it is merely a reiteration of technology nearly 3 centuries old. Over the past 300 years, the Galactic Alliance has not made further advancements in nuclear fusion. This is not indicative of a stagnation in their scientific endeavors, but rather a shift in focus toward the development of more efficient energy technologies, rendering nuclear fusion a relatively outdated method that has consequently fallen from favor. Of course, theoretically speaking, the technical documents specified in the Bai Lu list are classified within the Galactic Alliance. Yet, The level of secrecy surrounding them is not particularly stringent. It is simply that lower-tier personnel are unable to access them. For the Yang family, acquiring such information is remarkably straightforward. Chapter 489. Is that not enough? The most challenging aspect to procure within this realm is, paradoxically, 100 units each of the 3 types of AI. These are the truly valuable assets. Among the 3 categories of AI, the most economical is the commercial AI, with each unit costing several hundred million alliance coins. The most expensive, the research AI, can even reach upwards of 20 billion alliance coins per unit. Moreover, acquiring 300 units of such AIs may not merely be a matter of finances. It could hinge on whether the manufacturers even have the stock available. In order for the Yang family to fulfill Bai Lu's conditions and obtain these items to rescue their heir, the primary endeavor that necessitates the family's influence is likely the collection of these AIs. Everything else can be resolved with a mere utterance. The Yang family would likely need to expend several hundred billion alliance coins for 300 units of various AIs. However, the price of a starship is beyond mere monetary valuation. If one were to assign a quantifiable cost to a starship, it would surely amount to several hundred trillion. Do not assume that the mention of several hundred trillion indicates a lack of purchasing power for the currency of the Galactic Alliance. Quite the contrary. If one were to use it to acquire basic necessities, a single alliance coin can secure enough food for an individual to consume in a day, with surplus remaining. The population governed by the Galactic Alliance numbers in the trillions, with the majority earning merely a few thousand alliance coins per month. Yet, the exorbitant cost of a starship is due to its status as a culmination of the Alliance's cutting-edge technologies, which is why its value in alliance coins appears astronomical, akin to a mere illusion of currency reaching several hundred trillion. In reality, this asset not only possesses formidable purchasing power, but also remains remarkably resilient, with its value likely to appreciate alongside the expansion and growth of the Galactic Alliance. Thus, from Yang Luxing's perspective, it was somewhat perplexing that Bai Lu would forego a starship in favor of these technologies and those rudimentary AIs, which are worth a fraction of a starship's worth. Are you certain you desire only these items? If you deem it insufficient, perhaps we could include a few more star domain strike vessels, Bai Lu remarked nonchalantly. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yang Luxing felt a wave of relief and nodded vigorously. Very well, let us add 5 of the latest star domain strike vessels. Bai Lu's request seemed too modest, leaving him apprehensive about the possibility of a betrayal. Conversely, asking for more provided him with a sense of security. Seeing his reaction, Bai Lu grew disinterested in further dialogue and casually cast a spell imprint into his mind. This will remain in your consciousness temporarily, surfacing approximately every 7 days. If I do not employ my special methods to lift the seal, you shall personally experience what it means to have your brain devoured by countless insects. Until the Yang family delivers what you have promised, you may remain aboard my starship. Of course, during these days, you are free to engage in whatever activities you wish aboard the ship. I shall not interfere. You may even attempt to escape. Look, do you see? The escape pod is right there in the docking bay, without any security key. You can simply enter and pilot it away. However, before you flee, it would be wise to pray that someone within the Alliance can unravel the curse I have left behind. Otherwise, with the vastness of the cosmos, by the time you are engulfed by the torment of myriad insects gnawing at your sanity, seeking my aid may prove to be a grave error. You may very well succumb to unending agony. This affliction is known as the heartworm curse. In the realm of cultivation, it is merely a trivial tactic, easily dispelled by any cultivator at the foundational level or above. Yet here, in the interstellar world, where science reigns supreme, captives are monitored through scientific means. Should they manage to escape, there are numerous methods available for their survival. However, this metaphysical method is an entirely different matter. Moreover, it directly affects the brain. The advanced mechanical prosthetic technology of the Interstellar Alliance is indeed remarkable. Virtually every component of the human body can be replaced with machinery, save for the brain. It is not that the Interstellar Alliance lacks the capability to create an artificial brain. Rather, the quandary lies in the fact that once an artificial brain is implanted, who can guarantee that the individual remains truly themselves? The limitation preventing full mechanization among the mechanists is not a technical issue, but rather a philosophical one. Thus, applying a curse directly to the brain is the most effective solution. Otherwise, if the curse were placed within an organ, the individual could simply return and have that organ removed and replaced, rendering the curse ineffective. Yang Luxing touched his head, feeling no unusual sensations. Yet he could not dismiss Bai Lu's words. As someone hailing from a prestigious family, he was naturally familiar with various advanced technologies, including those pertaining to spiritual energy. Although the methods employed by Bai Lu appeared far superior to the spiritual technologies developed by the madmen of the Dawn Alliance, they were nonetheless distinct. The realm of spiritual technology itself is already absurd, with many phenomena defying explanation within the current scientific paradigm. This paradox allows those knowledgeable about spiritual technology to more readily accept the extraordinary effects of Bai Lu's sorcery. After conveying these matters and granting Yang Luxing some limited communication privileges to contact his family, Bai Lu ceased to concern herself with the situation at hand. She piloted a starship away from the fleet, proceeding to stow the completely abandoned ships into the confines of her trading platform space. Consequently, her trading platform now housed a total of 8 legitimate warships, including 1 annihilation ship, 5-star domain firepower delivery vessels, and 2 patrol ships. Additionally, 5-star domain firepower delivery vessels awaited delivery as ransom. With this acquisition, her firepower could rival that of several impoverished star domain military headquarters main fleets. After all, not every star domain enjoys the wealth of the central star domain, which oversees over 30 fleets, each boasting at least 3 annihilation ships and hundreds of various starships, while the leading 10 fleets even possess formidable space fortresses. In contrast, many poorer and more remote star domains might only have a mere 10 fleets, with each fleet typically showcasing a single annihilation ship as a flagship for appearances. In her current configuration, she is, at least in terms of firepower, not inferior to the main fleets of some remote star regions. However, her auxiliary capabilities are still considerably lacking. She lacks the necessary supply ships, large transport vessels, and colossal motherships. Of course, these assets are not particularly useful for her. She primarily intends to acquire them for Sui. After all, the might of the Interstellar Alliance is such that, even if she were to possess 10 times the number of starships she currently holds, attempting to rebel with such resources would be akin to an ant trying to shake a tree. Even with a 100-fold increase in firepower, a direct confrontation with the Interstellar Alliance would only result in her being effortlessly crushed. It is impossible to defeat the Alliance through technological weaponry alone. Rather, it would be far more practical for her to cultivate for another century or so until she reaches the Tao integration or tribulation transcendent stages, at which point wielding the power to annihilate a planet with a single sword strike would be a more tangible means of challenging her mother. In contrast, these assets would undoubtedly prove beneficial to Sui. Chapter 490. The Plan of the White Deer apart from the starship. The substantial array of resources acquired would suffice to propel Blue Star to a rapid advancement, elevating it to a level 3 civilization within the span of a decade. This was also orchestrated by the White Deer for Sui. She had not forgotten the items Sui had previously tasked her to procure. In her former capacity, attempting to acquire such technologies, which were not overly classified, would have been akin to chasing phantoms. The technological support she could provide to Sui was limited to the most rudimentary information readily accessible on the Interstellar Alliance's internet. Now, with such a generous benefactor presenting herself, she naturally intended to seize the opportunity to finalize these matters. As for how she would conclude her own affairs, the White Deer felt little concern, although Yang Luxing had come under the guise of military investigation. His true aim was to covet the inheritance of the Jade Slip technology in her possession, rather than to expose the starship as stolen by her. The recordings in her captain's quarters could unequivocally demonstrate that it was the other party that harbored ulterior motives, and her actions were merely a defensive response. This hardly amounted to the grave offense of betraying the Alliance. As long as she did not betray the Interstellar Alliance, there remained room for negotiation. Should it come to light that the disappearance of a starship was indeed her doing, there would be no room for discussion. The Interstellar Alliance would swiftly obliterate a lawless realm like Qinglin Star. Regarding the matter of her having detained 3 warships from the Central Star Domain and directly causing the demise of over 100,000 crew members, while significant, it was also trivial in the grand scheme. After all, the only irretrievable aspect was the loss of those lives, which, within the Interstellar Alliance, held little value. To the powerful, those 100,000 individuals were merely a string of numbers, inconsequential in the grand tapestry of existence. As for the starship, regardless of the circumstances, the White Deer was indeed a member of the military. The ownership of the starship had merely shifted from the Central Star Domain to the Orbital Airborne Brigade of Qinglin Star in the Leisure Star Domain. Although, it was somewhat absurd for a peripheral area, this airborne brigade, to be equipped with a Star Domain firepower projection ship and 2 patrol vessels, it was not entirely unacceptable. Compared to what the higher-ups in the Interstellar Alliance could offer, these assets were trivial indeed. "Hello, is this White Deer Sr.?" A sweet voice emanated from the interstellar communication device in the captain's quarters. "Junior Lee, it's time to call. I presume everything has been arranged? How was the old man's health?" The White Deer smiled as she responded on the video call. "Wonderful. Truly remarkable. White Sr., that medicine of yours is simply extraordinary. Grandfather has only consumed a small can, and he now feels as if he has regained 30 years. It's even more effective than the psychic medications developed by the Dawn Alliance. In this world, while some sought mechanical ascension through the continuous mechanization of their bodies for prolonged lifespans, there were also those who preferred not to exchange their flesh for cold machinery. The Lee family was one such lineage. If the Yang family represents a formidable entity within the Galactic Alliance, wielding influence across political, commercial, and military spheres, then the Lee family is undeniably one of the original shareholders of the Alliance. The highest council of the Galactic Alliance comprises only 9 seats, and among these, 3 prominent families, including the Lee family, as the earliest founding clans, are entitled to occupy a seat indefinitely without the need for ballots, a testament to their significance. In contrast, the Yang family can merely be regarded as a recent upstart enjoying a surge in prominence. Regrettably, the Lee family staunchly opposes the extension of life through mechanization, preferring to face mortality rather than accept any form of cybernetic modification. However, in instances of accidental injury leading to functional decline or the loss of limbs, they do allow for limited enhancements. Their adherence to tradition is not so rigid as to eschew all forms of adaptation. This familial principle is precisely why the Galactic Alliance tacitly permits the insidious Dawn Coalition to clandestinely pursue psychic technology while vocally opposing the Alliance. Apart from the Lee family, an entire faction closely allied with them shares a similar conviction, a resolute rejection of complete mechanization. To them, machinery serves merely as a tool, not as a substitute for the human body. This philosophy prevails in the Starport Military Academy, where numerous offspring of the Galactic Alliance's nobility receive their education. Bai Lu, the protagonist, is acquainted with several young scions from one of the Lee family's factions. After a modest investment of her life essence, she swiftly earns their favor. Given the restrictions on mechanical modifications, enduring prolonged periods in space is exceedingly challenging for human bodies, necessitating continual repairs through cutting-edge medical technology. The elder members of these families typically remain on planets with suitable gravitational conditions, while the younger generation must venture into the cosmos, making it impractical to stay on planets indefinitely. Thus, they often rely on medical interventions to maintain their health, with many sleeping in specially designed medical pods each night. Bai Lu's contribution lies in enhancing their physical constitution through her life essence, alleviating their concerns about potential ailments arising from prolonged exposure to the cosmic environment, such as insufficient gravity and space radiation. Through these subtle means, she quickly integrates with the young descendants who uphold the belief in preserving their natural forms. This connection ultimately leads her to the upper echelons of the Galactic Alliance, specifically to the Lee family's princess, Li Luer. Captivated by the wonders of Bai Lu's life essence, the young princess expresses a profound interest and, under Bai Lu's subtle guidance, inquires whether there exists a more potent variant capable of extending life itself. This inquiry is particularly pressing as the head of the Leaf family, one of the 9 highest council members of the Galactic Alliance, approaches the venerable age of 90, nearing the limits of his lifespan without mechanical intervention. Thus, on the eve of her graduation as a temporary student at the Starport Academy, Bai Lu reluctantly produces a small quantity of this high-concentration life essence. The day after giving Li Luo her due, I successfully graduated and simultaneously assumed the role of captain of a transport ship. After completing the final task, I embarked on my return journey. Considering the timeline, Li Luo should be nearing her arrival at the power center of the Central Star Domain, where she would deliver the life waters to that influential figure. It suffices to say that the efficacy of these waters is paramount. In truth, we possess additional resources that can enhance human longevity and personal strength without necessitating cybernetic modifications, though further research is still required. Upon hearing this, Li Luo promptly assured me, "Senior, you need not worry about this. My grandfather has just stated that you can proceed without concern. He guarantees that no one will dare to covet your psychic technologies. I have heard there have been some conflicts with the Yang family. Is that correct? Rest assured, my grandfather has promised to intervene on your behalf. However, should similar incidents arise in the future, it would be prudent to adopt a less aggressive approach." Chapter 491. The efficiency of prominent families having obtained the desired answers. Bai Lu exchanged a few more pleasantries with the other party before elaborating on several grand visions regarding spiritual energy, ultimately concluding the conversation. The senior officials of the Star Alliance are well informed, and the events that transpired here cannot be concealed, even if she were to eliminate every living being present. The 3 starships affiliated with the military department of the Star Alliance would inevitably relay the relevant logs back to headquarters. The incident involving Yang Luxing wielding power for personal gain, only to be soundly defeated, would swiftly circulate among the upper echelons of the military. She surmised that the call from the Leaf family was prompted by their awareness of the situation here. Their intentions were likely straightforward. They recognized the value of the waters of life and the jade tablets of heritage, acknowledged the spiritual energy technology she possessed, and expressed a willingness to collaborate with her. This would alleviate her concerns regarding the Yang family. However, as Yang Luxing had acted out of self-interest, he deserved the punishment he received, and the matter could be considered resolved, provided they concluded it amicably without resulting in any fatalities. Such an outcome would be undesirable for all parties involved, especially since it could complicate matters for the Yang family. Of course, when she referred to avoiding casualties, she primarily meant the life of Yang Luxing, a direct descendant of the Yang family. As for the ordinary crew members, their lives, in the eyes of these high-ranking figures within the Star Alliance, were likely regarded as mere statistics, cold numbers devoid of significance. The collaboration with the Leaf family was likely an integral part of Bai Lu's strategy. The Star Alliance represents an immense entity that cannot be countered solely through brute force, and she never intended to instigate an open confrontation with them. The good news is that the internal dynamics of such a colossal organization are typically intricate and convoluted, not a straightforward hierarchy where dissent is unthinkable. She sought to maneuver within this complexity, finding ample opportunity for manipulation. To be more specific, it was merely a matter of forming alliances and fostering connections. Presently, her power is still somewhat insignificant compared to these titanic entities, which is why she needed to repackage her metaphysical pursuits as a form of spiritual energy technology to garner the favor of influential figures and accumulate initial capital. Once she amasses sufficient resources, the latitude for her actions will naturally expand. In contrast to the limitations of the single-planet civilization where Su-E resides, the Star Alliance often finds it easier to accept seemingly outrageous concepts. After all, Blue Star is relatively small, with resource output tending to stabilize. Once development reaches a certain point, any ambitious project would quickly be scrutinized through fundamental material trade, revealing whether one is genuinely undertaking such endeavors. For instance, the Tianyu Group's reconstruction of Penglai Island and the numerous structures serving as the company headquarters initially raised suspicions among many powerful nations on Blue Star. After all, Such a grand undertaking would require the procurement of corresponding raw materials, and one cannot simply source materials from a vast sea. There must be a reasonable timeline for construction. So how could it all arise overnight? The satellites in the sky are undoubtedly observing. For just yesterday, this island was but a mere speck. An abundance of questions naturally breeds suspicion. Furthermore, there are the myriad technologies that the Tianyu Group initially presented, many of which require extensive scientific apparatus and dedicated researchers laboring for years to materialize. However, at that time, the Tianyu Group was nearly destitute, lacking the personnel and resources necessary for such endeavors. The allocation of resources in this world is largely calculable, and your consumption does not align with it. Thus, the skepticism directed towards you is, indeed, justified. The vastness of the interstellar alliance is both a boon and a burden. Spanning centuries, its immense scale means that its dominion over its territory is limited to quelling overt rebellions. It primarily ensures taxation from all the planets within its borders. When it comes to more specific matters, governance becomes exceedingly challenging, not only in the peripheral star regions, but even within the central star domains. Numerous unremarkable planets operate under laws that diverge from those of the interstellar alliance. In truly remote areas, such as the Qinglin star where Bailu resides, the prevailing ethos is one of unrestrained autonomy. As long as one refrains from openly declaring rebellion, the alliance remains indifferent. In this context, should Bailu assert that her psychokinetic technologies were developed over decades by her team on an obscure, desolate planet, no one could reasonably contest or claim. As for inquiries regarding the location of this planet or the existence of relevant research data and technical papers, she would simply reply that it is a commercial secret. The core commercial secrets of many conglomerates are concealed in some unknown corner of the cosmos. If they can hide them, why can't she? Thus, the origins of these technologies pose no issue for Bailu. What she truly needs to obscure is merely the nearly limitless storage space of her trading platform. After all, she has indeed utilized this capability to procure numerous valuable items in the starport. Should this information come to light, it could spell trouble for her. However, after acquiring the highest authority over 3 starships from Yang Lixing, she activated the signal jamming device on the vessels, severing their real-time communication with the military. Subsequently, as she stored them within the trading platform space, the likelihood of the Interstellar Alliance discovering her abilities diminished significantly. In the vastness of space, where distances between starships can extend to hundreds of thousands of kilometers, the crew aboard her transport vessel could not possibly visually ascertain her actions of transferring the starships into the trading platform space. As for the surveillance devices, she, as captain, had long since disabled them, leaving her subordinates entirely unaware of the unfolding events. They were oblivious to the fate of the starship crew after they entered the dock. Indeed, prior to her lethal actions, she had ensured her subordinates vacated the dock, and after the deed was done, Bailu employed cleaning robots to dispose of the bodies, incinerating them in the furnace, an approach that could be deemed foolproof. The pace of the Yang family, however, was far swifter than Bailu had anticipated. In less than 2 days, she had just traversed the wormhole to return to her hometown, Qinglin Star. The compensation she had negotiated with Yang Luxing had already been arranged, arriving even before her. By the time she was notified, it was already secured in a warehouse on Qinglin Star, awaiting her collection. One must commend the efficiency of a prestigious family. Their operations are executed with remarkable swiftness. The handover process was devoid of any complications. The representatives sent by the other party exhibited little interest in conversing with Bailu. They simply allowed her to verify the items. And once she confirmed there were no discrepancies, they promptly escorted their young master back home, leaving Bailu with a warehouse brimming with various types of drones, along with 5 fully equipped Star Domain firepower delivery ships stationed in the orbit of Qinglin Star. Chapter 492. Is Sister impressive? When Bailu reached out to Sui, he was somewhat taken aback, having recently returned from the magical realm. The fate of that world seemed largely settled, with only the former trading platform member, Will, posing a significant challenge. This challenge stemmed from Will's concealment within the essence of the world. Even if Sui wished to test whether the sword gifted by Lin Aran could vanquish him in a single strike, Locating him proved impossible. The neighboring realm of cultivation had yet to devise a method to access the world's essence, rendering Su Yi's efforts even more futile. After deciphering Will's past through a 1,000-year-old girl named Ing, Su Yi had anticipated that this divinity's prodigy would guide him to confront the malevolent deity. However, the outcome was far from his expectations. Following her recounting of various erratic tales, Ing exhibited no intention of leading him to vanquish the dark god. When he inquired, she merely stated that the time was not yet ripe. When the moment arrived, the divine would surely illuminate the path for her to accompany Su Yi. Consequently, Su Yi's trust in her stories was significantly undermined. The malevolent deity, intent on seizing the territory of the magical realm's trading platform, could hardly be deemed virtuous, yet Will, the original entity from their world, likely harbored no noble intentions either. Both parties were evidently engaged in mutual scheming, and the presence of Su Yi and Wei Wei had seemingly become a cog in their machinations. Su Yi's response to this was straightforward. If they chose not to divulge information, then so be it. He had no intention of pressing further. Given that the dark and divine beings were shrouded in mystery and reluctant to reveal themselves, he decided to relinquish his concern. In truth, the only individual in the magical realm he cared for was his beloved Wei Wei. The fates of others were of little consequence to him. He entrusted Wei Wei with several protective talismans, ensuring that as long as her strength did not fall below Lin Iran's, no divine or malevolent entity could easily extinguish her life. As long as she remained unvanquished, her entry into the trading platform would secure her position, alleviating Su Yi from the burden of further safeguarding her. Regarding the development of the magical realm, he intended to proceed according to plan, treating the entire affair as though nothing had transpired. The most formidable entity in the magical realm, the Empire of the Radiant Sun, was aligned with him, while the remaining factions were insignificant. Naturally, he felt free to develop the realm as he saw fit. As for the lingering threat within the magical world, Su Yi was indifferent to its future. Wei Wei, if pressed to express her thoughts, held limited concern. Her compassion for the plight of ordinary people stemmed from a fundamental kindness that compelled her to acknowledge the suffering of the lower echelons of the magical realm. Her desire to contest the throne was fueled by past experiences that had left her unable to swallow her grievances. Now that her objectives had been achieved, she had adopted a markedly more serene demeanor. During Su Yi's sojourn in the magical realm, Wei Wei seemed to relish the comfort of their time together, often lingering in bed, savoring the pleasure of his company. In ancient times on Blue Star, such behavior would have been the hallmark of a decadent monarch. Thus, the House of the Blazing Sun still possesses a considerable number of elder statesmen, those deities and demigods who have once been intricately involved in governance. Although their expertise may not be unparalleled, it certainly surpasses that of Vivi, who is a novice with no relevant experience. Su Yi has employed these elder statesmen as laborers to manage state affairs, and the functioning of the Blazing Sun Empire has not encountered any significant issues. In fact, due to their more mature political strategies and greater personal prestige, the various problems facing the empire are being resolved in a systematic manner. The approach remains aligned with what Su Yi had previously discussed with Vivi, to first garner the support of a competent faction of nobles while suppressing another, thereby addressing the current predicaments of the empire. As for future matters, those can be deliberated upon at a later time. In this regard, the elder statesmen are far more adept than Vivi, naturally capable of executing their roles with finesse. Following this series of maneuvers, Vivi, who had recently lamented the burdens of being an emperor, found herself with some leisure time and even accompanied Su Yi to Blue Star for a brief sojourn. Matters in the magical realm are currently being handled in this manner. To fundamentally alter the deeply ingrained notion of bloodlines, there is not a task that can be accomplished overnight. Changing ideologies requires a span of centuries, measured in the lifetimes of several generations, and is certainly not a matter of immediate resolution. As for dealing with true gods and malevolent deities, that necessitates their own initiative to emerge. Until then, Su Yi cannot pursue them, nor can he effect any change. So, is this what you've procured in recent days? In the trading space, Su-yi gazed in bewilderment at the plethora of technical documents, 300 various AI units, and over a dozen starships, including an astonishingly powerful destroyer, displayed on the panel from White Deer. Most of these technical documents were previously items Su-yi had wished for White Deer to procure, yet due to her unique identity, they were unattainable. The starships, even more so, were entirely beyond the reach of conventional channels. Yet now, these technologies and high-tech artifacts lay quietly on the trading panel, almost given away by White Deer at a mere token price of 1 gram of gold. Isn't my sister impressive? White Deer raised an eyebrow, clearly enjoying Su-yi's astonishment. She then succinctly explained the origins of these items and her general development plans for the future. Upon hearing this, Su-yi realized that while White Deer often appeared carefree and unruly, akin to a bandit, which she indeed was, her political acumen surpassed that of Vivi, the legitimate imperial princess, by a wide margin. At least, he could find no fault in her current plans, which strategically leveraged the unique advantages of spiritual energy products to cultivate relationships with the elite of the interstellar realm, thus securing their support to navigate a relatively challenging period of development. Although cooperation with the Lee family would undoubtedly require ceding some interests, this was of little consequence, merely a necessary sacrifice during a time of power accumulation. After all, the interstellar world is fundamentally different from the magical realm and Blue Star. In the realm of magic, which embodies the essence of metaphysics, individual prowess reigns supreme. Possessing unparalleled personal strength grants one the ability to effortlessly ascend to the zenith of dominion, commanding the world without opposition. In contrast, the blue planet is hampered by its relatively primitive level of civilization and its lamentably confined territory. Whether endowed with formidable personal capabilities or wielding advanced technological weaponry, one can swiftly attain the highest echelons of power on the blue planet. However, the interstellar realm presents a different scenario. If we consider the magical world to represent a nascent metaphysical domain and the blue planet as an incipient technological sphere, then the interstellar alliance emerges as a super civilization that epitomizes a mature phase of technological advancement. Chapter 493, Strategy for the Interstellar World to Confront Such a Civilization. Relying solely on personal strength proves futile, even if one possesses the formidable power to shatter planets with a mere swing of a sword. As a cultivator at the transformation stage or the void return stage, confronting a vast interstellar alliance would likely be an insurmountable challenge. While taking lives may be a simple task, the sheer number of adversaries, countless trillions, poses a daunting obstacle. Their territory spans multiple star domains across billions of light years. Even if one were to strike down a planet with each swing, without the technological support of the Interstellar Alliance, reaching the next celestial body would be a protracted endeavor. After all, even cultivators at the void return stage lack the ability to traverse the void effortlessly. In stark contrast, the Interstellar Alliance possesses the technology for wormhole jumps. No matter how powerful a void return cultivator may be, their prowess cannot match the Alliance's ability to evade. With hundreds of thousands of life-bearing planets scattered across several star domains, the Alliance is unlikely to yield them easily. Should one attempt to cleave through them like slicing melons, the process would stretch into eternity. By the time one manages to diminish the Interstellar Alliance's planets in the vast cosmos, the Alliance might have already retreated to some distant corner of the universe, further expanding their dominion. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether cultivators of the transformation or void return stage could withstand annihilation cannons. Even if they could endure such assaults, the Interstellar Alliance wields even more outrageous weaponry, such as antimatter bombs. A single detonation could create a black hole. Can one withstand that? In such a world, the greatest utility of such powers may merely lie in decapitation, rendering an adversary physically non-existent when a clear target is identified. However, when that target transforms from an individual to an entire civilization, this falls well beyond the realm of expertise for metaphysical cultivators. Let us not even speak of White Deer alone. Even if Lin Iran's world were to join forces with her against the Interstellar Alliance in a grand interworld war, The outcome remains uncertain. Nevertheless, the Interstellar Alliance would undoubtedly find itself in an impregnable position. Although cultivators at the tribulation or great ascension stages may possess some ability to traverse space, enabling precise teleportation regardless of distance, such precision cannot possibly span billions of light years. This discrepancy stems not from the superiority of one civilization over another, but rather from the divergent paths of their development. Lin Iran's world lacks the concept of the cosmos. It constitutes an immensely large realm with highly concentrated matter. Yet, no matter how vast it may be, it cannot hope to rival the dispersed materiality of a cosmic structure. Distances of billions of light years would leave even great ascension cultivators in awe. If the two worlds were to engage in conflict, the Interstellar Alliance would stand on unassailable ground from the outset, even if this war were to persist for a millennium or 10,000 years. As long as metaphysical cultivators refrain from mastering the Interstellar Alliance's jump technology, the Alliance would remain undefeated. If the realm of cultivation finds itself in such a predicament, one can only imagine the futility of relying on White Deer alone. Her abilities, when placed within Lin Iran's Harmony sect, might not even qualify her as an outer disciple. To expect her own cultivation prowess, coupled with the disdainfully underutilized wand of 10,000 souls, to destabilize the entire Interstellar Alliance is akin to dreaming an unattainable dream. As Sui encounters an increasing number of diverse worlds, he adopts varying approaches to each. In the realm of magic, characterized by a relatively low level of civilization and a somewhat backward mentality, there is no need for extensive discourse. It suffices to shatter their established rules. Conversely, in the interstellar world, where significant advancements in technology have already been achieved and the overall strength of civilization far exceeds that of the worlds under control, one must naturally adapt to the prevailing game rules to thrive. By leveraging the advantages of trading platforms and utilizing existing regulations and strategies, one can rapidly enhance one's own capabilities. After all, if one fails to adapt, one cannot hope to dismantle the structures in place. What then is to be done? Currently, Bai Lu's actions align seamlessly with this philosophy, surpassing even Su Yi's expectations. She has successfully secured the favor of a powerful ally, a commendable feat indeed. Su Yi does not hesitate to express his admiration for Bai Lu's strategic decisions. Concurrently, he amends the terms of their trade. While she intends to provide these technologies free of charge, he cannot simply accept such generosity without reciprocation. Previously, he procured a batch of talismans from Lin Iran, which both Yu Ling and Wei Wei contributed, and he naturally feels compelled to share some with Bai Lu as well. Additionally, there exists a collection of mid to low-tier cultivation techniques. He is aware that the interstellar world does not lack for cultivation resources. Although the spiritual energy there is not particularly dense, it suffices for individuals to cultivate to the Yuan, Ying, and transformation stages. Furthermore, spiritual stones are prevalent in this realm. In fact, they can often be unearthed alongside special mineral resources. Su Yi speculates that these minerals, revered by the Interstellar Alliance as benchmarks for configuring special materials, have likely undergone mutations induced by spiritual energy. The presence of these spiritual stones has given rise to organizations like the Dawn Alliance, which, in contrast to the Interstellar Alliance, focuses on the study of spiritual energy technology. In addition to the foundational cultivation resources, such as spiritual stones, there exists a substantial yield of spiritual herbs, medicines, and spiritual beasts in this realm, as Bai Lu has indicated. According to her, many of these spiritual medicines and beasts have been domesticated by the Interstellar Alliance for use in medical and culinary fields. Initially, she had no concept of these resources, assuming them to be specialized flora and fauna cultivated by major medical enterprises. However, upon engaging with foundational cultivation and learning from the jade slips of transmission, she realized that these entities are, in fact, naturally occurring products of a spiritually enriched environment. Due to the Interstellar Alliance's focus on technological advancement, their understanding of items imbued with spiritual energy is limited, relegating them to mere food or medicinal applications. It is likely that the inhabitants have come to recognize the connection between these resources and spiritual energy, as it stands to reason that the growth environment for spiritual medicines and beasts would thrive under denser spiritual energy. However, their limited understanding of spiritual energy makes it challenging to develop uses beyond consumption. In such a world, replete with abundant cultivation resources, Bai Lu is poised to develop her own influence at this opportune moment. It would be most appropriate to cultivate a set of martial arts techniques for her, allowing her to nurture a trusted cadre of followers. In the face of the formidable interstellar alliance fleet, even those who have made modest advancements in their training would find it challenging to sway the overall situation. Nevertheless, they would undoubtedly be far more formidable than the armored soldiers of the alliance. Moreover, they could significantly contribute to the plans of the White Deer. Did you truly procure these foundational techniques? As expected, a look of surprise instantly graced White Deer's face. If they are beneficial to you, I shall certainly acquire them for you. TSK, so glib of tongue. White Deer let out a scoff, clearly skeptical of such flattery, yet inwardly, she felt quite pleased. She then provocatively remarked, "Come now, it's been a little over half a month since we last met. Let me see if you have grown weaker." Chapter 494. And then, there is nothing beyond that. After an intense session of dual cultivation with Bai Lu for a considerable duration, tranquility finally descended upon the trading space, allowing for the discussion of pressing matters. I have largely resolved the affairs pertaining to another world, with only a few minor inconveniences remaining. Gently caressing the supple spine of the enchanting figure in his embrace, Su Yi inquired softly, "What about your end? What plans do you foresee for the future? What plans could I possibly have? Perhaps just to cling to the leg of the Li family and dabble in the grand enterprise." Bai Lu replied languidly, reclining in Su Yi's arms, seemingly disinclined to make any movement. And then, what comes next? For instance, annihilating the Interstellar Alliance and seizing its position? Why would I engage in such futile endeavors? Bai Lu rolled her eyes. With the wealth acquired through the legacy of the Jade Slip technology, establishing an immeasurable conglomerate on our side would be effortless. In time, those brothers who have fought alongside me through thick and thin will attain whatever riches and glory they desire. If you wish for any technology from the Interstellar Alliance, I can easily procure it for you. There is no need to exhaust ourselves in the pursuit of destroying the Interstellar Alliance, as it yields no tangible benefits. She was simply a person content with living life, her aim being to ensure that her loyal companions could enjoy a better existence. As for the trivial matters concerning the Interstellar Alliance and the disputes over machinery and psychic energy, she had no desire to involve herself. Ultimately, those issues would bear no consequence for her. That does make sense, Su Yi nodded in agreement. Each individual possesses their own aspirations, and it would be unreasonable to compel Bai Lu, now that she was part of his circle, to engage in pursuits that did not capture her interest. Moreover, the difficulty of dismantling the Interstellar Alliance and usurping its position was significantly greater than assisting Wei Wei in her quest to become the Empress of the Qiyang Empire. What would it matter if one were to eliminate the entire leadership of the Interstellar Alliance and seize the Central Star domain? They possess ample strategic depth and contingency plans for their upper echelons. Even if the leadership were to be annihilated, the Interstellar Alliance would not collapse. This predicament cannot be resolved through sheer force, and at present, neither Su Yi nor Bai Lu possessed such might. Thus, it was unnecessary to demand complete control over the interstellar realm akin to that of the magical world. Pursuing individual aspirations, free from the constraints of the existing powers, as Bai Lu did, required a far grander vision. The two continued their conversation for quite some time, primarily discussing Bai Lu's future plans. Su Yi soon realized that Bai Lu was indeed far more adept in this regard than Wei Wei. Her strategies were methodical, eschewing the desire for immediate resolutions. Her approach was fundamentally about taking things slowly. Upon departing from the trading platform, Su Yi returned to Blue Star after several days. Upon encountering Yu Ling, they exchanged only a few pleasantries before she stated, "Your return is quite timely. Our company's negotiations with certain nations commence today, and it is rather complicated. Since you are back, you shall handle it yourself." "Complicated? In what manner?" Su Yi inquired, somewhat taken aback. In theory, there should be nothing on Blue Star that could trouble him or the Tianyu Group. The 5 major nations of Blue Star have already consented to our previous demands and are currently in the process of dismantling their nuclear weapons and related technological data. The reason for the delay primarily lies with several small nations that possess nuclear weapons and remain obstinately unwilling to comply. From the perspective of their leadership, it seems that only by truly possessing such apocalyptic weapons can they and their nations feel secure. While this viewpoint aligns with the previous operational norms of Blue Star, it reflects a certain outdatedness in their perception of the world. Due to the reluctance of these smaller nations to destroy their weapons and technology, the task remains unfinished. Although the 5 major nations claim to be in the process of dismantling, it is predominantly a verbal agreement, as they are merely observing the situation. The agenda of the upcoming meeting likely revolves around how to address these obstinate nations that refuse to relinquish their nuclear arsenals, as well as how we should allocate the quotas for the space-time portals once everything is resolved. Typically, such meetings on Blue Star last several days and cannot be concluded in a single day. Previously, you were absent, and there was no one else in the company suitable for this task. I had initially planned to undertake the journey myself, but now that you have returned from another world, it is only fitting that you take on this responsibility. The relevant plan is an integral part of the human selection initiative formulated by Su-yi earlier. When this plan was devised, he and Tian Shu had already anticipated such scenarios would arise. After all, these major powers, even if they relinquish their doomsday weapons, possess formidable military strength to ensure their own security. Conversely, the small nations with nuclear capabilities are entirely different. Their military might is relatively weak, and it often takes considerable time and the efforts of many generations to develop nuclear weapons, which serve as their fundamental means of existence. Now, expecting the Tianyu Group to offer a few quotas in exchange for their relinquishment of these weapons is naturally met with resistance. The moment they lose these armaments, their international standing would plummet drastically. Even if they were to gain the qualification to explore another world, it would not compensate for the harm caused by relinquishing their foundational security. Given their limited capabilities, even if Su-yi were to open the space-time portal for their entire nation to explore, they would likely not achieve anything of significance. For major powers, abandoning nuclear development to explore other worlds is entirely beneficial, with no drawbacks. However, for these smaller nations, it equates to severing an arm for the sake of obtaining what seems to be a largely inconsequential right to explore another world. If they were willing, it would reflect a lack of sound judgment. It is evident from the current stance of the Tianyu Group that Su-yi does not intend to intervene in all international affairs and national disputes simply because of their own considerable strength. Their involvement in the oil-rich regions has been limited to the unexplained fissuring of the divine nation, and they seldom interfere in the existing conflicts on Blue Star. For instance, the escalating conflict between Mao and Air Mao has become increasingly fierce, almost driving one to madness. The Tianyu Group has refrained from intervening to mediate the situation. Even the oil-rich region, not far from the headquarters of the Tianyu Group, has recently witnessed a surge of activities instigated by the urgent thirst of the white-headed eagle to extract its due. Some have resorted to transformative tactics to seize what they desire, while others have shamelessly ignited warfare to attain their ambitions. Throughout this turmoil, the Tianyu Group has remained passive. Thus, the Blue Star cannot yet be deemed a completely secure and stable environment. Chapter 495. Are you surprised to see me? In this tumultuous environment, no one wishes to be reduced to mere prey, akin to pawns on a chessboard. Naturally, they are reluctant to relinquish one of their few remaining trump cards. To speak candidly, the mere willingness to attend this meeting stems from the formidable strength of the Tianyu Group, as they dare not slight such an influential entity. Had it been any of the 5 nations that once dominated the Order of Blue Star, or even a coalition of all 5, they would likely have been met with indifference. The venue for the meeting is a quaint little town on Ojo, known for its picturesque scenery. The purported purpose of the conference is to uphold the environment of Blue Star and ensure its safety. Hence the gathering of nuclear-armed nations to discuss the reduction of nuclear weapons alongside the exploration of alternate worlds. Environmental concerns hold significant weight in these discussions, which is a primary reason why most foreign delegates ardently support the Tianyu Group's proposal. International conferences related to environmental issues are typically hosted in locations of remarkable natural beauty. Although this is merely a pretext, the meeting is officially spearheaded by an alliance of nations, adhering to the customary practices established by previous international coalitions. However, it must be acknowledged that the chosen location is undeniably stunning. At this moment, the northern hemisphere of Blue Star has already descended into the depths of winter, and the selected site is exceedingly frigid, often plummeting below minus 10 degrees Celsius. The entire region is cloaked in a silvery shroud. The hot spring hotel hosting the conference lies at the foot of majestic mountains, and stepping outside the hotel, one can gaze upon the breathtakingly beautiful and enigmatic snow-capped peaks, a sight that invigorates the spirit. At this time, only Su-Yi has the leisure to admire the scenery. Representatives from various nations and journalists from around the globe have already arrived, yet they're left waiting in small clusters, engaging in idle chatter as they await the principal attendees. Upon witnessing the elegant landing craft of the Tianyu Group gracefully descend onto the plaza at the hotel entrance, the representatives' eyes gleamed with excitement, and they instinctively gravitated towards it. Although they had previously received word that the esteemed leader of the Tianyu Group, Su-Yi, was preoccupied with other matters in an alternate world and would not be present for the meeting, they remained hopeful that the enchanting elven lady representing the group would suffice. For them, it mattered little. As long as the representative embodied the Tianyu Group, they would undoubtedly be regarded as the most esteemed guests, regardless of where they roamed on Blue Star. Even the once defiant Eagle Nation, which had previously been humiliated by the Tianyu Group, now approached with newfound humility. Should Su-Yi or Yuling venture to the Eagle Nation, they would likely be met with utmost deference. The scenario in which the Eagle leader lounges on a sofa while their guests are relegated to a mere stool is inconceivable. In fact, the reverse may occur, with the Tianyu Group representatives seated comfortably on the grand sofa, while the Eagle leader occupies the small stool, attentively listening. As the low rumble of the electric engine reverberates, the imposing landing craft gradually comes to a halt. Once the cabin door swung open, the representatives from various nations, who had planned to send their wives to engage with the elven lady and leave a favorable impression, were taken aback to see Su-Yi stepping out. Their hearts sank as they quickly buried any last flicker of hope. Those representatives from smaller nations, who had initially contemplated rejecting the proposal from the Celestial Domain Group or biding their time to negotiate for greater benefits, found their spirits dampened. If one were to choose between Su-Yi and Yuling for the negotiations, it was evident that anyone would unhesitatingly opt for Yuling over Su-Yi. These nations possessed their own advisory teams and analysts, and with the increasing amount of information disclosed by the Celestial Domain Group, they had meticulously dissected the distinctions between these two individuals. It was clear that while Yuling was no pushover, she was decidedly more composed than Su-Yi, who was known for his propensity for violence and his readiness to act upon it. Yuling, hailing from a noble lineage in another world, tended to adhere to protocols, often accepting losses without complaint. In contrast, Su-Yi was volatile. If provoked, he would not hesitate to overturn the table. In summary, Yuling was amenable to discussions, whereas Su-Yi allowed for little room for negotiation, often preferring to execute orders without question. Moreover, a crucial factor remained. These matters pertained to significant internal issues of Blue Star. Ultimately, Yuling was merely an outsider from another realm. The current trajectory of the Celestial Domain Group emphasized non-interference and peaceful coexistence between the two worlds, fostering an environment conducive to collaboration and development. In this context, Yuling, as an envoy from another world, needed to tread carefully when dealing with local affairs to avoid leaving a negative impression on the inhabitants of Blue Star, which could undermine the overarching strategy of the Celestial Domain Group. This consideration was not merely hypothetical. It was a reality they had to navigate. Yuling's desire to have Su-Yi handle this matter upon his return stemmed from these very reasons. Yet, as these representatives awaited developments, continuously gathering intelligence on both Blue Star and the magical world, They had anticipated a favorable turn with the more agreeable Yu Ling at the helm. Even if the ultimate outcome involved the destruction of certain nuclear weapons, they believed they could secure more tangible benefits. However, the intelligence indicating that Su Yi had been enjoying leisure time with the Empress of the Blazing Sun Empire in the magical realm just yesterday, only to return to Blue Star today, raised suspicions. Had they been misled after investing so much in acquiring intelligence from the 9 provinces about the magical world? Surprised to see me? Sui cast a glance at the stunned expressions of those around him, instantly discerning their thoughts. What a delightful surprise it is that Mr. Su could grace us with his presence. It is truly our honor. The official personnel of the International Alliance responded swiftly, hurriedly gathering around. I knew it. With such a significant matter at hand, Mr. Su, as a responsible. Suddenly, mid-sentence, he became momentarily speechless, at a loss for words to describe the man before him, who could arguably be deemed the most powerful figure on Blue Star. Entrepreneur, suis tov intagistet. Yes, indeed. Mr. Su, as a responsible entrepreneur, is certainly expected to be present. I have mentioned this to my colleagues numerous times. The individual quickly added, forgive my lack of introduction. I am Wu Shan, the newly appointed director of the International Alliance Secretariat. Although I'm not originally from Jiuzhou, I am of Jiuzhou descent, and my ancestral roots trace back to Jiancheng, making me a fellow townsman of Mr. Su. Chapter 496. The Demilitarization Conference of Blue Star. Although Su Yi was unaware of when the Secretariat of the International Alliance appointed a new Secretary General, who happened to be of overseas Kyushu descent, he presumed that the circumstances would not lead the other party to deceive him, thus refraining from probing further into the matter. After a brief conversation with this nominally highest official of the International Alliance, the individual, having established a sense of familiarity, wisely excused himself. The representative from Kyushu, who had been waiting patiently, promptly approached him. This time, it was not the familiar old acquaintance, Mr. Lin, who was currently in the magical realm studying the local customs. Instead, Kyushu had dispatched a young man named Feng Yun. Although his position was not particularly high, he undoubtedly held promise for the future, if all went as expected. He would certainly become a member of Kyushu's decision-making echelon. Of course, the term young here pertained to the political sphere, as he appeared to be in his 30s. Under normal circumstances, it would be implausible for Kyushu to send a lad in his 20s to such a significant event. Nevertheless, sending someone in their 30s was also somewhat unusual. Given the gravity of the occasion, it would not have been surprising for their senior officials to attend. The selection of a promising young man in his 30s did not quite align with Kyushu's typical style. However, upon hearing a few words from the representative, Su Yi grasped the underlying intent of Kyushu. Mr. Su, it is said that seeing is believing. I have long admired you, and it is indeed a great honor to meet you. The leaders have asked me to learn from your esteemed self, and I hope you will not hesitate to offer your guidance. In essence, his role was merely to gain exposure on such a prestigious international platform, with no expectation to express opinions on behalf of Kyushu at this meeting. Whatever Su Yi stated would simply elicit enthusiastic agreement from him. Unlike representatives from other nations, Kyushu evidently recognized that Su Yi was the representative of the Tianyu Group at this conference. Even if the Tianyu Group had not disclosed this information, the existence of the time-space gate on Ingzhou Island was well known. Currently, apart from the vicinity of the time-space gate, all other jurisdictions had been ceded to the official authorities of Kyushu. Naturally, the Kyushu officials were promptly informed when Su Yi returned through the time-space gate. Thus, this scenario unfolded. He speculated that had Yu Ling been the one presiding over this meeting, Kyushu would likely have refrained from sending such a relatively low-ranking young man to represent them. After exchanging pleasantries with members of the International Alliance and those from Kyushu, representatives from other nations began to approach him. Although many of these individuals hailed from countries recently beleaguered by the Tianyu Group, it was not the time to dwell on past grievances. Even the representative of the white-headed eagle approached him with a smile, exuding an exceptionally courteous demeanor. Their attitude distinctly humble. Such is the nature of Western thought. Recognizing one's inability to compete, one resorts to courtesy, and it is only natural to tread carefully in the presence of the stronger. As the principal figure finally made their entrance, the conference was poised to commence in earnest. A gathering of representatives from the most formidable nations of Blue Star, alongside Su-yi, the chairman of the Tianyu Group, convened in an expansive conference room. At the center, a grand round table crafted from redwood boasted 11 seats. Apart from Su-yi and the representatives of the International Alliance, the remaining 9 seats were occupied by representatives of the 9 nuclear-armed states. Additionally, numerous countries that have yet to possess nuclear weapons but have conducted extensive research in this domain also sent delegates. However, they were relegated to the VIP spectator area below, awaiting the final outcome. Several nations, entirely unassociated with nuclear weaponry, also attended the gathering, yet they too were confined to the lower section, mingling with children, utterly unqualified to partake in the negotiations. The conference room, aside from a negotiation table, featured a spectator area with approximately 500 to 600 seats, which are now filled with attendees from around the globe. Among them were numerous journalists and media personnel, though many were mere onlookers drawn by various motives. The genuine media reporters had already gathered in droves at a safe distance from the round table. As a staunch advocate for global denuclearization and a key proponent of this conference following the Tianyu Group's intentions, Wu Shan, the representative of the International Alliance, stood to deliver the conference declaration. Notably, he articulated his address in the dialect of Jiuzhou, a rarity for gatherings of such international significance. His speech was straightforward and clear, primarily addressing the manifold benefits of global denuclearization and the dire consequences should the current trajectory persist, with an increasing number of nations engaging in nuclear weapon development. In essence, he conveyed that the advantages of denuclearization are tenfold, while the drawbacks of retaining nuclear capabilities are equally significant. Upon concluding his address, Su-yi could not help but applaud. This individual, or perhaps the ghostwriter behind him, demonstrated remarkable literary prowess, transforming a mere proclamation of denuclearization into an impassioned oration that stirred the hearts of listeners. Following his speech, the room erupted in fervent applause. Subsequently, the meeting transitioned into the phase of discussion and debate. In this publicly broadcast conference, where real-time connections linked various nations, the ostensible purpose of the gathering was not for smaller countries to propose additional conditions or seek greater compensation for the removal of nuclear arms. Officially termed the Blue Star Denuclearization Conference, this was an earnest discussion. The agenda did not commence with haggling, but rather focused on deliberating the methods of denuclearization, identifying supervisory bodies, and ensuring that nations adhered to the agreements post-signature. However, discussions inevitably circled back to the contentious issue of profit distribution. For instance, nations with substantial nuclear stockpiles had invested heavily in their maintenance. Thus, the sudden requirement for destruction would incur significant costs. The question of who would bear these expenses could extend the deliberations for a considerable duration. Certainly, while they may engage in disputes, none would dare to request financial assistance from Su-yi regarding such matters. Although the discussions are contentious, no one truly wishes to provoke a confrontation. After considerable deliberation, facilitated by the efforts of representatives from the International Alliance, the nations ultimately reached a consensus on the overarching objective of dismantling nuclear weapons. However, the methodology for destruction will depend on the intentions of the Tianyu Group, or more specifically, Su-yi's plans. It is essential to recognize that the quantity of nuclear arms possessed by each nation varies significantly, and the significance of these weapons holds different implications for each country. For instance, for this renowned individual from the post-80s generation, nuclear weapons may be viewed as a fundamental asset for the survival and stability of their nation. Should the Tianyu Group propose terms equivalent to those offered to other countries, they would undoubtedly be reluctant to proceed with destruction. Chapter 497. I said, you should take note, Su-yi harbored no intention of involving himself in the ongoing debate, instead engrossed in a mobile game. As the discussion among the assembled dignitaries reached a lull, they turned their gaze toward him, prompting him to finally set aside his phone. So, what conclusions have you all drawn? Upon hearing this, a group of powerful figures wielding world-ending weapons exchanged glances, ultimately deferring to Wu Shan of the International Alliance to address the matter. Mr. Su, The crux of our curiosity lies in the means by which your esteemed company intends to open the portal to alternate realities, as previously mentioned by your monthly president. Clarity on this matter is essential for our continued discourse. After all, the destruction of these nuclear weapons is motivated by the greater benefit of the alternate worlds. To date, the only stipulation expressed was during the last press conference by Yu Ling, indicating that the portal would be accessible upon the destruction of nuclear arms. However, the specifics of this process remain shrouded in ambiguity. How then are we to allocate the ensuing benefits? If the Tianyu Group's stance implies that post-destruction, any individual from any nation can traverse the portal to alternate worlds, then surely the nations possessing nuclear arms would suffer immense losses. They have borne the exorbitant cost to procure their tickets, while smaller, non-nuclear nations could simply stroll through without any effort. It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequity. Who could possibly accept such a scenario? This dilemma arises even under the presumption that the Tianyu Group displays benevolence by permitting all nations of Blue Star to access alternate realities post-nuclear disarmament. When considering solely the nations with nuclear capabilities, numerous issues loom large. The disparity in the number of nuclear arms each country possesses, coupled with vast differences in economic conditions, further complicates matters. The costs and burdens associated with maintaining these life-sustaining superweapons cannot be universally compared. For instance, the bear possesses thousands of nuclear weapons, yet is mired in economic turmoil, incurring substantial expenses to sustain these formidable assets. Meanwhile, the older generation may possess fewer than 100, and their arsenal might still be in the experimental phase, casting doubt on their usability. Expecting them to dismantle their nuclear arsenal only to receive equivalent treatment would surely be met with resistance from the bear. Moreover, even the proposed distribution of benefits hinges upon the Tianyu Group's magnanimity in fully opening the portal. What if the Tianyu Group were to adopt a more parsimonious approach? For instance, allocating a fixed number of permits to each nation for passage through the portal within a specified time frame. If the contributions made by each nation vary significantly, yet the allocation of permits remains uniform, who would be content with such an arrangement? Beyond these matters of benefit distribution, there lies another pressing concern. The Tianyu Group has yet to elucidate the criteria for distributing the benefits associated with the portal, merely stating that access would be granted upon the destruction of nuclear weapons. Should we fail to clarify the nature of this access and subsequently comply with the Tianyu Group's directives, what recourse would we have if Su, Yi, or Yu Ling were to declare, "Well done, every nation shall receive a permit to traverse the portal"? Who would be accountable for such an outcome? Could you simply state whether they have opened up or not? Thus, matters of this nature resemble the intricacies of business. Prior to undertaking any actions, it is imperative to negotiate all aspects thoroughly. When it pertains to the fundamental issues of national sovereignty, regardless of their apprehension towards Su, Yi, and the Tianyu Group, they must first ascertain the specific terms and benefits involved. How precisely will the opening occur? Sui Musit. In fact, if these individuals had refrained from inquiring, he would have genuinely considered offering each nation a token number of quotas. Now that they oppose their questions, he, as a dignified individual, would not wish to appear unduly harsh in this setting. After all, countless cameras are capturing the moment, with innumerable eyes watching from behind the lenses. This conference is being broadcasted live across the globe, and Su had anticipated their intentions upon its arrival. This moment was the very purpose of their gathering. Nevertheless, it aligns with his plans, and he is willing to cooperate with them for the time being. There are 9 nations present, excluding the 9 provinces. That leaves 8. Here is the proposition. Following denuclearization, each country will have a monthly quota of 301,000 individuals passing through the temporal gates. As for the specifics, who receives 300, who 400, who 1,000, I shall leave that to your negotiations. Once you have reached a consensus, kindly inform me. After stating this, Su resumed playing games on his phone, clearly indicating his disinterest in further banter. This underscored his position. This is not a negotiation, but a notification. Even a country with the largest quota is limited to a mere 1,000 individuals per month. which instantly incited an uproar among the representatives present, were it not for the fact that Su-yi was the one making the statement. Any other individual from the Blue Stars organizations or nations might have risen in outrage. What difference does this make from dismissing a beggar? Since their purpose is to access the temporal gates, they are well aware of the regulations established by the Tianyu Group in managing these gates. Among the most critical issues is that of personnel. Aside from the Tianyu Group and the official entities of the 9 provinces, along with certain enterprises and major transactions registered with both, ordinary citizens of the 9 provinces face stringent restrictions on the quantity of items they may carry to other worlds. Under normal circumstances, an individual passing through the temporal gate is permitted to carry a maximum of 1 ton of goods, without restrictions on their value. Even with the various limitations imposed by the Tianyu Group and the acquisition of special permits, an individual may carry no more than 10 tons of goods through the temporal gate. Thus, under Su-yi's conditions, even if they secure the maximum monthly quota of 1,000 individuals, they may transport a total of no more than 10 tons of goods across the temporal gate each month. Should the Tianyu Group choose to be unyielding, that figure drops to a mere 1,000 tons. For an individual, this might seem substantial, yet the esteemed representatives present are each the embodiment of their respective nations, particularly from among the few on the Blue Star that possess significant resources. A monthly exchange of 10,000 to 18,000 tons of goods. What utility does that hold? Any sizable ocean freighter can accommodate hundreds of thousands of tons. However, only the smaller nations perceive this as insufficient. For various reasons, they find themselves besieged in one region or another on Blue Planet, hindering the smooth flow of resources. For instance, in the region of the ADS, due to sanctions imposed by the White Eagle, many individuals are currently struggling to secure adequate sustenance. The intent was to leverage this opportunity to discover a suitable source of materials in another world, thereby enhancing the radiance of the sun's brilliance. A mere few tens of thousands of tons over the course of a month is hardly sufficient for any significant impact. Conversely, those larger nations with established foundations felt a sense of relief upon hearing this figure. Chapter 498. It is merely a cog in the grand scheme, particularly with regard to the White Eagle. What is the forte of the White Eagle? Stock trading, of course. They engage in the futures market, bonds, and technological concepts. How many of these ventures truly materialize? Who among them actually takes delivery of futures contracts and brings the goods home? For them, the mere dispatch of a specialized commercial team to another world suffices to reap substantial profits. It is not necessary to resort to pillaging and bloodshed. Moreover, armed with advanced technology, they simply need to transport their innovations to the foreign realm, along with equipment that cannot yet be produced there. They can then establish factories using local resources, hiring local labor to manufacture vast quantities of industrial goods for sale to the inhabitants of that world, thus reaping considerable rewards. As for how the profits from this foreign world will benefit Blue Star, the process is straightforward. Their access to the temporal portal is limited, while Blue Star and the Tianyu Group face no such constraints. They can channel the earnings from the foreign realm to the Tianyu Group or Jiuzhou and subsequently utilize the acquired Jiuzhou coins to procure the necessary resources in Blue Star. While it is inevitable that both entities will extract a hefty toll, the overall gains will, without a doubt, surpass the losses. Despite the significant conflicts they previously had with both the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou, especially the White Eagle, which was devastated by the storm of star marks, capitalists are solely driven by profit, rendering considerations of reputation utterly irrelevant. The notion that science knows no borders may be a fallacy, yet the reality of capital transcending borders is undeniable. As long as they can amass great wealth, what does it matter if the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou also profit from the arrangement? Of course, the process involves numerous hidden costs. While formulating these plans alongside Tianshu, Su-yi meticulously calculated this aspect. The conclusion drawn was that, despite the layers of restrictions imposed through the temporal portal, the capitalists who establish industries in the foreign realm will be amply rewarded, while the nations they represent will derive little actual benefit. His strategy of limiting the number of personnel and goods passing through the temporal portal will ultimately foster the emergence of formidable capital groups within these nations. To put it bluntly, this translates to oligarchs, those who manipulate a nation's economic lifeblood and effectively control its governance, comprising a small cadre of monopolistic capitalists or capital groups. Typically, this cohort possesses unique and irreplaceable means of production, which is essential for their oligarchic status. Presently, Sui has delivered this irreplaceable means of production into their hands. The quotas for the temporal portal. When the regulations concerning personnel dispatched through the temporal portal are finalized, the Tianyu Group will introduce a personnel certification system. The rationale will ostensibly be to ensure the security of the temporal portal and to prevent diplomatic disputes with the foreign realm, necessitating that these nations submit a list of individuals authorized to pass through. This will further restrict the number of individuals entering the foreign world and solidify the stature of those permitted to traverse the temporal portal within their respective nations. What is the current situation on our blue planet? The Western-dominated economic system has nearly collapsed entirely. The once prevalent currency, the dollar, now circulates only in limited regions and is far less practical than the currency of the Nine Realms. Thanks to the Time-Space Gate and the Tianyu Group, the Nine Realms are flourishing, with all signs pointing to prosperity. In stark contrast, regions beyond the Nine Realms are grappling with the most significant financial crisis in human history. Previously, the Western Bloc reaped enormous profits by exploiting high-value industries in the Third World, fostering a high-welfare society that can no longer be sustained. The impoverished small nations that once relied on selling resources now find themselves devoid of anything to trade, existing in a state of utter dependence. Their attempts at self-rescue are futile, as the Nine Realms acquire vast quantities of incredibly cheap raw materials through the magical world, producing inexpensive goods that no one can compete against. As long as the Tianyu Group and the Nine Realms choose not to assist, these economies cannot hope to recover. In such a tumultuous environment, many inhabitants of Blue Planet outside the Nine Realms now cling to the hope that their governments can open new avenues for profit through the Time-Space Gate, allowing them to continue living well. Imagine, amid such turbulence and anticipation, these nations finally receive the opportunity to access the Time-Space Gate, only to find that it brings little benefit to their countries, instead fostering a cadre of greedy oligarchs. What would be the outcome? After the complete economic collapse, even the last glimmer of hope would be extinguished. Faced with a loaf of bread costing 500,000 marks, the actions of those unable to survive are all too evident. For Sui, this is precisely the scenario he wishes to witness. By that time, the world will be devoid of the bothersome mushroom phenomenon, allowing these people to fight as they please. Once war commences, its duration will no longer be at their discretion. As a detached observer, Sui can support their struggle until extinction, until there is no one left. While this may sound far-fetched, in practice, it is remarkably simple. At that juncture, all it takes is for the Tianyu Group to offer a new batch of advanced weaponry for sale, such as the Sentinel-2 medium exoskeleton. Acting as an arms dealer while maintaining a FA-ATE of neutrality, anyone would be able to purchase. Simultaneously, he could supply weapons to both sides, encouraging conflict, and discreetly support the losing side. Then, by manipulating the networks he controls, he could incite further discord. Given human nature, it would take mere moments for them to turn against one another. Most would never fathom that their disputes, those so-called irreconcilable conflicts, are merely cogs in a larger scheme. This is akin to the actions of the Western colonizers in the Black State, albeit Sui's plan is far less overt and infinitely more destructive. The petty skirmishes of the Black State are not his objective. At this moment, those gathered in the conference room remain blissfully unaware of the significant pitfalls concealed within that seemingly innocuous time-space gate. The great powers, confident in their mastery of core technologies, remain unperturbed, believing that merely sending a handful of individuals to another world will yield substantial benefits. They even regard Sui's approach as quite advantageous, especially since they have heard that the other realm is imbued with magic. They never intended for everyone to traverse to this alternate dimension. Otherwise, should magic proliferate, the cost of their governance would undoubtedly escalate significantly. With the Tianyu Corporation imposing restrictions on the number of travelers, they can selectively dispatch their trusted confidants, alleviating any concerns regarding the rampant spread of magic on Blue Star. Chapter 499. Pause. Let me see connections. Representatives from several nations lacking core technologies, who had no confidence in leveraging their domestic innovations and products to secure a profitable market in this alternate realm, exhibited visible discontent upon hearing the limitations on personnel and goods. However, before Su-yi, they were utterly devoid of the courage to voice their grievances. After all, this esteemed figure was known for his merciless demeanor, treating the deities of this world with the same indifference one might reserve for livestock. They certainly did not perceive themselves as dignitaries for Blue Star, fearing Su-yi would refrain from making a decisive move against them. Yet, this situation was evidently too disadvantageous for them. After much contemplation, one individual proposed a temporary adjournment of the meeting for a brief intermission. The others quickly chimed in agreement. Representatives from technologically advanced nations hurriedly descended to confer with their respective think tanks, acutely aware that once Su-yi had spoken, the number of participants was immutable. A mere utterance from him bore far greater weight in Blue Star than any edict from ancient emperors. They lacked the means to persuade Su-yi to alter his stance. With the matter settled, their focus shifted to strategizing how to secure a greater share of the allotted positions. Su-yi had indicated a range of 300 to 1,000 slots. Excluding the 9 provinces, only 8 nations remained. Thus, the distribution of these positions was glaringly apparent. The most formidable among them would claim 1,000 slots. The next tier would receive 900, while the weaker parties would be relegated to a mere 300 slots. This scenario naturally involved extensive negotiation and exchanges of interests. With a larger framework established, everyone hoped to secure a greater allocation than their rivals. This was the calculus of great powers, while the representatives of smaller nations, who believed the total slots were grossly insufficient, were not preoccupied with the distribution method. They were not naive, aware that under the proposed allocation, their share would certainly be minimal. They sought to leverage other avenues. For instance, the ally engaged in perpetual skirmishes with the Asans, known as ABA, approached Feng Yun, the representative sent by the 9 provinces, immediately upon the announcement of the recess. He implored Feng Yun to speak favorably to Su-yi, subtly indicating that his ultimate aim was to secure a larger quota. He began his entreaty by emphasizing their strong camaraderie, expressing hope that now that their elder brother had prospered, he might extend a helping hand to his younger brethren. Feng Yun's response, however, was straightforward. I sincerely apologize, but my purpose here is merely to broaden my horizons. My esteemed elders have instructed me to defer to Director Su's judgment during this meeting. I cannot assist you in this matter. If you believe the slots are insufficient, I suggest you approach Director Su directly. Although my acquaintance with him is brief, I can discern that he is quite amenable. The implication was clear. I am but a mere mascot. Seeking assistance from me is futile. Address your concerns to Su-yi. The representative from Little Ba could only sigh in resignation, evidently realizing why the 9 provinces had sent such a youthful delegate for such a crucial endeavor. Regardless of the circumstances, whenever one approaches, the youth often declares, I am unable to assist you, leaving one in a quandary. Nevertheless, he remains undeterred. Observing Feng Yun's reluctance to yield, he expresses a desire to engage in discussions with the higher echelons of Jiuzhou. Feng Yun can only concede, allowing him the liberty to proceed. Presently, Jiuzhou stands as a mere spectator in the affairs of the Blue Star, armed with ample information. Following the series of strategic maneuvers executed by the Tianyu Group, the higher-ups in Jiuzhou, bolstered by their understanding of Su-yi, likely surmise some of his intentions. Of course, this remains conjecture, devoid of any corroborative evidence. Yet, at times, certain matters require no substantiation. Mere speculation suffices. Once a conjecture is formulated, one can systematically deduce the correct answer. Although the adage, shooting arrows and drawing targets, may sound unappealing, it is not without merit. The approval of the higher-ups regarding Su-yi's ambitions is of little consequence. After all, no one can obstruct his pursuits. Furthermore, should his endeavor succeed, the benefits to Jojo would be immense. At that juncture, there would indeed be only one Jojo in the world. During this period, they need not exert any effort. They merely have to refrain from complicating matters for Sue-yi, which presents no disadvantage. Thus, when Feng Yun hears of the intent to contact the higher-ups in Jojo, he can hardly suppress his amusement. In essence, it is merely a geopolitical maneuver to bolster a tool aimed at curtailing the influence of the neighboring nation. The notion of ironclad alliances is merely a fanciful notion propagated by netizens who anthropomorphize vast nations. Interactions between countries have always prioritized self-interest, devoid of any sentimentality. At the appropriate moment, they may appear as steadfast allies. However, should their interests conflict with those of Jojo, they would be discarded without a second thought. Now, when juxtaposed with the potential impact of Sue-yi's plans, beneficial to Jojo, the notion of maintaining these so-called allies seems increasingly obsolete. As for how the higher-ups in Jojo will decline his request, that is beyond Feng Yun's purview. Those seasoned negotiators possess far more adeptness in persuasion, and the foreigners could easily conjure a multitude of reasons to deflect the matter. After the representative from ABBA departed, Feng Yun anticipated the arrival of the post-80s individual. But unexpectedly, an elder from the neighboring nation arrived instead. He commenced with a torrent of curry-scented English, leaving Feng Yun, a polyglot fluent in over a dozen languages, utterly perplexed. It was only after the curry-flavored translation that he grasped the elder's intent. Surely, you are aware that our nation boasts the largest population in the world, and such a limited quota clearly fails to meet our needs. If Jojo could persuade that gentleman to grant us additional slots, I would be willing to cede all the disputed territories to Jojo. The elder demonstrated a measure of astuteness, recognizing the lack of rapport with Jojo, and understanding that communication with Sue-yi likely hinges solely on Jojo. Hence, he presented his terms from the outset. He considered this condition to be exceedingly generous, undoubtedly demonstrating ample sincerity. However, to Feng Yun's ears, these words carried a somewhat menacing undertone. Given the current strength of the Jojo nation, the so-called disputed territories had long been reclaimed. Now, this old man suddenly presenting such demands seemed akin to offering Jojo its own possessions. What kind of game was this? The people of Jojo are typically compliant and enjoy contemplating such matters. Yet the words of the old immortal, to Feng Yun, suggested a rather ominous implication. Though you have already reclaimed that land, we still maintain a nominal dispute. Therefore, if you do not acquiesce to my requests, I shall dispatch troops to continue contesting it. Is this truly acceptable? Chapter 500. Is destruction preferable to confrontation? Apologies, but there are no pertinent disputes between us. Even if there were, they would not serve as leverage for negotiation. Furthermore, Jojo is Jojo, and Tianyu Group is Tianyu Group. I lack the ability to influence Mr. Su's thoughts. You should address him directly. After stating these two sentences with a stoic expression, Feng Yun turned to leave. Prior to this encounter, he had heard whispers of AtoZ's remarkable prowess. Yet being a newcomer in the political arena, his external interactions were rather limited, confined merely to hearsay. This time, however, he bore witness to the living embodiment of such rumors. The audacity of leveraging Jojo as a bargaining chip, while believing oneself to be sincere, was astonishing. The crux of the matter lay in his realization that this old sage was not merely feigning ignorance. He genuinely believed in his stance. That was the most remarkable aspect of all. Wait, we can still negotiate the terms, the old sage hastily implored. Yet, it was evident that Feng Yun had no intention of prolonging the conversation. Having engaged with AtoZ for too long, he feared he might contract some of his peculiarities. Moreover, his earlier words were not mere pleasantries. His presence here represented Jojo's position, which was to leave the matter entirely in Sue-yi's hands. He was merely to comply without further inquiry. What these individuals now sought from him was unequivocally contrary to the mission he had undertaken. If he were to acquiesce to their requests, persuading Sue-yi to allocate additional quotas for this country or that, then what role would Sue-yi have in decision-making? He could simply take charge himself. Self-awareness is a virtue, Feng Yun understood his circumstances well and had no desire to provoke the ire of that esteemed individual. He had now touched the upper echelons of Jiuzhou's hierarchy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his prospects were boundless, as he had come to learn some rather clandestine information. Although on the surface, Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou maintained a partnership, seemingly two independent entities with no overarching dominion over one another. The reality was that their relationship was intricately intertwined, nearly impossible to delineate. Whether he could ascend further in his career depended, to some extent, on Su Yi's attitude in this matter. When you bloom, the gentle breeze shall come. Such is the nature of affairs. Even if Su Yi repeatedly clarified that there was no connection between Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou, and that his assistance to Jiuzhou resembled merely aiding his hometown, once Tianyu Group reached such a scale on Blue Star, completely severing ties had become an unattainable feat. His existence would inevitably exert a profound influence on Jiuzhou, impacting various dimensions, including the future of Feng Yun himself. The events unfolding here pertain to the future of the entire world, being broadcast live across the globe. Naturally, this has sparked extensive discussions worldwide. The discourse among nuclear-capable nations has been particularly fervent, with tensions nearing a breaking point. Abandon nuclear weapons, and we receive only this meager allocation of temporal gateways? What purpose does that serve? I find myself contemplating the day when our nation shall attain the privilege of traversing the temporal gate to embark on adventures in alternate realms. Yet, with such a limited allocation, it seems unlikely that I would ever partake in such an opportunity. Su Yijin epitomizes the most avaricious capitalist in human history. Despite having constructed the temporal gate, he obstinately refuses to open it to all of humanity. It is my conviction that since this marvel resides on Blue Star, it ought to be the collective property of its inhabitants. Why should only the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou have the authority to govern it? They ought to relinquish the temporal gate for the world to manage collectively, ensuring equitable distribution of opportunities and the resources and benefits derived from these alternate worlds. Indeed, we should organize a march, perhaps even a strike, to make Su Yijin aware of our collective might. Where's our aircraft carrier? We must dispatch our naval battle group. I refuse to believe they would dare withhold the temporal gate under such circumstances. I have inquired, and this marvel is situated at sea, within our naval battleground. To exchange the destruction of nuclear weapons for such a meager allocation is absurd. I would rather aim our nuclear arsenal at Jiuzhou and the Tianyu Group. I am convinced they would cease their occupation of the temporal gate. You are absolutely right. Since they refuse civilized discourse, we must impart a lesson to these Jiuzhou barbarians. Just as I breached the digital barriers to glimpse this conversation, I was left bewildered. Is this truly the Blue Star Network? How is it that I cannot comprehend a single word of what you are discussing? It is no wonder that they are so shameless. The technology of the Tianyu Group, the territory of Jiuzhou, and the construction of the temporal gate. Yet these individuals assert it is the property of all Blue Star. Ironically, we have become the very usurpers of the temporal gate. The aircraft carrier seems to be under immense strain. Previously, I encountered individuals who believed in the happy education of the White Eagle, and many at the lower stratas still cling to the notion of a flat Earth. I was skeptical then, but now I'm a believer. Can an aircraft carrier truly contend with starships? Will victory be ours? Targeting the Tianyu Group with nuclear weapons is even more comical. My dear friend, if your fireworks were effective, would you even need to remind us? The leaders of your bandits would have already come to seize it. Do you understand why they do not dare to raid? It is because your bandit leaders have not yet had their fill of life. You Jiuzhou denizens epitomize insatiable greed. Why cannot the temporal gate, which benefits all humanity, be shared with the world? With hundreds of billions residing in the alternate realm, if we were to enslave them, we could all lead prosperous lives. I find merit in the sentiments expressed by the individual above. There are countless souls in the magical realm. If we were to capture them as slaves, we would no longer need to toil, only to bask in pleasure. What nonsense! That is a magical world. Do you comprehend magic? Without Su Yijin treating their deities as mere livestock, Blue Star would be utterly powerless against the divine beings of the magical realm, as nuclear weapons would have no effect on them. Now, the pressing question arises, why would Regent Su now the Vice Emperor of the Radiant Sun Empire, enslave his own people for your benefit? It appears you are the one who wishes to become a slave. The cacophony of debate rages online, yet it can largely be categorized into several factions. The JoJo spectators revel in the spectacle, while the nuclear-capable nations are consumed with urgency, lamenting the scarcity of opportunities, which leaves them parched for more. As for the remaining nations beyond the 9 provinces, those lacking even nuclear weapons are now in a state of frantic agitation. This is due to Su Yi's mere mention of the quotas available to nuclear-armed states upon the destruction of their arsenals, while he did not even allude to those countries devoid of such capabilities. They might not even secure one of the mere 1,800 quotas available. It is impossible for them to remain calm under these circumstances. After all, despite the scarcity of the quotas, at least those with them are at the table. If they lack even the qualification to join the discussion, they will truly be relegated to a lifetime of solitary play in Blue Star OL. Chapter 501. You had better truly convince me the voices of these individuals swiftly reached the ears of the national representatives present. Thus, as the break in the meeting came to an end, Su Yi, who was on the verge of dozing off, heard a rotund figure rising from the audience beyond a round table. Mr. Su, he declared previously, you seem to have only mentioned the quotas available to nuclear states following the destruction of their nuclear weapons. However, you have not addressed how many quotas non-nuclear nations might receive. Might you take this opportunity to elaborate? In an apparent attempt to lend legitimacy to his unreasonable request, he added, after all, Blue Star belongs to us all. Its inhabitants ought to be united as one family. As the chairman of Tianyu Group, you should be fully aware of this principle and strive for fairness. Surely, you would not deny even the slightest opportunity to those small, non-nuclear nations, would you? This unexpected interjection interrupted the representatives at the table who were preparing to deliberate on the allocation of quotas, and many gazes directed at the portly figure were far from friendly. Yet, more expressed astonishment, their eyes seemingly saying, "Goodness, you are truly bold." Undeterred, he continued unabated. Ignoring the looks, Su Yi paused for a moment, lifting his gaze to regard this individual, and casually inquired, "Where do you hail from? Whom do you represent?" The rotund man promptly replied, "Mr. Su, I am from Heizhou, representing the nation of Tsang." Not quite familiar with it, Su Yi shrugged, his honesty evident. Then, with a hint of detachment, he asked, "Are you suggesting that Blue Star should indeed be a family, and therefore I ought to share the time-space portal for the unrestricted use of all its inhabitants?" "Indeed." The stout man nodded vigorously. "Then let me pose a question," Su Yi said. Although his head was not pointed, he couldn't help but feel compelled to inquire further in such a situation. In the construction of the time-space portal, has your nation, or you as its representative, contributed even 1/10,000th of the effort? If Tianyu Group requires assistance, we would evidently be willing to help, but regrettably, you have not afforded us that opportunity," the rotund man lamented, a look of genuine regret upon his face, as if he truly wished to assist Su Yi in constructing the portal. "Oh, then this becomes my dilemma," Su Yi scoffed. "Let me ask you one question. In your country, if an individual spends their own money to build a house on their own land, is that house also considered the property of every citizen, allowing anyone to enter and reside therein at will?" This query was not difficult to answer. It essentially revolved around a basic principle of values. Any rational individual would not deem such behavior appropriate. Yet, it was evident that he had underestimated the depths of the rotund man's audacity. The stout man was quick to respond, and upon hearing Su Yi's words, he retorted, "Mr. Su, you are conflating concepts. This is an entirely different matter, as you should well understand. After all, a mere structure erected by the citizens of our nation cannot possess the miraculous ability to swiftly elevate the entire country to prosperity. If it were possible, I would hope that, despite their lack of wealth, they would, out of the most basic kindness inherent among humanity, contribute what they could. At this point, the conversation has ventured into the realm of moral coercion. Continue. I am listening. If you manage to persuade me, I might just allocate some of the opportunities to you." Su Yi remarked with a light chuckle. The stout man, sensing the shift, felt invigorated. He understood that the only way to achieve his aims was through this method of moral manipulation. He gambled on the notion that, in the context of a global broadcast, Sui would not wish to lose face and would acquiesce to some of his demands, thereby securing substantial benefits for himself. Mr. Su, as you are aware, our regions, Jiuzhou and Heizhou, have maintained a long-standing amicable relationship. In the past, the friends from Jiuzhou have provided us with considerable assistance. Although they have also taken many of our mineral resources, they have indeed contributed to tangible advancements in our economic development, fostering a profound friendship between our peoples. If you would be willing to relax the criteria for the opportunity at the temporal gateway, deepening the friendship between our regions, would that not be a splendid affair? Years from now, the people of Jiuzhou and Heizhou will surely express their gratitude for your generosity, and, crucially, it seems to be of little consequence to you. Upon finishing his speech, he bowed to those around him, seemingly satisfied with his own rhetoric. Sui's lips twitched in response. It is true that Jiuzhou and Heizhou have engaged in trade for an extended period. However, the essence of this relationship stems from the past, when a scarcity of various mineral resources and raw materials compelled us to cultivate good relations with these nations to access their mineral wealth. Unlike the Western powers, whose ancestors were pillagers, Heizhou, while no longer a colony, remains under significant influence from these Western factions, which can still manipulate internal affairs within Heizhou. Their connections make it exceedingly simple to pursue their interests in Heizhou. Jiuzhou, lacking such conveniences, must foster relations with the locals and pay a higher price to obtain what they desire. This is the cost of refraining from being a bandit, a situation that is somewhat unavoidable. To genuinely believe that there exists a bond between Jiuzhou and Heizhou amidst this backdrop of primitivism is a rather excessive notion. The idea of friendship is hardly grounded in reality. Jiuzhou's officials have faced significant criticism due to these circumstances. And while they had to endure reproach for resource-related and geopolitical reasons, they could only accept it begrudgingly. Presently, Jiuzhou, no longer in dire need of various minerals, has long begun to withdraw its meaningless investments in Heizhou, projects that are fundamentally unrecoverable and akin to acts of charity. In a year or two, it is likely that hardly a soul from Jiuzhou will be seen in Heizhou. After all, dealing with the inhabitants of the magical realm proves to be far less troublesome than engaging with these uncivilized primitives. Moreover, the myriad of mineral resources and raw materials within the magical realm is simply beyond enumeration. Faced with such abundant choices, I have no desire to continue engaging with these individuals. Yet, astonishingly, they still cling to the hope of leveraging their previous connections with the 9 provinces, exhibiting a complete lack of self-awareness. After a brief pause, Sui replied, "Firstly, I refuse to be subjected to any moral coercion. The time-space gate is my personal property and bears no relation to Blue Star, nor to humanity as a whole. Furthermore, I actually intended to allocate some quotas to all nations of Blue Star. While I appreciate your willingness to speak up and alleviate my boredom, I must admit that your words are rather displeasing to me. Therefore, I regret to inform you that the quotas initially intended for the Black Province are hereby suspended." Lastly, Sui glanced towards the entrance of the conference room. Is there no security in this venue? What are they doing? When did I permit uncivilized gorillas to take a seat at the table? Out. Chapter 502. Everyone has a chance. No, you cannot do this. The stout man was instantly flustered. The security guard at the entrance hesitated, casting a glance at the representative of the White Eagle. This meeting was primarily under the jurisdiction of the White Eagle regarding venue security and other matters. It was an unavoidable circumstance, as everyone present was financially constrained, save for the affluent White Eagle. Observing the situation, the representative of the White Eagle scoffed. "Hurry up. Did you not hear Mr. Su's words?" It was no jest. Sui, even if he demanded the expulsion of everyone present except himself, would not dare to utter a word of dissent, even if it meant expelling himself. His reluctance stemmed not from fear, but from the dire consequences of losing this opportunity. Returning home would spell his doom. Soon, 2 burly men escorted the stout fellow out of the conference room, finally rendering the space somewhat tranquil. Sui surveyed the room and stated calmly, "Why just said still stands? All countries on Blue Star, except for Heizhou, are eligible to receive a certain quota for access to the magical realm. The nations represented here, which are discussing the denuclearization of Blue Star, have made significant contributions to the continuation of human civilization through the dismantling of nuclear weapons and are therefore entitled to over 300 quotas. The remaining nations may communicate with the relevant departments of the Tianyu Group regarding their quotas, which will be fewer than 100. The exact number will be evaluated by professionals. You may proceed accordingly. His intention was to cultivate a cadre of oligarchs globally, capable of inciting the wrath of the heavens. For those nations unqualified to sit at the table, quotas would naturally be granted. Otherwise, how would they manage to engage in competition? Have you all reached a consensus? If not, feel free to continue deliberating. Su Yi gestured dismissively, indicating that the representatives of the countries need not concern themselves with him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the representative of the White Eagle promptly stood, saying, "Sir, we have already come to an agreement." The White Eagle receives the largest quota, followed by the bear, and then the John Bull and the Gallic Rooster. He rapidly enumerated the countries in descending order of their allocated quotas, as if reading off a menu. None of the other representatives voiced any objections. It was evident that, during the intermission, these nations had completed their bargaining and reached a consensus. The White Eagle, despite its diminished stature, still wielded influence, even if it had to bow before the Tianyu Group. Having lost the capacity to compete with Jiuzhou, nonetheless, it did not hinder them from asserting dominance over other nations in this context. Securing the largest quota was indeed reasonable. So, is this how it shall be settled? If you find no issues, then it is naturally decided. The representative of the White Eagle responded respectfully. Very well, let us adjourn the meeting, Su Yi declared, rising to his feet. The critical issue at hand, to put it plainly, revolved around the distribution of benefits from the portal of time and space, since he has established his own standards. The consensus among several nuclear-armed nations signifies that the main event of this conference has reached its conclusion. Such trivial matters cannot be allowed to linger indefinitely. As for the fundamental issues regarding the destruction of nuclear weapons, who will finance and man the efforts, those concerns do not pertain to Su Yi. He is not a caretaker. Such insignificant matters do not warrant his attention. If it were the case, he would rather unveil the imperial banner and embark on a grand endeavor. By the way, this occasion presents an opportunity for me to announce a few additional matters. Just as he reached the threshold, Su Yi paused momentarily and continued. Through the relentless efforts of our Tianyu Group's research department, we have recently overcome numerous technological challenges, resulting in a significant advancement in our technological reserves. Consequently, a plethora of new engineering projects has emerged, such as the construction of space elevators and starports, which are now on the agenda. Initially, we had planned to hold a press conference in a few days to elaborate on these developments, but since everyone is present, it saves us the trouble of organizing another event. I intend to construct 3 space elevators on Blue Star, with 2 locations already determined. One near Yingzhou Island in Jiuzhou, and another close to the headquarters of Tianyu Group on Penglai Island. The third location has yet to be finalized. In truth, as long as it is situated along the equator, it could be built anywhere. But specific plans have yet to be laid out. As he spoke, he glanced back at those in the room, a knowing smile gracing his lips. There are opportunities for everyone here. While it is common knowledge that the economic benefits of space elevators cannot rival those of the time-space gate, once completed, they will undoubtedly yield immense wealth. It is not an exaggeration to say that they could generate economic growth in the trillions, akin to a mere sprinkle of water. Observant individuals can clearly see that Tianyu Group is not only advancing into other worlds, but also venturing into the cosmos. The strategy hinges on a dual approach, with both fronts being equally robust. Due to the time-space gate, their involvement in other worlds is currently limited, and even if they could engage, the potential benefits will be scarce. However, the boundless expanse of the cosmos offers infinite opportunities. Establishing the time-space gate is tantamount to constructing a bridge to the sky. Even if they do not possess the advanced technology of Tianyu Group to create various extraordinary starships and aircraft, the establishment of space elevators will facilitate the construction of simple extraterrestrial mining machines without difficulty. even if they choose not to engage in any activities. Once the space elevator is completed, it will belong entirely to Tianyu Group. As long as this structure exists within their territory, it will essentially serve as a port linking to the cosmos, promising unimaginable wealth. Among those present, who among them is not astute? In the blink of an eye, they grasped Su Yi's intentions. The atmosphere in the conference room, which had previously been relaxed following the consensus on the exchange of interests regarding the time-space gate, suddenly became charged with tension. Such a remarkable opportunity, desired by all. Yet, Su Yi's recent declaration has unequivocally indicated that the Tianyu Group shall refrain from intervening, thus allowing them to decide on a location themselves. Consequently, the ultimate site for the space elevator shall evidently rest upon their deliberations. Just moments ago, the once harmonious allies have swiftly transformed into rivals. The audience, who moments before had been cheering in unison, now witness an extraordinary display of international camaraderie. However, with Su Yi casting this bait, the online discourse has erupted into chaos. Do you intend to stage such a grand narrative of unity on Blue Star? If you truly achieve such cohesion, would my plans not be rendered futile? Chapter 503. The distinctiveness of the Blue Star inhabitants, whose hands shall the third space elevator fall into? As Mr. Su Yi, chairman of the Tianyu Group, proactively proposed the construction of 3 space elevators at a global conference, nations around the world have shown considerable interest in this matter. Among these, the locations for 2 of the space elevators have already been determined. Situated near Ingzhou Island in Jiuzhou and in the waters close to the Tianyu Group's headquarters on Penglai Island. The question of who will secure the 3rd space elevator has become a focal point of global attention in recent days. Before delving into this inquiry, it is essential to comprehend what a space elevator truly is. One cannot help but note that the author of this article possesses a deeper understanding of space elevators than I do, remarked Su, smiling as he glanced at a popular science article on space elevators on his phone. In truth, the concept of a space elevator has long been theorized and envisioned on Blue Star, with the theories being quite mature. However, due to material limitations, the actual construction has yet to be realized. Moreover, the endeavor itself is an exceedingly vast and intricate project, even if breakthroughs in material science were achieved. Paving the way for construction, it is uncertain how many nations would choose to embark on such an undertaking. This is akin to infrastructure development. While it is universally acknowledged that solid foundational construction can spur economic growth, the process of reliable infrastructure development, fostering economic prosperity, is prolonged, requiring substantial investment with minimal short-term returns. The wealthy nations of the Western Bloc, previously under the looming shadow of Damocles, prioritize immediate returns as a measure of political achievement. Consequently, they are likely disinclined to engage in ventures that demand high investments with difficult returns in the short run. As for those in the developing world, they are still preoccupied with a more pressing concern of their next meal. The construction of a space elevator, should it come to fruition, might well be dismissed as a spectacle that misguides the nation. Thus, even prior to the emergence of the Tianyu Group, Blue Star had sufficient conditions to construct a space elevator. It seems that only Jiuzhou could ultimately realize such a project. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that Blue Star has already established a solid theoretical foundation regarding this matter. A cursory examination of theories on space elevator technology reveals many parallels with the information obtained from Bailu, indicating that the inhabitants of Blue Star indeed possess substantial knowledge. Even in the absence of the Tianyu Group, it is likely that, in the years to come, provided they conquer the challenges of nuclear fusion and resolve energy issues, Blue Star could swiftly advance into the interstellar era. Of course, entering the interstellar age without a comprehensive understanding of their home planet would render their future development speed incomparable to that of the neighboring Interstellar Alliance. According to Bailu, the Interstellar Alliance managed to develop space transition and faster-than-light technologies within less than 50 years of departing from their home planet. In less than a century, they became the most powerful civilization in their galaxy, undefeated in their campaigns. In under 500 years, the Interstellar Alliance has expanded to its current magnitude, establishing itself as the absolute sovereign of several star domains. To articulate this notion in a more comprehensible manner, The galaxy that houses the blue planet can be regarded as merely an unremarkable system within the vast expanse of the interstellar alliance. It is only when hundreds or even thousands of such galaxies are aggregated that they form a true star domain. The interstellar alliance possesses over a dozen of these domains, the scale of which is indeed staggering. Furthermore, within the territories governed by the interstellar alliance, no other extraterrestrial beings exist apart from humanity. This does not imply a complete absence of intelligent life across these myriad star systems. Rather, it signifies that the indigenous populations have been entirely eradicated by the alliance. Having endured the brutalities of civil strife on their homeworld and the subsequent thorough exploitation of resources, it is evident that the interstellar alliance is not a benevolent organization. During its expansionary phase, it was characterized by ruthless and unyielding tactics. It is only in recent years, as its expansion has gradually ceased, that the alliance has adopted a more temperate disposition, allowing for the emergence of organizations such as the Dawn Alliance. In the period of the alliance's expansion, any entity like the Dawn Alliance, which aspired to supplant the Interstellar Alliance, or individuals such as Bai Lu, who acted with impunity, would have swiftly been branded as traitors and met with execution. In this regard, the Blue Planet's Interstellar Alliance, which engages in self-destructive internal conflicts even before fully leaving its homeworld, pales in comparison. To speak of the Blue Planet's inability to eradicate all intelligent life encountered during its expansion is an understatement. Such an audacious endeavor would provoke an outcry from numerous humanitarian advocates, and within the Western political framework, a plethora of politicians enamored with extraterrestrial life would emerge, seeking to gain favor and votes by championing a more lenient policy. While this may appear humanitarian on the surface, the retention of diverse and chaotic alien entities would undoubtedly lead to unimaginable complications in the future. The Interstellar Alliance had already grasped these complexities before venturing beyond their homeworld. They understood that the eradication of differing civilizations and races on their homeworld was a prerequisite for their own progression. Conversely, due to the fortuitous emergence of nuclear weaponry, the Blue Planet's humanity was spared the pains of internal strife, resulting in a deceptive facade of prosperity, which, in turn, precluded the experience of such a brutal culling process. If they were to venture into the cosmos, they would inevitably encounter numerous hindrances. Nevertheless, there is a silver lining, as Su-yi is currently endeavoring to cultivate this rigorous selection process. Once his plan is realized, the state of affairs on the Blue Planet may closely resemble that of the Interstellar Alliance prior to their exodus, with the entirety of the planet consolidated into a singular entity akin to the 9 provinces. While it may not surpass the developmental velocity of the Interstellar Alliance of yore, it will certainly avoid being encumbered by trivialities that hinder progress. In comparison to the interstellar realm, the inhabitants of the Blue Planet seem to possess a more agile intellect. Yuling also concurred, stating, "I have examined both the history of the Blue Planet and that of the interstellar world you have brought back. Their developmental trajectory has always adhered to a methodical approach, making the right choices at opportune moments, ultimately evolving into the formidable entity they are today. Unlike the Blue Planet, which has made numerous erroneous choices yet continues to progress in an unconventional manner due to various reasons, resulting in its current state. The inhabitants of the Blue Planet mistakenly believe this to be the natural course of development. However, a review of interstellar records reveals that neither the Interstellar Alliance nor the civilizations it has obliterated have followed a trajectory akin to that of the Blue Planet." As she spoke, she appeared to recall something further, rising from her seat to retrieve another document from Su-yi's desk. Take a look at this. This document indicates that, in contrast to advancements in technology, the Blue Planet's inhabitants are more suited for the cultivation of metaphysical practices. Chapter 504. Each displays their talents previously. The batch of fundamental cultivation techniques you brought back has been put to the test. As per your request, Tianshu selected a group of children, approximately 10 years old, from the families of the group's employees and those recommended by the 9 provinces to attempt cultivation. The following data has been gathered through Tianshu's observations and statistics. A total of 1,000 children who met the age criteria were chosen, and after undergoing aptitude tests from the realm of cultivation, nearly all displayed varying degrees of potential. Among these 1,000, at least a dozen could be considered prodigies even in the world of cultivation. Notably, there is a child named Zhao Qingxiao, whose aptitude has reached the highest level indicated by the testing stone you provided. I even suspect that the quality of the testing stone might be limiting the true extent of his abilities. This is undoubtedly unusual, according to common knowledge in cultivation literature. It is already quite rare to find 1 or 2 cultivators among 100 individuals. A talent like Zhao Qingxiao is truly 1 in a billion. And if he were in the cultivation world, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of elite sects and sacred lands, who would vie to cultivate him to the highest standards reserved for their chosen ones. Yu Ling was aware that Su Yi would likely find these complex details tedious. Thus, she handed him the documents but took the initiative to explain them briefly. Is there a control group? Su Yi glanced at the intricate data and lost interest. There is. We also selected another 1,000 Caucasian children and 1,000 black children of similar age for comparison. Of course, this testing was not made public. It was conducted covertly under the guise of health examinations for tourists visiting Penglai Island. The conclusion drawn was that approximately 20% of the Caucasian population possessed cultivation potential, while the black individuals showed a rather dismal statistic akin to the cultivation world, with only about 1% exhibiting such potential. The discrepancy is staggering, to put it bluntly, so pronounced that it hardly seems plausible for them to belong to the same species. While explaining, Yu Ling could not help but express her incredulity. Faced with these absurd figures, Su Yi fell into silence. Regardless of the perspective, the fact that anyone from the 9 provinces could be found with cultivation potential is utterly unscientific, or perhaps entirely non-fantastical. Even the 1/5 of Western Caucasians possessing cultivation potential strikes as rather outrageous. If we were to exchange Blue Star individuals for those in the cultivation realm, will we not see cultivators everywhere, thereby devaluing their prowess? Furthermore, the notion that even the uncivilized individuals from the black region possess 1% cultivation potential, just like those in the cultivation world, raises eyebrows. How can one reconcile this? Su Yi could not bring himself to believe that these uncivilized beings could surpass the intelligence of those in the cultivation realm. This situation is certainly abnormal, but he was uncertain as to which aspect of it was flawed. It pales in comparison to the grievances and rivalries among the first-generation members of the trading platform that secretly controlled the development of the magical world. He has always felt that Blue Star conceals even greater secrets. The Imperial Jade Seal serves as a form of evidence to some extent. However, apart from this, he possesses no other substantiating proof nor any relevant evidence to validate his claims. After a discussion on the matter, they found themselves unable to reach any conclusive understanding, ultimately deciding to abandon the topic. Meanwhile, the competition for the 3rd space elevator on Blue Star is fervently ongoing. The Tianyu group and the Jiuzhou are merely spectators, content to watch the unfolding drama. Other nations and factions are showcasing their own strategies. Among them, a few major powers demonstrate considerable acumen. Due to the necessity of constructing the space elevator along the equator, most Western nations find themselves entirely excluded from the opportunity. Even if they were favored by Su Yi and received his permission, they lack sufficient territory to build a space elevator. Thus, an astute yet nefarious plan was devised. Given the limited size of Blue Star and the few nations along the equator, by analyzing the locations of the Tianyu Group's headquarters on Penglai Island and Jiuzhou Island, the possibilities for constructing a space elevator diminish further. After all, Su Yi is not irrational. It is implausible that he would place all 3 space elevators in close proximity. To maximize benefits, they must be strategically separated. The reasoning among certain Western nations is straightforward. Since they have no territory to build a space elevator, and due to past unpleasant relations with Su Yi, the likelihood of gaining his approval is slim, they resolve to seize all relevant territories along the equator. Regardless of where Su Yi ultimately decides to establish the elevator, it will invariably fall within their dominion, effectively becoming theirs. Su Yi remains unaware of which cunning mind conceived this scheme. Yet the key is that a faction within the Western Alliance genuinely believes it to be sound. Thus, the first aggressive act in the scramble for the space elevator has emerged, with Western nations initiating a series of events characterized by colonization, warfare, and a subsequent wave of recolonization. Initially, they were cautious of the Tianyu group, fearing that Su-yi might intervene. However, upon discovering his disinterest, they cast aside their hypocritical facades and embraced a more authentic approach. In less than half a month, the coalition led by the eagle emblem of the Western Alliance succeeded in seizing control of the majority of territories along the equator in the western region of Blue Star. Most of these acquisitions were executed through direct and forceful occupation. Only a few areas, already staunchly pro-Western and eager to serve the Eagle's interests, were easily controlled without direct military confrontation. Softer methods, such as stationing troops, sufficed. From the perspective of the Western Alliance, given that Su-yi's selections for the first two space elevators include one in the southern seas of Jeozhou and another on the Penglai Island located in the Indian Ocean, it stands to reason that the optimal location for the final space elevator would be in the western part of Blue Star to avoid resource waste. However, while the West holds this belief, others do not share the same conviction. Upon realizing that the Western powers intended to seize territories along the equator of the Blue Planet, the nations situated in that region became increasingly anxious, particularly those surrounding the South Seas. They found themselves positioned between Penglai Island and Yingzhou Island, and logically, it seemed inconceivable for Su-yi to contemplate establishing a third space elevator in such a location unless he had lost his sanity. However, these small nations of the South Seas appeared oblivious to this fact. Their desperation had reached a fever pitch, fearing that the white-headed eagle might arbitrarily concoct some pretext involving a detergent-like substance, claiming it to be related to the development of chemical weapons, thereby launching an offensive against them. This issue had transcended mere financial gain from the space elevator. It had become a matter of survival itself. Chapter 505. Have we truly succeeded? The direct approach of waging war to seize control of the equatorial region in pursuit of one's objectives is merely one of the many stratagems employed in the contest for the last remaining space elevator. In reality, beyond such overt confrontations, there exists a multitude of more subtle tactics. For instance, there was an initiative to cultivate goodwill among the people of Jeozhou through online platforms, with the hope of enhancing Su-yi's favorable impression of them via public opinion, thereby securing the coveted space elevator. Moreover, after an individual had once presented Su-yi with a national jade seal, leading to advantageous outcomes, certain opportunists gathered this pivotal information. Somehow, it transformed into the narrative that Su-yi had a penchant for antiques, prompting numerous individuals from different nations to inundate him with various antiquities. These included items such as a pharaoh's scepter from ancient Egypt and exceedingly rare weaponry and armor from ancient Greece. The sheer absurdity of it all left Su-yi quite incredulous. If only these gifts had been genuine artifacts, the situation might have been more palatable. Yet, there was even a nation from Ozhou that presented him with a sword, its hilt entirely made of plastic, purportedly wielded by King Arthur a millennium ago. Gazing at the plastic hilt and the impeccably polished blade, Su-yi thought to himself that this was not merely an antique. If someone claimed it was from last week, he would readily believe it. Nevertheless, amidst the fakes, there were indeed authentic treasures. The so-called scepter of the pharaoh from 3 millennia ago was veritably genuine. Upon acquiring it, and recalling the previous jade seal, Su-yi, with a mindset of experimentation, decided to utilize the appraisal feature of a trading platform to ascertain its true nature. To his dismay, he discovered that it was nothing more than an ordinary ancient scepter, devoid of any extraordinary capabilities, a sheer waste of time. Yet, this was not the extent of genuine ancient relics. There were numerous such items, and he had no choice but to meticulously examine each one. Thus, what began with a single authentic artifact evolved into a process of amassing a collection before seeking out Weiwei to employ the trading platform for appraisals. Now, he outright rejected all so-called artifacts from beyond Jeozhou. He had come to realize that ancient relics from Jeozhou might possess some significance, as evidenced by the emergence of the unique National Jade Seal. In stark contrast, items from beyond Jojo were simply antiquities, utterly devoid of utility. To him, these artifacts held no value whatsoever. Upon their acquisition, he donated them all to the museums of Jojo. What? You claim I did not agree to your terms. Why should I accept your antiquities? He mused. If you have the audacity, come and reclaim them. As time passed, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, Sui made another visit to the magical realm, where he encountered Ing once more. The latter's assertions remained unchanged, reiterating that the time was not yet ripe, and urging Sui to remain patient. Additionally, Wei Wei began to heed his previous counsel, rallying a faction of nobility while simultaneously suppressing another. As a result, her edicts finally began to resonate beyond the imperial capital, and the magical realm gradually transitioned from large-scale warfare toward stability. In the interstellar realm, following Bai Lu's delivery of a significant number of AI units, there were even 100 dedicated to research alone. With the assistance of these advanced AIs, the once rudimentary technology for mass-producing the treasured jade tablets has not only been refined, but has undergone a significant iteration. The factory on Panlai Island is now capable of producing hundreds of thousands of jade tablets in a single day, a quantity that is indeed quite remarkable. This is still under the agreement that Sui communicated with Bai Lu, intending to maintain a limited supply to attract more high-ranking officials from the Galactic Alliance to his side. When the need arises to enhance production capacity, Sui can effortlessly multiply the current output by 10-fold or even 100-fold. After all, the mature automation technology for mass production is readily available. Increasing output merely requires the establishment of additional facilities. It's merely a matter of words. In the past 2 months, most regions of Blue Star have ignited in a conflict, with the majority of wars concentrated around the equator. Within the Western Bloc, nations led by the White Eagle are eager to stake their claim on the space elevator, not hesitating to resort to warfare. Under Sui's watchful yet indifferent gaze, chaos erupted as they waged war indiscriminately. Concurrently, they frantically scoured the globe for various antiques related to the 9 provinces. This frenzy inadvertently catalyzed a rapid expansion of the antiquities industry surrounding the 9 provinces. A plethora of modern replicas of antiques found their way to markets worldwide, particularly favored by affluent individuals from the West due to shifting global sentiments, a considerable profit for those involved. Though Sui, this endeavor seemed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, utterly futile. After diligently seeking rare antiques for so long, if there were still items akin to the imperial seal of China in circulation, they would have undoubtedly been delivered to him by now. Yet, peculiar as it may be, the more one disbelieves in something, the more it tends to manifest. After participating in the Global Nuclearization Conference for over 2 months, Sui received a gift from a nation in the South Seas, a bronze tripod. According to the officials from that nation, this tripod was uncovered during their investigation of a significant case seized from the residence of a wealthy individual embroiled in scandal. They had consulted experts who confirmed through various means that it was indeed an artifact dating back over 5 millennia, adorned with ancient characters from the 9 provinces. Unmistakably an antique from that region. Upon first sighting this artifact, Sui immediately recognized it as yet another treasure in his possession. Although it had not yet undergone thorough evaluation by a trading platform, the feeling was unmistakably genuine. The first time he encountered the imperial seal of China, an extraordinary sensation warned him of its immense significance. He had to acquire it. Since then, he had examined countless diverse antiques sent from various countries. Yet none had evoked such a feeling until this moment. This sensation, while seemingly mystical, was profoundly real, essentially a heightened sense of intuition possessed by cultivators. Due to his relentless dedication to cultivation day and night, his skills have reached the foundational stage. While not an exceptionally powerful cultivator, he has at least begun to tread the path. Upon encountering a peculiar object before me, it is only natural that my heightened intuition would offer its guidance. Pray tell, from which nation do you hail? I observe before me a representative, his skin a deep hue, brimming with anticipation as he presents a gift. From the South Seas, indeed. The distinctive darkness of his complexion is imbued with eager expectation. This is not his first endeavor in bestowing such treasures. I have previously witnessed Su Yi's indifference towards antiquities that failed to pique his interest. Yet this time, it is evident from his demeanor alone that Su Yi is decidedly captivated by this bronze tripod. Could it be that a momentous occasion is upon us? Chapter 506: The Exiles of Ancient Jojo in the South Seas. Su Yi contemplated the bronze tripod before him while pondering what recompense should be offered. If he did not acquire something of personal interest, he could easily ignore whatever was presented to him. However, the item sought was indeed something he currently required, and it would be unreasonable not to provide some benefit in return. It was likely that no one would assist him with such matters in the future. Do you understand the origins of this tripod? The envoy from the South Seas promptly replied, Mr. Su. This tripod was discovered in the residence of a wealthy individual who had committed a crime. Upon thorough interrogation, we learned that it did not originally belong to him, but rather was a possession of a very ancient family in the South Seas. This lineage seemingly traces back to the time of the Song dynasty's downfall in Jojo, having resided in our region for a considerable duration. Our historians speculate that they might be the exiled royal family of the Song dynasty. However, over the course of many years, they have completely changed their names and identities, leaving behind numerous antiques that indeed date back to the Song era. This family was once remarkably powerful, arguably the most dominant force in the South Seas for the past 2 centuries. Yet in the last century, as we entered a new era for reasons unknown, they gradually diminished. Until 2 or 3 decades ago, their final family assets were absorbed, resulting in the dissolution of their once grand lineage. In order to survive, the descendants resorted to auctioning these precious collectibles, which occurred over 20 years ago. The tripod was subsequently acquired by the aforementioned wealthy individual as a part of his collection, purchased for a modest sum, equivalent to merely around 100,000 Jojo currency. The wealthy man, having committed serious offenses, saw his assets confiscated by our South Seas authorities, leading to the discovery of this bronze tripod. He possessed a keen understanding of the value of antiques and, as he neared capture, hoped to auction the tripod to offset his company's losses. Unfortunately, due to various circumstances, he was apprehended before he could proceed. Su Yi pondered for a moment before asking, so, does this imply that the descendants of that grand family auctioned off more than one item? Indeed, the envoy confirmed. It is said there were about 10 items, all very precious antiques. However, very few were acquired by us in the South Seas. Some were purchased by individuals from Jojo, while the remainder likely found their way into the Western antique market. The envoy spoke earnestly. Clearly, prior to their arrival, the South Seas had conducted thorough research, gathering extensive information on these artifacts. Is it possible to trace those individuals? Currently, our officials are reviewing relevant record from that time, diligently seeking the whereabouts of these items. However, finding them may prove to be quite challenging. The envoy shook his head. The auction was not large in scale, and the prices were not exorbitant. The purchasers were not notable figures, as the wealthy individual we apprehended only rose to prominence later. In essence, it was a relatively small and informal auction, with participants who were not influential business magnates, but rather individuals with specific intentions. Had it not been for the serendipitous capture of the individual who once participated in the auction and acquired this exquisite bronze vessel, who was apprehended for his crimes in the South Seas, the existence of such an event from that era might have remained forever unknown. But what are the descendants of the family that auctioned these artifacts? Have you managed to locate them? Following familial misfortunes, they sold off these assets and departed for Kyushu, where gathering information proves exceedingly challenging. The envoy from the South Seas appeared quite troubled. While relevant documentation certainly exists, it is all located in Kyushu, and even if they wish to investigate, they would hesitate to do so. Su Yi nodded, unperturbed. Over 2 decades ago, although the internet in Blue Star was not yet widespread, it had begun to develop, leaving behind traces in the digital ether. By correlating some data provided by the South Seas with further inquiries in Kyushu, it could prove easier for Tianshu to investigate rather than relying on the South Seas officials themselves. With a clear objective, the search should yield fruitful results. Thus, what is it that you seek? Su Yi shifted his gaze from the bronze vessel to the envoy from the South Seas. This individual bore the visage of a Kyushu native. The South Seas is a unique island nation, home to just over 30 million people, of which approximately 25% are of Kyushu descent. This figure is a result of the separation of a small city, which alone houses over 5 million Kyushu natives. Had the two regions remained united, the Kyushu populace in the South Seas might have constituted a third of the total population. This region has long-standing ties to Kyushu, having established tributary relations with the Central Plains dynasty. During the most challenging times of Kyushu in the last century, the Kyushu descendants here spared no effort in offering donations and assistance through various channels. The South Seas is also the only nation outside of Kyushu with a complete educational system for the Kyushu language. Comparatively, the Kyushu descendants in the South Seas are the genuine heirs of Kyushu, in contrast to the ostentatious wealth of oil-rich elites and the superficial allies fostered to counterbalance adversaries. However, in terms of political dominance within the South Seas, it remains primarily in the hands of the indigenous population. As latecomers to immigration, the Kyushu descendants have often been met with suspicion by the locals, typically relegated to commercial endeavors. This dynamic was a significant factor in the independence of that internationally renowned small city. Now, with the South Seas government sending a Kyushu representative, it is evident they seek to curry favor and establish rapport. Upon broaching the matter at hand, the envoy became considerably more solemn, respectfully stating, "Mr. Su, we do not aspire for a third space elevator to be constructed in our territory. We merely implore you to utter a word, to spare us from the incursions of those nations within the Western Bloc. They are cognizant of the gravity of the situation, although they may not comprehend the purpose Su-E has for these antiques. They clearly recognize that the value of such relics pales in comparison to that of a space elevator. Moreover, although their southern islands lie along the equator, rendering them theoretically suitable for the establishment of a space elevator base, the proximity of the Ingzhou Island Space Elevator to the east and the Penglai Island Space Elevator to the west renders the construction of another space elevator in their territory a sheer waste. Even broaching such a proposal is likely to meet with rejection. Thus, it would be wiser to articulate more pragmatic demands. After all, as long as Sui utters a word, those Western marauders, emboldened as they may be, would not dare to lay a finger on them. Chapter 507. You might as well be bold. Are you certain that this is all that is required? Sui remarked with a hint of indifference. In truth, I might be inclined to acquiesce to your request for a higher compensation. Why not give a try? But we dare not. The envoy from Nanyang explained, Mr. Su is known for his unwavering resolve. We cannot ascertain the value of this matter in your eyes and fear that a reckless demand for greater remuneration would lead to refusal, leaving us with nothing but disappointment. I have heard whispers of the situation in your Nanyang. You appear to be of the Jojo lineage. Am I correct? Indeed, the envoy replied candidly. Thanks to Mr. Su's support, I currently serve as the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Nanyang, and I am the first Jojo native to have attained such a position through proper channels since the founding of our nation. The Nanyang envoy was quite frank, not concealing the fact that his current standing was intricately linked to the rise of Su-E and the Tianyu group. The local indigenous populace in Nanyang has long harbored a strong aversion towards the Jojo immigrants. Those Jojo natives who have settled there have struggled for years, maintaining a clear demarcation between their commercial endeavors and the governance held by the locals. Now, this Jojo individual holds a significant official position in Nanyang and has been dispatched for such a critical diplomatic mission largely due to Su Yi's favorable disposition. Despite claims of independence from Jojo by both the Tianyu group and Jojo, it is evident to all that Su Yi's stance towards Jojo and its people is unmistakable. Let us not speak of cooperation. The majority of the Tianyu group's technological sources remain shrouded in mystery, devoid of any reliance on Jojo. Even should there be a need to procure basic industrial goods from Jojo, these transactions could easily be conducted through standard commercial channels. In the current global economic downturn, Jojo would have no grounds to refuse, as long as one does not cross established boundaries. Jojo is more than willing to engage in the trade of arms or any other profitable industrial goods. Thus, from a purely cooperative standpoint, there is no necessity for the Tianyu group to collaborate with Jiuzhou. Moreover, the numerous advantages afforded, such as unrestricted access to the temporal gateways, exclusive procurement rights for the medium-sized exoskeleton Sentinel 2, and the provision of near-Earth spacecraft, further underscore this point. It is precisely Su Yi's attitude that has significantly enhanced the treatment of Jiuzhou individuals and descendants worldwide. This transformation is not limited to Nanyang alone. The same holds true for the White Eagle. Previously, Jiuzhou natives found it exceedingly challenging to ascend to high-ranking official positions within the White Eagle, but that has changed dramatically. In just a few months, no fewer than 5 Jiuzhou representatives have risen to prominence. And these individuals are not merely those who have criticized Jiuzhou, but rather those who have resided in the White Eagle for a considerable time and have a genuine affinity for Jiuzhou. When one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, the color of one's skin or the language spoken becomes tangible political capital. This encapsulates Su Yi's current situation. Let us proceed, then. The portal of time and space shall grant the Nanyang Kingdom an allocation of 200,000 slots each month. However, there exists a stipulation. Only individuals of the Jiuzhou lineage are permitted to traverse this portal into the alternate world. Whether you accept this condition is entirely at your discretion. Su Yi's proclamation was nothing short of a bombshell, leaving the emissaries of the Nanyang Kingdom utterly astonished. An allocation of 200,000 slots is an exaggeration to say that it surpasses the total combined slots of all nations on Blue Star, aside from Jiuzhou. The emissary instinctively considered acquiescing, yet upon recalling Su Yi's stipulation, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. The words that danced on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back, and he instead said, "I fear I must consult our supreme leader on this matter." "Go ahead." Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, and informed him that if he declines, I shall find someone more amenable. The emissary was taken aback, quickly lowering his head in acknowledgement. Yes, in truth, this was merely a whimsical notion that Su Yi had conjured on a whim. The population of Jiuzhou descent within the Nanyang Kingdom is substantial, with a considerable faction holding pro-Jiuzhou sentiments. Naturally, there exists a segment that harbors prejudice against Jiuzhou, influenced by the previous dominance of the Western camp. His intent was to utilize these 200,000 slots to elevate the pro-Jiuzhou faction. Ultimately, this endeavor would bear no adverse impact on his ongoing selection plan. Rather, it would allow him to witness the effects of granting limited portal access to these nations. As for the notion of replacing the supreme leader of Nanyang, it is hardly a matter of grand significance to him at this juncture. He need not personally intervene. A mere suggestion to the bald eagle would suffice. And these ruffians would eagerly take action. Not only would they seek to curry favor with Su Yi, but they would also seize control of certain territories near the equator, reaping the benefits of a space elevator. They would gain vast, fertile lands and a population of millions to exploit, significantly alleviating their internal crises. Such an advantageous proposition would be difficult for them to decline. What? Is this to serve as a dog for Su Yi? Many would covet such an opportunity, yet lack the means. Having secured the recently acquired bronze tripod within the confines of the trading platform, he did not hasten to consult Wei Wei. During this period, as the Empire of the Radiant Sun gradually regained its footing, Wei Wei remained quite occupied. Although most affairs were now managed by 10 commercial management AIs, requiring her input only on significant matters, there remained numerous tasks necessitating her personal attention. The authentication of antiques, as before, would be best conducted in batches. He would gather sufficient items before approaching her. This bronze tripod, likely as remarkable as the imperial seal, would not yield its secrets easily. Even upon identification, Su Yi surmised that leveraging it in the short term would pose challenges. Thus, early or late authentication would bear little difference. He also instructed Tian Shu to monitor incoming information from the Nanyang Kingdom, seeking to investigate the details of the buyers and sellers from that auction years ago, in hopes of uncovering other related items. As mealtime approached, he ascended directly to the headquarters of his own residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by the melodious laughter of women resonating like silver bells within the room. He soon beheld Su Ming and Su Ying, clad in maid attire, along with a Ning and an Qi, a quartet of women entangled in a web of familial hierarchy, gathered around the sofa, engrossed in something that elicited their joyous mirth. What could be the source of such delight? Had the master returned? Sumengan Suying, ever diligent in matters of this nature, hurriedly approached, respectfully placing the slippers before Su-yi. They then stifled their laughter to explain. We just witnessed the amusing remarks of individuals from other countries of Blue Star upon their return from the magical realm, and it was utterly delightful. Chapter 508 Chronicles of the Magical Realm. 2 months have elapsed since Su-yi granted the nations of Blue Star access to the portals of time and space. During this period, several groups from various countries have ventured into the magical realm. In just a brief span of 2 months, numerous legends of wealth have emerged. Many individuals returned from the magical world after merely a month, having amassed considerable fortunes. Some, although they did not earn any monetary gain, managed to acquire basic magical or martial cultivation techniques that are commonplace in the magical realm, creating a sensation across the world beyond the 9 provinces. Due to the inherent inadequacies of the magical and martial cultivation systems, Su-yi has entirely disregarded them. With the portals now fully operational, he remains indifferent to the prospect of individuals bringing these techniques back through the time-space gateways. Previously, the 9 provinces even promoted magic and martial arts within the military. However, as Su-yi procured a more sophisticated cultivation system from the world of immortals and subsequently distributed a selection of low-tier techniques for free to employees of the Chanyu Group. The elderly Lin from the 9 provinces approached Su-yi with a humble request for several low-tier techniques to nurture their own cultivators. Naturally, this was not without cost. In exchange, the 9 provinces' government promised Su-yi that they would soon consolidate the collections of all their museums for his perusal. This endeavor is still in preparation, as many of the artifacts housed in the museums are rather fragile and require meticulous care from the moment they are unearthed. Thus, the process of relocating and organizing them is not expeditious. Following the acquisition of these low-tier cultivation techniques, a notable number of individuals from the 9 provinces have begun their cultivation journeys. As long as they possess the aptitude for cultivation and have not previously made any derogatory remarks, the official government of the 9 provinces will provide them with techniques free of charge. Consequently, the incomplete magical and martial cultivation systems hold little esteem among the people of the 9 provinces, failing to spark any considerable excitement. In stark contrast, the other regions of Blue Star do not enjoy such favorable conditions. With the news of the other world being made public, these individuals are only aware that cultivation exists in that realm. They have merely witnessed Su-yi's formidable prowess in vanquishing the deities of the other world and understand that cultivation leads to extraordinary capabilities. Beyond that, they are entirely uninformed about the specifics of magic, martial arts, or immortality. However, the return of the first group from the magical world, who brought back relevant cultivation techniques, quickly ignited a tremendous uproar in these areas. Wealthy individuals began to lavishly spend their fortunes in pursuit of these techniques, with offers soaring as high as 100 million 9 province coins for a mere opportunity to learn cultivation. It was at this moment that it dawned on many that, compared to transporting Blue Star's products to the other world for trade, bringing back certain items from the other world to Blue Star could be far more lucrative. Some even drew comparisons to Su-yi, as they believed his current success stemmed from his ability to navigate both realms of Blue Star and the other world. Once the avenues of thought were opened, many individuals discovered blind spots, thus reaping substantial fortunes. Naturally, the lion's share of these gains primarily went to the denizens of Jiuzhou. The inhabitants of Jiuzhou have long been traversing the temporal gates without any restrictions, bringing back items from other realms, leading to an abundance of exotic product from those worlds flooding Jiuzhou, albeit remaining largely undistributed beyond its borders. While some have amassed wealth and established legends in the alternate realms, others have faced misfortune. What Su Meng and Su Ying recently observed was an article titled Chronicles of the Magical World, published online by an individual identified as Mike Morgan, a member of the White Eagle tribe. His name alone suggests a notable lineage. However, the White Eagle had only secured a mere 1,000 slots from Su-yi, and given the vast population of the White Eagle Empire, Even someone from an esteemed family would find it challenging to obtain a position. Unsurprisingly, he was not chosen in the first selection round. Consequently, driven by a sense of loss and determination, he resolved to strengthen his prospects. Before the White Eagle's second selection for travel to the alternate realm, he commenced thorough preparations, even investing a substantial sum to hire a consulting team comprised of JoJo individuals who had previously journeyed to the magical world. This team, consisting of over 20 members, included various advisors as well as 5 language instructors specializing in JoJo dialect. The rationale was simple. He had heard that, although JoJo speech was not universally effective in the magical realm, its prevalence surpassed that of other languages from Blue Star. Mastery of JoJo dialect would enable him to find translators familiar with both JoJo speech and a magical world-esque language. Conversely, if he only spoke English, he would likely need to hire 2 translators, one proficient in both JoJo and English, and another fluent in JoJo and the local magical language. In addition to language acquisition, during the month leading up to his departure, he diligently studied various customs and fundamental knowledge of the magical world. Ultimately, after a month of intensive preparation, he achieved fluency in JoJo dialect, gaining the recognition and support of his family. With their backing, he swiftly passed the initial vetting process for the first group heading to the magical realm, successfully securing a ticket for his voyage. According to Mike, his purpose for visiting the magical world was not primarily to amass wealth, at least not in the immediate term, as his family, judging by their surname, was undoubtedly affluent. His short-term goal was to explore the magical world, deeply investigate its culture, and conduct market research. Upon his return, he intended to analyze the information gathered to identify the pain points in the magical market, which would ultimately lead to significant profits. With such aspirations, he stepped through the temporal gate. On his first day in the magical world, he felt an undercurrent of hostility emanating from this new realm. After passing through the temporal gate, he was transported by bus to Dream River City, as the city built around the gate, designed to imperial standards, was still under construction. Indeed, a bus. Not only are there buses, but there exists a high-speed rail connecting the 2 locations, as well as a smooth, 4-lane asphalt road leading to the city of Dream River, situated near the portal of time and space. This led Mike to momentarily question whether this portal was merely a ruse, suggesting that perhaps there was no other world at all, but rather just an obscure corner of Blue Star. In his Chronicles of the Magical World, he vehemently criticized the dissonance this created within him, a sensation wholly divergent from the realm of imagination and reality. Yet, after venting his frustrations, he remarked, "However, gentlemen, at the time of my complaints, I was utterly unaware that this was merely the inception of a nightmare." Chapter 509. Incomprehensible yet profoundly shocking. Subsequently, Mike began to recount his harrowing experiences in the magical realm. Due to a previous expedition by a group of White Eagles and his elevated status, supported by his family, he found himself relatively well prepared upon his arrival in the magical world. Despite being new to this enchanted domain, he had already accumulated a considerable amount of the local currency and even hired a reliable guide fluent in the language of the 9 provinces. Upon reaching Dream River City, he met with his guide and rested for a night at a well-appointed hotel. Thus far, everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. The following day, he resolved to depart from Dream River City to explore the customs and culture of this world, conducting in-depth market research in preparation for establishing a branch of his family's Morgan company in this otherworldly realm. If he succeeded in this endeavor, he would undoubtedly emerge as the unquestionable heir of his lineage, with power, wealth, and status within easy reach. With a hopeful vision for the future, Mike embarked on his journey of exploration. Unlike the well-trodden trade routes from Dream River City to the imperial capital, which had been extensively developed by the locals, he chose a more adventurous path. He made his way directly to the teleportation array in Dream River City and spent nearly a third of his gold coins to transport himself to a large city in the southern region of the Blazing Sun Empire, known as Linzhou City. Upon stating his destination, he overheard the mage operating the teleportation array muttering something under his breath. After pressing his guide for clarification, he learned that the mage had referred to him as another fool willing to pay for danger. while Mike found the lack of courtesy among these uncivilized natives rather off-putting. He brushed it aside. After all, he had come to explore and to embrace adventure. If he feared danger, what was the point of venturing into the magical world? Would it not be more pleasurable to remain in his opulent villa on Blue Star? Nonetheless, a sense of urgency began to creep into his thoughts. The mage's comments suggested that Linzhou City had already been visited by individuals from Blue Star. Yet, he felt only a mild apprehension. What could a couple of earlier visitors accomplish in a land yet to be fully explored? Upon arriving in Linzhou City, Mike discovered that it indeed appeared starkly different from Dream River City, which was filled with the garb and technological devices of Blue Star. Linzhou City exuded a simplicity that lacked the clutter of modernity, revealing a beauty untouched by scientific pollution. Let me bring civilization and technology to you. This sentiment captured the essence of Mike's emotions as recorded in his memoirs. After reaching Linzhou City, Mike swiftly approached the city's lord, Count Hines, under the auspices of his White Eagle envoy status, bearing a plethora of gifts. To establish a firm foothold in this new world, the White Eagles granted substantial authority to those selected for this interdimensional journey, including diplomatic privileges. Every individual from the White Eagles arriving in this magical realm was entitled to identify themselves as a diplomatic envoy, representing the White Eagles in fostering amicable relations with the local inhabitants of the magical world. However, upon his confident arrival at the Lord's estate, Mike found himself unable to even cross the threshold. He instructed his guide and translator to inform the guards at the entrance that he was an envoy from the Blue Star Empire of the Bald Eagle. To his dismay, they dismissed him without so much as a glance. Witnessing his plans teetering on the brink of failure, he hastily resorted to fabricating a more impressive identity, instructing the guide to declare him as an envoy from Blue Star. As expected, this time the guards finally showed some interest, scrutinizing him thoroughly before conferring with the guide for an extended period, ultimately deciding to relay the message inside. Before long, a meticulously dressed steward, his hair as white as snow, appeared at the entrance. After scrutinizing Mike with a furrowed brow, the steward inquired whether he truly hailed from Blue Star and why he sought an audience with the Lord. Seizing the opportunity to converse with someone of authority, Mike refrained from further embellishment and truthfully stated that he was an envoy from the Blue Star Empire of the Bald Eagle. And then, there was no further development. The steward, seemingly disappointed by this revelation, ordered the guards to beat Mike mercilessly before casting him out, muttering derogatory remarks about lowly commoners. The guide was embarrassed to even translate such harsh words. After enduring the brutal beating and being carried back to the inn by his guide, Mike realized an unsettling truth. He had been severely punished, yet the guide had emerged unscathed. Upon persistent inquiries, he discovered that the guide had once been a member of the city's defense forces, having survived several rounds of warfare against the northern tribes. He had earned the title of a lord, a title that, while not hereditary, was still a mark of honor. This particular honorific had been bestowed by the former queen of Dream River, now the emperor of the Radiant Sun Empire, adding to its prestige. Thus, the guide could be considered a noble in his own right, and naturally, he was not subjected to the same fate. With one plan thwarted, Mike devised another. Having previously participated in the management of Morgan Corporation, he was well acquainted with the intricacies of local politics. He understood that in unfamiliar territories, establishing a rapport with the local power brokers was essential. Since the Lord had rebuffed him, he resolved to cultivate relationships with other influential figures within the city. Consequently, he found himself expelled from various establishments 7 times in a single day, 5 of which ended in physical altercations. He sustained numerous injuries, with several ribs fractured in the process. Were it not for the miraculous regenerative properties of certain potions, he might have been incapable of even walking. Ultimately, after enduring a barrage of assaults, Mike came to a stark realization. The nobility here was not only arrogant and brutal, but also remarkably short-sighted, lacking any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Most critically, in stark contrast to the open-mindedness of Dream River City, this place represented a moral abyss within the magical realm, exhibiting a pronounced aversion to visitors from other worlds. Upon realizing this, He conceived the idea of seeking opportunities elsewhere. After all, where one does not find favor, another place awaits. However, just a day before his intended departure from Linzhou City, another adventurer from the 9 provinces appeared in town. This naive young man, much like himself when he first arrived, headed straight for the Lord's mansion, brandishing a stack of flyers inscribed with the language of the magical realm. It seemed he was surveying the terrain, preparing to establish a mine in the vicinity. Mike presumed this individual would be driven away, just as he had been. To his astonishment, however, the outcome was entirely unexpected. Not only did this fellow not face expulsion, but after announcing his arrival, he swiftly caught the attention of the steward of the Lord's mansion. Before long, the very Lord, whom Mike had prepared an elaborate gift for yet never had the chance to meet, arrived hastily on horseback, extending an extraordinarily courteous, even somewhat humble welcome to the newcomer from the 9 provinces. Mike was baffled, yet profoundly shaken by the turn of events. Chapter 5:10. The feeling of discrimination arriving with lavish gifts. One is unexpectedly met with hostility, while individuals from the Jojo region, arriving empty-handed, are graciously welcomed by the city lord. This stark contrast in treatment left Mike momentarily disoriented. Consequently, he sought various avenues to uncover the true identity of the Jojo individual. He speculated that the person might be an official dispatched by the Jojo government, having established prior communication with the city lord of Linzhou through the Blazing Sun Empire. Alternatively, he pondered the possibility of the individual being affiliated with the Tianyu group, where the owner regarded the deities of the magical realm with disdain, thus rendering the employees deserving of greater respect than others. However, upon gathering the information, Mike was confronted with an unsettling revelation. The Jojo person was merely a salesperson from a mining company owned by the Jojo government, an official, indeed, but not an officer in any significant capacity. He was simply an ordinary salesperson. No matter how one viewed it, his status could not possibly eclipse that of Mike, who claimed to be the envoy of the White-Headed Eagle. This raised an intriguing question. Why did the city lord of Linzhou extend such hospitality to this Jojo individual while disregarding him? Undeterred, Mike continued to inquire and, after persistent questioning of his hired guide, he finally unearthed the answer. The guide's exact words were, "I distinctly recall that after my numerous inquiries, the guide, growing somewhat impatient, answered my question. For the first time, I discerned a glimmer of disdain and contempt in his eyes. Until that moment, I had consistently viewed Mr. Hogg, the guide I had engaged, as a steadfast, reliable, and humble companion, a true warrior, a noble knight. His actions had always corroborated this belief. Yet at that moment, the underlying contempt compelled me to reassess my evaluation of him. Hogg revealed that the city lord and the officials in Linzhou were reluctant to meet with me due to my lack of noble title and absence of any notable familial lineage. In this world, individuals of my standing were deemed the lowest of the low, destined for the squalor of slums, naturally unworthy of an audience with the lofty aristocrats. In contrast, the Jojo people were descendants of the Yanhuang lineage, sharing a bloodline with that esteemed figure. The city lord, being merely an earl with a not particularly noble heritage, was expected to treat such visitors with due respect. After hearing Hogg's words, I found myself momentarily at a loss regarding their implications. What was this Yanhuang bloodline? Was it not merely a boast of the Jojo people? Could it truly hold any weight in this alternate world? I informed Hogg that my veins coursed with the blood of the Angsa, which was no less noble than their Yanhuang lineage. In response, Hogg inquired as to which true deity possessed the Angsa bloodline. I was rendered speechless. At this juncture, it becomes glaringly evident that the mindset of this second-generation scion from the capital magnate family of the White-Headed Eagle has begun to unravel. The subsequent passages are filled with profound misunderstandings and criticisms, coupled with a sense of envy towards the people of Jojo. There are even veiled complaints directed at Su-E, questioning why, despite everyone being from Blue Star, he seems to preferentially favor the individuals from Jojo. Only after embarking on a personal journey to this alternate world did he truly grasp the nature of a society governed by the doctrine of bloodlines, and the reality faced by those of lowly status, lacking any notable lineage. Under the meticulous research conducted by the first batch of elite scouts from the White-Headed Eagle, it becomes apparent that the various technologies and resources brought by the second group, venturing into the magical realm, were items that JoJo had not yet delivered, but were exceptionally useful in the magical world. However, their aspirations to carve out a market in this enchanted land proved to be exceedingly arduous. This was not due to a lack of interest from the locals, but rather the insurmountable obstacles stemming from their origins, which rendered commercial endeavors in the magical world nearly impossible. Except for the relatively open regions of Dream River City and the imperial capital, as well as their surroundings, any attempts to undertake ventures elsewhere faced immense difficulties. For instance, should one wish to organize an entertainment event in Linzhou City to gather the populace and subsequently promote their products, it would be essential to seek approval from the city lord's office. Even with such a submission, there was no guarantee of approval. Responses might be vague, and substantial financial resources would be required to pave the way, with no assurance of success even with a lavish expenditure. In stark contrast, a merchant caravan from JoJo could pursue similar activities with mere informal notice, as no one dared to obstruct the commercial undertakings of JoJo citizens in this alternate realm. This leniency was primarily within the dominion of the Radiant Sun Empire, where the edicts of the Empress mandated a relatively accommodating stance from various factions towards these outsiders. At most, they would be ignored or, if deemed offensive, might face a brutal reprimand. However, beyond the borders of the Radiant Sun Empire, the situation was far more dire. Many empires were entirely unwelcoming to these newcomers, and a misstep in respecting local taboos or laws could lead to dire consequences, including fatal encounters. For example, the initial group of 1,000 from the White-Headed Eagle Empire, upon witnessing JoJo's dominance in commerce within the Radiant Sun Empire, sought alternative paths and dispatched half of their number to explore markets beyond its borders. Ultimately, out of these 500, fewer than 100 returned. The remainder perished for various reasons in the territories beyond the Radiant Sun Empire. Some offended local nobility and were slain by their knights, while others inadvertently angered sorcerers and fell victim to bizarre spells, suffering agonizing deaths. Some even met their demise from being unfamiliar with the terrain, falling prey to monstrous beasts in the wild. Each fate was uniquely tragic and bizarre, leading the official stance of the White-Headed Eagle Empire to abandon further exploration beyond the Radiant Sun Empire, confining their activities strictly within its limits. Even this proved to be a formidable challenge to accomplish any significant endeavors. In contrast, the people of JoJo traverse not only within the borders of the Empire of the Fiery Sun, but also enjoy unimpeded passage throughout the magical realm. They often find that merely stating their lineage garners them the respect and hospitality of nobility in various locales. On the rare occasion that they inadvertently transgress the taboos of certain sorcerers, they face no dire consequences. Instead, they are often met with considerate reminders as to why such actions are deemed forbidden, with gentle counsel to refrain from similar incidents in the future, lest they attract the ire of reckless individuals. In unfamiliar territories, should they encounter regions fraught with peril, the knowledgeable local aristocracy readily provides warnings in advance, and may even dispatch a retinue of guards for their protection. Chapter 511. The Pursuit of Mastery. In conclusion, Mike arrived at a profound realization. The doctrine of bloodlines within the magical realm has become exceedingly fanatical. For those noble individuals endowed with superior bloodlines, ordinary people are regarded as no more significant than livestock, their lives considered insignificant. This notion is not merely embraced by the benefiting aristocracy. Even the common folk have internalized this narrative, harboring an earnest admiration for the high-blooded nobility. Thus, to thrive in the magical world, one must possess a credible discourse on bloodlines. For instance, the concept of the Yanhuang bloodline, propagated by the people of JoJo, has rapidly gained widespread recognition in this alternate realm and has ascended to the highest ranks of noble bloodlines, standing shoulder to shoulder with the royal families of various nations. This phenomenon elucidates why the JoJo people receive esteemed treatment throughout the magical world. However, for those of us from Blue Star, particularly non-JoJo individuals, this concept proves to be the most challenging. While on Blue Star, scholars and experts from the Eagle Empire or the Western Camp often contrive various unfounded data to assert their superiority as Caucasians. Such arguments hold no weight in the magical world. The inhabitants there are impervious to such rhetoric, adhering to a straightforward logic. If you claim to possess a remarkable bloodline, who among your ancestors exemplifies this? What illustrious figures have emerged from your lineage? How many deities are associated with your bloodline? What can one possibly say? Should one claim, my ancestor is Jesus? That would be equally futile. The Western camp, during the age of exploration, reveled in spreading their doctrines, attempting to convert those in less developed regions into followers. However, this approach falters in the magical realm, where deities actually exist. Despite having been decimated by Su-E, the Empire of the Blazing Sun still harbors a significant number of ancient gods, each having existed for millennia. The Western churches have only been in existence for 1,000 or 2,000 years. When it comes to venerating deities, they are truly novices. The response from the inhabitants is simple. Our pantheon is replete with genuine divine manifestations, and if necessary, one can even witness the true gods in the Empire of the Blazing Sun. We're your gods. This leaves them speechless. After articulating these observations, Mike made a declaration in his Chronicles of the Magical World. It is evident that our officials have grossly miscalculated the strategic landscape of the magical realm. It is not a place that can be easily infiltrated, controlled, or exploited for wealth. The existence of a unique power structure renders it fundamentally different from the colonies of the age of exploration centuries ago. Conquering them by force is a formidable challenge, and neither Jojo nor the Celestial Domain Corporation would permit such actions. Furthermore, penetrating the magical world through ideology and culture proves equally arduous, as they possess a far richer history and an unbreakable consensus on bloodline doctrine that has been cultivated over hundreds of thousands of years. Many may perceive the doctrine of bloodlines as an antiquated theory. However, in truth, it remains relevant, particularly within the realm of magic, where it even possesses a degree of scientific merit. Due to the existence of extraordinary powers, the individuals in that world fundamentally lack the concept of equality as we understand it on our blue planet. I have heard that in the early days, both Mr. Su from the Celestial Domain Group and those from the 9 regions endeavored to alter this circumstance. Yet upon careful observation today, it becomes evident that, apart from their long-standing ventures in Dream River City and the imperial capital of the Radiant Sun Empire, both the 9 regions and the Celestial Domain Group have largely abandoned efforts to transform the entrenched mindset of the bloodline doctrine in other regions, redirecting their focus towards trade with other worlds. Clearly, they have recognized this shift. In contrast to us, the people from the 9 regions and the Celestial Domain Group, owing to the presence of a legendary figure like Su-E, managed to thrive within the framework of the bloodline doctrine. Conversely, individuals from the Western camp, or rather, those from every corner of the blue planet aside from the 9 regions, find it exceedingly difficult to achieve similar success. At present, if we wish to break this impasse, the sole solution lies in acquiring the knowledge of cultivation in magic and martial arts from other worlds, nurturing one or more beings of divine caliber, learning from the advanced experiences of the 9 regions, and binding them to our nation and ethnicity, thereby aligning ourselves with the framework of the bloodline doctrine in the magical world. In essence, this fellow's journey to another world culminates in the conclusion that everyone ought to strive for cultivation. Su-E, after perusing the widely popular chronicles of the magical world on the Blue Planet's internet, found himself in a state of amusement. The observations made by this individual are not entirely without merit. The current reality is such that individuals from the 9 regions receive preferential treatment simply by stating their lineage when they venture into other worlds. In stark contrast, people from other nations on the Blue Planet do not enjoy such privileges. However, the final judgment he reaches is indeed somewhat amusing. If the path to garnering goodwill and respect from the inhabitants of other worlds truly hinges on cultivating a few deities, then the magical realm would hardly be embroiled in ceaseless conflicts. Do the elves lack deities? Not only do they possess them, but the number exceeds 10. Yet, what significance does this hold? Prior to the establishment of the trading platform by Vivi, The elves in the magical world were essentially regarded as a race on par with humans in theory. In practice, however, their status within human society is typically quite low. This is even more pronounced for the other races beyond the elves. The dwarves, orcs, and goblins all possess their own deities, often more than one. But does this prevent them from facing discrimination in the magical world, regarded as inferior races? Ultimately, the doctrine of bloodlines in the magical realm is founded upon immense power. In the grand scheme of national and racial dynamics, the presence of one or two deities is insufficient to alter the fate of an entire lineage. It is the strength of the entire race that matters. For instance, in the magical world, the dragon race generally ranks above level 7, frequently reaching level 9, rendering them untouchable. Several empires of humanity have swept across the world, reigning supreme and triumphing over the pinnacle of the dragon race, thereby establishing their exalted status. Furthermore, within humanity itself, empires are ranked according to their strength, with the most formidable, the Empire of the Blazing Sun, holding the disdainful view of the Frost Empire, the Sand Empire, and the Empire of Magic, referring to them as barbarians. Naturally, this does not apply to Su-Yi and the people of Jojo, for his instantaneous annihilation of the celestial beings was profoundly shocking. This overwhelming display of power has entirely transformed the perceptions of those in the magical realm, allowing the people of Jojo to attain a revered position in the otherworld after forging a blood bond with him. Chapter 512. The 9 Provinces. Stay away from this. This implies that even if a genius more formidable than Xinghin were to emerge within the Western camp, rapidly attaining the divine realm, it would scarcely alter the standing of the Western nations in the magical world. The situation in the 9 provinces is an anomaly, one that is exceedingly difficult to replicate. Furthermore, the diverse bloodlines within the Western nations do not lend themselves to the notion that the ascendance of a single individual to divinity could elevate the entire region. The magical world has long engaged with the concept of bloodlines, possessing a nuanced methodology for discerning them. Simply proclaiming a connection to a prominent figure does not suffice to gain recognition. The ability of individuals from the 9 provinces to leverage Su-Yi's prestige in the magical realm stems from the genuine purity and singularity of their lineage. In that world, a mere incantation can reveal the truth, and through their specialized aristocratic lineage records, they can easily verify that the people of the 9 provinces and Su-Yi share a common origin. Modern research on Blue Star has also delved into this topic, revealing that nearly all contemporary individuals from the 9 provinces trace their ancestry back to 5 superlative ancestors. This is why they can assert their connection to the Yanhuang bloodline, a claim acknowledged by the magical world. In the chaotic milieu of the Western camp, even if someone were to truly attain divinity, attempting to claim descent from a certain deity would be futile. A simple investigation would reveal no blood relation. This highlights the advantages conferred by possessing a formidable entity at the level of an entire race. In reality, the privileges enjoyed by the 9 provinces in the magical world are not solely attributable to Su-Yi. They are also intricately linked to the remarkable military campaigns previously waged by the 9 provinces in Mengchuan City. The presence of an overwhelmingly powerful entity capable of vanquishing all deities, coupled with immense wartime potential, is a reason the people of the other world extend respect and courtesy to the 9 provinces. Otherwise, if only 1 or 2 deities are powerful while the rest remain weak, they would ultimately be relegated to the status of lowly creatures like goblins or dwarves in the magical world, perhaps akin to the elves, merely occupying a small corner and struggling to integrate into the mainstream of the magical realm. The fellow remarked that the experiences of those in the other world were truly amusing, eliciting laughter from Su-Ying, who could not help but tease him. This individual had indeed faced considerable hardship in the other world, often met with disdain and discrimination, leaving him bewildered. Originally, he had set out with great enthusiasm to explore new worlds, amass wealth, showcase his abilities, and fulfill his life's aspirations. However, upon arrival, he found himself enduring considerable tribulation. This group, accustomed to their superiority on Blue Star, now faced the consequences of their actions in the other world. Su too found it difficult to contain his amusement. He could vividly imagine the anticipation of these comrades from the Western camp as they entered the magical world, only to be met with cold indifference. Thus, it seems that the concept of bloodlines may not be entirely detrimental. Upon opening the comment section beneath this post, one would find an array of astonished and incredulous responses, alongside numerous individuals recounting their own experiences in the magical world or that of acquaintances who had ventured there. The audacity of these barbaric denizens from another world to exhibit such rudeness and dare to discriminate against us is utterly astonishing. Who grants them such insolence? In my opinion, this predicament arises from our excessive willingness to engage in dialogue. We ought to dispatch our military forces and weaponry to this other realm, allowing them to witness our formidable prowess. Hold your horses. Has the Tianyu group even permitted such actions of sending troops and armaments? How shameless of the people from Jiuzhou. They mock us while the denizens of Blue Star are being disparaged. Are you not also inhabitants of Blue Star? Let me clarify. The ones being discriminated against are you. I now identify as a lord of Jiuzhou, and we are not on the same path. Do not attempt to associate with me. Is there a possibility that our weapons and armies might not stand a chance against the denizens of the magical world? Impossible. I have conducted extensive research on the magical realm. All the deities there have been vanquished, and those below demigod status, namely the mages and warriors, cannot withstand our nuclear arsenal. Provided the Tianyu group grants consent, we could swiftly dominate the entire magical world. Nuclear weapons? Where will we procure such armaments? From the arsenal of our esteemed bald eagle. Wait, it seems all our nuclear weapons have been dismantled. I care not. We possess aircraft and tanks. In any case, our technology far surpasses theirs. I absolutely refuse to endure the disdain of a group of primitive natives. I implore the Tianyu group to open the portal to other worlds so that we can demonstrate our might to these indigenous inhabitants. Please, let us cease this futile conversation. Even a mere 5th or 6th tier warrior could easily rend a tank asunder. As for aircraft, disregarding the chaotic magic, they also have griffin riders. Your stealthy 5th generation jets would be of little use against such creatures, and they certainly outpace us. The missiles would merely tickle them. Why does this all feel so contrived? Is the notion of bloodline truly so effective? It is indeed true. I hail from a small nation in Heizhou and was among the first to venture into the magical world. I returned not long ago, and I shall never set foot in that place again. Why is that? Allow me to respond. Due to the peculiar appearance of the Heizhou people, they can only dine alongside goblins in the magical realm, and indeed, they are even regarded as inferior to goblins, who once had deities among them, while they do not. Having recently returned from the magical world, I heard tales of the first group of Heizhou individuals. Many were captured by the nobility of that realm, due to their bizarre appearances, and were confined in cages as exotic animal exhibits. Ultimately, it was through the intervention of our representatives at the Jiuzhou office in the Empire of Qiyang that they were rescued. Haha, this is utterly barbaric and cruel. We must put an end to such behavior and spread the light of civilization to the other world. As a person from Jiuzhou, I concur with your sentiments. So, what do you plan to mobilize the troops? While only a handful can travel within a month, a coalition could be formed, potentially amassing around 10 to 18,000 individuals. Challenging a world that boasts a population of billions and extraordinary abilities should suffice, right? As a member of the Blue Planet, I believe that both the Jiuzhou and Tianyu groups bear the responsibility to embark on this expedition alongside us. We must demonstrate to the other world the essence of civilization. The discussions online are fervent, yet most participants merely express their emotions, failing to put forth any constructive hypothetical opinions. For the populace, the mantra is clear: do not inquire. To question is to declare war, and the thrill of battle is enticing. However, the officials of the various nations on the Blue Planet are not oblivious. The experiences of their compatriots in the other world have made them acutely aware that they may have once again fallen into a trap set by Su Yi. They have relinquished all their nuclear weapons for destruction, only to find themselves immobilized in the other world, failing to reap the anticipated benefits. Instead, this has exacerbated internal conflicts within their own ranks, prompting some individuals to entertain thoughts that should remain unspoken. Chapter 513. Where's my fleet, Tianxian? After a brief exchange and indulging in some online amusements, Su located Xinghan, who was engrossed in a game, intending to team up for a session. However, just as he settled down, the projection of Tian Shu materialized before him. Sir, the Ether satellite network has detected some anomalies. It appears a certain nation intends to reconstruct its nuclear arsenal. Reconstruct a nuclear arsenal? Su raised an eyebrow, then chuckled, regret now, but maybe too late. The Ether satellite network was, in fact, one of the advanced technologies he had recently acquired from Bailu. This multipurpose satellite network system boasted an astonishing level of precision. Thanks to its mature technology, within a mere 2 months, Tianyu Group had completed the manufacturing, launching, and networking processes. Now, any disturbance on Blue Star was under the vigilant gaze of Tian Shu. Just how exaggerated was this system? For instance, if Tian Shu so desired, she could capture a godlike aerial view in high-definition video of a thief stealing a battery-powered bike outside an internet CAF and then stream it live to the victim's screen in the CAF, directly broadcasting in real time. One could say that once established, the entire sky of the world became the eyes of Tian Shu, as long as one was beneath the heavens. No matter the activity, Tian Shu could uncover it. In the past, Tian Shu's computing power was insufficient to connect to such a planetary-level satellite network. However, times had changed. With Bailu's provision of a substantial array of advanced artificial intelligence and previously delivered external computing modules, her computational capacity had soared to unprecedented heights. For Tian Shu, this posed no challenge whatsoever. The location in question was a desolate uranium mine deep within Heizhou, which had been secretly activated. The necessary centrifuge equipment had already been dispatched. They appeared to be aware of our covert surveillance of the public network, thus refraining from disclosing any information regarding their plans online or leaving any records on electronic devices capable of connecting to the network. Were it not for the completion of the Ether satellite network, I would likely not have detected this so swiftly. It would have taken at least another fortnight, waiting for relevant personnel to remain disconnected from network monitoring before uncovering any clues. As she spoke, Tian Shu presented the aerial footage of the abandoned mine. From a satellite's perspective, the site appeared desolate, hardly resembling a facility that had been reactivated. Yet, thanks to the ultra-high definition of the Ether satellite, it was not difficult to discern numerous signs of human activity within the abandoned mine after magnification. Clearly, the architects of this scheme had taken precautions against the satellites above. Yet they could not have anticipated the level of precision achievable by the satellites. What faction lurks behind this? Su inquired coolly. According to my current understanding, it is evident that multiple nations are implicated in this clandestine project. The preliminary list includes at least the following: the Bald Eagle, the Arctic Bear, the Ojo Alliance, and the nation previously known as ASEAN, all of which are recognized as nuclear-capable states. Furthermore, several nations that previously lacked nuclear capabilities have also joined this initiative, including the small nation situated near the uranium mine. Interestingly, due to heightened surveillance following the disarmament of several nuclear powers, the technical personnel participating in this project predominantly hail from these smaller nations. There are no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. When the Bald Eagle was at the height of its power, the Arctic Bear found it necessary to ally with the 9 provinces in opposition. In light of the current strength of the 9 provinces and the Tianyu Group, it is hardly surprising that these erstwhile friendly forces have opted to collaborate with others to counter the influence of the 9 provinces. After a brief pause, Suyi Dejdadet, Tian 1. Captain, I am here. Tian Xian promptly projected herself into the room. Where have you concealed those Star Domain firepower delivery vessels I asked you to hide last time, so as not to frighten the children? To avoid detection by the Blue Star inhabitants and prevent unnecessary complications, the most recent vessel has been maintaining a silent status on the far side of Mars. Tian Xian promptly replied. The batch of starships previously sent by Bailu is, in fact, no longer of much use to the Blue Star. Su instructed Tian Xian to hide them at various locations throughout the solar system. Most of the starships constructed by the Interstellar Alliance were built with expansion in mind. Even the Star Domain firepower delivery vessels, which are pure powerhouses, inherently possess certain interstellar colonization capabilities. Dispersing these starships around other planets in the solar system also allows for the establishment of alien bases, thus preparing for future interstellar expansion. Bring over the most recently acquired vessel. How long will it take? Currently, Mars is approximately 261 million kilometers away from the blue star. The Star Domain Firepower Delivery Vessel, upon initiating light-speed travel, would take roughly 14.5 minutes to traverse this distance. It requires about 1.5 minutes to enter light-speed travel. So it would take a maximum of 16 minutes for the vessel to reach the orbit of the blue star. Tianxian promptly responded, "If you require it." The vessel can also engage in superluminal travel, which would enable it to arrive at the orbit of the blue star in approximately 3 minutes. However, the energy consumption for superluminal travel is exceedingly high. Unless in an emergency, I would advise against it. 16 minutes will suffice. Su-Yi waved his hand. Tianshu, issue a statement. Announce that our Tianyu group has inadvertently discovered that terrorists are covertly constructing bases in preparation for nefarious nuclear weapons experiments. The blue star has trembled under the terror of nuclear weapons for decades. Now that we have finally reached an agreement to eradicate such massively polluting weapons from the world, our Tianyu group will categorically not permit their resurgence. Additionally, disclose all relevant information and evidence regarding this base. Remember to also reveal the identities of the personnel from various countries involved in this matter, categorizing them all as wicked anti-human elements. Finally, we are about to issue a communique. A forthcoming orbital strike on this illicit nuclear weapon manufacturing facility will be executed, broadcast live to the entire world. Ensure that the Star Domain Firepower Delivery Vessel is captured in splendid detail. At this juncture, Su-Yi paused, contemplating the futility of further concealment, and continued, "Very well, Tianxian. Summon all the starships scattered throughout the solar system and assemble them in a combat formation on the far side of the moon, with that annihilation ship leading the way. Tianshu, prepare for the announcement. Once we have obliterated this base before the eyes of the world, we shall demand that all individuals involved in this matter be surrendered for trial. The fleet delivered by Bailu consists of fully operational starships, with the exception of the Annihilation ship, which only lacks some inconsequential facilities. The Annihilation cannon has already been outfitted, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. This time, I intend to make the inhabitants of Blue Star acutely aware of the disparity and dispel any futile illusions they may harbor. Chapter 514. Announcement of space-based strike regarding the disposal of unlawful nuclear research facilities discovered in Heizhou after a period of tranquility lasting over 2 months on Blue Star. The announcement from Tianyu Group has once again stirred significant unrest. The content of the announcement presented an array of evidence, including ultra-high-definition satellite imagery of the enigmatic nuclear facility, as well as various internal photographs of its infrastructure, leaving no room for doubt. In the announcement, Tianyu Group vehemently condemned such illicit activities, labeling them as inhumane research. This assertion is not mere rhetoric, but is substantiated by documented agreements. According to the previously established Blue Star denuclearization agreement signed by various nations and Su-Yi, it was stipulated that following the destruction of all nuclear arsenals held by the nations of Blue Star, no country or entity is permitted to pursue similar research or manufacturing of such weaponry. Violation of this clause could lead to charges of crimes against humanity. As the regulatory body overseeing the agreement, Tianyu Group possesses the authority not only to supervise the dismantling of nuclear weapons by various countries, but also to monitor all related research activities on Blue Star. Now that these transgressions have been uncovered, Su-Yi has the opportunity to exploit the situation to his advantage. In truth, the nuclear arms pose no threat to Su-Yi at this juncture. The laser defense system aboard the transport vessel, which has been stationed above Penglai Island in synchronous orbit, is fully capable of intercepting any intercontinental missiles traversing this airspace. Should such an attack occur, it would be improbable for any missile to reach Penglai Island. Even if the starship were unable to intercept, Su-Yi has numerous avenues for retreat, whether by seeking refuge on the trading platform, boarding a landing craft to ascend into space, or taking shelter within the underground bunkers of Panglai Island. The nuclear weapons would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon him. In fact, with his current prowess approaching the foundational stage, comparable to a demigod in a magical realm, he could withstand several nuclear strikes, provided he avoids the epicenter of the explosions. However, while he may endure, the inhabitants of Blue Star and those in power would ultimately be unable to withstand such devastation. Having traversed numerous worlds, Sui finds Blue Star to be the most suited to his living habits. Should the people and civilization of Blue Star be obliterated by nuclear warfare, he would undoubtedly struggle to adapt. Additionally, as a member of the Blue Star trading platform, he remains uncertain whether his membership would retain any value in the event that Blue Star were to become a desolate wasteland. In essence, his efforts to dismantle the nuclear capabilities of this world and to eradicate weapons of apocalyptic potential are not for his own sake, but rather to safeguard the fragile humanity residing on Blue Star. Alternatively, one might say he strives to protect his Blue Star, a distinction that bears little difference. Originally, Sui believed that after the last conference, these individuals would comply with the terms. However, it appears that there are indeed many astute minds in this world, some of whom discern his plans and are unwilling to remain passive. Thus, the nuclear weapon initiative has emerged. In response, Sui's reaction is straightforward. The final section of Tianyu Group's announcement contains the relevant disposal measures. Given that this location is situated in the desolate region of Heizhou, there's no need to worry about innocent civilians being affected. Therefore, our company has decided to execute a space-based strike at noon tomorrow. Currently, 5 teams from the Tianyu Group's security department have arrived in the area and established checkpoints around the strike zone. If any researchers involved in the clandestine development of prohibited weapons wish to turn themselves in and provide leads on the masterminds behind this operation, they may do so at the checkpoints during this period to offer crucial information in exchange for leniency. At the end of the article, there's a video link. Upon opening the link, one can find a recently updated video from the Tianyu Group's official website. In the video, a fleet composed of a battleship, 5 firepower delivery ships, and 2 patrol ships emerges slowly from the shadows of the far side of the moon. To provide a stark contrast, a transport ship that once caused a tremendous shock to Blue Star is also seen trailing at the end of the fleet. Compared to the battleship, the colossal transport vessel now appears akin to a diminutive toy. This behemoth, stretching several dozen kilometers in length, has weaponry such as the battleship cannon that dwarfs the transport ship in size. As the latest model of the Interstellar Alliance's battleship, it possesses the capability to obliterate a planet from hundreds of light years away with a single shot. The terrifying energy contained within is beyond comprehension, and naturally, such a vessel cannot be small. This battleship even harbors a relatively complete ecosystem within its confines. It serves as a miniature space fortress, capable of sustaining a population of 100,000 individuals for thousands of years without external supplies, if necessary. As for the firepower delivery ships, as the name suggests, they function as the armory vessels of the interstellar age. Their strike range surpasses that of the battleship, albeit with less destructive power. A simple volley could plow several layers off the surface of Blue Star. As a primary non-battleship firepower delivery platform, it is also far from diminutive. Although it lacks the intimidating presence of the battleship, it still measures several kilometers in length and width. If placed within Blue Star's atmosphere, its shadow would cast a tangible darkness over the land. Now, this formidable fleet is en route to Blue Star. The sheer oppressive aura it emanates is beyond imagination. Within mere hours, the entire Blue Star network erupted in a frenzy. The agreement was signed less than 2 months ago, and so many great powers have reached a consensus. Who dares to engage in nuclear weaponry? A consensus among great powers? I think not. Have you seen the images and videos released by the Tianyu Group? The equipment depicted is not something just anyone can procure. Just a large centrifuge alone is produced by only a handful of companies worldwide. What do you mean? Is someone reneging on their commitments, having just signed the agreement while secretly researching these devices? I never said that. You could draw your own conclusions. I don't understand. Tianyu Group has developed to such an extent Does anyone truly believe that dabbling in nuclear weapons could stir up any trouble? If this thing were truly beneficial, why did those great powers not utilize it earlier? While nuclear weapons may no longer pose a significant threat to the Celestial Domain Group, or SU-E, they still represent a danger to Blue Star. Do you comprehend this perspective? Possessing nuclear arms provides leverage in negotiations with the Celestial Domain Group. They developed this capability as a means to bargain, rather than to obliterate the fleets of the Celestial Domain Group. Indeed, previously, nations consented to the disarmament of nuclear weapons, likely believing they could secure sufficient gains in the other world to compensate for the losses on Blue Star and resolve internal conflicts. Now, having realized that, for various reasons, their progress in the other world has become exceedingly arduous, they're naturally reluctant to remain passive and are intent on retrieving nuclear weapons to engage in negotiations anew. Chapter 515. Please respond in this world. There indeed exist many individuals of discernment. The logic behind this unexpected incident is not particularly difficult to comprehend. Upon closer reflection, it is not arduous to ascertain who orchestrated these events. In essence, those responsible for the clandestine nuclear arms development at the Blackstay construction base likely never intended to conceal their activities. They simply wagered that the Tianyu group would remain oblivious to the operations of this secret base, hoping to complete the production of nuclear weapons and subsequently leverage these usable arms to negotiate further concessions from Tianyu group, thereby compelling SU-E to capitulate. As for what to do in the event of the base being discovered, that was beyond their consideration and capability. After all, if the Tianyu group were to uncover the base and catch them red-handed, they hardly believed that employing minor tactics to sever ties with SU-E would spare them from consequences. The court may speak of evidence, but the security department of Tianyu group does not adhere to such notions. Moreover, the mere presence of specialized equipment within the base serves as irrefutable evidence, leaving them with no possibility of evading responsibility. Why doesn't the Tianyu group simply secure the technology for nuclear weapon production? Wouldn't that prevent anyone from replicating it? Because the reality of the situation is likely different from your assumptions. The principles of nuclear weaponry are not inherently complex, and the production technology is publicly accessible. The only barrier is the significant difficulty involved in the manufacturing process, which explains the scarcity of nations possessing nuclear arms. In truth, there are only a handful of companies globally capable of producing such equipment, and in the internal footage from the base, I spotted the emblem of a certain Eagle company on a centrifuge. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle. It remains uncertain how the Tianyu group will address this situation, but for now, we shall merely observe. Similar to the speculations circulating online, as soon as the base was discovered, SU-E dispatched personnel to infiltrate it directly. The security department is currently enlisting not only Blue Star individuals, but also experts from the magical realm. After undergoing extensive training and equipped with various advanced technologies, these formidable individuals can navigate the base's intricate warning systems with ease. Silently, they accessed the most critical areas and captured several videos within. Through this material, SU-E has essentially identified the nations behind the base's operations. In summary, major powers such as the Eagle and the Arctic Bear have all contributed to this endeavor. Among the nations with nuclear capabilities, only the 9 provinces remain unconnected to these developments. Driven by self-interest, it is not surprising that these parties would engage in such actions. After all, when they initially dismantled their nuclear weapons, they envisioned leveraging that condition to amass wealth in another world. Now, having realized that substantial profits from the other realm are unattainable, and that progress is fraught with difficulties, the prospect of relying on the other world to nourish Blue Star seems impossible without a decade of development. Naturally, this breeds discontent. However, SU-E was somewhat taken aback by the audacity of these individuals, daring to operate brazenly. Now that they have been caught in the act, there is nothing more to discuss. He will deliver a decisive blow. On the night of the announcement by the Tianyu group, over 100 nuclear engineers from various nations, along with numerous personnel and security staff from the clandestine base, made their escape. Although the security department had only dispatched 5 small teams to fortify the periphery of the strike zone, each team comprised 30 members, each equipped with a set of powered armor. Thus, the total configuration amounted to 150 powered suits. It is no exaggeration to assert that such force could effortlessly dominate the entirety of the Black State, let alone secure a mere handful of small territories. Those fleeing from the base were naturally armed, and even boasted a fully manned armored battalion as their protective force. The scientists and ordinary staff possessed little combat capability, and upon encountering the powered armor of Tianyu Group, they surrendered without hesitation. However, the mercenaries from various countries were far less inclined to capitulate or submit to investigation. The stage was set for an imminent conflict. Yet, within a mere encounter, the armored forces of the base were reduced to a heap of scrap metal, unable to mount any effective resistance. The following day at noon, the fleet, now in the orbit of Blue Star, executed a strike on the base precisely as outlined in the previous day's announcement. This process was broadcasted live to a global audience. Initially, onlookers anticipated that with such a formidable fleet assembled, the scale of the assault would be immense and the spectacle truly awe-inspiring. However, reality proved otherwise. Behind the battleship, the Star Universe firepower delivery vessel merely opened a single inconspicuous large-caliber electromagnetic cannon mounted on its belly, silently firing upon the target location in the vastness of space, thus completing the assault. While this may not have been spectacular in the context of the boundless cosmos, it was undeniably impressive when witnessed from ground. The mass projectile, accelerated by the electromagnetic cannon, descended like a colossal beam of light, striking the Earth with tremendous force. The specialized explosive within the mass projectile detonated violently, causing the ground within a 10-kilometer radius to collapse several hundred meters deep. In a single shot, a massive sinkhole was created on Blue Star. The spectators, who had initially felt disappointment, were left utterly astonished by this display, repeatedly exclaiming that the technological prowess of the Tianyu Group had surpassed that of Blue Star by unfathomable margins. A crater exceeding 10 kilometers in diameter and several hundred meters deep was formed, a feat that even the most powerful nuclear weapon in Blue Star's history could never achieve. Yet, this was merely a casual strike from the colossal fleet. Just when the audience thought the spectacle had reached its conclusion, the broadcast shifted from the now transformed impact zone back to the conference room of the Tianyu Group headquarters. The CEO, Yu Ling, who had previously represented the group in multiple statements, reappeared on screen. However, this time, her demeanor was markedly different. Her delicate features bore a hint of coldness, a stark contrast to her former gentleness. She wasted no words. As soon as the camera was positioned, she produced the manuscript in her hand and spoke in a steady tone. According to the investigation conducted by the security department of our Tianyu Group, there is conclusive evidence indicating that the forces and nations involved in the research and manufacture of such prohibited weapons at the Heizhou nuclear facility include, but are not limited to, the White Eagle, the Arctic Bear. She enumerated a long list as if reciting a menu, naming all nuclear-capable nations except for Jiuzhou. Among them were countries previously strong in national power but lacking the qualification to possess nuclear arms, such as certain major nations from Ozhou, and even some factions exiled from the island of Hua. After completing the list, Yu Ling meticulously presented each piece of evidence. Finally, she set down her manuscript and gazed into the camera, her emerald green eyes revealing a calm indifference. The nations and forces listed have 3 days to respond. Should they fail to provide a satisfactory answer within this time frame, they shall bear the consequences. Chapter 516. The Starship Rides on the Face. Dark clouds pressing down on the city upon the utterance of these words, the global community, captivated by this matter, erupted in chaos. After all, the previous day's announcement from the Tianyu Group had conspicuously omitted any mention of the covert forces supporting the research and development of nuclear weapons, lacking even the slightest hint. Initially, many believed that the Tianyu Group intended to merely issue a veiled threat to the restless factions without any serious intention. To their astonishment, it became evident that the Tianyu Group had no intention of lightly setting aside the matter. In fact, they proceeded to directly name those involved before the eyes of the world. Speculation abounded regarding how the entities listed would respond. An absence of response was clearly out of the question, particularly with the fleet still stationed in the orbit of Blue Star. None would be so reckless as to disregard such a threat. Would this pressure prove too intense, potentially hindering the advancement of their original plans? In the conference room of the Tianyu Group's headquarters, Yu Ling voiced her hesitation. That is unlikely, Su Yi countered, shaking his head. The external pressure exerted upon them is substantial enough to compel them to set aside their prejudices and unite in a collective response. Much like the recent secret collaboration among nations to fabricate nuclear weapons. Many of these countries were bitter enemies just a year or two ago, yet they are now cooperating sincerely, not out of magnanimity, but because the pressure we have placed upon them is overwhelming, forcing them to band together. However, the animosities will not vanish. They will merely lie dormant for a time. When they realize that the external pressure is so formidable that even their unity cannot withstand it, they will inevitably discard any misguided notions of resistance and completely abandon opposition in favor of total cooperation. At any time, any nation will harbor individuals willing to surrender in exchange for wealth and power. By applying pressure on those reluctant to be subservient, we can compel them to withdraw, thereby allowing those willing to submit to ascend. The trajectory of these nations' relationships will shift from genuine cooperation against a common foe to a competitive dynamic of vying to be the most loyal subservient. With the implementation of further subtle tactics, they will soon turn against one another. Ultimately, regardless of the world or era, human resilience has its limits. Within the bounds of tolerable stress, many will become increasingly emboldened, steadfastly resisting the source of their pressure. However, once those limits are surpassed, the weight can easily crush their very backbone, extinguishing any notion of rebellion. The current stature of the Tianyu Group enables us to achieve this. And if a nation entirely loses its will to resist, the consequences would be dire. Yet the silver lining is that Su Yi need not bear this burden, as the resultant outcome aligns perfectly with his plans. What? You say the Tianyu Group has brought their colossal, unknown vessel over our heads? The bald eagle, the Black Palace. Upon hearing the news, the elderly commander, whose vision had begun to fail him, was instantly revitalized, rising abruptly from his seat. Indeed, Your Excellency, the colossal vessel is suspended approximately 200,000 meters above the surface. Our observations indicate that its weapons bay has been opened. If the armaments within possess the same destructive power that recently struck the Heizhou base, it is likely that within half an hour, it could obliterate the entire Eagle Empire from the map, the commander's secretary hastily reported. Though 200,000 meters may sound impressive, the Star Destroyer itself measures over 50 kilometers in length, which translates to more than 50,000 meters. At such an altitude, the Star Destroyer occupies a quarter of that distance vertically. Below the Star Destroyer, a major city of the Eagle Empire was entirely engulfed in its shadow. The oppressive presence of this behemoth was so palpable that even from a distance, the magnitude of its power was almost unfathomable. Standing before the window of the Black Palace, the commander gazed at the immense shadow hovering on the horizon, feeling a chill creep down his spine. This is madness. These people from the Jiuzhou are insane. Quickly, contact the Tianyu Group and inquire about their intentions. The commander urged his secretary loudly. Mr. President, we must prioritize your safety. You need to relocate to the underground nuclear shelter with the Special Operations Team. To hell with that, the commander retorted impatiently. Isn't the location of the Heizhou base constructed to nuclear shelter specifications? What difference does it make against their space-based weaponry? There is no safe place left on Blue Star. It would be futile. Get in touch with them immediately. The secretary exchanged glances with the head of security at the Black Palace, realizing the validity of the commander's concerns. If the Tianyu Group truly intended to launch an attack, hiding in a nuclear shelter would be of little use. Could they genuinely believe that such a massive vessel had limited offensive capabilities? Observing the enormous specialized cannon, experts had already begun to speculate that this vessel might possess planet-destroying capabilities. In other words, there was no sanctuary anywhere on Blue Star. They were capable of shattering planets with a single shot. With this realization, the secretary set aside all other considerations and urgently sought to establish contact with the Tianyu Group. Meanwhile, the commander continued to contemplate the massive ship suspended in the sky. After a long pause, he turned to a middle-aged man in military uniform standing behind him. General, As an Air Force advisor, do you believe? Is there any possibility of bringing this thing down? The general, who had originally been on standby at the Black Palace as a mere figurehead, suddenly paled, looking incredulously at the commander, struggling to comprehend how the old man could entertain such a radical notion. However, despite his advanced age and failing eyesight, the commander was no stranger to military matters. Having emerged from a legitimate military background, he knew well the vast technological disparity between the Eagle Empire and this colossal vessel. Without hesitation, he replied, "Impossible. It is absolutely unfeasible. Given the immense size of this colossal vessel, even in a completely unguarded state, it would be exceedingly challenging to incapacitate it with a hydrogen bomb yielding less than 1 million tons of explosive force. To achieve total destruction, one would likely need to detonate a nuclear device with a yield exceeding 3 million tons within its very core. However, our observations confirm that this gigantic ship is equipped with at least one type of advanced energy shield technology, rendering our weapons incapable of striking its hull directly. Moreover, we currently lack nuclear armaments." Yet, old Deng, undeterred by this, inquired with keen interest, "Do you think it is possible for us to gain control of this colossal ship by bribing its crew?" Chapter 517. I come for money. As a once noble maritime nation, the people of the Bald Eagle are exceedingly familiar with vessels of all kinds. Naturally, they also remember the advanced tactics of their ancestors who engaged in the plundering of ships. Given the current circumstances, simply sending one of our own to infiltrate the enemy's vessel is no longer viable. However, should the opportunity arise, seizing control of a ship through coordinated efforts is not out of the question. The general hesitated for a moment before responding. This may not be feasible. We have observed this colossal ship and noted the abundance of portholes, yet there is not a soul in sight. Moreover, a vessel of such magnitude would require thousands of personnel for manual operation. Our experts estimate that if this fleet were to operate entirely by human hands, it would necessitate over 100,000 trained individuals. It is imperative that these are not just any random people, but those who have undergone specialized training. Although our intelligence capabilities have significantly diminished, particularly regarding the collection of information on the 9 provinces and the Celestial Domain Group, we can ascertain that there have been no large-scale disappearances of personnel in those regions recently. Organizing such a vast number of individuals for training in starship operations would undoubtedly have come to our attention. Thus, we speculate that this vessel is likely unmanned. An unmanned vessel renders espionage futile. Should we attempt to incite rebellion within an AI? The existence of super AI like Tianshu has already been partially disclosed by the Celestial Domain Group, and even this mere glimpse has sent ripples of astonishment throughout Blue Star. He does not believe that the AI capable of navigating such a colossal starship through the cosmos is inferior to the domestic AI overseer of the Celestial Domain Group. The notion that old Deng could shoot down or even control a starship seems to the general akin to a child's play, mere jest at best. Regrettably, old Deng shook his head, revealing little more than a serene expression, devoid of any visible regret. The fleeting panic he experienced upon first sighting the starship had dissipated, leaving him looking remarkably at ease, as if the starship were not confronting him at all. He suddenly grasped a crucial realization. His tenure was but a few days from conclusion, and his age was edging him toward the grave. With his political career nearing its end and life itself waning, he mused, "After I am gone, let the floods rage. As long as the Celestial Domain Group does not topple the Bald Eagle Empire just yet, the consequences will not burden me, but rather my successor." Meanwhile, above the battlefield where Bear 1 and Bear 2 clashed, another colossal ship appeared, momentarily silencing the entire conflict. Across the front lines, combatants ceased their mutual slaughter, turning their gazes toward the horizon. What in the world is that? Is it a starship? The Celestial Domain Group's starship? Is it truly real? It is said that the Tianyu Group is affiliated with Jiuzhou, and it appears that our recent relations with Jiuzhou have been rather amicable. Does it not? One matter, when perceived by different individuals, can yield entirely disparate interpretations. For instance, the relationship between the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou. Many perceive it as a collaboration, while the parties involved are, in fact, severing ties. Jiuzhou claims it has no jurisdiction over the Tianyu Group, and the Tianyu group has repeatedly asserted its disassociation from Jiuzhou. However, as the narrative spreads, it becomes increasingly distorted, leading to the current misunderstandings. From her perspective, Jiuzhou and the Tianyu group are simply two sides of the same coin, and the convoluted rhetoric is merely a smokescreen. Moreover, it is not only the bears on the side of Xiongda who are bewildered upon witnessing the starship. Xiong'er, next door, shares the same confusion. Upon reflection on the relationship between Xiong'er and Jiuzhou, their anxiety intensifies. They genuinely fear that the Tianyu group might dispatch such a starship to bring an end to the conflict, potentially obliterating them and their stronghold in the process. In a moment of panic, many soldiers from Xiong'er hastily abandon their positions. They might muster the courage to engage with Xiongda next door, but confronting such a colossal entity hovering at an altitude of hundreds of thousands of meters is an entirely different matter. Even Iron Man would find himself vulnerable to a shot from an orbital electromagnetic cannon. Witnessing this, the soldiers of Xiongda erupted in cheers, believing they had indeed surmised correctly. The starship had come to assist them in concluding the war. Meanwhile, in the office of the supreme leader of the Arctic Bear Empire, the Emperor gazed at the colossal ship visible on the horizon, instantly comprehending that the Black State's base had been exposed. Otherwise, what could possibly justify such a grand display by the Tianyu group? Were they simply idling away their time? This iron-fisted figure, who had once been a secret agent in his youth and has since dominated the political landscape of the Arctic Bear Empire for over a decade, sighed deeply after a prolonged gaze at the starship. Contact the Tianyu group and inquire about their demands. Whatever they request, we shall acquiesce. It seems we have little room to refuse. Astute politicians are typically able to foresee several steps ahead, and he is undoubtedly one of them. Upon agreeing to the invitation from the White Eagle to jointly establish the clandestine underground research base in the Black State, he had already prepared for this day. Of course, preparation presupposes that the other party must offer you the opportunity to surrender. Not only the White Eagle and the Arctic Bear, once the mightiest nations in the world, but also several nuclear powers on Blue Star, apart from Jiuzhou, have been singled out. Many major cities and smaller nations lack even a single starship. How can one possibly contend with that? Those targeted by the starship, without exception, adopted an attitude of resignation, as if ready to concede to any terms proposed. So he would certainly not be courteous to these individuals. The grand display he orchestrated today was, in essence, quite straightforward: to compel these nations to pay a protection fee for the maintenance of security on Blue Star. After all, the Tianyu group is not entirely within the framework of the Blue Star system. What justification do they have to single-handedly safeguard the security of this world, especially when they must constantly remain vigilant against the remnants of disruptive forces? It would be far more prudent for those nations to bear the financial burden themselves. Simultaneously, this additional expenditure could instantly destabilize the already fragile internal environments of these countries, exacerbating conflicts and accelerating the progress of his grand scheme. Chapter 518. The Blue Star Health Development Association. In less than 3 days following the appearance of the starships, nations around the world began to yield. The shock delivered by this technological demotion was far more profound for the inhabitants of Blue Star than any mere metaphysical entity could ever evoke. No matter how formidable a cultivator might be, there would inevitably linger a sense of overconfidence, a belief that if they could just eliminate this singular opponent, all be well. However, when fleets of starships began to materialize in the orbit of Blue Star, their very presence sufficient to effortlessly obliterate the satellites and space stations that these nations held dear, all notions of luck dissipated in an instant. United by their reliance on technology, they understood all too well the essence of these infinitely replicable technological marvels. If these creations could be produced at will, there would be no end to the conflict. Moreover, the defenses of Blue Star had been completely dismantled by Su-E, rendering any remnants of nuclear weaponry that might have posed a threat to these colossal vessels non-existent. Any further resistance was utterly futile. This time, nations opted not to convene elsewhere. Representatives gathered directly at Penglai Island to sign the agreement. The essence of this accord was to safeguard the healthy development of Blue Star. leading to the establishment of the Blue Star Health Development Association in collaboration with the Tianyu Group. All nations that once possessed nuclear arms became members of this association, as did those with considerable economic prowess, despite never having held nuclear weapons, due to their involvement with the recent nuclear manufacturing base in Heizhou. The Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou were appointed as the two supervisory members of the association, tasked with overseeing matters related to nuclear weapons, pollution, and other concerns specified within the agreement. As members of this organization, each country was naturally required to pay dues. Each member state was to contribute an amount proportionate to its economic strength, serving as operational funding for the Tianyu Group and Jiuzhou in managing relevant issues within Blue Star. The method of contribution, based on economic capability, was straightforward. Fixed dues would be meaningless, especially with Sui having bridged the magical and interstellar worlds, introducing a wealth of advanced technologies that would herald a period of development for Blue Star. Consequently, the wealth of these nations would increase. While Sui employed various methods to ensure that this newfound wealth flowed into the hands of a select few, igniting internal conflicts, the collective wealth of each nation would, in the end, continue to rise. What may seem an exorbitant fee now could, in years to come, be regarded as negligible. Thus, Sui opted for a percentage-based contribution. Member nations would be required to allocate 5% of their GDP for dues. One should not underestimate the significance of that 5%, as GDP itself is often a nebulous figure. After various adjustments, the actual wealth generated may not even reach 50% of the original GDP. Among the 50%, the majority remains dispersed among the populace of the nation, with only a scant portion truly falling into the hands of the government. Whether it even constitutes 10% of the GDP is indeed debatable. As an official entity of a country, they must allocate these funds towards various civil infrastructure projects, defense expenditures, and more. Previously, nations were already grappling with various fiscal deficits. Now, a further 5% has been siphoned off from their available funds, leaving them with limited options to sustain their reign. Their choices are primarily to creatively justify tax increases. While implementing such measures temporarily may not pose an issue in the long term, if a glimmer of hope remains, perhaps if the Tianyu Group is willing to unveil certain technologies to foster a new productive force across the blue planet, there may be merit in such a gamble, indulging in a form of future debt. Yet this is a long-term endeavor that lacks promise. This is the first significant ticking time bomb that Sui has bestowed upon them. If all goes as expected, it will not be long before smaller nations succumb to the mounting pressure. The representatives of these nations are acutely aware of what signing this agreement entails. But what alternative do they have? The looming specter of the starship hovers above them, its ominous barrel ever present. How many among them can truly withstand it? Even setting aside the capability to endure the starship itself, how many could withstand a single ground attack from its electromagnetic cannon? A single shot could obliterate several kilometers, and not every nation possesses the vast territories required to absorb such a blow like the Eagle does. Take, for instance, an island nation like John Bull. A single strike in their fog-laden capital could plunge them into paralysis, regressing the entire nation by a decade. This weapon is far more ruthless than nuclear arms and is devoid of pollution. Following the conclusion of the agreement, a new framework quietly emerged. Jiuzhou stands apart from this system, serving as one of the overseers. In reality, it is neither required to pay dues nor to partake in governance. The term oversight merely signifies a nominal position. For the member states within this framework, it may not necessarily be a disadvantage, at least in the short term. Although they have expended considerable wealth, joining the organization offers its own advantages. Beyond their ranks, numerous nations on Blue Planet remain ineligible for membership. Those outside the organization, of course, do not bear the burden of exorbitant fees, nor do they enjoy the protection afforded by the organization. Yes, protection. The agreement stipulates that member states cannot unilaterally initiate hostilities against another member without the consent of the Tianyu Group. Sui's words carry weight. The mere existence of this cooperative framework speaks volumes. Since this clause has been included in the agreement, it will remain effective until the framework collapses entirely. Conversely, Those nations that have not joined the organization are naturally excluded from its protective measures. The matter bears no relation to the Tianyu Group. It is imperative to recognize that the member nations of this agreement encompass nearly all the most formidable countries on Blue Star, aside from Jiuzhou, excelling in various domains such as economy and military prowess. When these nations unite and prohibit one another from engaging in warfare, encompassing not only open conflict, but also economic struggles and other forms of competition, they're compelled to relinquish a painful 5% of their GDP annually to the Tianyu Group. Consequently, whether they seek to compensate for losses through alternative revenue streams or alleviate internal strife, expansion becomes their unequivocal choice. In this context, the smaller nations, which are not protected by the agreement, naturally emerge as prime targets for their expansionist endeavors. The politicians and capitalists who have been ruthlessly exploited by the Tianyu Group will transform into ravenous wolves, tearing apart these regions to convert them into their sustenance. Chapter 519. The Ascendant Bald Eagle within the offices of the Tianyu Group's headquarters. Su Yi reclined in leisure, relishing the soothing ministrations of the ethereal deities, Su Ming and Su Ying, while attentively absorbing the various reports delivered by Tian Shu. Nearly 3 months had elapsed since the signing of the agreement, and indeed, events were unfolding in alignment with his initial expectations. The Tianyu Group, having thoroughly exploited the last vestiges of wealth from these once prosperous nations, found that the prospect of short-term gains from the other world was bleak, compelling these countries to shift their focus to those beyond the bounds of the agreement. On the very next day, following the agreement's ratification, the Bald Eagle audaciously dispatched its military northward. In less than a week, it exerted its influence across military, economic, and political spheres, effortlessly subjugating its northern neighbor, which subsequently became its 51st state. This neighbor, it could be argued, had persisted solely as a blood reservoir for the Bald Eagle. Now, as its own lifeblood was being drained by the Tianyu Group, it was hardly surprising that it would turn to this reservoir for replenishment. With the annexation of its northern neighbor, the Bald Eagle now commanded the largest territory in the world, monopolizing an entire continent. Logically, the vast and bountiful resources beneath the expansive lands of this neighbor should have provided the Bald Eagle with significant respite. However, the burden of its pre-existing debts loomed ominously, amounting to a staggering several hundred trillion. Naturally, this debt had not previously necessitated urgent repayment. Periodic interest payments sufficed. Should the situation become untenable, the Bald Eagle, owing to its status on Blue Star, could simply default, risking only the collapse of its painstakingly constructed financial system, but certainly not its demise. Yet the circumstances had shifted dramatically. The Bald Eagle was alarmed to discover that the Tianyu Group was surreptitiously acquiring its bonds. The value of the bonds held had silently escalated to several trillion. To their astonishment, the Jiuzhou region had also discreetly followed suit, amassing trillions in Bald Eagle bonds. Such a predicament was dire indeed. There was no one upon whom they could foist their debts, least of all Su Yi. Consequently, the entirety of the Bald Eagle was consumed with thoughts of how to swiftly rectify this financial quagmire. In the face of such a monumental debt crisis, the immense profits from the annexation of its northern neighbor were wholly inadequate to satisfy the Bald Eagle's insatiable appetite. Thus, almost immediately after subjugating the northern neighbor, the Bald Eagle set its sights on its southern neighbor and those distant, plump targets ripe for exploitation. With tens of thousands of Bald Eagle troops descending southward under the pretext of maintaining order and eradicating drug lords, the southern Mexicans crumbled at the first touch, incapable of mounting any substantial resistance. However, unlike their northern neighbors, who capitulated in a flash, the Mexicans were a fragmented entity, and even the Bald Eagle's desire for a swift resolution could not appease all the vested interests. Thus, after swiftly conquering the entirety of Mexico, the Bald Eagle found itself ensnared in an almost endless cycle of security operations and guerrilla warfare. Previously, one might have suggested employing high-tech methods, such as drones, to mitigate the quagmire of such a protracted conflict. However, due to the nearly unregulated production by the Tianyu Group, the Sentinel-1 lightweight exoskeleton has proliferated across the globe, while the Sentinel-2 medium exoskeleton is no longer a rarity. Those old Mexican fighters, equipped with the Sentinel-1, have become akin to deities of war in urban combat and mountainous guerrilla warfare. The advanced fifth-generation aircraft, air superiority, and firepower coverage of the White Eagle hold little sway against these exoskeleton-clad warriors. Even the White Eagle soldiers, who have long been outfitted with such exoskeleton armor, find themselves at a loss when confronted with these formidable opponents. The conflict between a superpower and a nation unable to manage even its official criminal elements, where there is no technological disparity, is astonishing in itself. While deeply entrenched in the southern battlefield, the White Eagle has even opened a second front. Under the auspices of the North Atlantic Alliance, they have mobilized a significant military presence from Europe to advance southward, pushing down from the Mediterranean. The justification for war? A mere suspicion of possessing weapons of mass destruction suffices. Evidence? None exists, yet they challenge anyone to contest them. Initially, they feared provoking the Tianyu Group's ire, but soon realized that the conglomerate was indifferent to such matters. Even when their advanced units, in the heat of battle, refused to take prisoners and slaughtered tens of thousands in a single episode in a region of Black State, evidence of which was widely disseminated online, the Tianyu Group remained silent. In fact, the White Eagle's officials sensed that, following the incident, the Tianyu Group appeared to assist in controlling the narrative online, allowing what they expected to be a significant uproar to subside swiftly. Since the Tianyu Group showed indifference, and possibly even tacit support, although their intentions remained unclear and caused some unease, there was no turning back. The descendants of plunderers from centuries past have once again revived the spirit of their ancestors, ravaging all in their path, leaving destruction in their wake. In just a few months, northern Black State has descended into a veritable hell on earth, with corpses strewn across the landscape. This is not akin to the old Mexican territories of the White Eagle. Those Mexicans, despite their impoverished lower class, have amassed wealth through dubious enterprises, arming themselves with significant quantities of exoskeletons from the Tianyu Group. Conversely, the small nations within Black State are truly impoverished. Although there are no barriers to purchasing such advanced exoskeleton armor, their acquisitions prove futile, offering little resistance against the regular armies of the White Eagle and the North Atlantic Alliance. Amidst this bloodthirsty expansion, the nations led by the White Eagle have indeed secured the lands, minerals, populations, and resources they sought. He could not tolerate such matters, so he discreetly instructed Tian Shu to pay special attention, ensuring that these inept individuals were adequately managed online to prevent any repercussions from their blunders that might jeopardize their operations. After all, this was a scheme he had meticulously devised over time. The arduous and unsavory tasks were to be handled by others, while he merely observed from the sidelines. He could not allow those ungrateful miscreants to interfere. In just a few short months, the ominous clouds of war had enveloped the entire world. Moreover, Yi took the opportunity to have the acquired ding appraised at a trading platform. As anticipated, it was indeed no ordinary artifact. Chapter 520, one of the 9 tripods, the Yinzhou tripod. This is the name of the tripod that Yi fortuitously acquired. Indeed, this is one of the 9 tripods. However, it differs from the legendary 9 tripods of myth. It is said that Yu the Great cast the 9 tripods, symbolizing the 9 provinces, which were revered as national treasures by the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. During the Warring States period, both Qin and Chu sent troops to the Zhou capital, Luoyang, to inquire about the tripods. In the time of King Xian of Zhou, the 9 tripods were submerged in the Sea River. Empress Wu of the Tang and Emperor Huizong of the Song also cast their own 9 tripods. The Yinzhou tripod that Yi possesses is believed to have been crafted during the reign of Emperor Huizong, although it is also possible that it dates back even further to the era of Empress Wu. In any case, the certification from the trading platform states, Yinzhou tripod replica. During this time, Yi consulted numerous experts in related fields regarding the tripod. Some believed it to be from the era of Emperor Huizong, while others argued it originated from the time of Wu Zetian. The reasons varied. The former group relied on carbon-14 dating, which suggested the tripod was constructed in the Song dynasty. The latter's reasoning was more straightforward, as the tripod bore an inscription featuring the character's sun observation. Historical records indicate that Wu Ziqian, knowing the 9 tripods were difficult to acquire, decided to recast them. In the 4th month of the first year of the Shungong era, the tripod was completed and placed within the Ming Hall of Luoyang. The tripod, named Yongchang, stood 18 feet tall and had a capacity of 800 stones, while the others, Wuxing of Jizhou, Chang'an of Yongzhou, and others, each stood 14 feet tall with a capacity of 200 stones, all adorned with depictions of mountains and local products, collectively utilizing over 560,000 pounds of bronze. Aside from the 9 tripods cast during the Wuzhou period, there are no similar records concerning the 9 tripods in other texts. However, it cannot be ruled out that when the Song dynasty recast the 9 tripods, they adhered to certain naming conventions from the Wuzhou era. Furthermore, if the tales from a Southern Ocean kingdom are to be believed, it would not be unreasonable for the current owner of this tripod to be a descendant of the Zhao Song royal family from a millennium ago. After all, whether the 9 tripods were cast during the Wuzhou or the Song Huizong era, their possession by the Zhao Song royal family seems entirely plausible. Naturally, Su Yi is neither an archaeologist nor does he feel compelled to ascertain the exact period of the tripod's creation. While historians may be fixated on this inquiry, his curiosity only led him to seek opinions without a desire for exhaustive research. Thus, he had no intention of submitting the tripod for in-depth study. He merely needed to confirm that this artifact remained robust even after a millennium, not prone to cracking under minimal pressure. His focus was on one matter alone: the undeniable value of this extraordinary treasure. Although it did not possess the astonishing capabilities of that dragon egg, capable of boundlessly absorbing the primordial essence of the world and the will of all beings to aid in its hatching, it excelled in the collection of the willpower of sentient beings. Moreover, its function was not to entirely absorb this humanitarian force, but rather to store it. According to the appraisal on the trading platform, the value of this tripod surpasses that of a starship by myriad times. Beyond its inherent capabilities, the most significant aspect lies in the vast reservoir of collective desires it harbors. In other words, should Su Yi choose to do so, he could procure a tome from the neighboring realm of cultivation, detailing the methods to harness divine power through the essence of incense and fervent wishes. With the immense wellspring of desires contained within the 9 tripod cauldron, he could attain formidable strength in mere moments. However, this endeavor carries substantial repercussions. It is, in effect, a one-time transaction. Once the cauldron's reservoir of desires is depleted, he would inevitably lose such power that does not rightfully belong to him. At present, he has no intentions of pursuing this route. Yet, should he one day unearth the authentic 9 tripod cauldron crafted by the legendary Yu, it would indeed merit consideration. After all, if a mere fabric can possess such extraordinary attributes, the authentic artifact must contain an unimaginable abundance of desires. Thus, Su Yi also recognized that the path of gathering collective desires through incense and faith to attain strength is not entirely implausible. The failures of those in the cultivation realm who tread this path stem fundamentally from the collapse of their own dynasties. Once they lose the support of these desires, they swiftly find themselves bereft of power. Furthermore, there exists a limit to the enhancement provided by collective desires, rendering much of the offered energy futile once that threshold is reached. Consequently, it becomes a transaction of singular opportunity. However, what if one could store all that wasted energy? Much like the 9 tripod cauldron, if such primordial human power could be preserved within, then even in times of diminished collective support, one could rely on the previously accumulated desires to maintain their strength, preventing a significant downturn in capability over a short span. A mere few decades of sustenance under such immense power would enable practitioners of incense and desire to reconstruct their own systems of strength and ascend to their former glory. Without the debilitation of reliance on external desires, those who cultivate collective wishes would indeed surpass their peers. Su Yi conjectured that such an artifact as the 9 tripod cauldron likely does not exist in the cultivation world of Liniran. Thus, they are unable to navigate the framework of collective desires. The enigmatic elder will, from the magical realm, once presented the universal umbrella. Yet that device merely serves as a receiver, allowing its user to more intuitively access and utilize collective desires. It lacks the capability to store such extraordinary power. It is a far cry from the caliber of the Injo Cauldron. At present, Su-yi has not determined how to utilize this artifact, and he refrains from hasty experimentation. He has requested Lin Iran to assist in locating a methodology for cultivation in this regard, preparing for any eventuality. While he has concealed the Yinzhou Cauldron within the confines of a trading platform, this has become one of his most treasured possessions. The other, of course, is the dragon egg. However, due to its exceptional nature, it is more prudent to leave it within the magical realm, which is why Su-yi has entrusted the dragon egg to Vivi. She has appropriated the Imperial Jade Seal as her personal stamp, utilizing it to affix her mark upon various memorials, which is quite astonishing. However, marvelous as it may be, as the Empire of the Blazing Sun gradually finds its footing, Wei Wei's responsibilities have multiplied, and public sentiment increasingly sways in her favor. The dragon egg, nestled beside Wei Wei, has absorbed a significant amount of the collective willpower of the populace. Moreover, due to the chaotic mismanagement by Will, a former member of the trading platform, the very essence of the magical realm has become dispersed throughout the world. The dragon egg, thriving on the absorption of this primordial essence and the collective will, is flourishing in its environment. In Wei Wei's own words, she can now faintly sense that the seal is indeed nurturing a formidable life within it, a sensation that starkly contrasts with the earlier experience of holding it, which felt akin to grasping a mere stone. Chapter 521. Visitors from the Zhao family, sir. Both the Southern Ocean Kingdom and the 9 provinces have sent correspondents. The individuals you were seeking have been located, and they have brought with them news of Penglai Island. Would you care to meet them? Suddenly, Tian Shu appeared in the office. Who have they found? He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Is it the descendants of the Zhao Song royal family rumored to have fled to the Southern Ocean Kingdom and returned to the 9 provinces in recent years? Indeed, Tian Shu nodded. After 2 months of extensive research and exchanging various materials between the Southern Ocean and the 9 provinces, we have finally identified the descendants of those who sold their estates and left the Southern Ocean for the 9 provinces. The prolonged search was primarily due to this family's strong desire for anonymity. Upon returning to the 9 provinces, they meticulously erased all traces of their origins. During the chaotic times over 20 years ago in the 9 provinces, they effectively obliterated any evidence of their journey from the Southern Ocean. Additionally, due to various circumstances, nearly all family members who had been in the Southern Ocean at that time have since passed away, making it exceedingly difficult to locate them based on the physical descriptions provided. It was only through an exhaustive population census that we managed to track them down over several months, and only after verification from the relevant parties in the Southern Ocean were they sent here. Now that they have arrived, let us bring them in. Su-yi stretched and sat up from the sofa. With a wave of his hand, Su Ming and Su Ying, who were behind him, understood and promptly retreated to change into more appropriate attire, as the maid outfits they wore were only suitable for home. Moments later, a young man and woman ascended to the top floor of the building via the express elevator. This was the office of the chairman of Tianyu Group, which also served as Su-yi's residence, a place widely regarded as the true epicenter of global power. The 2 young individuals appeared visibly bewildered and anxious upon their arrival. It was only when Tian Shu's holographic projection manifested beside them that they began to relax. By this point, Tian Shu had become a well-known entity online, with many aware that Tianyu Group was managed by this super AI, which functioned almost like a human. Please come in. Our chairman has been anticipating your arrival, Tian Shu said with a slight bow, gesturing towards the imposing door leading to the main hall. At this invitation, the 2 exchanged glances before directing their attention to the door handle. The girl's eyes were filled predominantly with trepidation and confusion, while the boy's gaze seemed to ignite with an inexplicable fervor. After a shared glance with the girl, he stepped forward with purpose, inhaled deeply, and opened the door that could potentially dictate the course of their lives. As the door creaked open, radiant sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious hall. There, seated on a sofa by the window in casual attire, was a young man, lost in thought as he gazed at a plant that evidently did not originate from Blue Star. As if sensing the sound of the door opening, the young man slowly turned around. "Please take a seat." Though his demeanor appeared casual and relaxed, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from his eyes, a terrifying aura he had never encountered in anyone before. Undoubtedly, the young man before him was the most powerful individual he had ever laid eyes on. "Mr. Su, my name is Zhao Qianda." The young man quickly bowed to Su Yi, then gestured towards the girl behind him, saying, "This is my younger sister, Zhao Wanshu. I hear you are looking for us?" They did not take a seat, nor did Su Yi show any inclination to insist they do so. He immediately got to the point. "Indeed, I am searching for you. I have heard that your family sold a significant number of cultural relics upon returning from the Nanyang countries to Jojo." "Yes." Zhao Qianda seemed to relax slightly, his eyes still filled with reverence, yet he was now able to communicate clearly with Su Yi. He spoke in a deep voice. "I believe, Mr. Su is already aware of our family's background. We are indeed a branch of the Zhao Song royal lineage that has fallen into exile overseas. When our ancestors faced defeat, the main line of descendants perished in the Cliff Mountain, but we were found by the Clan S officials who urged us to carry precious treasures abroad, hoping we could gather strength to await the opportune moment and restore our nation. However, you're likely aware of the subsequent hardships, the struggles on foreign shores, and the laziness and poverty of the indigenous peoples on those islands rendered us of little use. Upon arriving on that island, our ancestors could barely sustain themselves, fighting just to survive. Once they stabilized and amassed some wealth, the barbaric invaders of the Central Plain had long since been expelled. Our ancestors had intentions of returning to Jojo to return to their roots. Yet, after weighing the pros and cons, they ultimately decided against it." He couldn't help but sigh at this point. However, Su Yi immediately understood their reasons for not returning. That beggar-born, anti-foreign rebel, Old Ju, was certainly not a benevolent figure. More critically, his rebellion had been fueled by the slogan, "The rivers and mountains belong to Jojo. The sun and moon shall herald the re-establishment of the Song dynasty." Now that he had just subdued the realm, the legitimate Zhao Song royal family's sudden return would undoubtedly create an awkward situation for him. To provoke the emperor's discomfort could spell disaster for even the 9 clans. Thus, not returning at that time was indeed the correct decision. Later, with the fall of the Zhu Ming dynasty and the sinking of the Middle Kingdom once more, our family, while engaging in trade with Westerners on the island, had managed to accumulate some wealth. Our ancestors then contributed over half of their assets to support the Southern Ming, hoping they could achieve what our Zhao Song royal family had failed to do. Alas, this Southern Ming court was even more dismal than when we faced destruction, and hence our investments were in vain. Consequently, our family fell into a period of near silence for nearly a century, and our development was greatly hindered. Later, we encountered those Western colonizers. We refused to collaborate with them, which led to our family's further decline. Nevertheless, even a century ago, our family remained one of the most powerful in the Nanyang countries. Although the colonizers looked down upon us, many matters could not be accomplished without our consent. Later, when the 9 provinces faced foreign adversaries once more, the elders of our clan generously donated a substantial amount of supplies and weaponry. Fortunately, we did not err in our judgment this time. They ultimately succeeded in their endeavors. However, our family consequently grew increasingly weakened. Following that world war, with the rise of various movements, the uncivilized inhabitants of the island surprisingly began to propagate their own national narratives. At this juncture, Zhao Qianda remarked with a bitter smile, "Mr. Su, you should understand that although we have resided on that island for several centuries, we are fundamentally different from them and have never sought to assimilate into their culture. From that point onward, progress naturally became more arduous until over 20 years ago, when the elders of our family, observing the stabilization of the situation in the 9 provinces, ultimately decided to liquidate our sellable assets and relocate the entire family back to the 9 provinces." Chapter 522. What? There are treasures as well? Su Yi merely inquired whether they had previously sold numerous antiquities, and Zhao Qianda proceeded to recount an extensive history of his family. The conversation veered slightly off topic, yet Su Yi found it utterly captivating and did not deem it irrelevant. Without a doubt, he had likely gleaned the intentions of this seemingly youthful individual. However, it is worth noting that while the Zhaosong royal family once ruled the realm of Jiuzhou in a state of impotence, their descendants displayed considerable resilience. The tales recounted by Zhao were not mere fabrications to aggrandize himself. They were indeed the legitimate accomplishments of his lineage. Upon learning the origins of the cauldron, Su Yi took the initiative to engage historians and archaeological experts from Jiuzhou, forming a dedicated research group. They collaborated with numerous eminent figures across relevant industries, both within and beyond Jiuzhou, to conduct thorough investigations. The findings aligned closely with the assertions made by the man before him. It must be acknowledged that at least in matters of national integrity, this branch of the Zhao family exhibited commendable fortitude. Having found themselves stranded on a remote island, interacting daily with indigenous peoples scarcely distinguishable from monkeys, they labored for over a century to establish a foothold and accumulate some wealth. Yet, they were reluctant to return home. After engaging in trade with Westerners for centuries, they possessed the means to become the undisputed sovereigns of that region. However, upon witnessing the decline of the Ming dynasty, they resolutely halted their own development to support the southern Ming. Unfortunately, this was a lost cause. The rulers were even less capable than Zhao Go. Despite starting with a foundation far superior to that of the southern Song, they ultimately fled to the southwestern mountains, consorting with the barbaric, and were even betrayed. Centuries passed, and after gradually improving their circumstances, they were confronted with a century of humiliation in Jiuzhou. This branch of the Zhao family had always regarded themselves as the rightful heirs of Jiuzhou and could not ignore such indignities. They relinquished promising opportunities for familial advancement to assist Jiuzhou once more, just when they hoped to recuperate after the war. They found themselves embroiled in the rivalry between the bald eagle and the red giant bear, entangled in the narrative of nationalism to dismember the colonies of John Bull. The old Zhao family, which disdained the indigenous peoples and refused to integrate, found itself utterly devastated, ultimately compelled to liquidate ancestral lands and return to Jiuzhou. Such an auspicious beginning devolving into this predicament raises questions about the capabilities of the Zhao family. One might argue that they were once a formidable presence in the vast islands of the Nanyang. Yet after centuries of development, they nearly lost everything. While it is true that internal strife within Jiuzhou momentarily stymied their progress, this presents a significant issue as well. Was not the turmoil in Jiuzhou an ideal opportunity for the Zhao family? They never considered personally intervening to restore their nation, opting instead to provide financial assistance. Is this what you refer to as waiting for the opportune moment? There are far too many points of contention, and Su Yi finds himself at a loss for where to begin his critique. Nonetheless, it is indisputable that he is a true native of Jiuzhou. In terms of righteousness, there has been no shortcoming. Given the current official conduct of Jiuzhou, the Zhao family, having rendered significant assistance to Jiuzhou during the war a century ago, would have received considerable privileges had they wished to return 20 years prior. In that era brimming with opportunities, supported by the authorities, they could have effortlessly risen again. However, they chose not to do so. Instead, they returned to Jiuzhou under assumed names, leading to a protracted search before they were finally located. Here is the list of individuals who once acquired these artifacts. Please take a look. After recounting his family's history, Zhao Qinda respectfully presented a prepared list, explaining that his ancestors had reluctantly sold these family heirlooms. They deliberately priced these items low to avoid drawing attention. As you know, if the true value of these artifacts were revealed to the outside world, we would likely lose the opportunity to reclaim them in the future. Therefore, we meticulously recorded the identities of those who purchased these items to prevent losing the trail of our ancestral treasures. Selling them at a low price to collectors with modest means was a shrewd decision, allowing for a future opportunity to buy them back. Su Yi had already obtained a general list of the items sold at that auction. It is no exaggeration to say that had the event been more widely publicized, it could have easily shattered the highest transaction records for a single auction across the entire Blue Star. Each item on that list is worth billions, and the currency involved is the dollar. The Zhaosong royal family, which has inherited these treasures to this day, likely possesses innumerable valuable items. However, selling them in such a manner would enable their family to amass wealth rapidly, but it would eliminate any chance of reclaiming these items in the future. Conversely, selling them at a lower price allows the buyers, many of whom are unaware of the true worth of these artifacts, to acquire them. Much like the wealthy individual whose estate was confiscated by the Nanyang authorities, who shockingly stashed one of the 9 ding, the Yinzhou ding, in a rudimentary basement. In the future, reclaiming such items would not be overly challenging. Su Yi glanced at the list he had been presented with, then handed it over to Su Ming, who stood beside him, and with keen interest, inquired, "Surely your family did not sell off all their treasures, did they? Are there any remaining?" "Indeed, there are some," Zhao Qianda replied, visibly animated, swiftly retrieving a rectangular box from his backpack. The items sold were not the most crucial treasures. The truly significant heirlooms were not easily exchanged for money, lest our ancestors be shamed in the afterlife. "I could only bring a limited number of items this time, but I have brought Mr. Su a painting as a token of goodwill." As he spoke, he cautiously opened the exquisite box in front of Su Yi, delicately extracting a pristine scroll. In collaboration with Zhao Wanshu beside him, they gradually unfurled the scroll before Su Yi. Upon glimpsing the contents of the scroll, Su Yi could not help but narrow his eyes, for he recognized this painting. Yet, the unmistakable aura of spiritual energy emanating from it did not align with his understanding of the artwork. It bore a closer resemblance to the artifacts Lin Iran had bestowed upon him. "Is this the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains?" Chapter 523. Here is the map. Choose for yourself. Mr. Su possessed an astute perception. Indeed, this was the famed map of 1,000 li of rivers and mountains. Zhao Qianda promptly nodded in agreement. "If my memory serves me correctly, there exists an authentic version of this painting in the museum on the southeast island of Jeozhou. Does it not? It is said that this artwork, through modern technological analysis, aligns perfectly with the recorded timeline of the map of 1,000 li of rivers and mountains. Could it be that the one you possess is genuine, whilst that one is a mere counterfeit?" Mr. Su asked with a hint of intrigue. The definition of authenticity is contingent upon perspective. From the viewpoint of historical artifacts, that painting cannot be deemed false. Zhao Qianda, in his scholarly manner, elaborated. "The map of 1,000 li of rivers and mountains has long been in existence. The precise moment it was passed down is now lost to history. When our Zhao ancestors aspired for supremacy over Jeozhou, they fortuitously acquired this painting, treating it as a treasured possession. It possesses a remarkable characteristic: impervious to water and fire, resistant to decay and erosion with the passage of time. When our ancestors obtained it, it appeared as it does today, and it remains unchanged. As for the widely circulated version of the map of 1,000 li of rivers and mountains, it is actually a reproduction commissioned by our ancestors from an artist. It was indeed created during the Song dynasty. Without question, it is the genuine work of that artist. However, the content depicted diverges somewhat from common perceptions." As he spoke, he placed the painting before Su Yi for closer examination. Were it not for Su Yi's ability to perceive the ethereal energy emanating from the painting, he would have likely dismissed Zhao Qianda's words entirely. After all, the replicated map of 1,000 li of rivers and mountains, merely over a millennium old, had become a fragile artifact that could disintegrate into dust without special preservation. Now, you claim that the authenticity of your piece predates the replica by a considerable margin, yet it appears as pristine as if it were newly created. What a contradiction! It is utterly unscientific, unless it is influenced by some arcane principles. Coincidentally, this item indeed seems to be a product of such mystical forces. Notink Su Yi se silenge. Zhao Qianda continued his explanation. Legend has it that this painting was crafted by ancient alchemists, which accounts for its extraordinary qualities. It has consistently been regarded as a precious item, safeguarded within the Zhao family's treasury. Until now, we have merely appreciated it as a work of art, and its inherent powers remain a mystery to us. Many ancestors speculated that it might be connected to the alchemists. I have heard that Mr. Su has acquired certain methods of cultivation and possesses formidable powers that instill fear. I thought you might find this object useful, so I brought it along, hoping you would not dismiss it. With that, The siblings carefully rolled up the scroll and placed it on the table before Su-yi. He glanced at the scroll and then at the visibly anxious siblings, chuckling lightly. Now, do tell, what is it that you seek? Zhao Wanchu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she turned to her brother. Zhao Qianda, appearing much more composed, clearly anticipated such a question. Yet he merely appeared calm on the surface, while his clenched and then relaxed fists betrayed the tension simmering within. After a brief moment, Zhao Qianda exhaled deeply, raised his gaze to Su-yi, and declared resolutely, I wish to restore our nation. I sincerely apologize for placing you in a difficult position, Mr. Su. Although such aspirations may seem somewhat impractical in this day and age, as a descendant of the Zhao family, it is a duty I must embrace. Even if the prospect of success is dim, and our ancestors never attempted it, they faced complexities that rendered them powerless. Today, however, is different. The long-held aspirations of our family may appear trivial to you, which is why I dare to voice such an audacious request, hoping for your benevolence. Restoration. Su-yi drummed his fingers on the coffee table before him, pondering for a moment before stating, Tianshu, the map. In the next instant, an electronic projection of a map of the blue planet illuminated the vast office. Su-yi gestured toward the map and casually remarked, aside from Jiuzhou, choose any area you desire, but must not exceed 5 million square kilometers. The rest is entirely up to you. This opportunity is singular, so choose wisely. Anywhere outside of Jiuzhou. Is it truly possible to select any location? Zhao Qianda scrutinized the expansive world map, swallowing hard. What about the existing nations depicted on it? They will not endure for long. That is not your concern. I have granted you the choice, so you shall choose. Suis replied indifferently. Not endure for long? Zhao Qianda realized he had seemingly stumbled upon some momentous secret, a chill gripping his heart. Ordinarily, such confidential information would not be divulged to strangers unless one had complete trust in them, or they were deceased. Thus, he found himself at a crossroads. Either wholly submit to Su-yi and serve as a subordinate or face death. I choose this. Zhao Qianda pointed decisively on the map. His finger landed on a coastal landmass near Penglai Island on the Hezhou continent. The location was indeed favorable, positioned in the tropics, blessed with abundant rainfall year-round, and relatively free from natural disasters. If he could establish a foothold, development would not be a challenging endeavor. Su-yi assessed the choice before him, and then, with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor entirely mocking, inquired. Regrettably, this bountiful territory is already inhabited by indigenous peoples, and quite a number at that. How do you intend to manage these individuals? Manage? Zhao Qianda contemplated before swiftly responding. For the time being, we shall gather them together and administer their affairs, teaching them our language and writing, enabling these barbarians of Hezhou to learn our spirit and legacy. By the time they graduate, they should be able to integrate into the order we establish. That sounded relatively appealing, but the issue remains that I typically disregard such notions. To me, they are devoid of significance. Su-yi calmly offered his suggestion. These barbarians are uncultured and ungrateful, rather than slowly civilizing them. It would be more prudent to eradicate the problem entirely once and for all. What do you think? Zhao Qianda was momentarily taken aback. Despite having received a royal education within his family from a young age and believing himself capable of becoming a heartless political machine, he found himself shivering at Su-yi's words. Though they were spoken with apparent nonchalance, the underlying implications were drenched in a sense of bloodshed. A solution for all time. An end to future troubles. Was this not a suggestion to eliminate all the local natives? It is worth noting that the area he had chosen was no small expanse. One could even describe it as vast. The population within this region would likely be counted in the millions. To dispose of so many lives in a single, definitive act, such a notion was indeed overwhelming. In that moment, Zhao Qianda found himself at a loss for what to decide. Chapter 524, The Fellow Provides. You handle it yourself. Are you still hesitating, hoping to restore the nation? Su-yi could not help but ridicule as he observed Zhao Qianda's indecisiveness. Well, Mr. Su, although those barbarous outsiders are indeed crude and unsightly, their still lives. I cannot bring myself to act for my own selfish interests in such a manner, Zhao Qinda said, perspiring profusely as he clasped his hands in apology. Is it fear of leaving a tarnished legacy for eternity? Or is it a matter of so-called moral principles? He remained silent for a moment before bowing again and stating, "It is out of morality. I understand that history is penned by victors. With Mr. Su's current prowess, you could easily erase all traces of these events after their occurrence, rendering the world oblivious to those who once existed. Thus, there would be no infamy left behind. On the contrary, once this is achieved, the prosperous land of Hezhou would become a haven for the people of Jiuzhou. Even if I do not contribute directly, I will surely be remembered in the annals of history. Yet, I find it exceedingly difficult to undertake such actions. This fellow evidently possesses a certain moral threshold, unable to regard the lives of billions as mere cold statistics. This does not imply that such individuals are unfit to lead a community. The notion that benevolence cannot command armies has its limits. The current situation has evidently surpassed this threshold. Aside from madmen, few could possess the ruthlessness required to such an extent. Even Su Yi himself could not accomplish it. Otherwise, he would not have instigated the people beyond the confines of Jiuzhou to engage in a self-destructive game. With just one Star Domain firepower deployment ship directing a fraction of its might toward Blue Star, these regions could be transformed into barren wastelands. However, that would mean direct involvement on his part, contrasting with the indirect guidance that leads to their own annihilation. Having a fundamental moral compass is, in fact, beneficial. Su Yi himself would prefer not to witness the emergence of a heartless monarch ruling over a new regime after cleansing the lands beyond Jiuzhou. The issue of governance remains a perennial topic on Blue Star, where the populace seems to believe that a commendable system could effortlessly establish a paradise on Earth, ensuring prosperity for all. Yet, for Su Yi, the concept of governance is utterly inconsequential. The neighboring interstellar world offers an abundance of civilizational examples for reference. The feudal monarchies deemed obsolete on Blue Star have also given rise to vast empires spanning multiple star systems in the interstellar realm, only to be eradicated by even more formidable interstellar alliances. To claim their downfall as backwardness is merely to suggest they lagged behind the interstellar alliance, not that they were inferior to a civilization confined to its home planet. Thus, he harbored no objection to Zhao Qinda's aspirations for national restoration. The offerings presented to Su Yi were undoubtedly worth the price. Of course, assisting him in reclaiming his nation was merely the beginning. If he were to falter afterward, failing to govern effectively and causing suffering among the populace, that would be beyond Su Yi's concern. It is impossible for him to secure the ancestral lineage of the Zhao family simply based on the esoteric artifacts provided by Zhao Qinda. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Often, certain matters do not necessitate direct intervention. Su Yi rose and approached Zhao Qinda, gently patting him on the shoulder. Our Tianyu Group's weapons sales department is in need of a department manager. Would you be interested? Taken aback by Su Yi's words, Zhao Qinda looked up to meet his seemingly amused gaze and suddenly grasped the implication behind his statement. The suggestion of not acting personally clearly indicated that others would be expected to take action. Who would engage in such morally reprehensible deeds? The Western camp is rife with unhinged individuals. As long as the incentives are substantial, they would undertake such heinous tasks without a second thought. The unexpected proposition of appointing him as the manager of the weapons sales department at Tianyu Group stirred Zhao Qinda, who had already acquired considerable knowledge about the organization prior to his arrival. Under normal circumstances, the authority of executives at Tianyu Group is severely restricted. Many trade-related decisions are dictated by the superintelligent AI, Tian Shu, leaving the so-called executives merely as conduits for its directives. They have minimal influence over Tian Shu's decisions, effectively possessing no real power. They are but cogs in the vast machinery of Tianyu Group, incapable of steering its course. It is not merely a matter of exploiting one's position. Even attempting to secure a personal connection within the company is utterly impossible. The most junior workers at Tianyu Group are backed up in Tian Shu's database and are recruited according to its specifications. Theoretically, the executive position that Su Yi proposed to him holds little value, as he would not be able to determine which weapons are sold to whom. However, the situation appears to be different now, as it is said that only 2 individuals within Tianyu Group can influence the decisions of the superintelligent AI. Tian Shu. One is the CEO and matriarch, Yu Ling, and the other is, naturally, the very Su Yi standing before him. This implies that, you mean to say, I could have a say in which weapons are sold to whom? Zhao Qinda ventured cautiously. On l'impartialité, suis replied. I will grant you some authority from Tian Shu. With a gesture, a petite maid behind him promptly presented a glass of juice. The weapons you can access with this authority are more than sufficient to influence the current situation on Blue Star. How you choose to utilize them is entirely up to you. If you wish to exploit this position to establish a security company and procure these weapons for your own use, or if you prefer to engage with those Western brigands for certain collaborations, allowing them to handle the dirty work, then I have no objections, as long as you do not operate under the banner of Tianyu Group. As he spoke, the 2 sprites, Enqi and Ning, each brought a glass of juice to the Zhao siblings. The 2 of them are now somewhat acquainted with the affairs of the magical realm and are naturally aware of the origins of the 2 obedient maids before Su Yi. They hastily accepted the juice with trepidation. This is a juice made from a rare fruit, sourced not from the magical world, but from a realm of even higher sophistication. Its effects are quite remarkable. Consuming it can prolong life and preserve youth. This single cup is likely to grant an additional 3 to 5 centuries of existence, serving as my token of gratitude. As for your aspirations of restoring your nation, the items have been delivered to you. As I mentioned earlier, whether you choose to act independently or enlist others to assist you, achieving your goals with those weapons will be effortless. The remainder depends solely on your capabilities. If you cannot accomplish this, then I suggest you abandon any thoughts of national restoration. Chapter 525. The Yellow Emperor's Yin-Fu Classic. This scenario is akin to utilizing advanced celestial technology against primitive men. Given the generous conditions offered by Su Yi, if this individual is still incapable of reinstating his nation in the wilds of Hezhou, then it would be wise for such a useless person to retire early. As for the contributions he has made, Su Yi will indeed bestow upon him a certain reward, albeit one that is unrelated to the act of nation-building, instead ensuring him a lifetime of affluence. Originally indifferent to a glass of juice, Zhao Qinda tightened his grip upon hearing that this elixir could potentially extend his life by several centuries. After listening to Su Yi, he hastily assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, the conditions you have provided are sufficiently generous. If I fail to achieve the goal, it is my incompetence and has no bearing on you." With that, he seemingly parched. He gulped down the juice in one go, still craving more. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanshu sipped delicately from her glass, her large eyes wide with fascination as she observed her brother conversing with the esteemed Su Yi. "The credentials for the authority will be provided to you shortly, Su Yi Musit. As for when you choose to commence your duties, that is entirely at your discretion. Besides this landscape of rivers and mountains, what other antiquities does your family possess?" This individual is indeed from a prominent family, and he had mentioned that this painting was merely a token of their first meeting. Su Yi felt a surge of anticipation for what other treasures might follow. "There are also 7 tripods," Zhao Qinda whispered. "However, due to their immense value, we have concealed them on an island in the southern seas of Jiuzhou. For centuries, our family has maintained a lineage residing on that island, safeguarding these precious artifacts. They are registered fishermen in Jiuzhou, and it was through them that our family returned to Jiuzhou. These 7 tripods are imitations of the 9 tripods, and along with the one you possess, there are a total of 8. Regrettably, one has gone missing. The remaining 7 tripods are indeed remarkable treasures. Not only is their intrinsic value noteworthy, but if they harbor a significant amount of collective willpower akin to that of the Yinzhou Ding, then it would be an extraordinary gain." Su Yi felt a glimmer of joy within, yet maintained a composed exterior, replying nonchalantly, "Well, let us consider the previously agreed terms as compensation for this landscape of rivers and mountains. What else do you desire regarding those treasures?" Hearing this, Zhao Qinda was immediately elated and cautiously replied, "I have heard that Mr. Su possesses certain advanced cultivation techniques. If possible, I would like to exchange these 8 tripods for a more sophisticated cultivation method exclusive to the Zhao family. This request piqued Su Yi's interest. Zhao Qinda's intent was rather straightforward. He sought a refined cultivation method that would be solely for his family's use. This implied that once given, Su Yi could not share this knowledge with others. As a descendant of royalty, Su Yi found Zhao Qinda's insight refreshing. Being part of the imperial lineage, he doubted that Zhao Qinda genuinely believed these treasures were mere antiquities. The Song dynasty had indeed reformed the 9 tripods. They could not possibly be unaware of their true value and utility. No matter how remarkable a treasure may be, if it cannot be utilized by oneself, it is essentially worthless. It would be far more advantageous to bestow these treasures upon Su Yi, thereby securing an opportunity for restoration while also acquiring some means of livelihood, such as advanced martial arts techniques. Su Yi had provided several basic martial arts manuals from the 9 provinces, each with distinct effects, and it was common knowledge that these techniques varied in quality. Currently, in the Blue Star realm, apart from the Tianyu group, no one possessed intermediate or advanced martial arts techniques. If he could indeed exchange these items for a more sophisticated technique, one that he could directly acquire, such assets would undoubtedly serve as invaluable treasures for his survival and prosperity. It was akin to the secret advanced techniques held by esteemed families and sects in fantasy novels. Even if the Zhao family were to decline in the future, as long as they retained the technique, their descendants would have the opportunity to rise again. Are you not concerned that I might casually offer you something of little value, or that I might agree to your terms now and later renege, spreading this technique far and wide? Su Yi countered with a smile. Mr. Su, being such a paragon of virtue, would surely not engage in such deceit, Zhao Qinda flattered, though he genuinely believed this to be true. In his view, what he held dear was likely trivial in the eyes of someone as influential as Su Yi. It was merely a matter of a few words. There was no need for Su Yi to jeopardize his integrity over such insignificant matters. Very well, I accept your terms. Su Yi gestured for the maid to see the guest out. The discussions had reached a satisfactory conclusion, and he was disinclined to prolong the visit for a meal. To put it plainly, this was merely a transaction for him, a small business deal in exchange for items of interest. As for any camaraderie, that could only be entertained once Zhao Qinda had successfully restored his family. Mr. Su, wait a moment, we still possess one more item. Zhao Qinda hastily interjected upon noticing Su Yi's intent to dismiss him. Oh, what is it? Su Yi inquired, raising an eyebrow with intrigue. A stone tablet. A stone tablet? Zhao Qinda continued. It is inscribed with numerous ancient characters, resembling the seal script of the ancient 9 provinces, albeit not entirely identical and not belonging to the well-known ancient script of the 9 provinces. He spoke in a low tone. I only came to understand the content inscribed on the tablet due to a family heirloom translation. What? Zhao Qinda did not provide a direct answer, but recited a lengthy, obscure passage that caused Su Yi to frown. Strangely, although he comprehended not a single word, he grasped the essence of what was being recited. Heaven manifests murderous intent. Stars shift and dwell. Earth manifests murderous intent. Dragons and serpents rise upon land. Humanity manifests murderous intent. Heaven and earth are overturned. Moreover, as Zhao Qinda recited these passages, Su Yi distinctly sensed a sudden surge of vitality in the surrounding spiritual energy, a change perceivable only to one who had genuinely practiced the art of cultivation. Ordinary individuals would remain entirely oblivious. Is this the Book of Yin Symbols? Indeed, Mr. Su, the content of the stone tablet is the Book of Yin Symbols. In a few brief sentences, Zhao Qinda was drenched in sweat. He wiped his brow and remarked, Our ancestors once proclaimed that this stone tablet harbors great fortune. Yet this fortune does not belong to the Zhao family. During the era when we ruled over the divine land, despite exhausting our resources and efforts, we could only barely comprehend these few words. The remainder eluded our understanding entirely. The treasures we have previously acquired were obtained by my great-grandfather, the Emperor, from the diverse repositories of the 5 dynasties chaotic era. However, this particular stone tablet was fortuitously discovered during the Emperor's military campaign. accompanied by predictions from mysterious figure who observed the stars. Although this stone tablet was not utilized by the Zhao family, it was believed that, when the opportune moment arose, it could secure 100 generations of prosperity for us. At that time, the great-grandfather, having already ascended to the throne, dismissed it with a smile. It was only after the fall of our dynasty that our ancestors recalled this prophecy regarding the stone tablet as the family's most cherished treasure, preserving it until the present day. Though the reasons remain unclear, I sense that the moment foretold in the prophecy has finally arrived. Chapter 526. Dare to disturb the head of Tai Sui? Where are the treasures? Suddenly hearing of the existence of such an item left Su Yi, who had mastered the art of remaining unperturbed in the face of calamity, momentarily taken aback. This object was not akin to the 9 tripod cauldrons or the imperial seal. Treasures imbued with extraordinary powers. It likely originated from the enigmatic and ancient cultivation techniques of the 9 provinces. Without delving too far, even the Tao Te Ching and similar texts, which were casually acknowledged in later generations, could captivate a figure as formidable as Lin Yiran from the adjacent realm of cultivation. One could even savor each word and phrase, claiming to comprehend the essence of the Tao. This illustrates the immense strength of the purported ancient cultivation civilization that once existed in the 9 provinces. Now, he was on the verge of acquiring a genuine inheritance of these techniques. The extent of its sophistication was beyond Su Yi's imagination. He simply knew it was an extraordinary opportunity. Zhao Qiande, upon hearing this, did not dare to be negligent and promptly stated, "It is hidden within a small nation to the southwest of the 9 provinces." Our family had a branch that relocated there, believing the region, with its towering mountains and dense forests, was suitable for concealing treasures. Thus, they hid it within a secluded cavern in mountains. He hesitated for a moment, seemingly uncertain. The fragments of knowledge I possess were transmitted in written form by our ancestors. I have never actually seen the stone tablet. Primarily, about 30 to 40 years ago, the branch responsible for safeguarding the tablet lost contact with us. The situation there became chaotic, with warlords claiming territories. Our Zhao family had already fallen into decline, and we lacked the resources to send a significant number of people to search for the treasure. After sending a few small groups with no success and losing all contact with those who ventured there, we were left with no choice but to temporarily abandon the quest. So, the item is not in your possession? However, he was not overly concerned. As long as it remained on Blue Star, he would unearth it, even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Indeed, it is not. Zhao Qiande admitted, slightly averted his gaze, unable to meet Su Yi's eyes. After all, the item was not in his hands, and seeking benefit from Su Yi in this manner felt somewhat like taking advantage. Had he not been able to decipher a few words and recognize their significance, he would not have dared to broach the subject. Initially, he believed Su Yi would leverage this for negotiation or outright reject the request. To his surprise, Su Yi responded, "No matter, if it is not here. Then so be it. Do you know the precise location where it was concealed?" Seeing no reproach from Su Yi, Zhao Qiande's spirits lifted, and he quickly replied, "Yes, indeed. The last communication from that branch of our family was 37 years ago. Prior to that, our correspondence had been unbroken. Not only did they provide us with the exact coordinates of the concealed stone tablet, but they also preserved detailed images and data about the local topography to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances that might lead to the loss of the treasure. The situation had already been quite tumultuous back then. Their foresight proved to be quite prescient. Our family has never ceased its investigation into this area, only to discover that it has now transformed into a warlord stronghold. A substantial number of armed personnel, exceeding 10,000, have taken residence there. Their activities are undoubtedly illegal, as you may already be aware. Furthermore, there exists a nearby enclave engaged in nefarious enterprises such as kidnapping, fraud, and organ trafficking. The overlap with their criminal base has resulted in our attempts to reclaim our treasures being thwarted, as these warlords treat our people as spies sent by the authorities, leading to the loss of over 20 family members. In addition, these brigands have been recklessly cultivating land for the production of narcotics. drastically altering the local terrain compared to decades past. To retrieve that stone tablet, we must first eliminate this band of marauders and subsequently search the mountainous forest meticulously, guided by the footage we previously collected. It may prove somewhat troublesome. Troubling? Not at all. Sue-yi promptly took the documents from his bag and handed them to the young maid behind him, instructing her to input the information into the system. He then declared, "These pests in the southwest of Jeojo are a bane to the nation and its people, committing heinous acts without remorse. As a responsible corporate leader, I believe we must take decisive action." Tianshu, "Sir, I am here." Tianshu's projection immediately appeared beside Sue-yi. Issue a global announcement, stating that employees of the Tianyu Group have been deceived by these vermin into having their kidneys harvested. This is intolerable, since the international coalition remains inactive. The Tianyu Group will personally intervene to punish these lawless criminals and eradicate the malign influence in that area, restoring peace to the common populace. Tianshu remained unfazed, calmly inquiring, "Sir, will this security operation target only the warlord in the vicinity of the stone tablet, or will it aim to cleanse the entire region of such organizations?" "As you indicated in your message?" "Certainly all of them," Sue-yi replied nonchalantly. "Since we're going, we might as well do some good along the way. By the way, check with the group to see if there are any employees recently afflicted with ailments. Perhaps they could assist in portraying victims of kidney theft, with a reward for their participation." "No need for acting." Tianshu's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Sui-po said, somewhat incredulous, "Surely there aren't T employees who have actually had their kidneys taken, right? The employees of Tianyu Group are among the elite. They shouldn't fall victim to such deceit. Moreover, do these warlords truly possess the audacity to stir trouble on our turf?" "Indeed, they do," Tianshu replied, somewhat resigned. Projecting a document before Sue-yi, "The average asset of a Tianyu Group employee exceeds 1 million Jeojo currency. The well-known organizations in the area do not dare to harm our people, but the smaller factions are unrestrained, viewing our employees as prime targets. Approximately 2 months ago, 3 of our employees, while on holiday with their families, were abducted by a local organization. This audacious group demanded a ransom of 100 million Kyushu coins for their release. I dispatched a security team to the area, successfully rescuing our personnel and apprehending the criminals. We also strategically activated fishing vessels within a certain radius to instill fear, resulting in a significant decrease in similar incidents for a time. However, recently, rumors have emerged suggesting that employees of Tianyu Group consumed the elixir of life and feast on the flesh of various mystical beasts, leading to a perception that they are far healthier than the average person, endowed with superior organs. Consequently, some affluent individuals have begun offering bounties for the organs of Tianyu Group employees. Multiple incidents of this nature have already been reported, rendering our staff unsafe not only in Kyushu or Ponlai Island, but globally. Even in regions outside of southwestern Kyushu, abduction incidents are frequent, with victims ultimately being taken to that area. Even if this matter were not brought to your attention, I had already intended to deploy our security department to thoroughly cleanse the entire southwestern peninsula. Chapter 527. A heavy hand must be dealt. Is it that these people regard the employees of my company as mere pawns? Even if I do not venture there, are they at risk of being abducted by the nefarious individuals residing in that place? He was profoundly shaken upon hearing this. He pondered for an extended period, unable to comprehend the audacity of these individuals. It is said that Jeojo has always maintained a benevolent public image in matters involving international concerns. One can be assured that the Jeojo authorities would not intervene lightly. Yet, the Tianyu Group has never been perceived as benevolent either. Sue-yi treats the deities of this alternate realm as if they were livestock, and the leaders of major nations on Blue Star as mere dogs to be trained. With a mere flick of their wrist, they could raise divine nations to the ground and obliterate them. How dare they provoke such forces? It seems I have previously been too accommodating. Sue-yi slammed the table and rose abruptly. "Where's my starship?" "Admiral, your fleet is currently positioned in Blue Star's orbit, ready to strike at any moment." Tianxian suddenly appeared in the office, winking playfully. "With just a command from you, I could make the entire southwestern peninsula vanish from Blue Star." "There's no need for that. Go amuse yourself. Su-yi waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I was just joking. If the fleet were to unleash a volley, the entire southwestern peninsula would be obliterated. But where would I find the Infu Sutra then? Did we record that segment? Tian Shu, with utmost seriousness, replied, It has been recorded and organized into the files. Shall we issue a public announcement now? Yes. Furthermore, instruct the fleet to move over the southwestern peninsula. After a moment's contemplation, Su-yi calmly continued, Destroy all airports and ports on the peninsula. Not a single bird must be allowed to fly out. Additionally, deploy 10 orbital airborne battalions to the southernmost tip of the peninsula. I want them to sweep the entire area from south to north. Anyone found in possession of firearms or bladed weapons must be executed on the spot. Simultaneously, gather relevant information. Anyone with a record of involvement in related crimes should be placed on a red list to be eliminated by the airborne battalions upon encounter. There are no prisons on Penglai Island, nor are there courts. We do not entertain the process of trial here. Moreover, dispatch an additional airborne battalion to the designated coordinates to retrieve the items for me. On second thought, I shall go myself. This slab is of utmost importance. I must personally secure it to feel at ease. As the development of the white deer in the interstellar realm flourished, its influence grew exponentially. Acquiring the standard equipment for these interstellar alliance airborne battalions became remarkably straightforward for Su-yi. White Deer even facilitated the direct trade of a complete set of power armor production lines. It was precisely due to these enhancements that the security department of the Tianyu Group underwent an expansion. This expansion recruited personnel, some of whom were retired warriors from Jiuzhou, while the majority hailed from the alternate world, predominantly half-elves. This was a promise made to Xinghin, allowing her kin to relocate to Blue Star, freeing them from the scorn they faced in the magical realm. After all, the prevailing attitudes in that magical world are unlikely to change in the near future. The half-human, half-elf beings have long been subjected to discrimination, finding little solace in their current circumstances. With their arrival on Blue Star, it is imperative to provide them with meaningful tasks. After all, Su-yi cannot sustain these hundreds of thousands without purpose. While they may not be suited for the majority of roles within the Tianyu Group, they are certainly capable of handling positions within the security department, where their experience with violence can be put to use. As a marginalized group striving for survival in the magical realm, conflict has become a familiar aspect of their existence. Whether they embrace it or not, they have grown accustomed to the brutalities of life. Joining the security department presents an appealing opportunity for them. Additionally, the warriors from Jiuzhou generally uphold a higher moral standard, contrasting with the half-elves who bear fewer ideological burdens. Their reverence for the star marks has transformed into a belief system, elevating Su-yi, whose presence is synonymous with the star marks, to the status of a divine savior among the half-elves. In truth, Su-yi's decision to bring them to Blue Star has indeed rendered him their liberator. In the throes of their fervent admiration, they remain oblivious to the complexities of their situation. At Su-yi's command, they would carry out his orders without hesitation. With the necessary equipment and personnel in place, Chun-yi has expanded the security department's combat personnel to encompass 100 orbital airborne brigades, each comprising 8,000 individuals, culminating in a formidable force of nearly 800,000. This initiative primarily aims to provide employment opportunities for the first wave of half-elves arriving on Blue Star, ensuring they can achieve financial stability and thrive in their new environment. The number of warriors from Jiuzhou is fewer than 50,000, and there are none from Blue Star beyond its borders. This presents a considerable burden for any nation on Blue Star, yet for Su-yi, it is of little consequence. After all, he had previously made a promise to the star marks, and now he is fulfilling his obligations while living a life devoid of shame. Supporting this group of half-elves can be viewed as a form of dowry. Furthermore, this situation cannot merely be characterized as sustaining a vast population. They are now contributing to the greater good. Such a large-scale initiative, akin to a cleansing operation, may pose psychological challenges for the indigenous people of Blue Star. They might experience PTSD following such actions. In contrast, the half-elves, accustomed to daily skirmishes, do not possess such sensitivities. After all, What is murder to them but a trivial matter? Soon, the Chanyu Group's homepage featured an updated announcement that sent ripples of surprise across the globe. The video footage captured numerous employees of the Chanyu Group expressing their anguish before the camera, culminating in Su Yi's poignant question, "Where is my starship?" This prompted many to urge him to remain calm online. However, once the video concluded and viewers read the final text announcement, it became evident that the Chanyu Group was not joking. They were indeed prepared to take decisive action. For far too long, the Southwest Peninsula has repeatedly engaged in targeted kidnappings and organ trafficking involving our personnel, severely violating the boundaries we uphold. After numerous fruitless negotiations with local authorities, in a bid to safeguard our employees and uphold global order, our company finds itself compelled to take decisive action against this heinous criminal behavior. Upon the issuance of this announcement, and to prevent any potential escape by criminals, we shall execute aerial strikes on the ports and airports of the Southwest Peninsula. Concurrently, our starship will integrate with the navigation systems governing the surrounding maritime zones. Any passing vessels must report in advance, or they will bear the consequences. At precisely noon local time, 10 orbital airborne brigades from the security division of Chanyu Group will be deployed to the southernmost tip of the Southwest Peninsula to commence the elimination of criminals moving northward. During this period, we urge the residents of the Southwest Peninsula to disarm and cooperate with the investigation. Our cutting-edge information collection system ensures that no innocent person will be wrongfully accused, while no defiant criminal shall evade justice. Any aggressive actions towards our security personnel during the screening process will be regarded as acts of terror, with consequences to be borne by the instigator. Chapter 528, Orbital Airborne Assault, Rain of Fire. I am utterly astonished. 10 orbital airborne divisions? Pray tell, what manner of military unit is an orbital airborne division? Moreover, such a formation must surely comprise several thousand personnel, correct? Is it customary for a corporation to possess such an armed force as that which the Chanyu Group has mobilized? Approximately 5 months prior, when the construction of the time-space gate was completed, the security department of the Chanyu Group announced a restructuring of its armed forces, dissolving previous formations. Presently, the security department consists of merely 2 branches, the Star Forces and the Mystic Forces. The Mystic Forces, composed of cultivators, remain shrouded in mystery, with scant information released by the Chanyu Group. In contrast, the Star Forces are a more comprehensible military unit, encompassing all of the Group S starships, landing craft, and personnel equipped with technological gear. At that time, discussions online primarily revolved around the time-space gate, and few paid heed to these changes, although they were no secret within military enthusiast circles. Is this even legal? After all, the Chanyu Group is simply a corporation, is it not? Setting aside the question of legal repercussions, is indeed lawful. The information regarding the Mystic Forces is limited, but it is known that their training takes place at a base on the moon, purportedly due to the denser spiritual energy beyond the atmosphere. The Star Forces, on the other hand, are not stationed on the surface of Blue Star. Instead, they're all based on the moon, Mars, and aboard several colossal ships. The segment of the security department that operates as bodyguards on Blue Star does not belong to either of these legitimate military branches, but rather constitutes an independent special operations unit, which aligns perfectly with the configuration of a security company and is legal wherever it operates. The truly illicit activities are conducted in the heavens. After all, does Blue Star's law extend to the cosmos? Upon a brief inquiry into the configuration of an orbital airborne division, it appears that a fully staffed division comprises 8,000 personnel, each equipped with the advanced DL-1 power armor. This armor surpasses even the early models previously showcased by the Chanyu Group, and even the non-commercial Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton would be outmatched by the DL-1. As for the commercially available Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2, their combat capabilities pale in comparison. Even the Sentinel series exoskeletons would deliver a dimensional strike against tanks and armored vehicles previously deployed on Blue Star's terrain. In addition to their formidable equipment, the orbital airborne divisions operate in teams of 10, each group even accompanied by healing mages from the magical realm. Can one feel secure with such a formidable presence? Moreover, The majority of the members of these orbital airborne divisions hail from the magical world, possessing either magical skills or martial prowess. Even without their power armor, they remain superhuman. This merely scratches the surface regarding personnel configuration. The most basic soldiers of the orbital airborne divisions possess the capability to call for space-based strikes. In their presence, the concept of cover becomes irrelevant. Your nuclear shelter would be rendered obsolete by a single shot from a space-based electromagnetic cannon. According to the information released by the Tianyu Group, the Security Department now boasts a complete force of 100 fully staffed orbital airborne brigades. 5 of these brigades are on standby, perpetually stationed on near-Earth orbit vehicles, claiming the capability to deploy soldiers to any corner of the globe within a minute. However, for operations of such magnitude as this, additional time for preparation and troop mobilization is undoubtedly required. The individual mentioned above is correct. Our research institute is equipped with high-precision astronomical telescopes. I just observed through them that the Starry Sky assault ship, which had previously been stationed above Penglai Island, has altered its orbit and is expected to reach the skies over the southwest peninsula in no more than a few minutes. I have a question. How is it that the Tianyu Group has dispatched 10 orbital airborne brigades simultaneously, targeting the minuscule nations of the southwest peninsula? Who among their generals possesses such audacity to orchestrate such a grand display? It is rumored that local warlords and human traffickers have abducted employees of the Tianyu Group en masse, not just one, in a targeted kidnapping. They claim that the employees of the Tianyu Group consume food and drink imbued with spiritual energy, making their organs particularly valuable. These scoundrels have long been rampant, and this time, provoking the Tianyu Group is akin to striking an iron wall. They have truly brought this upon themselves. Though the nations in that region may be small, they are recognized by the international community as sovereign entities. Is such an approach truly appropriate? Rest assured, the Tianyu Group has undoubtedly communicated with the local authorities. What nonsense! Just moments ago, several small nations on the southwest peninsula convened emergency press conferences to voice their concerns, stating that no representatives from the Tianyu Group had ever engaged with them beforehand. The king of Siam was reportedly furious, denouncing this as an act of aggression. So what if they were not notified? And what of that so-called king? What does it matter if he is enraged? Shortly after the Tianyu Group's announcement, a Star Domain firepower delivery ship, positioned in lunar orbit, locked onto all airports and ports across the southwest peninsula from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. After ensuring that all flights and vessels remained immobile, they granted those present in these areas a mere 10 minutes to evacuate. Once this time elapsed, all external access routes were obliterated. Simultaneously, although the news was sudden for the military of Kyushu to the north of the southwest peninsula, their response has always been swift. They immediately initiated a state of heightened readiness, mobilizing 2 army groups located in the southwest along with numerous border defense forces and armed inspection units to completely seal the border, ensuring that not even a fly could cross from the south into Kyushu. In fact, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances, the Tianyu Group not only deployed the originally planned 11 orbital airborne brigades, but additionally dispatched 2 more directly to the southwestern border of Kyushu to reinforce their military presence on the other side of the frontier. While all of this may sound lengthy, in reality, less than half an hour passed from the announcement by the Tianyu Group to the full positioning of all forces. The administrative efficiency of the small nations on the southwest peninsula is exceedingly low, with many key officials absent from their posts. By the time they realized the intentions of Tianyu Group, their urgent attempts to make contact proved futile. They sought to hold a global press conference to demand an explanation. But the hour had already struck noon, as stated in Tianyu Group's announcement. Although he had spoken of plowing the entire peninsula from south to north. Such a sweeping action would undoubtedly occur post-conflict. Once hostilities commenced, the immediate objective would naturally be to secure vital cities and transportation routes. Thus, just as the king of Siam condemned Tianyu Group's actions as acts of aggression during the press conference, the skies suddenly opened, unleashing a deluge of fiery rain. Chapter 529. The Chaos of War. As one of the most significant cities on the southwest peninsula, the capital of Siam is clearly a focal point of attention. when an entire battalion of fully equipped airborne soldiers descends from the heavens in their powered armor, utilizing one-time-use orbital drop pods. It is as if the sky itself unleashes a grand deluge of fire. In the vast expanse of the cloudless azure sky, countless metal capsules plummet with tremendous force. Were it not for the retro thrusters that slow their descent just before impact, these iron canisters alone could reduce the entire capital to ruins. The visual impact of this scene is staggering. Many individuals hastily grab their smartphones to capture photos and videos, fearful of missing such a spectacular event, momentarily forgetting to seek shelter. As a globally renowned tourist destination, this locale is populated not only by local residents, but also by a multitude of visitors from afar, encompassing a diverse array of cultures. Wei Xiaoyu is among them. She is a university student from Jiuzhou, who, taking advantage of her holiday, ventured to Siam with several classmates for a getaway. Just after settling into their hotel and descending for a meal, they found themselves amidst this chaotic turn of events. A group of young women congregated at an unassuming street-side eatery, gazing at the cascading drop pods above, their expressions reflecting a profound existential doubt. Not long prior, they had glimpsed a notification from the Tianyu group, discussing over their meal whether to abandon their trip and return home in haste. Yet, before they could even finish their meal, the Tianyu group's airborne forces had literally come crashing down upon them. Oh look, the latest news. All airports and ports across the Southwest Peninsula have been destroyed by the Tianyu group. They are prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting at this time. We can't leave, even if we wanted to. One girl lamented, her face clouded with despair as she perused updates on her phone from various forums. They could never have anticipated that their long-awaited journey would be marred by such turmoil, having scarcely begun to enjoy their trip. Often, such is the way of the world. A single decision made by those at the top can shatter the tranquil lives of ordinary citizens, as is the case now. The abrupt onset of this war has left numerous tourists and foreign nationals stranded on the Southwest Peninsula. The girls, upon hearing this news, lost all desire to document the fiery rain from above. Having lived a life of stability in Jiuzhou, the mere thought of being thrust into a war zone filled them with anxiety and trepidation. At that moment, one of them seemed to have an epiphany and turned away Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, didn't you mention that Mr. Su's girlfriend was once your roommate? She even took you to Penglai Island for a vacation, and you met Mr. Su? We're stuck here. Why not give her a call and see if she can assist us?" These troops belong to the Tianyu group, and if Mr. Su were to intervene, wouldn't we be safe in an instant? Wei Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile wryly at this suggestion. I only spent a few days at Penglai Island with Yang Yi, and I merely caught a glimpse of Mr. Su on the beach. How could I possibly have his number? To speak candidly, she often pondered her own appearance and considered it quite satisfactory. When Yang Yi initially invited her to visit Penglai Island, she felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect of possibly meeting Su Yi, a globally renowned diamond tycoon. Naturally, she harbored some ambitions, such as devising ways to attract the attention of this illustrious bachelor. However, upon arrival, she quickly realized that she was overshadowed not only by the likes of Yu Ling and Xing Hen, who were of an entirely different caliber, but even her roommate Yang Yi, whose extraordinary beauty was typically concealed by deliberate makeup, appeared stunningly radiant in her natural state before Su Yi. This revelation left her feeling somewhat inadequate, and any ambition she had quickly dissipated. With everyone of similar attractiveness, she mused, if one could win the heart of such an exceptional man, why couldn't she? Yet, the stark disparity in their beauty and physique rendered her self-perception akin to that of an ugly duckling, extinguishing any lingering aspirations. During their time on the island, she and T exchanged a single word with Su Yi, let alone secured any means of contact. As for Yang Yi, she wondered, aren't you roommates? Surely, you must have some way to reach her? Another girl inquired. Well, we haven't seen each other in months. Would it really be appropriate? Wei Xiaoyu replied, feeling somewhat conflicted. After Su Yi acquired the dual cultivation method from the realm of immortals, he had invited Yang Yi to reside on Penglai Island primarily for the sake of her training. As for their academic obligations, Yang Yi's status was well known, and her absence would not hinder her graduation. Thus, it was of little consequence. Consequently, Wei Xiaoyu had not seen Yang Yi in quite some time. At this critical juncture, should she still be concerned about appropriateness? Just give it a try, urged the girl, observing the chaos unfolding on the streets. All right, I'll give it a shot, Wei Xiaoyu said, her heart racing as she picked up her phone and opened WeChat to find Yang Yi's account. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to send a message to see if Yang Yi was available, ultimately typing, "E, are you there?" It wasn't T that she was hesitant. It was merely the vast chasm between her former roommate and her current status that weighed on her. Just recently, she had seen on the news that Su Yi had attended an international event with Yang Yi by his side. Among the international celebrities, dignitaries, and business magnates, who wouldn't T bow and scrape before Yang Yi, standing alongside Su Yi? At that moment, she realized they inhabited vastly different worlds. Thus, the thought of reaching out felt rather daunting. As soon as she sent the message, she silently prayed that Yang Yi would see it and respond. Perhaps her prayers were answered, for Yang Yi quickly replied with a voice message. "Yes, what is up? Why are you contacting me out of the blue? Are you on break? Would you like to come over and play? I can take you on a vacation to the magical world." Hearing her voice, Wei Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief. With the arrival of the aerial troops creating increasing chaos in the streets, where she could spot several power-armored soldiers among the bustling crowd, she set aside any thoughts of nostalgia for the moment. While being pulled into a nearby building by an unknown passerby who was babbling in an unintelligible language, I sent a voice message. "E, it's like this. A few classmates and I are currently traveling in the Southwest Peninsula, and we find ourselves trapped here. Could you possibly lend us a hand? Are you in the Southwest Peninsula?" Yang Yi furrowed her brows, her expression tinged with concern. Ever since she arrived at Penglai Island, she had positioned herself with utmost propriety. If Yuling is considered the first house favored by Su Yiqin, then the second house must be either Xinghin or Wei Wei, or perhaps another figure from a world she had yet to encounter, Bailu. As for her, in terms of striking beauty, she found herself lacking when compared to the aforementioned individuals, not to mention in other aspects. Thus, Yang Yi's aim had always been to play the role of a decorative vase, embodying beauty without causing any trouble under the banner of Su Yi. The actions in the Southwest Peninsula were merely in accordance with Su Yi's wishes. With the conflict just beginning, seeking his assistance to rescue someone would be rather presumptuous. However, Wei Xiaoyu was still considered a friend, and it would be inappropriate to disregard her completely. After contemplating, she was about to inquire with Tian Shu when another urgent voice message came through. "Help. A soldier clad in powered armor has barged into the building and killed several locals." Chapter 530. Your affairs have come to light. With a resounding explosion, the group of girls, including Wei Xiaoyu, who had just sought refuge in a nearby house, found themselves startled as a section of the wall was inexplicably obliterated by an unknown weapon. The sudden turn of events left them momentarily frozen in place. It was not until one of the girls pointed to the ground and screamed that Wei Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, following the direction of her finger. To her horror, the local man who had enthusiastically ushered them inside, akin to a concerned uncle, now appeared to have lost his entire upper body, with only his legs visible, trapped beneath the rubble, twitching involuntarily due to residual nerve impulses. The young girls, unaccustomed to such a scene, promptly felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in shock. Despite knowing that they needed to escape this perilous situation, they felt utterly drained of strength, rendered immobile. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated from outside the wall. Almost immediately, the wall, which had already been breached, yielded to the force of a towering figure that burst through, completely collapsing. The girls found themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to muster even a gasp as they trembled in the presence of the intruder. It was painfully evident that the local man had fallen victim to the very entity now looming before them. In an unexpected surge of courage, Wei Xiaoyu seized her phone, transmitting a hurried plea for help to Yang Yi. "Help. A soldier in powered armor has entered the house and killed several locals." Just as she sent the message, she noticed the armored warrior turning to regard them, causing her heart to race with trepidation. In a panic, she hastily tossed her phone aside and raised her hands, fearful that any movement might provoke a fatal reaction. Although the Tianyu Group had claimed that their operations targeted only criminals, the present company comprised distinguished students from Jiuzhou, who were not devoid of intellect. In the chaotic circumstances, death seemed inevitable. Even if an investigation later revealed that a Jiuzhou citizen had perished here, the Tianyu Group could easily shift the blame onto local armed factions, a narrative that would be widely accepted without question. At this juncture, it could be said that their lives were forfeit. While Wei Xiaoyu and the armored soldier exchanged glances, unbeknownst to her, the half-elf warrior operating the powered armor was diligently navigating the language translation module within its interface, having finally grasped its functions after considerable effort. At least 10 minutes had elapsed since the earlier incident involving the locals. The girls remained utterly still, paralyzed by fear. Just as their anxiety reached a crescendo, a chilling electronic voice emanated from the powered armor's external speakers. "Are you from Jiuzhou?" The girls exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond. After all, they had just witnessed the brutal slaughter of locals by the airborne troops under the banner of the Tianyu Group, instilling a palpable fear that even claiming to be from Jiuzhou could lead to their demise. Yet, to deny their Jiuzhou heritage, would that not seal their fate? With this thought in mind, Wei Xiaoyu mustered her courage and declared, "Indeed, we are all from Jiuzhou. Then you need not fear. Our current operation does not include the people of Jiuzhou." The cold, electronic voice of the powered armor elicited a collective sigh of relief from the group of girls. "Unless you are Jiuzhou individuals involved in the illicit activities on the Southwest Peninsula, our principle is to capture such individuals alive. If resistance is fierce, they will be eliminated on the spot." Wei Xiaoyu dismissed this notion, for they were all students from Jiuzhou, far removed from the heinous acts of human trafficking and fraud rampant in the Southwest Peninsula. "Rest assured, we are merely here for tourism. We have committed no wrongs." The powered armor remained silent, observing their group with an unyielding gaze. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Wei Xiaoyu tentatively inquired, "So, can we leave now?" "I fear not," replied the powered armor, its synthetic voice still chilling, yet imbued with a hint of aggression. However, this statement was not directed at Wei Xiaoyu. Rather, the armor's focus was on a seemingly innocuous girl standing behind her, Zhang Ranran, who had previously urged Wei Xiaoyu to cultivate a relationship with Yang Yi and expedite their departure. The expressionless visage of the powered armor made it difficult to discern its intent, and its subtly redirected gaze went unnoticed. "What do you mean?" Wei Xiaoyu, mistaking the remark as directed at her, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. "What I mean is, you may leave, but she cannot." The powered armor indicated toward the girl behind Wei Xiaoyu and coolly stated, "Zhang Ranran, who has studied and grown up in Jiuzhou, holding Jiuzhou residency. Yet your father is a leader within a human organ trafficking and fraud organization on the Southwest Peninsula. After reaching adulthood, you have repeatedly brought classmates and friends to the Southwest Peninsula, all of whom have mysteriously disappeared for various reasons, while you alone return safely to Jiuzhou each time. To avoid arousing suspicion from the Jiuzhou authorities, you often orchestrate coincidences to absolve yourself of any blame. The Jiuzhou officials have previously scrutinized you, but your father-daughter relationship is well concealed, and your criminal methods are astute, resulting in no substantial evidence linking you to the disappearance of your classmates and friends. However, this time is different. The capabilities of Lord Tianshu are beyond your imagination. Your misdeeds have come to light, Zhang Ranran." Upon hearing the revelations from the powered armor, Wei Xiaoyu was left in a state of bewilderment. Reflecting on the circumstances, it seemed that their trip to Siam had indeed been orchestrated by Zhang Ranran. Recently, they had seen numerous reports regarding criminal activities in this area, which made them hesitant to visit. It was Zhang Ranran who assured them that she had relatives working nearby. Indeed, those reports were true, but the victims of abductions were merely unsuspecting tourists. She had visited this place many times and had local relatives to look after her. Thus, she would certainly be safe. Consequently, despite the recent surge in news about kidnappings and organ trafficking, they ventured here, risking their lives. Could it be that the classmate they trusted was actually affiliated with a criminal organization, luring them here for nefarious purposes? Wei Xiaoyu instinctively turned to confront Zhang Ranran. However, before she could fully turn around, she heard a barely perceptible sound of a blade being drawn. In the next moment, she felt a sharp object pressed against her lower back. It seemed her kidneys were truly in peril. Chapter 531. Do you have nothing to say? She is the college roommate of Yang Yi, the cherished lover of the chairman of her Tianyu group. You had better. Zhang Ranran drew her knife, aiming to control Wei Xiaoyu, intending to intimidate her. Yet, with every word, her own confidence dwindled. The disparity in their connections was insurmountable. What difference was there, really, from holding hostage the grandnephew of her neighbor's aunt? What was she to do? The armored figure tilted its head in confusion. Better to remove this iron contraption. Leave this room at once, or I will kill her immediately. Either way, it was merely a matter of death. Zhang Ranran understood all too well that if her actions were uncovered, even if she survived this encounter, the Tianyu group would ensure she was sent back to Jiuzhou, where her fate would be sealed. Although she had never taken a life herself, the number of Jiuzhou individuals who had perished indirectly due to her actions exceeded 20. Such heinous deeds, in the eyes of the Tianyu group, would likely warrant immediate execution, devoid of any leniency. Even in Jiuzhou, should she undergo a standard judicial process, the death penalty would be inevitable. Given these circumstances, she reasoned it might be better to take a gamble and see if she could escape. If she managed to flee, she still possessed a considerable sum of money amassed through her criminal endeavors with her father, all of which had been laundered. In that case, she could wash her hands of her past, find a secluded corner, and live a life of affluence. What the Tianyu group's formidable technology. At worst, she would no longer need to utilize her current identity online. As for her appearance, that could be easily resolved. She could simply retreat to the desert regions, where women were veiled. Amidst the crowd, how could she possibly be apprehended? With such a vast world and so many people, she found it hard to believe that Tianyu group's reach could encompass the entire globe. Of course, she was not naive. She recognized that the effectiveness of such threats was nearly non-existent. The elite warriors trained by Tianyu group were certainly not foolish. This was merely a futile struggle for survival. If all else failed, she would ensure that she and Wei Xiaoyu perished together. In truth, she had always harbored a deep-seated jealousy toward this roommate. They both hailed from impoverished backgrounds, yet through their criminal undertakings, she had managed to shed the label of poverty and attain a more comfortable life. Meanwhile, what had Wei Xiaoyu accomplished? Even before graduating from university, she had already received an offer from Tianyu Group. This was Tianyu Group. Even as the most junior employee, she would undoubtedly achieve a significant leap in social status, enjoying a life of ease and generous remuneration that most could only dream of. After years of toil alongside her father in crime, Zhang Ranran realized that Wei Xiaoyu might very well surpass her with just a few years in an office at Tianyu Group post-graduation. This was the chasm that lay between them. In her eyes, the sole reason for this disparity was that Wei Xiaoyu had once been a roommate of Yang Yi. One merely encounters a fortunate roommate, reaping rewards that far exceed the fruits of a lifetime of diligent labor, naturally inciting envy to a maddening degree. This is also the primary reason Zhang Ranran dared to act against the winds, attempting to entice Wei Xiaoyu amidst the recent surge of scam news flooding the southwest peninsula. I promise you, she declared. Zhang Ranran, who had resolved to drag Wei Xiaoyu down with her, was momentarily taken aback, seemingly struggling to believe her ears. With wide eyes, she stammered, "You. What did you say?" "I said I have agreed," came the voice from the powered armor, tinged with resignation. In the next moment, accompanied by the clattering of mechanical systems, the towering powered armor parted down the middle. A figure, clad in close combat attire, possessing an enviably exquisite physique, yet somewhat petite, emerged. As she stepped out, she nonchalantly pulled down the hood from her head, letting her fiery red hair cascade freely. With eyes of the same blazing hue, she glanced back at the powered armor, pouted slightly, and murmured in the language of the magical realm, "This contraption is indeed amusing, but it is far too clumsy, lacking agility." As she spoke, a captivating smile graced her lips, and with the limited knowledge of the language of Jiuzhou she had acquired, she introduced herself. "Greetings. I hail from the Radiant Sun Empire of the magical world. My father is a prince of the empire, and my mother is the younger aunt of Her Majesty the Empress. I once served as a personal guard to the illustrious Empress Vivi. Due to Her Majesty granting me a decade-long leave to experience the world, I currently hold the position of commander of the 1st Airborne Brigade of the Tianyu Group. You may call me Lillian Radiant Sunday. With that, she tilted her head toward the powered armor behind her, inquiring in the language of her realm. Is there anything amiss with this introduction? The AI of the powered armor promptly responded, Absolutely correct, Commander. That is reassuring, Lillian remarked. Turning to the group of astonished individuals who stood frozen in disbelief, clearly delighted by their stunned expressions. Originally, Lillian had utilized a universal language card. But after Vivi placed great expectations upon her, she was sent back to Blue Star for further training, along with the revocation of that language card, necessitating her to relearn the language of Jiuzhou. The unfortunate news was that she evidently lacked a talent for languages. The fortunate news, however, was that the powered armor of the Tianyu Group, primarily designed for half-elves from the magical realm, came equipped with a translation module. Upon discovering this, after her arrival on Blue Star, Lillian persistently pestered Su Yisa, charmingly and playfully, ultimately securing her position as the commander of the 1st Airborne Brigade. Of course, this was a nominal role. She had no grasp of modern warfare, and assigning her to command would indeed be folly. Thus, the actual commander of the 1st Airborne Brigade was someone else. As Su Yi's sister-in-law, she was merely there to pass the time. It was only after spending an extended period aboard the starship that she felt the urge to join this airborne operation. After waiting for quite some time, Lillian discovered that the group, aside from gazing at her with astonished expressions, had seemingly concluded their reactions without further comment. This left her feeling somewhat displeased. She had devoted an entire fortnight to rehearsing that extensive self-introduction. Surely, they ought to provide some feedback. Do they not have anything to say? As soon as she finished speaking, the AI of the powered armor behind her promptly initiated simultaneous translation. What we wish to convey. Wei Xiaoyu exchanged a glance with Zhang Ranran, who was holding her captive. To their astonishment, both captor and captive shared a look of equal shock. The time-space gate had been operational for over 5 months now, and even the most isolated individuals from Jiuzhou would undoubtedly comprehend the significance of the term blazing sun within the realm of magic. Chapter 532, To Kill Me. You must employ nuclear weapons. The imperial family of the Radiant Sun Empire bears the illustrious surname Radiant Sunday. However, this is not a title that just any fallen aristocrat can claim. In theory, only the direct descendants of the Radiant Sun Empire's royal lineage are permitted to use this surname. Once one strays beyond the 5th degree of kinship, they are prohibited from bearing the name Radiant Sunday. This is a well-known topic among those who have returned from the magical realm. Thus, anyone in the magical world with the surname Radiant Sun is undoubtedly of noble birth. The scenario of royal descendants from ancient times, akin to the 3 Kingdoms era in the 9 provinces, resorting to selling straw shoes for a living is utterly impossible. Such individuals would have been severed from the royal lineage long before reaching such a state of destitution. Therefore, the seemingly adorable girl before us, whose cherubic features starkly contrast with the imposing power armor behind her, is indeed a person of immense significance, solely based on her surname. Coupled with the fact that her father is the direct uncle of the Empress, she is someone who would warrant a state banquet in the 9 provinces. Zhang Ranran could hardly fathom that in her desperate bid for survival, she had inadvertently stumbled upon such a formidable entity. Where could she possibly find justification for this? Upon hearing Lillian list her credentials as if reciting a menu, Zhang Ranran felt as though she had already glimpsed her demise. Even she, with her limited intellect, recognized that today there was absolutely no escape for her, even if she could temporarily evade her fate by taking Wei Xiaoyu hostage. She would inevitably face relentless pursuit from the Tianyu Group thereafter. Previously, she had believed that her escape hinged on the assumption that her minor transgressions would go unnoticed by the higher-ups of the Tianyu Group, who would not specifically target her. But who was this person before her? She was none other than Su Yi's sister-in-law. Engaging in such antics in her presence would be folly. Even if she managed to flee temporarily, should Lillian feel embarrassed and go back to lament to Su Yi? The security department of the Tianyu Group would likely launch a manhunt across the entire Blue Star to apprehend her. Not even the veteran eagle of the white-headed eagle could withstand such a storm, let alone a mere individual like herself. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ranran took a deep breath, resolute in her decision. After all, if she was to perish, she might as well take Wei Xiaoyu with her. Moreover, the fact that Lillian dared to leave the protection of her power armor presented an opportunity. If she could capture her as well, that would be even better. Wei Xiaoyu's fortuitous alignment with Yang Yi in the same dormitory was already infuriating in her eyes. Lillian, born into an important royal family of a foreign super empire, had entered life with a golden key. In her view, this was even more deserving of disdain. Without further hesitation, Zhang Ranran shouted and lunged forward, drawing her knife to stab Wei Xiaoyu in the back. At the moment she shouted, a dozen members of a criminal syndicate, clad in ordinary clothing and wielding antiquated AKs, emerged from what appeared to be unremarkable residential homes. Without a moment's thought, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Lillian. Yet, after the clip was emptied, they were astonished to discover that the Lillian who had been standing there just moments ago had vanished without a trace. Upon closer inspection, they realized that Lillian had somehow appeared beside Wei Xiaoyu, effortlessly pinching the sharp blade with just 2 delicate fingers. The pace of this assault is far too sluggish. Lillian winked at Zhang Ranran while extending her other hand. With her palm open, glistening yellow bullets cascaded down in succession. Furthermore, such a weapon could not harm me. I am a 9th-tier warrior. To take my life, you would need to unleash the nuclear arsenal from your world. Once the AI of the powered armor completed its translation, she exerted a gentle force, and the exceptionally sharp dagger forged from special alloys was effortlessly snapped in two. Zhang Ranran stared blankly at the half-dagger in her hand, and the deformed bullets scattered across the ground, enveloped by a profound sense of helplessness. Her eyes completely devoid of spark. This is dull. Noticing that several individuals were rendered speechless, devoid of any response, Lillian lost interest and turned to the powered armor, saying, "According to the rules of the cleansing operation, eliminate these people." Understood. In the next moment, ferocious firepower erupted from the powered armor. All the insurgents, including Zhang Ranran, were instantaneously neutralized, with not a single survivor left. The airborne troops had descended for a thorough cleansing, not to conduct inspections. As long as it adhered to the mission protocols, anyone could be eliminated. Lillian lightly leapt, her petite form perching atop the shoulder of the powered armor. She addressed Wei Xiaoyu and the others. Our Tianyu group, together with the embassy of Kyushu, has established a safe zone for Kyushu tourists outside the capital of Siam. You may proceed directly there. Do not fear the soldiers of the airborne brigade you encounter along the way. We possess an identification system. If you have committed no crimes, you will not be marked as a target and will not be fired upon. Should you find yourselves in peril, you may seek their assistance. One of our missions is to rescue Kyushu citizens trapped in the southwest peninsula. Once the powered armor completed its translation, she patted the metallic behemoth beneath her and remarked, "Let us move on. This place holds no interest for me, as the people here are far too weak. Sir, it is a serious violation of protocol to leave the armor protection during the mission. Please return to the cockpit. Your armor's defensive capabilities are inferior to my skin. I'm a 9th-tier warrior. Enough nonsense. Where's my brother-in-law? Isn't he here as well? Take me to find him." As the brigade commander, departing the battlefield while your soldiers are engaged in combat constitutes a serious breach of conduct, and the whereabouts of the commander are classified information. Thus I cannot disclose them to you. What a foolish artificial intelligence. Lillian huffed, tapping the helmet of the powered armor in annoyance. Where is Tianshu? I want to find my brother-in-law. The AI of the powered armor paused momentarily, and when it spoke again, its tone was notably more agile, clearly indicating that Tianshu had interfaced with the AI control. "Miss Lillian, the chairman is in the southern safe zone of the city. He asked me to relay a message to you." "What is it?" "Lillian, if you're truly bored and cannot remain with the airborne brigade, hurry and go to Penglai Island to obediently attend your Kyushu language class." Lillian was taken aback, then pouted in grievance. "My brother-in-law is being harsh with me." Tianshu naturally disregarded this, adopting an attitude of "I am an AI. Do not attempt to engage me with such antics." Upon witnessing the scene, Lillian could only emit a cold huff, patting her power armor. "Iron Clunker, head south." In the blink of an eye, The power armor leaped a mere few times before vanishing from the street. This particular model of power armor could exceed a terrestrial speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Such velocity could not be achieved by mere legs, no matter how long they may be. To reach such swiftness, a near-surface flight posture was essential. As Lillian departed, Wei Xiaoyu and the others remained, gazing at the corpses strewn around them, exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Their eyes were particularly drawn to Zhang Ranran, whose head had been obliterated, leaving only her body twitching in a grotesque reflection of life, stirring a tumult of emotions within them. Chapter 533. The plan is excellent. But next time, don't plan at all today. They truly witnessed the adage of knowing people by their appearances, but not their hearts. Seemingly unremarkable classmates, whom they had trusted, turned out to be ruthless criminals engaged in heinous acts. The local Siamese people surrounding them, who appeared to be simple and honest, included several individuals they had encountered earlier that day, some of whom had even assisted them with their luggage. At that moment, these individuals had exuded warmth and friendliness. Little did they expect that in the blink of an eye, they would wield weapons and become armed offenders. Contemplating this, Wei Xiaoyu and her companions felt a wave of dread wash over them. Earlier, they had harbored grievances against the Tianyu group for abruptly disrupting their travel plans, even thrusting them into a perilous combat zone. They had never imagined that, but for this unexpected action from the Tianyu group, they might have soon fallen into the clutches of these deranged criminals. The fate of young women in such a den of wolves was simply too horrifying to contemplate. Suppressing her nausea at the sight of the corpses strewn about, she managed to stand and urged, "Let us hasten to the safe zone in the south of the city. Is it truly wise to venture out now amidst such chaos?" One girl voiced her fears. While the sight of the dead was indeed terrifying, the deceased posed no threat. Rather, it was the living outside who represented a greater danger. Having narrowly escaped being trafficked by a classmate and witnessed the transformation of seemingly ordinary locals into armed thugs, they now regarded the southwestern peninsula as a veritable den of peril, fearful of stepping outside. "Do not be afraid," Wei Xiaoyu reassured, moving to the window for a clearer view. "Though it sounds tumultuous outside, there are hardly any living souls remaining. The noise is merely emanating from the buildings lining the street. The Tianyu group's airborne troops have completely secured the streets and are patrolling diligently. The esteemed Miss Lillian would not deceive us. I surmise that these airborne forces are controlling the streets, not to continue their cleansing, but to allow us to evacuate. We must seize this moment to escape." Though her reasoning was sound, the girls, already paralyzed by fear, hesitated to venture outside. After all, Wei Xiaoyu could only see the immediate street. Who knew what lay beyond? It was then that one girl suddenly produced her phone and exclaimed, "Look, our embassy in Jiuzhou has issued a statement. The Tianyu group's airborne troops have taken control of the main thoroughfares in the capital of Siam. The embassy has stated that they possess the most advanced enemy identification systems and have synchronized the information of crime-free Jiuzhou citizens in the southwestern peninsula with the database of the airborne troops. Therefore, any Jiuzhou citizen not involved in criminal activities here can now exit through these main roads. Once they reach the safe zone, they can quickly board a transport plane back home. So the southern safe zone is the airport we just arrived at. Although part of the runway was destroyed by the Tianyu group, commercial flights are grounded, military transport planes can still operate. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry." Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoyu was about to depart. However, before leaving, she hesitated as she gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground. With gritted teeth, she approached and retrieved an AK from one of the headless bodies. The magazine was devoid of ammunition, yet there was a spare magazine on the corpse, which she chose not to take, for she lacked the skill to wield a firearm. Her intent in acquiring this weapon was merely to serve as a deterrent. While the main road appeared secure under the watchful eyes of the airborne troops, who could predict whether some rogue would suddenly emerge from the shadows, seeking to abduct them for bargaining with the Kyushu and Tianyu groups, they might not be so fortunate again to encounter a formidable ally like Lillian in their hour of need. As the group approached the doorway, Wei Xiaoyu's keen eyes spotted a motion camera that had been inadvertently left behind in the chaos, positioned perfectly to capture the events within the room. Upon inspecting it briefly, she realized that it had been recording all that transpired. In the southern security zone of Siam's capital, Su-yi, clad in Destiny-class power armor, was seated in the bustling airport hall, which was now filled with stranded citizens from Kyushu. In the center of the hall knelt a balding middle-aged man. This was the so-called king. Unlike most constitutional monarchs, who serve merely as symbols without real power, the monarchy of Siam retained significant influence, primarily due to the astute political maneuvers of previous kings. Regrettably, the current king was a complete failure, indulging in luxury, arrogance, and greed, utterly devoid of merit. He had a hand in many of the clandestine enterprises on the Southwest Peninsula, including those of neighboring nations' illicit industries, with his involvement lurking behind the scenes. Upon seeing the Tianyu Group's announcement, he realized that should the Tianyu Group succeed in their endeavors, his escape would be impossible. In a state of extreme panic, he convened a press conference, vehemently denouncing the Tianyu Group's actions as blatant acts of aggression. However, before he could complete his statement, the skies were filled with airborne troops descending directly into the capital. Fearing the consequences of his capture, he issued a remarkably absurd command in a moment of desperation. In front of the world's media, he urged all Siamese citizens to take up arms to defend their nation, which, at that point, posed no issue. But then his orders took a perilous turn. He openly encouraged his subjects to kidnap the Tianyu Group employees and the citizens of Kyushu currently in Siam. Should they find themselves unable to overpower the power armor, they could leverage these hostages as bargaining chips. At the moment he conceived this plan, he was almost taken aback by his own cleverness, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Consequently, after hastily concluding the press conference, he reiterated this scheme across the national broadcasting channels, ensuring that no one remained unaware. In his mind, while direct confrontation was futile, possessing a sufficient number of hostages would nullify any advantage the Tianyu Group might hold, regardless of their formidable strength. Could it be that one can truly disregard the lives of these individuals and persist in a forceful approach? In due course, there would naturally arise opportunities for negotiation, allowing one to later adopt a more conciliatory stance, uttering pleasant words, and conveniently allocating a portion of the illicit gains to the Tianyu Group. He believed that this matter could simply be brushed aside. The underworld operations could tarnish his reputation, while the Tianyu Group would merely reap the benefits. Would they truly refuse such an offer? To forego wealth would be sheer folly. And then what? Shortly after his announcement was made, before the anticipated nationwide abduction frenzy could materialize, he was met instead by the sudden intrusion of airborne special forces. Thus, he found himself a prisoner, now kneeling before Su-yi. Chapter 534. The law does not punish the masses? Not in my case, in truth. Su-yi had no intention of coming here initially. His aim was to reach the location concealing the stone tablet, which belongs to a different nation than Siam, albeit both are situated on the Southwest Peninsula. However, the foolish king unexpectedly embroiled him in a significant predicament, compelling him to detour and assess the situation while contemplating how best to deal with this imbecile. After much deliberation, he concluded that perhaps it would be most efficient to simply eliminate the problem altogether. Of course, even in assassination, there are nuances to consider. Typically, when one side captures the high commander of the opposing force to pacify the populace, they would usually keep this individual alive, even if the disadvantages of allowing this person to live outweigh the benefits. Various unforeseen circumstances would be orchestrated to ensure their demise, or they would be discreetly eliminated without causing any uproar. However, such an approach was far from Su-yi's intention. After all, he had no desire to conquer this land or win over its citizens, did he? In contrast, it was evidently far more cost-effective to publicly execute this man. Such an act would serve to instill fear among those who, upon hearing the king's orders, were preparing to abduct employees of the Tianyu Group and individuals from the Jojo region. The order for kidnapping was issued by this very fool. Su-yi knew without a doubt that, even if the majority lacked the audacity to carry out such a scheme, there would inevitably be a handful of nefarious individuals willing to do so. After all, should the kidnapping strategy fail and the Tianyu Group gain complete control over the area, these perpetrators could easily shift the blame onto the foolish king. It was he who commanded such actions. They would claim ignorance, asserting they were misled. Su-yi could conjure a plethora of similar justifications without much effort. The majority of people harbor a delusive belief in collective impunity, thinking, if so many are involved, what is the harm in my participation? If trouble arises, I shall point to the king. He instructed me. Moreover, this line of reasoning is not without merit. If the instigator of this incident, the Tianyu group, were replaced by any other nation, they would act without fear of retribution, as the king's command would shield them from consequences. Ultimately, those nations would only be required to deal with the king who issued the order, turning a blind eye to the multitude who knowingly complied with an erroneous command. This is the harsh reality. Yet, they are not contending with an ambitious nation. Rather, they face a corporation, the Tianyu Group. Su-yi had no intention of claiming this territory or its people. The notion of collective impunity held no significance for him. His singular message was clear: to rigorously implement the measures outlined in the previous announcement. He would spare no one in the face of such heinous kidnapping crimes. To establish a precedent, the first to be dealt with would be this despicable king. Of course, to prevent any misunderstanding that he was merely targeting the principal offender, Su-yi resolved to seek out additional miscreants before taking action. Thus, he waited for over an hour. Throughout the capital, aside from the fierce rebels who were immediately neutralized by the airborne troops, a multitude of criminals with clear records, yet unpunished by law, were captured and escorted to the expansive lawn of the airport. A dark mass gathered, with at least tens of thousands in attendance. Among them were not only the king, but also various royal relatives, influential figures in politics and business, and military magnates. It could be said that a significant portion of the nation's elite had been gathered here. As for the others, they either fortuitously were not present in the capital or were shot dead during the apprehension. In addition to the locals, there were numerous individuals from the 9 provinces engaged in illicit activities. The evidence against these individuals was irrefutable, and none could be deemed innocent. Su-yi promptly initiated a live broadcast across the network, deploying 100 half-elves from the magical realm, who exhibited no psychological hesitance in executing sentences. As evidence was presented, beheadings were conducted live. Did you miss the evidence? Fear not. The Tianyu Group's official website has backups. If you are unconvinced, you may examine them one by one. Nearly every individual present had directly or indirectly participated in the harmful black market activities. Anyone who still believed in their innocence after viewing the evidence could only be deemed naive. The executions persisted throughout the morning. Fortunately, the blades of the powered armor were forged from special alloys, resilient and sharp. Otherwise, the blades would have dulled from the task. Such a rare spectacle naturally attracted a multitude of online viewers. Those accustomed to modern society found it difficult to accept such bloody slaughter. Most could not endure more than a few minutes before succumbing to nausea. Yet, the human capacity for adaptation is remarkably robust. Amidst the retching, they gradually acclimated. Nonetheless, many remained critical of Su-yi's actions. To be honest, this is somewhat too brutal. It makes me physically uncomfortable. Physically uncomfortable? I feel like I might vomit my bile. Guys, if it's too much, should we not watch anymore? Watch. Why wouldn't we? Such a scene is unlikely to occur in a lifetime. Even if I have to expel my stomach contents, I want to see it. Worst case, I'll just get a mechanical stomach from a Tianyu medical hospital. Brutal? If you knew what these people had done, you wouldn't find it cruel. Each and every one deserves this fate. After viewing the evidence released by the Tianyu Group, all I can say is good riddance. There isn't a single innocent among them. I initially did not support the Tianyu Group's sudden military actions in the Southwest Peninsula, but after reviewing the evidence and materials as a pacifist, I believe the Tianyu Group has been overly lenient. If it were me, I would deploy all 100 airborne troops, thoroughly cleansing the peninsula from south to north and back again 100 times. Do these people even deserve to be called human? I wholeheartedly support the deployment. Naive idealists should step aside. According to any nation's laws, these individuals deserve the utmost punishment. In my view, killing them is still too merciful. I suggest we execute them and then erect a monument to remind people of their actions. Agreed. Support for the monument. Su-yi cast a glance at the live stream room. Noticing that the number of dissenters was scant, while a multitude clamored for the construction of the Jingguan. Goodness, it seemed they were all conservatives, having regressed to a feudal mindset, demanding the erection of the Jingguan. Nevertheless, despite their fervor, Su-yi was not inclined to take such drastic measures. Executing this group could be justified by their grievous sins, deeming them deserving of their fate. However, to slaughter them and stack their heads would be excessively irrational and barbaric, not to mention a considerable eyesore. Engaging in actions that are unjustifiable, merely to manipulate the online discourse, was beyond his moral compass. Just as he contemplated when to embark on his quest for the steel, he felt a gentle nudge on his shoulder, accompanied by a soft touch on his arm. Brother-in-law. Everyone is advocating for the construction of the Jingguan. What exactly is the Jingguan? Chapter 535. The Cave. Complications arise upon hearing that sweet voice posing a terrifying question. Su-yi felt a twinge of pain in his head. Instantly, he recognized the speaker, none other than his sister-in-law, Lillian, who had the unusual ability to approach him without prior notice, aside from his wives. Su-yi briefly explained the meaning of Jingguan to her. Initially, he anticipated that she would find it gruesome, but he had underestimated the tolerance for brutality exhibited by the denizens of the magical realm. To his surprise, she did not appear disturbed at all. Instead, her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "I S.N.T. this method. Rather splendid. Why not employ it?" Indeed, from the moral standpoint of those in the magical world, such matters were hardly regarded as significant. Su-yi, uninterested in dilly-dallying over this topic, adopted a stern expression and reprimanded her. "I instructed you to accompany the airborne brigade in combat. As the brigade commander, how can you justify your presence here while your 1st Airborne Brigade is still engaged in battle within city?" Lillian rolled her eyes at him and, feigning innocence, pleaded, "What are you going to do? Take me along." Observing her unabashedly embracing her arms and burying them into the crevices of her form, he felt an urge to chide her for her lack of decorum in the presence of so many others. Yet, recalling the purpose behind Vivi's decision to send her, he dismissed his concerns. After all, this confrontation was inevitable. As Vivi's most trusted confidant, Lillian had been dispatched to this realm ostensibly to cultivate her character for future responsibilities. In truth, it was because Su-yi spent the majority of his time in Blue Star, only occasionally venturing into the magical world, while Vivi herself was preoccupied and unable to visit him. Thus, Lillian was sent to keep him company. Notably, though they were not biological sisters, their resemblance was striking, with at least an 80% similarity. Vivi likely believed this would evoke feelings of longing in Su-yi. If he missed her too dearly, he could find solace in Lillian's presence, much to her satisfaction. As for Lillian, she was obedient to Vivi and held a deep admiration for Su-yi, making her quite eager to undertake this task. After all, she had reached the age where marriage was expected, and her parents were contemplating suitable matches for her. Given that she was destined for marriage, she thought it far more appealing to wed Su-yi alongside Vivi. These motivations undoubtedly contributed to the dramatic shift in Lillian's demeanor upon her arrival. When she first visited Blue Star, she flawlessly embodied the role of a royal princess and envoy from another realm, graceful, dignified, and exuding an air of nobility that ordinary people could scarcely replicate. Had she not spoken, one would never have imagined that before coming to Blue Star, she had served as Vivi's personal bodyguard. This time, Lillian shed all pretense, revealing both the innocent charm befitting her age and the formidable, volatile nature of a 9th-tier warrior in Wei Wei's guard, who has taken countless lives. When she exudes sweetness, she can be overwhelmingly captivating, but only Su-yi is privy to this side of her. To the outside world, she appears utterly ruthless, devoid of compassion. During her tenure with the airborne troop, she has undertaken numerous missions, never sparing those deemed by the celestial axis as deserving of death. Those classified as optional targets have also met the same fate, as she has never returned them alive. In a sense, this represents a striking contrast. As her camaraderie with Su-yi deepened, Lillian has become increasingly unrestrained. Although she often refers to herself as Su-yi's sister-in-law when questioned about her identity, her demeanor in his presence transforms, resembling that of a sweet girlfriend. "All right, let us go, let us go. Stop swaying," Su-yi exclaimed, feeling slightly dizzy from her antics. Yet, regarding her incessant teasing, he could only internally caution her, "Just wait until I reach the foundation establishment stage." He was but a hair's breadth away from achieving it. Yet the number of companions training alongside him was somewhat overwhelming, taking quite a toll on his stamina. Thus, sending Lillian to the airborne troop was not due to any moral high ground preventing him from acting against her, but rather because his own resources were running low. However, once he reaches Foundation establishment, the dynamics would shift, and he would not fear doubling his efforts. Meanwhile, the airborne troop continued their operations in the Southwest Peninsula, while Chunyi departed from the Siamese capital, heading directly to the coordinates provided by the Zhao family, which promised a tenfold gain. That location had already been entirely secured by an airborne troop. By the time Sui arrived, the warlord who had established a base at the site of the stone tablet had been apprehended along with his entire family. Indifferent to further inquiries, Sui instructed the airborne troop to spare the captured individuals, then led Zhao Qianda to search for the concealed cave, using the topographical maps left by their family's branches. With ample modern technology at their disposal, the group quickly located the cave harboring the stone tablet. Externally, the cave appeared overgrown with dense weeds and tangled vines, giving no indication of recent activity. This sight prompted Sui to breathe a sigh of relief, as it suggested the cave was rarely frequented. According to Zhao Qianda, this underground cavern was extraordinary, with vast space that, with minor modifications, could be transformed into a subterranean military base capable of housing thousands of troops. The Zhao family, intent on restoring their nation, had chosen this location not only for its secrecy, but also for its capacity to conceal an army. If the occupying warlord were to discover the cave, it would be reasonable to assume they would attempt to develop it into an underground stronghold. After all, with limited resources, these minor warlords lacked the means to construct formidable fortifications, making the creation of an artificial underground military base a fanciful notion. Such a natural treasure, once discovered, should not be overlooked. Yet, there are no signs of human activity here, suggesting that the warlord has likely never found this cave. Lillian, having seized a rare opportunity to accompany Sui outside, was overjoyed, especially since none of the others, including Yuling, were present. Upon witnessing the vines obstructing the cave entrance, she wasted no time and urged the power armor, which had been serving as a translator, to draw its blade and clear the way. However, after only 2 strikes, the power armor halted abruptly, and the group was startled by the AI's announcement. Warning: a significant quantity of explosive materials detected at the cave entrance. Please evacuate to a safe distance if not equipped with protective gear. A sense of foreboding washed over Sui as an unsettling feeling took root within him. Chapter 536. It was excessively intricate and chaotic. What kind of explosives were involved? And what was their yield? Sui furrowed his brow. TNT, with numerous traces of deployment. The total yield is approximately 3 tons. The powered armor AI immediately provided the response. 3 tons of high-grade explosives buried at such an inconspicuous entrance? What lies deeper? According to the radar detection, there were indeed significant traces of additional explosives buried deeper within, with at least over 10 tons of high-grade explosives within the maximum detection range. Should we proceed with bomb disposal operations? Yes, Sui replied with a hint of irritation. Someone, bring that captured military leader to me. I have questions for him. As soon as he spoke, a soldier from the accompanying orbital airborne brigade turned to fetch the individual. The others retreated to a safe distance, awaiting the powered armor to neutralize the explosives. In truth, 10 tons of high-grade explosives posed little threat to Sui and Lillian, even without protective gear. They could withstand a simultaneous detonation with relative ease. However, accompanying them were the Zhao siblings, both ordinary individuals who would likely struggle to endure such an explosion. It was prudent for them to maintain a considerable distance. Interestingly, the simplest solution was not to defuse the explosives, but rather to traverse the minefield directly. If it detonated, it would not pose a fatal risk to Sui. Indeed, even soldiers clad in powered armor would find it challenging to meet their demise in such an event. As for what to do if the mountain were to collapse, they could always excavate it anew. It wasn't a particularly daunting task. Yet the dilemma lay in the uncertainty of whether the stone tablet was concealed within the cave. Although the cave had evidently been discovered, and the tablet would likely not remain if mistaken for an artifact, one could not afford to be careless. If it were indeed inside, detonating the explosives to collapse the mountain would be trivial, but shattering the stone tablet would render their efforts futile. Caution was advisable. Before long, the military leader was brought before Su-yi, while a contingent of orbital airborne soldiers dismounted from their powered armor to assist with the bomb disposal. With over a dozen powered armors operating concurrently, the task was completed swiftly, and within mere minutes, all explosives at the cave entrance were neutralized. They then proceeded to explore deeper. Seizing the opportunity, Su-yi turned his attention to interrogating the military leader. Slap. There was little to discuss. Su-yi delivered a resounding slap, sending the man spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, losing several teeth in the process. I ask you answer. Dare to utter a falsehood, and I shall have you skinned alive. With no intention of treating this insect with courtesy, Su-yi coldly inquired, why bury so many explosives at the cave entrance? What are your intentions? What have you discovered within the cave? The small warlord, having just endured a brutal slap, was left bewildered, completely unaware of the reason for his punishment. Upon hearing Su-yi's words, he appeared even more perplexed, glancing towards the powered armors diligently neutralizing explosives at the cave entrance. And in a daze, he stammered, "What explosives?" Slap. This time, Su-yi need not lift a finger. Lillian effortlessly sent him flying with a single slap. After delivering the blow, she turned to Su-yi with an air of triumph. Let us not kill him. Just administer a dose of life essence. Su-yi remained composed, allowing the accompanying soldiers from the airborne division to administer the life essence from the medical kit. Once the dazed individual regained consciousness, he continued, Do I need to inquire once more? Allow me to remind you that my patience is finite. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I assure you, I shall truly dismember you. The precision of the power armor is beyond your imagination. The blade strikes with millimeter accuracy, ensuring I could carve you 1,000 times, yet keep you alive. If you wish to test this, feel free to continue your foolishness. Upon hearing this, the warlord, now alert, fell to his knees, weeping profusely. Please spare me. I truly had no knowledge of any cave, nor the explosives buried within. This territory once belonged to General Jiao Wang, whose influence was immense, controlling several towns and commanding tens of thousands. This was his military base. I was merely an inconspicuous underling in his ranks, far from being a notable figure. I had no insight into his clandestine activities within these mountains. After he was eliminated by higher authorities, I allied with another general for a few years. It was only after his demise that I managed to secure my current position. Yet, compared to Jiao Wang's peak, my domain is but a fraction of what he once commanded. I am utterly oblivious to any secret dealings he may have had. Chairman Su, you must discern the truth. This cave's explosives have nothing to do with me. In response, Su-yi turned to the soldiers of the airborne division and uttered a few words. Soon, someone removed their power armor, allowing it to retrieve the volatile explosives for examination. The results emerged swiftly. A soldier from the airborne division presented a report to Su-yi, stating, Chairman, it appears he speaks the truth. The explosives buried in the cave were produced over 5 years ago, and many have deteriorated due to the beast tide. Based on the timeline, this individual has only recently become a warlord in this region, making it highly probable that he did not bury these explosives. This paints a vivid picture of the chaotic landscape. The banners of warlords shift with the winds of fortune. Mere years ago, a general ruled, and now, the grass upon their graves may well be several feet high. The current warlord may have once been merely a subordinate, unaware of the hidden truths of this tumultuous world. TNSH. Please, issue your command, sir. Investigate all warlords who have held sway in this region over the past 30 years. If any control has ever fallen into the hands of local authorities, be sure to inform me. Upon discovering the explosives buried in the cave, he suspected that the stone tablet within was likely no longer intact. Sending the power armor to detonate and excavate was merely a flicker of hope. However, one cannot rely solely on chance. Having lost the object, one must follow the clues to investigate. Regardless, Su-yi is resolute in his pursuit of the stone tablet. Upon obtaining the desired information, he waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the individual was no longer of use and should be taken away for burial. If one answered truthfully, Sui would grant a swift end. However, if the answers were deceitful, a living burial awaited. Should anyone dare to deceive him, he would certainly ensure they experienced the most excruciating of fates. No, please spare me, Director Su. The warlord pleaded desperately. I possess vital information that must be shared. Speak. Chapter 537. What about the bald eagle? During my time as a subordinate under Zhao Wang, I vividly recall a pitch-black rainy night when he personally led a team to transport something to the back mountain. The items were exceedingly heavy, and initially, I presumed Zhao Wang was clandestinely hoarding gold or cash. My lowly status at the time deterred me from inquiring further. After ascending to a higher position, I ventured to the back mountain, hoping to uncover the treasures Zhao Wang had concealed there. However, I returned empty-handed, unable to locate the cave. Initially, I thought I had misjudged that night. Perhaps they were not transporting anything valuable or hidden in the back mountain at all. It was not until a conflict arose with another military leader over drug trafficking that things took a turn. After we had been at odds for over a month, I found myself short on military funds and secretly arranged for Zhao Wang's grave to be excavated, as I had heard he was buried with numerous valuable items. To my surprise, I discovered a substantial quantity of gold and riches within a safe, along with a record of arms trade orders. I had attended Zhao Wang's funeral in its entirety, contributing to many arrangements, and I distinctly remember the safe as the repository for his most significant assets and secrets. Aside from the gold and money, the only item I found was that transaction record. Instinctively sensing its importance, I retained the document. Upon reviewing it later, I realized the date of the transaction coincided precisely with the night I inadvertently witnessed Zhao Wang covertly transporting something to the back mountain. Clearly, he was engaged in some clandestine dealings that evening. In pursuit of greater financial gain, I sought out individuals suspected of involvement that night, only to discover that all relevant participants had perished. The only others who had stumbled upon the incident, like myself, were too intimidated to speak out. Now it seems evident that the explosives must have been what he transported to the back mountain that night. As for the cave's condition, I had never set foot inside. In fact, I was entirely unaware of its existence. I genuinely had no knowledge, driven by a will to survive. This individual spoke with remarkable clarity and speed, akin to a top salesman. However, Sui listened with a furrowed brow. This meant that, at the very latest, the cave had been discovered several years ago and had undergone significant development. It was even possible that it had been found much earlier, perhaps with the stone tablets long removed. After all, according to Zhao Qinda, the Zhao clan station here had lost contact decades ago. The local situation had been tumultuous, with a change in military leadership occurring frequently. The notion that, even if the treasure-laden cave had been discovered, one could simply capture the local warlord and extract the valuables through torture was far from the reality of the situation. The warlords who once ruled this region number at least 8 or 10 over the past few decades, and perhaps even more. Many of them have long departed, their graves now overrun with withered grass, a testament to the passage of time. It is indeed challenging to ascertain which warlord first discovered this cave. If there are no stone tablets within the cavern now, finding such a relic would likely be akin to an infernal quest. Should this artifact fall into the hands of a particular individual or faction, there may still be hope of retrieving it. However, if it were to be interred alongside a warlord or someone else, the chances of recovery would become exceedingly slim, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. One cannot simply exhume every grave in the vicinity. After a moment of contemplation, Sui resolved to pursue the available leads. What of the transaction order? Yes, indeed. I sense that this item was unusual, and I have kept it securely stored in my safe since acquiring it. The warlord replied promptly. Sui gesturet, and 2 soldiers from the airborne unit swiftly proceeded to the military base, soon returning with a safe in tow. The safe had evidently been embedded in the wall, and the soldiers, clad in powered armor, pried it loose, leaving a trail of concrete debris in their wake. There was no need for Sui to inquire. The warlord quickly provided the combination. Upon opening the safe, They were greeted by a trove of gold bars and stacks of currency. Clearly, despite his brief tenure as a warlord, this individual had reaped significant rewards from various illicit enterprises. The wealth contained within the safe was likely no less than $100 million, a sum that would elude the grasp of an ordinary person throughout their lifetime. Under the warlord's guidance, the airborne soldiers swiftly located the arms transaction order within the safe's compartments. At first glance, the order appeared mundane, merely detailing the procurement of basic rifles and ammunition. However, a final handwritten line in the local indigenous language caught Su Yi's attention, revealing a discrepancy. The local tongue was likely incomprehensible even to most of the current inhabitants, resembling more of a scribbled doodle than coherent language. It was only due to Chun Yi possessing the Universal Language Comprehension card that he could decipher the meaning. The Subterranean Research Institute has paid an additional $500 million. The Subterranean Research Institute? Su Yi's eyes narrowed as he glanced towards the now-cleared entrance of the cave, returning his focus to the transaction order. He noticed that the other party involved was an obscure company. A quick inquiry by Tian Shu unearthed the company's background. It had been secretly established by a prominent arms conglomerate known as the White Eagle approximately 5 to 6 years ago, exclusively handling a single transaction in the Southwest Peninsula before ceasing operations and declaring bankruptcy within a year due to a lack of further orders. The arms conglomerate behind this company is a significant member of the Eagle's military-industrial complex, with the official authority of the Eagle standing firmly behind it. Naturally, the layers of concealment involved are far more intricate than they appear. However, with the information-gathering capabilities of Tian Shu, such deceit is futile. This situation also involves matters pertaining to the Eagle. As they focused on the cave entrance, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from within the cavern. Moments later, the information relayed by the powered armor responsible for clearing explosive devices came through, encountering unidentified armed personnel, requesting permission to engage. Chapter 538. The eerie corpse beneath the ground opened fire, and tried to leave a few alive. Su Yi instructed softly, then turned to the warlord. Is there any more information? And no, none at all. The warlord stammered, bowing his head repeatedly. Mr. Su, I swear I have revealed everything I know. Please give me a chance. I am also from Jiuzhou. If you spare me this time, I promise to reform and never engage in such heinous acts again. Yes, I will go to the Jiuzhou authorities to confess. I am willing to return to my homeland and face judgment. Please, grant me this opportunity. Following legal procedures for judgment. Given his past deeds, it was likely he would face the death penalty. However, there was still room for maneuver. If he could secure a competent lawyer, he might negotiate a commuted sentence. A death sentence commuted to life imprisonment, and life imprisonment possibly reduced by several years. Could mean he might be released after serving a mere decade or so. Although hope was slim, there remained a glimmer of possibility. It was certainly better than being shot dead by Su Yi on the spot. Death offered no chance at all. Su Yi surveyed the surroundings and selected a half-elf adept in mental magic from the airborne troops, instructing her to assess the warlord's truthfulness. Once it was confirmed that he had no further useful information to divulge, Su Yi swiftly drew an electromagnetic pistol from the half-elf's slender waist and granted the warlord a swift end. It was absurd to think such a criminal could be worthy of a trial. A direct execution was more than he deserved. After firing, Su Yi thoughtfully returned the weapon to the female warrior's holster. This gesture seemed entirely ordinary to him, yet due to her tight-fitting powered armor suit, she was acutely sensitive to even the slightest touch. Moreover, given Chun Yi's status, the half-elf's face flushed a deep crimson, her eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Unbeknownst to Su Yi, Lillian noticed this and tightened her embrace slightly. With a command from Su Yi, the cavern erupted in a flurry of gunfire, accompanied by the thunderous explosions of volatile explosives. Even standing on the surface, Su Yi and his companions could feel the tremors beneath their feet, raising concerns that the intense blast might cause the cave to collapse. The exchange of fire lasted for approximately 3 minutes, and, as the explosions subsided, the channel buzzed with reports from the AI of the unmanned powered armor below. The initial section of the cavern has been cleared, and all explosives have been neutralized. The base of the cave features a mechanically structured nuclear shelter door. Shall we proceed with the breaching operation? Prosit, suyurepliet kuli. Upon reviewing the warlord's provided accounts, he had surmised that the White Eagle had likely discovered this location many years prior, when the unidentified armed personnel underground opened fire on the bomb disposal exoskeletons. The situation became abundantly clear. There existed a faction, its affiliation with the White Eagle government uncertain, yet undoubtedly linked to it. This cavern had been discovered years prior, and it was likely that the enigmatic stone tablet within had also been unearthed. This group had likely recognized the tablet's extraordinary nature, prompting them to establish a clandestine base beneath. The purpose of this base remains ambiguous. It could be for the research of the tablet or for activities of a more nefarious nature. In any case, they had certainly forged new, more covert passages connecting to other realms, thus sealing off the cavern and laying an extensive array of explosives and landmines to deter any unwarranted intrusions. This resulted in the cavern appearing as though it had not been visited for quite some time when Su-Yi and his companions first arrived. As the exoskeletons dismantled the reinforced door, considering that the explosives within had been neutralized and the geological structure was stable, Su-Yi led his team into the depths of the cavern. The air inside was far from pleasant, as the natural airflow was sluggish. The recent gunfire and numerous explosions had only exacerbated the situation. Although the lightweight weapons standard on the Tianyu group's exoskeletons were electromagnetic, devoid of pollution or harm, the armed personnel within the cavern evidently lacked such advanced equipment, relying instead on gunpowder weaponry. This disparity led to the cavern being permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder, causing Su-Yi to furrow his brow. Noticing the discomfort, the magic-savvy soldiers of the Airborne Brigade promptly employed a minor spell to summon a refreshing breeze, quickly dissipating the acrid smoke. However, once the smoke cleared, an indescribably foul and unsettling odor lingered. The deeper they ventured, the more pronounced the stench became. Although the advanced exoskeletons were equipped with numerous features, it was evident that the designers had not included olfactory sensors, only a gas mask system for protection. Thus, in the absence of any harmful effects, the exoskeletons remained oblivious to the repugnant smell. Su-Yi, fortuitously, possessed the ability to hold his breath for extended periods, sparing himself from the foul odor. Lillian and the members of the Airborne Brigade clad in exoskeletons were similarly unaffected. However, for Zhao Qinda and Zhao Wanshu, the siblings faced considerable distress. As the group delved deeper, it was the younger Zhao Wanshu who first succumbed to the overwhelming scent, rushing to the cavern wall to double over and expel her lunch. Su-Yi paused momentarily, signaling the medics of the Airborne Brigade to administer a dose of life essence. After a moment's consideration, he retrieved 2 additional exoskeletons, intending for the siblings to use them, thereby preventing their ordinary status from hindering the team's progress. Yet, before he could instruct the siblings to don the suits, he heard Zhao Wanshu gasp in alarm, retreating rapidly until she collapsed onto the ground. Su-Yi noticed her horrified gaze fixed upon a certain spot in the cavern's corner. Following her line of sight, he discerned a glimmer of white partially buried beneath the sand and gravel. He reached down to investigate. It was evident that not only he had noticed this peculiar object, the soldiers of the Airborne Regiment accompanying him also witnessed it. Upon hearing the news, someone immediately stepped forward to clear away the gravel and mud, revealing an oddly shaped skull. The upper portion of the skull bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to that of a human, presenting an oval form. However, from the nasal and oral regions, it began to exhibit peculiarities. The jawbone did not resemble that of a human. Rather, it appeared akin to that of a certain omnivorous creature. The soldier not only uncovered the skull, but also discovered the torso to which it was attached. Without receiving a command from Su-Yi to cease the excavation, the powered armor swiftly transformed into a digging machine, fervently unearthing the earth. Soon, the skull, along with the entire torso, was completely excavated. Yet, to their astonishment, upon revealing the first skeleton, they found that beneath the sand and soil lay even more skeletal remains. Chapter 539. Have we unearthed a werewolf? The skeletal remains lay irregularly distributed within the soil of the cavern. The majority had decayed to the point of being mere bones, yet some remained partially intact. Rotted flesh clung to the bones, exuding a foul stench, which was evidently the source of the cave's odor. This time, there was no need for Su-Yi to issue commands. Tian-Shu, who had been attentively monitoring the situation, directly interfaced with the aerial command system of the Tianyu Group's security department to commence issuing directives. The soldiers from the Orbital Airborne Brigade present immediately activated the equipment on their powered armor to conduct a thorough investigation. They swiftly uncovered numerous valuable clues. The site revealed a plethora of excavation marks, indicating not only manual digging, but also traces of small mechanical excavation activities. Currently, 4 mounds of corpses have been discovered, with the equipment detecting approximately 5,700 skeletal remains. Optical analysis of the remains from the different mounds led to the conclusion that the burial times varied, yet all were mass graves, each mound representing a batch. It can be roughly estimated that the corpses buried within each mound shared a remarkably close time of death, not exceeding a week apart. The situation entails that the corpses in each burial pit perished in close succession, with each pit corresponding to a specific batch. After a brief pause, Su-Yi awaited the findings as several soldiers from the Orbital Airborne Brigade, under Tian-Shu's command, meticulously scanned the skeletal remains with their powered armor equipment. Soon, Tian-Shu arrived at a startling conclusion. These remains are human. Despite their significant morphological differences from typical human bones, genetic comparisons confirmed their identity as genuine humans. The first skull unearthed bore no distinction from an ordinary human's, although the mandibles and snout exhibited pronounced canine characteristics. The spine was markedly curved, and there were 4 fewer ribs compared to a typical human. The femurs appeared more robust and resilient than usual, displaying a metallic sheen in certain areas, suggesting some metallic properties. It is currently understood that this aberration was not a result of technological grafting, but rather an involuntary evolution of the body's owner for reasons unknown. Notably, the resilient femurs with inherent metallic characteristics bore no signs of human modification, indicating they could not be artificial constructs. At this juncture, Tian-Shu appeared perplexed. After a brief pause, he continued, "Furthermore, upon examination, it was discovered that the skeletal remains buried here exhibited varying degrees of mutation, albeit not consistently. The first unearthed skeleton, which I shall temporarily refer to as a highly mutated individual, is quite rare among the excavated remains. In contrast, the majority of the discovered skeletons displayed lower degrees of mutation, suggesting that they likely resembled ordinary humans during their lifetimes." Hearing this, Su-Yi inquired with curiosity, "What do you imagine the highly mutated individual would have looked like in life?" Tian-Shu said little, yet a soldier behind Su-Yi promptly stepped forward. The projection device on his powered armor instantly cast an image onto the adjacent wall. The illustration depicted a humanoid creature with limbs, although, in contrast to humans, its snout bore a closer resemblance to that of a canine wolf. Unlike the noses of wolves and dogs, which are situated at the tip of the snout, this creature's nose was positioned on its face, rendering it somewhat peculiar. Additionally, its palms and soles each possessed only 4 digits, and its physique diverged significantly from that of an upright Homo sapiens, being hunched and crawling on all 4s. "What manner of monster is this?" Su-Yi furrowed his brow. "If you find it strange, how about this?" Tian-Shu remarked, and immediately the projection on the wall transformed. The emaciated human crawling on the ground gradually developed bulging muscles, becoming tall and formidable. Once the muscular form was delineated, patches of grayish-black fur began to sprout from its body. Now it was clear, this was reminiscent of the werewolves from those eerie Western horror films. Indeed, Tian-Shu affirmed without hesitation, then continued, "However, the first highly mutated specimen we discovered possesses few werewolf characteristics aside from its skeletal posture. In fact, its bones are rather slender, far less robust than the werewolves depicted in films. Such a mutated entity would likely struggle to contend against an average adult. Furthermore, no traces of special fur were found in its vicinity. Thus, I surmise this is merely an initial version of a werewolf mutation, a product of a failed experiment." As we delve deeper into the piles of corpses, the werewolf traits in the highly mutated specimens become increasingly pronounced. Among the remains excavated from the fourth pile, we found a skeleton with significantly sturdier bones, all of which exhibited metallic characteristics, showing remarkable resilience. Additionally, a substantial quantity of fur was discovered surrounding the remains. DNA analysis revealed that these first samples shared no genetic connection with the humanoid genes extracted from the bones. Rather, they were more closely aligned with a certain breed of gray wolf from Blue Star. The presence of two distinctly different DNA characteristics within a single body is a phenomenon that current technology cannot explain. I suspect this mutation may be linked to spiritual energy. However, the powered armor is not equipped to detect such energy. I recommend that you personally examine it. As a formidable cultivator, you should be able to sense any residual fluctuations of spiritual energy within the bones. Lead the way, Su-Yi replied without hesitation. A powered armor nearby swiftly moved ahead to guide him, and soon they arrived at a deeper section of the cave. Before him lay a towering humanoid skeleton, over 2.5 meters in length. Su-Yi, frowning, picked up a phalanx from the assembled remains. After observing it for a moment, he stood and remarked, "Your hypothesis is correct. There are fluctuations of spiritual energy within these bones. However, I cannot discern whether the energy is too faint due to insufficient contamination or the length of time it has been buried. The earliest discovered remains were buried long before this, and their degree of mutation is evidently less pronounced." It is no wonder that he spent considerable time examining those remains without perceiving any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them. Currently, my hypothesis suggests that a certain faction on Blue Star had uncovered this cave and the stone tablets within it many years ago, obtaining some form of power, the nature of which remains elusive to us at present, enabling them to manipulate spiritual energy to a certain extent. Consequently, they established a laboratory within this cave, conducting inhumane human experiments that may have persisted for decades. Chapter 540. Who is behind the scenes? The connection between the human body and spiritual energy is strikingly apparent. These terms, when juxtaposed, evoke a sense of unfamiliarity. Yet, they pertain to an undeniable reality unfolding here. Given the association with spiritual energy and the specific locale, Su-Yi could surmise, without a moment's contemplation, that this matter is likely linked to the stone tablet. Turning to Zhao Qinda, he inquired, "Was your branch initially lost? Or was it merely missing? Or has it been confirmed that they are deceased?" Each of these scenarios conveys a distinct implication. Being lost suggests that this branch of the Zhao family has severed ties with the main family, yet it does not necessarily imply demise or abduction. It is conceivable that this faction, observing the main family's decline, coupled with the onerous regulations imposed, chose to establish themselves in the remote southwestern peninsula, seeking independence from the main house, thereby voluntarily cutting off all communication and rendering themselves lost. Conversely, being missing might indicate that they are alive, but, to some extent, have lost their freedom, thus unable to reach out to the main family. As for being confirmed deceased, that requires no further elaboration. Zhao Qinda, evidently aware of the underlying implications in Su-Yi's words, fell silent for a moment before responding with a strained voice. "They are lost." In truth, over 30 years ago, with the advent of modern technology, our main family established a relatively robust communication network with each branch. Ordinarily, every branch ought to maintain contact with the main family at least once a month to preempt unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, there are individuals from the main family station near each branch to monitor their activities, ensuring they do not entertain inappropriate notions or fall victim to adversaries without relaying crucial information back to us. This intelligence network is unknown to the branches. Only the head of the main family is privy to such details. Due to the chaos in the southwestern peninsula and the significance of that stone tablet, this branch was mandated to communicate with us weekly. They suddenly went dark, and prior to this disappearance, there were no signs whatsoever. During their scheduled communications, no pleas for assistance were made, nor were there any indications of instability in their vicinity. The informants monitoring the area reported no anomalies, as they were meticulously selected loyalists, unwavering in their allegiance to our family. Then, without any forewarning, this branch abruptly vanished. After failing to establish contact at the designated time, the then head of the family, my father, dispatched 5 loyal family members to investigate. Alas, these 5 did not return, nor did they convey any useful information. Subsequently, several individuals were dispatched to gather intelligence, even going so far as to hire an international mercenary group at great expense for reconnaissance purposes. However, all efforts were in vain, as this battalion, comprised of battle-hardened veterans and equipped with satellite communication devices, failed to relay any information. My father soon discerned that our family's business appeared to be intentionally suppressed, and unfamiliar faces began to appear near our ancestral home in Nanyang. Consequently, he made a decisive choice to liquidate all our assets and relocate our household to Kyushu for refuge. As Zhao Qianda recounted this, his voice trembled slightly. At that time, my father sensed something was amiss. He sought to persuade the branches of our family residing beyond Kyushu to return, yet they remained obstinate. Having established their businesses locally over many years, they were loath to abandon their hard-won influence. Predictably, within a mere 2 years, those family branches were utterly obliterated, while our main family, having migrated to Kyushu, narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, our situation was scarcely better. It felt as if an unseen hand had fixated on the Zhao clan. Those branches that remained outside succumbed to various misfortunes, without a single survivor. This omnipresent force perhaps feared the authority of Kyushu, refraining from directly erasing our main family's presence from existence, but rather employing commercial and other means to continually constrict the Zhao family space for survival. It was only in the past decade, as Kyushu's national strength flourished, that this insidious suppression began to wane. Zhao Qianda remarked bitterly, "Mr. Su, when we relocated our entire family back to Kyushu, after liquidating our assets in Nanyang, we returned with a staggering $10 billion. This was nearly 30 years ago, and my father had a keen eye, believing that Kyushu's real estate and the burgeoning internet sector held immense potential. Yet, every investment he made resulted in loss. Despite our company possessing commendable expertise and hiring numerous overseas specialists at considerable expense, we could not secure any orders or projects." Su Yi, upon hearing this, was taken aback. These long-ago events must have been investigated by Tian Shu, yet during that era of limited internet connectivity, the information retrievable was scarce. Likely, they had failed to uncover any significant clues, which is why it was not communicated to him. It dawned on Su Yi that the circumstances behind it all could not merely be attributed to the Zhao family's mismanagement. 30 years ago, what did $10 billion represent? Based on the exchange rate at that time, it equated to over 50 billion Kyushu currency. At that point, Kyushu's total GDP was only around 10 to 20 trillion. It was as if their family wielded 3/1000ths of the entire wealth of Kyushu. Rather than squandering their fortune, they displayed remarkable acumen, focusing on several burgeoning industries. Ultimately, not only did they achieve nothing, but they also squandered that substantial sum, rendering the Zhao siblings indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. To suggest that their losses stemmed from incompetence would be utterly incredulous. The true force targeting the Zhao family was becoming increasingly apparent. In that era, to possess such a profound influence globally, with the capacity to quietly eradicate the Zhao family, which was well established and thriving across the world, and even extend its reach to the realms of Kyushu, causing the once mighty Zhao family to fall into disarray within a mere few years, can only be attributed to the esteemed bald eagle. It was a time when the red giant bear had fallen, and the bald eagle soared in its golden age. No other power could attain such a level of dominance at that time. Furthermore, the orders obtained from the warlords, along with the annotations therein, made the underlying force orchestrating all these events exceedingly apparent. Chapter 541, Wolf Pack. Blood Battle in the Cavern. Su Yi contemplated that the white-headed eagle's ability to accurately locate the Zhao family's branches scattered across the globe might be due to a missing member of the Zhao family guiding them. It was plausible that the individuals from the white-headed eagle had discovered the caves and the stone tablets within, potentially prompted by this Zhao family branch. However, delving into such speculation seemed unnecessary at this juncture, since they had arrived, it was best to proceed inside and investigate. He turned to inquire, "What is the situation over there? Has the door been pried open?" The rudimentary hailstorm-grade power armor he had initially acquired possessed the capability to effortlessly tear apart the nuclear shelter doors. Now, these power armors were far superior to the substandard ones originally used by the White Deer's Air Assault Brigade. It seemed unreasonable that, nearly an hour later, the door remained shut. A soldier from the Air Assault Brigade promptly replied, "Chairman, while that shelter door is not particularly sturdy, it has been ingeniously designed to connect with the mountain. According to our calculations, employing brute force to breach the door could potentially cause the entire underground cavern to collapse. Our current plan is to utilize the laser equipment on the power armor to cut an opening through which personnel can pass while wearing the armor. The doorway is nearly complete, and we should be able to enter shortly." He had not anticipated this complication, yet he refrained from voicing further thoughts. Tianshu had already assumed command here via the security department's super relay satellite, and since the soldiers had not consulted him, it was evident that Tianshu was directing their actions. He needed only to await entry. After a brief wait, the group took the opportunity to examine the remains of the werewolves. Suddenly, a heavy object crashed to the ground, and he felt the air within the cavern become more breathable. The unbearable stench was swiftly evacuated. "Demolition operations have been completed," reported the power armor. Just as suggested entering to take a look, a tremendous roar echoed from the depths of the cavern. Alongside it came the indifferent voice of the power armor's AI. Encountering an unidentified biological attack, the adversary exhibits characteristics of both man and wolf, possessing immense strength that exceeds the power armor's tolerable limits. Warning: severe damage to the armor. Requesting permission to engage. Permission granted. Tianshu's voice resonated across the public channel. In the next moment, the cavern's depths erupted with a cacophony of explosions. Simultaneously, the power armor's AI announced once more, "Numerous humanoid, unidentified entities detected. They exhibit considerable strength, resilient bones, and formidable fur defenses. The lethality of small-caliber electromagnetic weapons is limited against them. Compared to martial artists from the magical realm, their strength is estimated to fluctuate between levels 3 to 5. It remains unclear whether they possess magical capabilities. The population of this biological group is unquantifiable, with over 100 of these entities already emerging from the cave entrance. This unit will lose functionality within 3 seconds. Allied forces in the rear, please prepare for defense." The 3rd Airborne Division has deployed, and the power armor designated as number 30770 has sustained significant damage, with the pilot absent from the armor. In this public channel of the division, there was no need for command. Over 300 soldiers swiftly formed a battle formation upon entering the vast underground cavern. A dozen flares illuminated the depths of the cave, while large-caliber electromagnetic rifles were firmly grasped in the armored hands, poised for action. Several soldiers who had previously removed their power armor did not follow suit. The Zhao siblings, though untrained in the use of power armor, found it manageable to don the armor with AI assistance for a hasty retreat. Most present possessed the ability to defend themselves. Observing the situation, he had no intention of waiting idly. He required no protection from the soldiers. Although these half-elves, even without their armor, possessed formidable skills. Facing an unknown number of mutated werewolves, potentially hundreds or even thousands, remained perilous. After all, not every half-elf boasted a strength exceeding the 5th tier. "Stand down," he instructed, pushing aside the soldiers who stood before him. With a thought, his fearsome Destiny-class power armor flowed forth from the watch on his wrist, enveloping him entirely in a matter of moments. The armor, resembling living tissue in a vivid crimson hue, adorned with sharp, white bone spikes, imbued him with an otherworldly ferocity, reminiscent of a mythical yaksha. The soldiers exchanged glances and lowered their electromagnetic rifles. In unison, they swung their arms, activating small mechanisms on their forearms. A cascade of interlinked metal plates spilled forth, resembling chains. In the next instant, a powerful current coalesced these plates into flawless, razor-sharp long swords. The high-frequency chainsaw swords, crafted from exceptionally rare alloy, exhibited unparalleled resilience, with built-in motors causing the blades to vibrate millions of times per second. Their capacity to breach defenses far surpassed that of electromagnetic rifles. Given that their leader opted for close combat over ranged weaponry, the soldiers naturally followed suit. For these half-elves from a magical realm thrived in the arena of melee combat. Sui glanced back, noting the unfolding events without further comment. Although he had commanded them to withdraw, intending to confront the mutated creatures spawned by the research facility alone, the soldiers not only remained but also brandished their chainsaw swords, arguably defying orders. Yet, it was evident they sought to fight alongside their esteemed leader, making it difficult to place blame. A deep, guttural roar resonated from the depths of the cavern, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps. From the cadence of the steps, it was clear that whatever emerged would be larger and more formidable than the mutated corpses previously unearthed. It is likely that this version has undergone countless iterations. Finally, after approximately a minute of waiting, illuminated by the light of flares, Sui could discern a multitude of peculiar silhouettes surging forth from the depths of the cave like a relentless tide. Before these creatures could advance, he proactively stepped forward. His right hand, encased in fate-grade power armor, swiftly seized a werewolf by the neck and forcefully slammed it to the ground. The earth trembled violently beneath the impact, and the colossal werewolf, standing over 3 meters tall, had its head obliterated, with much of its body crushed by the sheer force. On average, these creatures possessed the strength of third-tier martial artists, posing a certain threat to the power armor. However, as long as he was not besieged, they were merely manageable. Sui casually discarded the werewolf's carcass and glanced at the approaching pack, making a swift assessment of their capabilities. As he took action, hundreds of soldiers clad in power armor behind him seemed to receive a signal, charging forward with their blades drawn to engage the throng of werewolves. Within the depths of the cavern, soldiers equipped with the most advanced gear clashed in a brutal and primal manner against a horde of half-human, half-wolf monstrosities. Chapter 542. What's the panic? Is the sky about to fall? This fierce melee did not last long. After Sui had slain over 100 werewolves, his patience finally waned as the creatures continued to swarm from the depths of the cave. In a decisive move, he summoned the Soul Banner, which had been returned to him by the White Deer not long ago. Indeed, despite their apparent lack of humanity, these monsters possess souls. Faced with such a widespread soul assault, the entire cave and its connected underground research facility quickly fell silent, leaving no survivors. As the vengeful spirits within the Soul Banner consumed them all, Sui had intended to capture a few living specimens. But after sending the vengeful spirits through the breached nuclear shelter door for a thorough search, he discovered there was not a single human left inside. Only these half-human, half-wolf monstrosities. These creatures seemed driven solely by thoughts of combat and slaughter, devoid of any rationality. It was impossible to extract useful information from them, so he opted to eliminate them all for convenience. Once he had dealt with the bothersome werewolf creatures, Sui led the soldiers of the Orbital Airborne Brigade deeper into the cave. After traversing nearly a kilometer, they arrived at the nuclear shelter door, which had been cut open by several power armor units using lasers. The power armor had been completely shredded by the werewolves, but fortunately, there were no pilots inside, thus avoiding any casualties. After pausing to have the core chips of the power armor retrieved, he proceeded to lead his men through the gaping breach. Inside lay a vast underground space, with a height exceeding 30 meters from the ground to the ceiling, which was clearly artificially constructed. Unlike the treacherous stalactites and chaotic underground formations outside, the interior was smooth and even. The electrical system appeared to be automated. As the group entered, the vast area